and just talk about what made them realize that it wasn't a ball. I think that's a really good ploy.
Yeah. Make it the 1st of April or
on
March.
9/11.
No, it's. I see it. It should be a celebration of life, joy, and I think the beginning of springtime is the best. But well, I would suggest to match uh, God's calendar. Like uh, springtime is the season which
Yeah.
is the start of life. So God of life, yeah, that's when he began creation, and winter is the end and death. Like decay.
Yeah, and not speak with people who are arguing that it's a ball, but speak to people and say, why do you call yourself a flat earther, or why are you okay with being a flat earther? And like those kinds of experiences and those kinds of
Yeah.
stories will relate to people. Whereas, having a really technical argument with one person for 1 hour is not going to be that palatable to a lot of people. But
And it can be anyone from the whole world. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you get to know every one of us.
Yes. So that people
not making a. You don't make like TV show superstar VIP, very famous, and every day you see only that guy. Every day you see a new face, someone else. Everyone gets a chance.
No, I seriously think that is a thing that should happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like all flat earthers can connect up with each other on that specific day and tell their stories.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you guys. This already exists. I was thinking about this a while back. Like, we need to have, because the media is so corrupt and real journalism doesn't exist anymore, that, there should be something called like U News or something like that. But in all reality, this still exists. When we were kids, we would watch things like Star Search and like, oh man, I want to be a star someday, and I hope I get discovered and have my own TV show. But now you can do that. I mean, because of the internet and technology and cell phones and all this stuff, like, you have the option to be your
Live
own
streaming.
star, right? You can get your talents out there in front of everybody, and people have become famous just by having their own YouTube channels and library channels and Odyssey.
If YouTube wouldn't have been monetizing the platform. Yeah.
No, not even monetizing, but just suppressing anything that goes against their socialistic guidelines. But it's with this whole, what Sunny was saying about no, it slipped me now.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
A news collective.
The algorithms.
Oh yeah, it was
a news like a cooperative.
But that's called independent journalism, and we used to believe we had that. And this is the problem now, is that they know how to control the narrative, they know how to control the controlled opposition. So I think, like Crack Villain said as well, people are now naturally skeptical of news sources. They'll take it with a pinch of salt, but they won't nail their cross to it anymore. So it's an interesting thing. Like, exactly from a marketing perspective, we always talk about how do we speak to the mass, and then we talk about above the line or below the line. Above the line being television, media, print, your big 5 media sources that speak to the most people at once. And then from about early 2000, there was this migration towards online and people doing their own research, or that people would intend to try and find a source that they feel is trustworthy. And that's the real crux of how do we get people to effectively have discernment of character, that they can pick a trustworthy news source.
Telling you, the people that really make a change are those who don't quit watching TV. And those ones you can reach only through television.
Yeah, those are the ones that will say that it's not true until CNN's told them it's true.
Yeah.
I had such a horrible argument with my brother over the coof, the woofloo, and I ended up being really, really sad over this. But I know for a fact that his wife she's always got CNN on in her house. The TV is never off. She doesn't go on her computer unless it's like Facebook and this rubbish. And I'm sure that so her very strong indoctrination just my brother just went with that. Oh well, whatever, and didn't bother because it was probably easier for him. And now I hear from other family members that she has like she rages at people who deny who speak against the narrative. So I with some people you just know, like these people, they watch TV, they take everything as read, they don't bother. There's for them it's I don't know I don't know who.
So we can safely presume that your brother's not awake then, if he's with a woman like that.
And I think of the last time I was in South Africa, I rented a car and I drove like 4 hours out of my way to go and see this woman. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. So I can't even approach her now, like in any way, shape, or form, because I'm still so angry. I don't know how I'm going to get over it. Yeah, I have a TV. I have my laptop, my one laptop connected to it, and I don't switch the TV on for like any sponsored mass media thing. I don't know for how many years I've been like this. Just don't watch TV at all. The only time I see what's on TV is when somebody is talking about what's on TV. Some independent commentator. But I seriously think there are people who in this day and age, they've never encountered like the alternative media. That's another thing to me that is like I can't get over it.
Well, I also, back to that whole mass media discussion. If you use above the line mass media broadcasting out channels, you tended to get really higher numbers. And then since about mid 2000, that started to skew, and there started to be more of these fringe platforms, either broadcasting their own news or having engagement where the observer actually becomes a participant and not a passive receiver of information. It becomes more dialogue. And they sort of predicted that the future of marketing will be a dialogue with your customer rather than a monologue telling them what they need, which was the 70s, 80s, 90s. They would just repeat the same thing over and over. People would trust their manufacturer, and then they would go and get it. But as we moved into the 2000s, it became about this interaction with your audience that the mainstream can never offer, and never actually wanted it because they would always suppress comments Like on all your news platforms, they suppress comments below because they don't actually want public participation. They want their neat little propaganda message disseminated in only that way. And it's so fascinating. And now, but the way that I see this never-ending goal for division, I think that all these little fringe platforms are also intended for further division. Because now you're going to have some people on Library, some people on BitChute, some people on YouTube, and all you've done is segregated your audience so that you can't send out one communication. And that's precisely why every government around the world instituted a lockdown, was to prevent us communicating with one another. And that everyone would watch their TV at 7 p.m. at night to hear what the president's going to say next. And in marketing, it's the holy grail is to find your audience captive. How do I get my audience in a place that they can't hear anyone else's message and they can only hear my propaganda? And that's effectively what the entire world's governments achieved.
Bro,
people are still saying, oh, he's speaking on Sunday, or they're going to speak next week, or you're going to watch. And it's like, absolutely not.
Yeah. Do you know that Australian, I don't know if she's a health minister, but she's somebody in Parliament in any case. She actually said to the Australians, and it's so vicious already for them, they can't go outside their home in their own backyard. But she told people, do not speak to your neighbor. Do not speak to your neighbor. Even the guy who's banged up in a jail cell can shout across to his neighbor. But in Australia.
But your neighbor might say, hey, this is a load of hogwash. Why don't we meet and assemble on the street and create? And then they go, oh, don't speak to your neighbor because, you could be putting your life at risk. And it's just to prevent opposing information.
All of these people, I can't get over it.
I mean, like personally, I found it very telling that the term they came up with for all this is social distancing, not physical distancing, which is what it's really about, right? Physical distance because of the whole virus. No, social distancing. They want to socially isolate you. They're telling you right in your face, right?
In the same way that they call you non-essential. Like, you're a human being, you have family members, therefore that you have dependents. Therefore, you are essential to your dependents. But this phraseology, would everyone please classify themselves if they're essential or non-essential? And only the essential workers like power and electricity, water, those basic essentials are considered to be essential, and everything else is considered redundant. And people think jokingly that that's just for the month or two that they termed it essential or non-essential. But you were categorized back then. Are you an essential worker or not? If you're not essential, you don't need to be here any longer. But like you say, it's that social distancing. They only want to break that social. And, there's power in touch. They call it kinesis. When you touch another human body, there's like a spark. There's an exchange of energy that occurs. Sometimes just a hand on a shoulder to someone who's feeling down can lift their entire day. A little rub on the back when someone's been crying can make them feel considerably more optimistic about their future. It's those little things now that I'm most fearful of being robbed from the next generation, and 1 or 2 generations of no physical contact, and then that will be the norm. So I'm almost excessively physical now with my daughters because I know that they're not getting that interaction in the real world. So hugs and kisses and, giving them big squeezes all the time, and all the other parents are like wanting to do Bluetooth high fives so you don't even make contact with your own child. It's like, are you a moron? Every single study shows that physical contact promotes well-being, and babies can actually die if not touched. So it's Like you say, social distancing.
Babies are learning all the time.
This is when you just said that. I'm sorry, Ariel. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
When he was saying what we were talking about last night, though, like around 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, 5 o'clock in the morning, his time, we were talking about the experiment that they done on 10 babies, and all they did was just feed them and pamper them, and that was it. But they never talked to them. They expected the babies to create a language and communicate with each other. But the thing is, they only had the nurses only pamper them and feed them, and that was it. And all 10 babies end up dying. Why? Because no words were spoken to them. They had the physical contact, which you were saying that we need, right? But not only that, we need words spoken to us.
And we need to be able to speak, because that's a massive outlet as well.
Yeah, it's like the rice experiments where you write on one jar hate, one jar love, and then the other one you neglect.
Yeah, I've seen those.
And
yeah,
the
but
one
this
that
was like
you
a human
neglect,
experiment, though, and 10 babies died for it.
that's sick. Well, they also
Fucking sick, bro.
I've discovered a document from the 40s and 50s where they wanted to try and disprove the metaphysical connection between twins, and they would tell mothers of twins that the babies had died, then send the twins into 2 separate foster homes, and those twins would grow up destroyed. They would have psychological issues, and especially the fact that they were twins that were kind of put together from birth and then separated. The amount of psychological issues that they discovered by separating twins, and that they actually did this experiment for I think it was 30 years. Then they sealed the data, and we're not allowed to open the research until 2050. So there's still another 30 years to go. It was 100 years from the date that they did the study, because they wanted to make sure that any participant would be dead by the time the data is released.
Yeah. I mean, I've been looking into all...
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know?
I've been looking into, by accident, you know, the way you look at one thing and you end up looking at something completely different.
Yeah, you get led down there.
Like me with flat earth. But I've been finding all these weird experiments that were carried out covertly without people's consent. And I mean, the extent of it, and going back to probably like the middle of the 19th century, it's like in a kind of insanity that took hold of people. And these outrages pass. And it's like, well, it's like 9/11. You know, that was never put to bed, really. These things that come along, these horrendous experiences for the collective human psyche.
So I've never quite understood, how do they convince a scientist to go study something that's so ethically questionable? And listening to like the inventor of the MMR, Dr. Robert Malone, he's got lots of links with DARPA and the military side of the US. And he was explaining that they always pose this as though your enemy could do this to you. So we better research it so that we're prepared for the eventuality that it could occur. And then all the scientists think, okay, noble reasoning. I wouldn't want my enemy to try the stuff on me. So therefore, let me experiment on this little twin and do all these things, because if my enemy were to do this to me, then at least we'll be prepared for. And it's just so amazing how what we're seeing now, that this eugenics program that's busy happening at the moment is all planned and predetermined for decades already. And then, but they posed this, all the research that was ever done about gain of function study and all of these biological weapons, they were always done with the idea that if our enemy did this to us, so we better get this virus to gain function so that we know whether our enemy is capable of making a virus that gains function. We better, cause this kind of death here so that we know what would happen if our enemy were doing it to us. And the stupid scientists go along thinking, yes, we're basically disarming our enemy by inflicting what our enemy would have done. And you're like, hello, you're doing exactly what you wouldn't want your enemy to do under the fake guise of studying it for the eventuality when your enemy does do it. So freaking ethically wrong.
Yeah, it's insane.
Which makes that our real enemy is ourselves.
Is the fear of ourselves. So just the fear of what another human could do, therefore let me go and do it first. Like, yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of an interview that was done with a person called Dr. Richard Day. It dates from the 20th of March 1969, and he's a self-reported Illuminati insider. But in this, so I have a PDF of it. But he's talking about everything that is happening today. I mean, and everything that's going to be happening in the next 5 to 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, there's been a few that have come forward. There was also a Dutch guy, Bernard something, that also just basically said, once you reach this upper echelon, you have to do these very sinister things, but large sums of money flow to you through business deals, through connections, so very soon on into that elite club. They are so wealthy, they don't need to do this for money any longer. And then it becomes about one-upmanship or just that extra bit of control. And if you think about someone who's got 10 billion or 20 billion or 50 billion, 100 billion, do you think that his motivating factor in the morning is to make another $50? No. It's that he wants no other billionaires to be as powerful as he is. And then he wants to go out and make another 50 billion so he can ensure that he's not the powerless billionaire. It's just about power. It's like the money becomes secondary. And like this Bernard was explaining, he said that they would say to you, all right, you've got to go and tell this country that effectively they're going to be blacklisted and all these assets are going to get sold off and whatever. If you do that, you get like $500 million or $500,000 or whatever the amount was. And you then sit at home with this ethical dilemma of, if I proceed with this, I cause an entire country's destruction. But the power and the wealth that's going to come to me once I've done it, and then why it's so beneficial, why you could get paid for something like that, is that these puppet masters who no one ever knows about can then go into the country and buy up all their sovereign,
which is what they are
all
doing.
the land,
yeah.
Which then they extract hundreds of billions over the next decades. So it justifies paying this guy Bernard so much to go and destabilize it. And he would then be sitting with these moral dilemmas, but becoming incredibly wealthy from the chaos, and thereby wanting to create more chaos, because with the chaos comes wealth and control and power and the ability to crush entire countries based on a couple of powerful men.
I'm looking at the approval of these injectables, and I read an account of parents who had like absolute proof that their son was harmed by an injection, and spent the rest of his life bedridden. He was mentally affected. He was physically affected. He became bedridden from that young age. And those people took 17 years to get the manufacturer to own up, to get some kind of financial compensation. But it was a turning point in their lives, and their son's life was like he was robbed of his. He was perfectly healthy before then. So I think they're also going to just approve all all these things, and they know. You know, if you go and drag them into a courtroom with your one solicitor, you know, they will send 20. They can do that. They do not care because they've looked at the odds, and they'll still be winning. It's insane. Of all the horrors that have been perpetrated, you know, by man on man, we've got recent things like what happened in the Hutus and the Tutsis. You know, the genocide where the two tribes just attacked each other. What country was that in? Solo.
Rwanda.
Are people's memories so short? You know, 9/11 is another one that maybe people across the world don't feel as affected by. I'm not an American, but I was intensely interested in that when people started talking. You know, that there was something going on that. Where's the inquiry? Where's the result of the inquiry?
Yeah, that's probably the most disturbing thing about it all, is that even if you just think about the voting system, how short our memories are. That every 4 years, we think that there's going to be this change that's going to magically occur because we have a new face on our signboard. And this machine is been built by them for their purposes. But it's been sold to us as it's been built for us, for our purposes. And every 4 years, like you'll watch people say, in this year, oh, we know that this is all rigged, and et cetera, et cetera. And then in 4 years from then, they're in the queue again, waiting to cast their ballot. And you think, like, nothing really changed in those 4 years.
Yeah, everything remains the same.
Everything remained the same. But if your memory can be reset every 4 years, think about how many things they've already dwindled you on that you've forgotten about because of how short-term our memories are. Now, we have certain standout memories from our youth, usually very bad or very good, and all the mundane in between just disappears so that your brain can store new information. Now, the government has been studying us forever. Or should I say our slave masters have been studying us forever. So they know exactly how long it takes for one to forget, or for one generation to forget, or exactly how far to press and when to not and how to. And we kind of, the narrative we get sold is that this has been created from the people. So, you know, we're just working this out. We're still figuring these things out. Like, give us your suggestions, and, you know, we're of the people, for the people, and look what we're doing. So please bring us those ideas. Whereas there was an idea from the onset that is still being perpetrated today with this fake illusion that it's in your interest. And everyone just goes along and goes along. And then you would speak to retirees, people exiting their working life, and then they all say, oh, this was a load of bullshit, you know? I don't have enough money after retirement, or etc. Or what's going to happen with the inflation rates, or there's all this uncertainty afterward. But the whole time you were working, it's like, go government, hey, hoo-ha.
Oh, Solar, take a break, bro, for a second, just to about end. Sorry, bro. We got a guy, Space Geek here, 67. He was server muted, server deafened. Sorry for interrupting. Just want to get his opinion on the ISS being a real thing. Any of you guys want to speak to him? I can only listen at the moment, but you want to let him in the convo?
Yeah, absolutely. We were chatting with him earlier today.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, cool. Any of you guys know what he got muted for?
I thought he muted himself.
No, he was server deaf and server muted, so I don't know if he was hot making or something. But there he is, right? Space Geek, carry on. Flat or solo, we've got loads of members in here. I can only listen in at the moment because I've got a bit of background noise. But carry on. He wants saying that the ISS is a real thing. Go ahead.
Oh, of course it is.
Of course. Is that your evidence?
I've seen it myself. I know you're going to say that's fake, obviously, but I've seen it myself.
Of course
People
it
have
is.
seen it.
You've seen a light. You've seen a light in the sky like a star, right?
What's up, Sonny?
Yeah, to the naked eye, it looks like a star.
Okay, so
Looks like a fast-moving
we've all
star.
seen. Correct, yeah, and we have other ones that move in all different trajectories. And if there wasn't this database telling you that that specific star in the sky that's moving correlates with this ISS, which is meant to make a path every 90 minutes. So could you stand there for 90 minutes and watch it move over you twice?
Well, I'm not going to stand there for 90 minutes.
Well, it can't be done. That's the reason I'm asking. Because there's a specific time that the ISS will go over your head once that night. But yet it's meant to be doing an orbit every 90 minutes. That I find a little bit peculiar. But if there was a star that moved across my sky once a night, and then they attached or ascribed a story to that star, then yes, we've all seen that star move across the sky. What's your point?
Well, yeah, on the first point, when you said you only see it once every... It does a whole path every 90 minutes, but you only see it once a night, or whatever you said. Its path changes. I can send you a picture if you want me to.
How would its path change? Does it have rockets?
No.
So, how would its path change?
That's just what happens with celestial objects. It happens with Mercury's orbit.
It changes, every orbit is different.
Well, technically.
No, not technically, no. There's slight variation due to an elliptical shape.
Yeah.
But there's the orbital plane. And that orbital plane is pretty precise. The planet may change its orientation, but its orbit doesn't. But anyway, like I say, with this ISS, the video footage, if I watch it on my PC, where it's turned off for 45 minutes, every 90 minutes, and then it says it's unedited, uninterrupted footage 24/7, which it's obviously not. But I can watch that, whatever they present to me as footage from an ISS, and it shows me that I can go over the same place every 90 minutes. 90 minutes is their orbital speed, which means at least 2 or 3 orbits should coincide on the same orbital path if this thing is not a projectile with its own form of steering, able to change orbit, mid-orbit, so that the next orbit doesn't have the same orbit as the preceding orbit.
Well, the ISS isn't a star; it doesn't give off light; it reflects the sun's light. So, and you've got to think when the planet's rotating, it's obviously changing time. So when it flies over again, it might not be visible. That's why when it flies off, it doesn't actually go to the horizon and disappear. It disappears just before.
It just disappears before.
Yeah, because it gets away from the sun. The sun's light stops reflecting from it.
Okay, so no, it can't be reflecting light, because if I look at the brightness of the other stars alongside that ISS star, then they're generally the same brightness from horizon to horizon. Now, that's not the way that reflections occur.
Those are stars and they give off light.
No, but that's not the way that reflections occur. If I angle a little mirror towards you and I try and capture sunlight, there's a specific angle where you'll see that beam of light aimed at you, And then there's all the other angles where you don't see that beam of light aimed at you. So reflections don't target the reflection back at the observer with the same brightness from horizon to horizon. We would notice an increase in brightening as it became more perpendicular to our observation point. And then we would notice it becoming dimmer as it moved to a point where it wasn't reflecting so much light, or it would maybe blip in and out if it got interrupted from light. So to claim that it is reflected sunlight, once again, is unproven. Do you understand that point on the reflection, at least?
I mean, not really, because I see what you mean with the mirror. If you were to shine a mirror at somebody and there is points where you wouldn't actually be able to see the reflected light, that's completely true. But the ISS is a huge object, and solar panels basically are mirrors, and the reflected light you won't actually be able to see because of its height, but it just looks like a bright object.
Okay, you're almost there. So let's make it simple again. We have an eyeball on the left and we have a mirror on the right. And as I change the angle of the mirror, the eyeball can see light or not see light. Now you've got this flat object called an ISS. Let's call the ISS the mirror. And as it moves in an orbit, it's going to change its angle. The same as a mirror changing its angle, the ISS is going to change its angle because of its orbital trajectory. So when it changes its angle like a mirror, and when that mirror changes angle, you stop seeing the reflection in your actual eye because now the reflection's on your chin. When you stop seeing that reflection in your eye, we would see that same thing if that star was an ISS actually reflecting light. That is what we would then expect to see as it changes its angle toward the observer over the course of its orbit.
Well, the actual rotation of the ISS doesn't really change at all. It's basically like that forever.
Can
No,
I?
so it's the angle. The
can
angle
I
changes.
Can I jump in with a piece of information for this young man?
Please do.
No? Yeah, thanks, Flat Earth. Space Geek. So it's live footage from the ISS, correct? It's meant to be live.
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you alter pixels on images that are live? As in, like, can they be missing a pixel? A giant square pixel? If that image is really live, or can that only be done with CGI? Do you understand the question?
Yeah, the ISS is definitely not CGI. It's
Okay.
Every single part of it is real.
Okay, here I'm going to prove to you that this is from the live image. This is from a live video. Have a look at this.
So every part of the ISS is fake.
Just
Every
posted
part.
it in the live stream voice text. Okay, so this is from a live feed from apparently the ISS. Do you see the big square pixel?
Don't know if you're getting a bit mixed up there, but that isn't not a pixel.
Yeah, that is a pixel. Let me show you how I know. 1 day later or 2 days later, they added in what should have been there that was missing. I'll show you. Okay, here we go. Do you see what's in there in replacement for the pixel? A hatch.
Well, that can't be a hatch because on the actual module there is not a hatch there.
Yeah, it is a hatch, yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you scrutinise the ISS live footage, it's repeated after about 3 to 4 hours. It's never live. It's always taken beforehand and then filmed. Okay, so you're never getting a live footage. They've done it so often that it's just camera trickery now. Same with the curvature of the Earth. You're seeing a curve, and that's done by fisheye lens. But that there clearly shows that the ISS footage is nothing more than CGI. And then they add in this. Here's the other one. And then they add in that background there to make you think that the Earth is a globe. Thanks, guys. Just wanted to add that. Something for the young man to consider.
So, Space Geek, have you watched the movie Gravity with Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
So, using cinematography and film techniques, they make her appear as though she's in space for basically the duration of that film. And you can see the Earth behind her, and you can see her floating inside the ISS and in the Russian capsule, and you can't see any harnesses holding her. She just manages to float. Now, the only proof that you've ever received that you think is empirical has come from a television screen, and that would make Gravity, the movie, equally true as what you've seen. Do you think Sandra Bullock was really in space to film that movie?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how can you say empirically that the other actors you see in NASA that pretend to be in space, like with little skits like what they did, what they presented us with in Gravity, how would you know with certainty that they're there?
Can I ask a question?
Just answer my question first. How would you know that they're there? Like Sandra Bullock, you just said you know that she wasn't there, but you saw it on a TV screen the same way that you would have seen on a monitor screen what NASA presents you as the ISS information, because you could only ever absorb that information from a screen. So how would you know that they definitely had gone to space to present that information which Gravity showed you can be done here on Earth?
Well, for a start, we definitely know the people took off in a rocket because people saw that.
We saw a rocket take off, yes. Do we know that people are inside that rocket? No, that's the part that's still in question.
Why? You definitely saw people. People are definitely in the rocket because we saw people watching the launch saw them enter.
Okay, so like on the movie Gravity, you see her wave to her family, climb in a rocket, and then suddenly she's in space. So she's in space because we saw her wave to her family before she boarded the rocket, right? So that's proof. Sandra Bullock did go to space. But she waved to people, so she did go to space, right? Space Geek?
Yep.
So Sandra Bullock did go to space because she waved to people as she boarded the rocket in gravity, and then the next sequence she was in space. So she went to space, right?
Well, technically yes, but that was a movie.
Technically, yes. But I'm saying
How would
in
you know the
reality,
difference?
how do you know NASA's not producing movies? And that NASA has the largest green screen in the world. Out of all filming studios, the biggest film studio in the world is NASA's. Why do they need filming studios in NASA if they're not making films for you? Like Gravity?
Well, they must also have one of the biggest pools in the world, I reckon.
Oh, they do. And it's one of the most, it needs to be the clearest water so that when you're filming underwater, that you don't see the water particles between you and the spaceship. So that later on when you remove the water and you put in the background that's black with a ball behind it, it's really important that you have the highest filtration system in the world, because remember, no one's swimming in this water. All we're doing is putting divers in. We're putting some men in suits in it. So we better make sure that this is the most filtered water that it possibly can be, for no other reason than to film under the water. That you don't pick up the particulates, like when you're filming at the bottom of the ocean and you see that grainy white stuff floating. It like reflects any bit of light. If there's any particles in the water, it's going to show up when you have your filming lights on. Space Geek, can you hear us?
Yeah, you're definitely right about a pool. They definitely do have one of the biggest pools in the world, so that they can have a model version of the ISS in there, so they can train the astronauts on operating equipment in what feels like zero G when you're in the pool.
And to film, you know that, right? They state it. They show how they film.
If NASA was
under the
to
water.
fake that, if NASA was to be fake and they were doing it in a pool, that would be very, very hard to make it look like a vacuum.
What you said, they do the pool for training. What about being in water helps to simulate the vacuum of space in zero G?
Why didn't they create a large vacuum chamber that they can go practice in? Why did they go create a giant swimming pool with the most filtered water?
Because if you have a vacuum chamber, then you were to go in there, then you wouldn't be floating.
You'd be simulating your environment that you're going to enter. Don't you think that would be important to simulate the environment that you're going to be entering?
Sounds logical to me.
Yeah, but you would still be walking around on the ground like it wasn't a vacuum chamber, and the reason that they need to train in a pool is because it feels like it's zero Gs, and it's a lot easier.
They have anti-gravity assisted cable systems. I can't remember what the exact acronym is, but they have these systems to help them simulate weightlessness even here on the Earth. So no, they could create a vacuum chamber and then use a series of wires to simulate the weightlessness based on whatever anticipated gravity they're going to encounter. And in a low environment situation, they could actually test out their suits to see how the suit would inflate when there's an incredibly low pressure adjacent to that suit. Filling a massive swimming pool with water, which then applies pressure onto the outside of their suit, is the opposite of what they would encounter in that fairy tale environment. Because a gas cannot exist adjacent to a vacuum without containment.
That's what their suits are contained.
Correct. Why aren't their suits just open?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Know what a vacuum would look like? He said to simulate what a vacuum would look like. What does a vacuum look like?
Well, I guess he means experience in terms of how it would feel, I guess.
Yeah, because being in water, you're floating, so it's when you're operating on equipment, it's very accurate to what it's like in the upper atmosphere.
Wait, when you're in water, are you floating though? Let's be honest.
Being in water is nothing. Being in water is nothing like the upper atmosphere. What do you mean?
And when I'm in water, I struggle to go down. I'm floating instead, you know, like it's nothing like being in a zero-G environment, that's for sure.
Bro, I sink, I know that much. And when I was fat, I floated.
Water is positive pressure, vacuum is negative pressure. They're as different as east and west.
Yep, nothing alone.
The reason they don't train in a pool so that it's completely like a vacuum. That
it's not negative pressure, by the way.
Why?
And we could
Why don't
create
they
a
test in
vacuum
a vacuum?
chamber. Yeah, just create a much bigger vacuum chamber. Suck out all the air to the infinite vacuum of space that's apparently above our head without containment.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need
with
to do
them
that because
inside
they know the
with their little spacesuit on, and let's see what happens.
So the largest
They
vacuum
don't need to
chamber,
do it. How would they know it works?
that largest
I think
vacuum chamber.
they tested the suits in a vacuum chamber already.
You said you
Where's the
think
test?
They would.
He's walking around in a pool.
hold on,
he's
hold on,
walking
hold on.
around
Hold
in
on,
a
he
vacuum
said
chamber.
I think. He said I think. So this is a mission that's literally something he's making up on the spot.
Imagination to the rescue.
Just like we said. Yep, just like we said previously. Mm-hmm.
Imagination.
So not once has NASA ever tested a human being inside one of their suits, inside a vacuum chamber. They have Velcro and zip buttons on the inside of their suits. They say it's not necessary to test it here on the Earth. They only need to actually go into the dangerous environment to test the suit. And like the point I was going to make to you,
during the manufacturing process.
You can't
during the
take a human body.
Manufacturing process, they test the suits, and then when they know the work, they make people wear them and test them out inside of a pool so that it simulates zero Gs when operating on equipment.
Hey, look, man, it's going to go a lot better if you don't just make stuff up as you go along.
Yeah.
It's okay. I want to ask, where's the technical data on the statement you just made? I want to see where you got it from. Where did you get that statement from? Space Geek. Right now. Where did you get that statement
from? The
from?
interior of my ass.
Where did you see it? Can you
Seen it on
provide the
film and
link
video.
for that statement, please?
On film and video, he just said.
Oh my God. About a test, a manufacturing test of the spacesuit. You saw it on film and video.
So like gravity, you know, Sandra was just
I want
in
the
space.
actual test. The actual test.
If you want a link, I'll try find one now.
Yeah, do that. Because remember, kid, you are effectively stating very specific claims that they test the suits, and when they know they work, verbatim, that's what you said. They test the suits at the manufacturing process, and when they know they work, how would they know they work? Remember, this is in relation to a medium in which they do not have here. So they couldn't conform a test to tell anybody that it would work.
Of course, they know it works because they can see the pressure difference. If any leaks out, they can see.
So what kind of a vacuum can they simulate?
Let QE handle this.
Can make a near vacuum in a chamber.
No, because like the point is, what they're claiming outer space is what they're going to. That's orders of magnitude beyond what they can even simulate. So how would they know?
And the vacuum chamber we simulate here on the Earth needs 6 meters of reinforced concrete walls, and gas still enters the chamber through that concrete, when they try to simulate, I think it's 10 to the minus, either 10 to minus 13 or 10 to the minus 12, somewhere there. And the infinite vacuum is meant to be 10 to the minus 17.
Thought they can only get to like 10 to the minus 6 here on Earth. That was like
minus 6. A
10
million.
to negative 6.
Is it minus 6?
What they get.
Yeah.
Negative
Okay,
6.
thanks.
10
Thanks
to
for that
negative
correction.
6.
So
A
even
million,
more so.
You're really low.
million
Kiwi.
of a
You're
torch.
super low.
If I recall,
Face
during
key.
the Apollo program, didn't they test one suit with a man in it, and his saliva started to boil, and he passed out, and they never tested it again?
Why would they even test it?
I thought that
why
was
would you
just
even
a
test
man.
that?
That was a
Kiwi,
man
you're
without
coming
a
in
suit.
super low.
Say again?
You're coming in super, super low for everyone, Kiwi.
He's
Really?
a bit low.
Yeah, dude. For
Right
real.
now? What about now?
Yeah.
Yep, I got you up to 200%. Yeah. Only a little better, though, because I have you up to 200%, and you're still
What
low.
about now?
Nope.
Same.
You're kidding me.
No, we're not, dude.
All right.
Can you just send you a video because I don't know if I can be bothered explaining at this point.
Look, even with any test with vacuum chambers on Earth, when you're trying to make a seal, it has to be done in a perfect, like, clean room environment. If you get a tiny little particulate of dust on the seal, so like in the spacesuit where the gloves or the boots get attached or the helmet gets attached, just one little piece of dust there, and that seal's gonna fail. So how are these astronauts in space supposed to suit up or resuit up, multiple times? None of it. Look, it's just logistically completely impossible.
I'm going to ask what Kiwi would ask and say, how do you have gas pressure without a container in the first place?
I've sent a video because I'm not explaining because you clearly don't really understand.
We understand it much better than you.
No,
funny 'cause,
you
like,
don't understand the second law.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Oh my God.
That's actually funny because, like, half a minute ago, he said, well, I can't really explain this, so here's this video.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is if you can't explain something, that means you don't understand it.
I can just explain it now if you want me to.
Well, no, you just found a video that you didn't have time to properly watch.
No, we're waiting for
You
you.
think you're now an expert, or that you found a correct. Why would you assume that the video you just found on the fly it has any value whatsoever? I mean,
It's called grasping at
seen it.
straws.
Yeah, you're here to provide proof of the globe. That's why you're here. We're waiting for it.
That's not why he thinks he's here. He's here to defend his love for the fantasy of space. That's all he's been talking about since I got on.
I know that's why I wanted to break it. I wanted to break it down. I wanted to break it down so he could understand it. That's all.
Yeah, but
no, that's all. I
want
just
say
wanted
why
to break it
he's
down
here.
so he understands. Fuck, man.
The reason he's here is to prove that ISS is real.
It's not about proof. It's about a religious belief. Zealotry, space zealotry is what it's about.
Most people who come
He's
in,
not relying.
most people who come in and argue with
Notice
us
he didn't
don't
ask
really
us
care.
for any evidence.
Most people who come in here don't really care if the Earth's flat or a globe. They just don't like that we deny their space that they've fallen in love with.
I know. But his proof is going outside at nighttime, and he sees some tiny light moving in the sky, and he says, "Yeah, that's ISS. It's proof."
Well, I mean, I looked through binoculars, so.
Oh, through binoculars. Whose binoculars? Are those your
binoculars.
binoculars?
How many?
Did you bought them?
Well, that's not really a point at all.
Did you? Yes, it is. I need technical details of the binoculars.
No, we're not going down this binocular pathway. How many presuppositions did you have to go to get there to the
I
ISS?
don't understand that argument.
How many presuppositions before you got to the ISS? Can you count them? I'll help you. Shall we? Let's go through them together. You need the curvature of Earth. That needs to be an official direct measurement that we can use as a reference of the curvature measurement that we need verification for. Then you need rotation of Earth. So we need an actual detection. What method was used? What technology? Where and when? And how was that done? And we're still waiting for your demonstration of your bicycle tire without a freaking tire. A demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Show me a car wheel.
That's where we
gas
start.
Pressure around the wheel without a tire. A car with no tires.
Then I'm not done yet. Hold on, just a few more. Just a few more minutes. I'll be done. I'll be done in a minute. I'm almost done. Then you tried to invoke gravity, which there's no demonstration of gravity. There's no valid hypothesis for gravity because there's not a viable independent control variable. There's nothing you can manipulate. So you're making shit up with gravity. I'm still going. Yeah, I'm not done yet. Let's see. Can you think of anything else? Oh, that things you see in the sky are what some authority tells you. There's another presupposition. Your general overall appeal to authority, which is on a really high level, MK Ultra level of mind control that you're been subjected to. Yeah, so you don't know anything about all that, though. So yeah, you have no proof of the globe. Neither does anyone else. That's why you're here, just a little kid on the internet, that we have to be asking for a freaking measurement of Earth in 2021.
Joke.
The video that you posted asserts that gravity holds the atmosphere oxymoron to the Earth.
Absolutely.
Can you tell me, what is gravity?
Gravity.
Can you tell me what kind first? There's a couple different kinds of gravity. You're going to have to be specific.
Well, the gravity that's holding the atmosphere and is just the gravitational pull of the planet's mass.
Mass attracting mass.
Mass attracting mass. That's 116 years out of date. You realize that, right?
106, whatever.
106, sorry. That was superseded by Einstein. Mass attracts mass is bunk. It's over. Done. So what else you got? I'll wait.
Well, we already went over this, though, like at the very beginning, because there's no downward vector to gas, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He even agreed it was omnidirectional, because I started out by asking him about a vacuum chamber, and he was pretty much like, "Oh yeah, no, the pressure will equalize," and yeah. Until we got to outer space, and at that point he realized his fantasy was now in jeopardy by what he'd conceded, and then the doublespeak started.
Probably just missed that first part then. So did anybody bring up the point of how the pull of the so-called pull of gravity, if mass attracts mass the way that he's saying, is strongest nearest to the surface? Did anybody go through that one?
Yeah, I think Flat Earth Solar went through that one.
Yeah, I did that earlier as well.
Yeah.
I explained to him about the fact there's no inherent vector inward, how there is no way of him showing a changing point of the directionality of the gases. He doesn't have that at a perimeter or a surface or container.
Well, if he's been through all that, what was we were talking to again?
He actually said that it was a good point. And that he didn't have an answer.
Well, he's heard that, but now he just came back again saying, "Of course, gravity does it. Mass, the mass attracting kind, right?" So you just went and used the same argument that was debunked. What 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, I just come back.
Radio check, man.
Very low still, but
still pretty quiet.
Still pretty quiet. I'm in the other server, and there's no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but
I hear you, but
you're usually much louder.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it's good enough, QE.
All right, thanks, guys.
It was good enough for now. It's, I guess, a tiny bit better than before.
Hey Lou, what level you got me at? Sorry to interrupt with this admin stuff, man, but something's going on.
I keep everybody just at. Actually, I've got you down at 91 right now, and I'm hearing you. But I've got my computer on a surround sound system, so like I hear stuff most people don't hear.
Yeah. What if you put me at 100?
100. Go for it. Test.
Radio check 1 2 1 2. Radio check.
Yeah, for me, it's a good enough volume. You're still quieter than most other people, but it's not terrible.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Sorry about that. Thanks. Out.
No problem. So, Space Monkey,
it's much better. I just hit the Discord.
His name is Space Geek.
Oh, Space Geek. Are you still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who was the teacher?
Yeah, he's on the flat Earth
Armstrong. Yeah, that's the Glober's magic word. Whenever you need to explain something, use the magic word gravity. I wonder if he knows what electricity is.
I bet no.
He knows so much about gravity, but how much about electricity?
He knows it powers his iPhone. That's probably the extent. It allows access to Google.
Yeah. Space Geek. What's the difference between continuous current and alternative?
Don't even know.
Sorry?
Don't know.
You don't know?
Don't know much about electricity.
Oof.
Oh. Is it something important or not? Electricity.
That was to you, Space Geek. Do you think it's important?
Yeah.
Maybe he's Googling it. Is electricity important?
Get a video to watch about it.
No, hold on while the authority tells him if electricity is important or not?
Where does one go?
Standing by.
Go ahead, Ariel.
For space rockets and shit.
Still waiting. Wait, I'm sorry. I keep rumpusing. I apologize. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Ariel, could you repeat that, please?
No, I just said the search term that you should put in is electricity important for space rockets and shit?
Yeah.
Ariel,
Hi,
show up high. All right.
Nice long weekend.
No, I'm gonna keep that because it's got an address on it. Nice fingies. There's also a letter underneath there that I need to keep.
Shut the fuck up, Crack Dylan.
I was talking to you, Lou.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
He knows about the love letters, don't you worry. None of your business.
Is electricity important? Well, we're waiting for the authority to tell us what electricity, and is it important or not? Okay. Boy, that's really energetic, high wire towers there.
I like waiting.
He's just a kid, though, man. You know, like at the end of the day,
Yeah,
that's true.
We're attacking in space, and you know, spaces are meant to be safe and all that, right? The issue is the space itself isn't. It's handler.
Just when you thought space was safe, you find yourself on the flat Earth server.
I'll say it again. I haven't seen anybody that hasn't been a child come in here in about a week. I'm not here all the time, but everybody that's come in since I've been paying attention has been a child.
Dude, it's been getting painful. Like a lot of downtime, not a lot of Globers.
Yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing with the whole space thing is it's quite devastating to lose that, because you get yourself into this mindset where, okay, so planet A, where we are currently, is kind of ruined, but there's still hope because we can all get on space rockets and escape this place and go to, some other place in space.
Oh, yeah, do you think it's funny how Space Geek went to text to say get a life? Are you Space Geek?
Leave me alone.
All of us or anybody in particular?
Did somebody tell you this place was safe? Is that what happened? Did somebody tell you that you could be demanding to be left alone? You could leave, right?
We typically just ignore the idiots on YouTube if you wanted to watch us there.
Yeah.
If you feel like you're being attacked, you could remove yourself from the situation.
Yeah.
Waking the demons.
Instead of staying there and bringing up a comment like that.
You're welcome to go to the playground.
Yeah, he's
I don't give a shit, but I'm still gonna stay here.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
You can hear me. Good.
Who's this?
It's Resistant.
Assistant?
Resistant.
What'd you say about my sister?
Resistant to bullshit.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
A glober?
Some of these guys know me already.
I was waiting.
Ariel.
Yeah, we had a good conversation with you yesterday, right? The Dutch guy, right?
Yeah. True. Lunatic? Is that right?
I'm not going to correct you. People argue.
Lunatic.
It's however you want to pronounce it.
It's lunatic from now on. Well done.
Lunatic.
Yeah, I say lunatic. I say lunatic. You say lunatic. Lunatic. Lunatic.
Lunatic.
I say
Or we just call him lunatic.
Let's call the whole thing.
It's lunatic. Lunatic is how you pronounce it. Lunatic.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
With a
Lunatic.
Y?
Yeah.
I
It's a
like
play
I
on the
just
word
call him.
lunatic.
I just call him Lucky Lou.
Yeah.
That's better. I just thought about that. It's good to remind yourself that we once used to be globe believers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
And the way we treat those who are still globe believers, we are here to help them, right? I know it's tempting to make fun of them and so on, and of course, they gotta know. They gotta know when they're out there fantasizing and speculating and guessing. Of course, that's a fine thing, and he did a fine work with that. You did it well, Flat Earth Solar. I just want to remind you guys that we used to believe in this weird fantasy too.
Correct. True. That's true.
Yeah. So we are here to help people. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, to help who wants help.
That sounds a little like concern trolling to me, mate.
We need to be patient with these guys. Like
Exactly.
it doesn't come naturally to everyone, and
thinking
often
logically?
Yes, exactly. It's a practiced skill because it seems to be a lost art to actually formulate something logical yourself, not to just repeat something you've heard which you presumed was logical because that person said it. It's I don't know. I find that a lot of these guys come in very emotional, that if you're gonna rev them up and get their blood boiling, then they're definitely not going to think clear about what you're trying to tell them. So you almost need to keep them calm for the sake of landing your points.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So, but that particular young man came in here with quite a condescending sound in his voice. So he was baiting us.
Yeah, that's true. Because many feel that we are so much smarter than those flat earthers. They are just lost in those flat earthers, that cult, and they think we think like the flat earth society, all that nonsense. So they come and look down on people. Many have that attitude. That's what did you call it?
Condescension.
What? Okay. I'm learning English. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, welcome, Koskop.
What did you say?
Yes, welcome.
I don't get that one.
You're Dutch, are you?
I think she tried to say welcome in your language.
I said you're welcome. Are you a Dutch speaker?
No, that's the wrong language.
I'm from Denmark. If it's me.
Yes, I thought you weren't Dutch. Somebody said you were Dutch earlier.
Oh.
I couldn't quite place your accent last night, but I would never have taken you for a Dutchman. So now it's confirmed.
No, he's from Denmark.
Yeah. There's the thing that I think that a lot of people who come on the server have this misconception that flat earthers want to talk about mostly flat earth. But the thing is, what they mostly talk about is the globe and, the aspects of the globe that cannot be substantiated. And that actually flat earthers are the experts on heliocentrism. And even I myself, who came here with, just the conviction that I have now I have no confidence that I live on a ball. And then all this information that was added after that fact, I was just completely blown over by the accumulated knowledge and all the really sharp, really intelligent people that I met here. I'm still mostly intimidated by the lot of you.
Well, thank God I'm not the one.
I mean, I take the argument to people in real life, but on here, when I know I'm being listened to by people that are, that have the acumen to make these scientific arguments that I would probably fail at, it intimidates me.
No, you shouldn't.
So I mean, I'm still relatively new. I'm a lot of the time when I'm at work, I'm on the YouTube channel just listening so that I can, get everything settled in my head before I open my mouth. Yeah, I don't think that people realize when they think of flat earthers that they're already talking about people with so much scientific knowledge about.
You call it intimidation. You call it intimidation, but I will call it the gift of listening and learning.
I think we all have our different approaches to this, and it's the collective. We all have our forces and weaknesses in this, and that is the strength of it all. Put together. So, but I can surely I can hear that there's a lot of things I don't understand, and then I cannot express it in English because I'm limited. I have to translate it in my head as I go along.
Yeah.
You know that.
Is the guy still here that asked about the Southern Stars?
One more time?
There's a guy that just asked about the Southern Stars like 20 minutes ago. And he didn't really get an answer.
Was it the kid that got butt hurt from being wrong all the time and left?
I don't know, but I just looked it up. It says here the Southern Stars seem to move counterclockwise around the South Pole, and the Northern Stars seem to move counterclockwise around the North Pole. If that's true, they go in two different directions. Doesn't that debunk the globe model by itself?
No, they're going in the same direction. They're all east to west, right?
Well, if you're looking north and it's going counterclockwise.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? You're looking north or looking south. Look,
you look south.
Hold on. Really quickly, picture us on opposite sides of a road, right? A single car passes from whatever side, doesn't matter. I'm gonna see it go left to right. You're gonna see it go right to left, but it's going in the same direction, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the way it's going. It says counterclockwise around the North Pole.
Yeah, but at the same time, they say that they all move east to west, right?
No, but that's my question.
They're not even claiming different directions per se. They're just saying that it looks different because it's a ball.
So, QE's covered this quite extensively before. Clockwise and anti-clockwise are subjective. They're purely subjective. So if you imagine a drum rotating clockwise, if you stood and looked at the drum that's busy rotating clockwise, and you walked and you looked at the other side of it, the other side would be turning anti-clockwise. The drum would still be moving from the left-hand side towards the right-hand side from where you first observed it. But when you went and stood on the other side of that drum, it would now be going right to left. So clockwise and anti-clockwise are purely subjective based on where you, the observer, are standing. Definitive directions are like east and west, and all stars rise in the east and set in the west. They all move in that direction always. But it's whether you're facing north that they're clockwise, or whether you're facing south that they're anti-clockwise.
Furthermore, there's really actually only
Right.
one. There's really only one cardinal direction, and that's just north. All the other directions are based off of north.
Yeah, that's more
bro, that
accurate.
doesn't. I'm sorry, that
But
doesn't
you
make sense.
understand that clockwise and anti-clockwise are subjective. You can watch that same barrel rotating. Initially, it looked clockwise. If you go and stand on the other side of the barrel, it's going to appear anti-clockwise. The barrel hasn't changed direction, still spinning exactly the same way. But depending on which end of the barrel you're looking at,
Just like
will be whether it's clockwise or anti. Go, Sunny.
Yeah. Just like the single car
That's
on the
just
road
like
is not
traffic
changing
on a
direction.
road. If you're standing on a road, I thought I was already talking. Am I lagging or something?
Maybe I was lagging. Go on.
No, you're good, Sunny.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Actually, traffic moving from left to right on a highway. So it's coming from left going to right. So then if you get on the other side, that same traffic would look like it's going from right to left. It's the same thing as that.
It depends on what side you're on. You're going to see it different ways, right?
Exactly. So now you're looking north,
subjective.
and then you're looking
This is
south. That's different directions, right?
But this is a sphere we're talking about, right? And they're saying they move different directions on the sphere.
No,
so it's not the same thing. Because it says if you're in the northern hemisphere, it moves counterclockwise. So, go to northern hemisphere, let's say America or Alaska, and you look up, it's going to be moving backwards the clock, right? So think of those stars spinning.
But you realize that they're not claiming that
left.
the globe is moving in two different directions, right?
Let me finish.
No,
northern
look,
hemisphere, they're moving
the Earth rotation going west to east. That makes the apparent motion of the stars go east to west, the opposite, right? And then because they say because of the globe, right? Then the apparent direction changes when you go to the other side of the globe. But you can demonstrate the same thing on a flat surface with a road, for example, that we just gave you. So it's kind of a begging the question fallacy, but they don't even claim that they're moving in opposite directions or different directions, right? Just that they appear to, and because it appears to, that proves a globe.
Look, I just posted a picture from Google, all right, at 12:53, right? It says the northern hemisphere, they appear to be moving counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they appear to be moving counterclockwise, but around the south pole.
Right.
Those are opposite
that
directions.
depends, like the examples that just were given to you, it depends on your perspective, right? So you have a different perspective of north and south.
You have to draw, get an orange or a ball, right? Spin on the top, you're going to spin it counterclockwise. On the bottom, you're going to spin it counterclockwise. Those are two different directions if you're on the ball.
Yeah, but it's an apparent direction, right? It's not the actual direction because the ball is not going in two different directions, right?
I don't get it.
It's just because you've turned your back. You were looking towards the north, you saw it going one way, or then you started looking towards the south, you saw it appearing to go, at least if it's counterclockwise like that, subjectively, it looks like it's going the other way, but it's still going east to west, no matter what.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not. According to this Google post, they're going two different directions. You can observe it from a distance. Take a pair.
No, hold on. The thing is confusing is hold on, because like what Google's telling you, like they move in a different apparent direction. Yes, but both apparent directions would be east to west, which is the same direction, right? Because the ball would only be rotating one way. You can't have the top of the ball rotating one way and then the bottom rotating the other way, right?
That's what I think they're saying.
No,
but that's not what they're saying.
I just read it. That's what they're saying. They're saying if you're in the South Pole, counterclockwise, North Pole, counterclockwise. Since they're different directions. Okay, well,
does anyone have like a visual
you have to
aid?
draw it for me. Put it on the program.
Oh, you already know. Yeah, the stars are all the stars and the sun, everything. Let's just think about the sun. It's one thing that whether you're in the north or the south, no matter what, you see the sun rise in the
east.
Okay, and you see it set in the west. So, and that's the same with all the stars and the moon. So they're moving in one direction. Now, the counterclockwise versus clockwise, because it's a subjective direction, it only changes because you've turned your back. According to what was posted there, you're saying in the northern hemisphere they appear to, when you're looking towards the North Pole, go clockwise, and then counterclockwise when you're looking towards the South Pole in the south. But that's still the same direction, east to west, only because you've turned around. Just like when we're looking at each other, my left is your right, and my right is your left. That's all that's happened.
Godric, do you have anything round and circular in front of you?
Yeah, orange.
Okay, so pick up the orange and start rotating it in a clockwise direction. And you'll see that the orange is rotating clockwise. Now, keep turning it that way and bring it behind your head back at the orange. But keep the orange rotating exactly the same way it always was. And you'll notice that it's now apparently the opposite way, anti-clockwise.
It's not. It's the same direction.
So if you're holding it in front of your face and you're turning it clockwise, and then you keep turning it the same direction and you put it in line with your right ear, and you look back at how it's turning next to your right ear, you'll see now that it's moving in the opposite direction. Visually to you, even though the orange is still rotating exactly the same way it always was. It's purely optical based on how you're observing that rotational movement.
Right, that works because you're flipping your perspective. I get that.
Godric, are you looking in live stream voice text?
Well, what do you got?
I posted a little GIF there. It says east and west, which is not really correct, but it demonstrates a point, right?
So like it's like a fan, like a windmill.
Right, but the thing is rotating in one direction. But when you look at the other side from it, it appears to be going the other way. But that's because you've changed, not because the thing changed, right? It's literally that simple.
Okay, so you're saying that the stars in the north and southern spin the same direction, is what you're saying?
They're all going east to west, yeah. And then if I'm looking towards the north, yeah, just pick, like, imagine a simple compass. If you look at, like, you have north at the top, right? Then east is to the right and west is to the left. And you go to the other side of the compass, you look at south, and now you're looking south. It's going to be the opposite, right?
Okay, so are you saying that basically what we observe, whether it's a round or flat, it's the same thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Whereas, on one hand, you have the same motion of the stars east to west, which is just explained by, well, you have a different perspective because you're looking in a different direction, etc. And then they have to explain that because they have the ball. That makes no sense. And, they're going like, oh, well. So, yeah, I get it seems a bit counterintuitive, like what they're saying, but yeah, it's like a lot of things. It's
So
pretty
the
much the same
stars,
thing.
so the
Just like
stars are moving
circumnavigation
the
is
same direction on a flat
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, they're all everything in the sky is basically
They don't
going
go in
east
two different
west.
directions.
Moon,
Okay, I think
stars,
I got it.
planets, everything.
Actually, this post is helpful. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Carry on.
I was thinking about explaining how when the sun is at equator, and you look from the north down to the south, the sun comes from the left to the right, but it's still at the equator. But then you look from the south to the north, south of the equator, and then the sun comes from the right and go to the left, the opposite like that. Was that a stupid explanation?
No, it's exactly the same thing. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's good. But now that you understood this, let's go to quantum mechanics. When it's it doesn't matter which way you look. Everywhere you look, you see both perspective. There is a special state when you can see both perspective. So it will look like it's spinning counterclockwise and clockwise in the same time.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
I did not understand one word of that.
It's hard, yeah, I know. When you look at the quantum mechanics level, you know, like the spin of the electron, when we look at it, if it's let's say positive charge, it will spin clockwise, and negative counterclockwise. And we also have a third state. When this electron, the electrons, they do spin in both directions, opposite directions, in the same time. And this is also demonstrable with superfluid liquid helium. Below the lambda point, it becomes a superfluid, and it flows in two opposite directions in a frictionless flow.
Man.
So yeah, it will be like two water jet streams shooting at each other, and each one of them is going one through another, encountering no drag, no nothing, you know, they just flow with the same.
Okay. I'm not used to look at
it
that.
doesn't
So,
and it doesn't create vortexes or any sort of stuff like that, you know. Yeah.
okay, and how is that relevant to what we just talked about? I don't understand that.
Does that prove a flat Earth?
I mean, how is it relevant?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, then why these Glober's questions about when we look at the north and we see the stars rotating in certain directions, and we look in the opposite way, we see like opposite. Exactly. Because in physical world, we experience only one perspective, the observer, you know. And when you move, yeah, opposite direction, you will have a different perspective, opposite, you know, to what you had before. Yeah.
But it was just an example of how in that if you can use a microscope and look at that, but can you really observe that physically, or is it just a theory you're talking about? Or you can?
No, actually, what I said about this in quantum mechanics and electron spin is not just theory. I mean, this is demonstrable. Yeah.
But that you can.
Is Mike Todd still here? Mike Todd posted a spinning windmill on the north and the south. Is he here?
I don't know. Who did that, by the way? Martov. Yeah, Martov. I think he jumped out again.
The windmill he posted works, to show two different directions.
No, dude, it's like a dumbbell he's holding, right? An axle and two wheels. He's rotating both wheels on one axle the same direction. Depending on which way you look, it appears to be going clockwise or counterclockwise, but it's still moving the same direction.
Right. Did you see his post of the windmill?
Yeah.
Now look at my post at 12:53. Look at my post at 12:53, which is like a few pictures up. Okay, it says in the north, the stars appear to rotate counterclockwise. In the south, it says they appear to rotate counterclockwise around the south pole.
The key word there is appear.
Yeah.
Well, those are two different directions.
Appear. Yes, like the wheel and the axle.
It doesn't follow the wheel. It doesn't follow the wheel.
I think you did catch something that's phrased wrong in what they're saying. Like they're not even phrasing their own argument correctly here in this. I
mean, it's Google, to be fair, but yeah.
Because I'm looking at the windmill on the left side, it's going counterclockwise. The right side's going clockwise, but the Google's saying the right side.
You're saying counterclockwise for both, and that's not the argument for the globe model, for the globe side. It's not what happened. Yeah, they just completely screwed up right there. Yeah.
Did Google screw up?
Yeah, whatever site Google pulled that from anyway, meant to say clockwise in the north, right? Yeah. Clockwise in the north, that's right, and then counterclockwise in the south.
That's strange. That Google would make a blunder like that.
Like I said, dude, Google doesn't write the website. They just pull from search results. Whatever website it pulled the result from got it wrong.
If you look at the picture, too, they're showing two different patterns, not the same pattern.
Yeah, is that this oceannavigator.com that it came up with? I mean, yeah, they're the ones who fucked that up. Google just gave you a fucked up result.
Okay. So that's why I was getting confused. If the globe actually
keep searching it. Like, dude, you gotta come on, you know how to do research, right? Find another site that corroborates what this one is saying.
Thank you, I will.
Yeah, and discard is an outlier if you can't find any corroboration to the story.
I mean, for God's sakes, we shouldn't have to tell you that you're not supposed to just ask Google and take the first result, right? We're better than that around here.
Oh, so Google is not trustworthy then.
Where have you been? Where did I just fucking land? Google is just a fucking tool. It's a search algorithm, right? And it's up to you to know how to properly use it.
Are you a flat earther because Google told you? Because I can assure you that Google certainly didn't.
Google told me Eric Dubay.
Happy Friday, everybody. Ladies' night's coming up shortly, yeah? Ladies' night.
Ladies' night.
Ladies' night.
Flat Earth dude's already wearing a condom.
What? The ladies.
What does that mean?
I love the ladies. I love the ladies. Yeah. Well, they usually get the Globers. They get a lot of Globers coming in, you know.
Is that another place than here? The ladies' night. How does that work?
Well, since there's the men outnumber the women so much on this server, we give the women have Friday night for a few hours where the female flat earthers host the show. They just get to call the shots, talk to whoever they want to talk to. Male flat earthers are supposed to shut up. Globers can come in and ask questions and talk with the ladies. But pretty much you being new, maybe they will want to talk to you, but the rest of us, we're going to have to keep our mouths shut, mics off.
Exactly.
Of course, I will respect that.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's cool.
Let the ladies talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your name?
My name's Kenny. I'm Flat Earth dude. Is my
Flat Earth dude.
Can I
yeah, I see you now. And I'm resistant.
Resistant? Cool.
Resistant, yeah.
What's your name?
What?
Klaus? Is your name Klaus? I'm just
Klaus?
kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding. No, you sound.
I didn't.
You sound German. Yeah.
No, I'm from Denmark. From Denmark.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm driving in my car, so sorry. But anyway.
Okay.
Not
in Denmark?
Think and drive.
I'm behind a
Got
fuel.
it?
I'm sitting behind a car that runs on a fuel cell. You ever seen one of those?
You're sitting on what?
There's a car in front of me.
Seriously? I don't know.
Fuel cell car. It runs on hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
I know, right? Hydrogen's plenty available. Yeah.
Hey, you can convert.
That's what I want to build.
You can convert most gas motors into
hydrogen. It's a hydrogen assist. I think it works both gas and hydrogen at the same time.
And dude, that's a whole nother thing. You remember probably 10, 15 years ago when it was kind of they're kind of having like a war of like what's going to be like the future fuel, like clean fuel. And they kept talking. Hydrogen was in the running there, and which should have won if it was really about saving the environment or like being clean. Hydrogen would have won hands down. But no, it's electric that's getting the subsidy money from the government. Where for batteries, lithium batteries, which are far more like poisonous for the environment, like hazardous for the environment. And to create the energy for them, typically they're burning coal anyway. They're just not doing it underneath your hood, right? So, yeah, that whole green movement is bullshit. Everybody knew it all along.
Where does atmospheric energy stand?
Well, that would be great. They were pulling all this atmospheric energy, but what were they running with their atmospheric energy? I don't know. Light bulbs.
I was talking about energy today on my way to work, and yeah, there is this dark energy. They call it dark energy, like dark gravity and whatever. And I said, why do we have to call them dark and not dead energy? Yeah. Dead gravity.
I am dark gravity. I am your father.
Yeah.
Dark gravity. That's it. I've heard that before, but it still makes me laugh. That's a good one.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. No, hydrogen. I mean, you have to have electricity to make hydrogen.
Yeah.
So it is a bit corrosive, doing all that on the equipment. You got a lot of calcium buildup and stuff that really, it's hard to keep all that shit clean and working constantly. It is a bit of work to make hydrogen, but there's a lot.
It depends your water source. If you use tap water, yeah, you're gonna have all these deposits.
Doesn't the voltage increase as you gain altitude? Like how high does it go? Does it get to an extreme point?
Electrostatic potential, yes. Yeah, it gets to the point where the helium actually transitions from the state of gas to highly accelerated particle.
So we're not talking about static electricity or anything.
Voltage potential. Yeah.
Wow. Why don't we just make gigantic antennas and harvest that shit?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a 300 miles antenna.
Basically, what a lot of the stuff that Tesla was working on is exactly that.
Yeah.
True.
Hey Lou, radio check, brother. How about that?
Much better.
I hear you, QE.
Much better.
Yeah. It
Little
sounds good to me. I mean, I don't notice much of a change, but if they say it's better, that's what matters because they were the ones saying that you were quiet. So,
okay.
I mean,
sorry to interrupt, guys. Appreciate it. Everyone hear me good?
Yeah, you sound low to me.
Well, pretty much like the same before, but you sound good to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the other dude on the phone? Are you on the phone?
Yeah.
I'm on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone too. Maybe you had to turn me out. Okay, I just wanted to check, guys. Thanks, man. Sorry for the
No problem.
interruption.
No problem. No problem.
We're just figuring out the world's energy problems here. That's all we're doing.
That's all
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Dead energy and dead gravity.
Just get with Lou. He'll help you figure that out.
Yeah.
No, I don't have the answers. I'm just good at asking questions and making shit confusing.
Hey, Chewie, which way do the stars spin?
All right, cool
That's
beans,
what makes
man.
it fun.
See you later.
Right on, John.
See you.
Yeah. Tesla, man, I think he did have it figured out, and they kind of not letting us have that kind of technology because they couldn't put a meter on it and charge people. So
yes,
that's not going to work for those capitalists, man. Nope, not going to work.
Doesn't work with taxation.
JP said, "Nah, not with my money."
Yeah, JP Morgan.
And was it Westinghouse? Yeah, Morgan and Westinghouse. They were trying to work it out. Cool, man.
We'd rather watch Edison electrocute elephants in the street.
Oh, Edison. That's the other fucking cock. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, let's electrocute some elephants. That's a good idea. You freaking schmuck. Anyway.
Look at the power I have. I can completely eviscerate a perfectly beautiful animal. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. That's wrong. That's sick. In my eyes. Have you seen there is a video by Pocket Word or Poké Word where he zooms in on two stars that are very close to each other, and the last part of the zooming in, the two I cannot speak today, the two stars separates visually. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Cool one, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
That certainly proves that they're not that far away, those stars. But they're relatively close. And of course, all the other zooming in on stars. Yeah.
Actually, there's a pretty short video from BMLSB 69, the same guy who took the Black Swan video, that he put out a couple months ago about parallax. That's a really good argument for basically the distance to the stars. Like, they have to be a similar distance to the moon and the sun because of the speed at which they move through the sky. Like, they practically move together. And by parallax, like, according to the globe model, like, those stars are trillions and trillions of miles away, right? So compared to the, let's say, what did they say, 238,000 miles to the moon? So there's no way the two should be moving through the sky at approximately the same speed together.
I see.
Like, yeah, the distant stars should be moving extremely slow in comparison to the moon, right?
Wow.
Just like if distant mountains, when you're looking out, the side window of a moving car, the street lights and cars close to you, they're zipping by, but the hills or whatever in the distance, power lines, whatever there is that you can look at out there, that moves very, very slowly. So yeah, distant stars should be moving very, very slowly in comparison to the relatively close moon.
Exactly. But they're all just so far away.
That's one of the arguments that my video of the moonrise from my drone, like, that shows that pretty well there. Because you've got, I don't know, 10 stars or a dozen stars in there along with the moon as it's rising, and they all move together.
Yeah, that was amazing footage, man. I love that. That's one of my favorite videos right now. That drone doing the time lapse, not connected to the ground. It's just amazing.
I'll post it. It takes a minute to upload, though.
What was that called again, that video you made?
This one, I'm going to post my video. It's going up now. I'll also dig up that BMLSB video I was talking about.
Is he a truther too? Has any of this rubbed off on him, or is he just a photographer?
No, he's a flat earther.
Okay. I remember when the Black Swan first came out, they were talking about him being just a photographer.
No, I think you're confusing somebody else. I'm pretty sure he's been a flat earther.
Right.
That's why he was making those kinds of observations.
Yeah, true.
Here it is.
He's pretty famous for the Black Swan thing, so
well,
no doubt he is a flat earther.
He's the one who kind of made it famous, but yeah, BML, his video is
Hello, guys.
very popular. He's made him much more popular. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm thinking of the guy who did the Chicago skyline. That's what I'm thinking.
Rob Skiba?
No, the photographer.
Oh, the photographer. What's his name? Can't think of it right now. Anyway, so yeah, that first video there that says moonrise time lapse, that's from my drone that I just left it hovering in place for about 25-minute time lapse there. It was 400 feet off the ground. Just watching the moon starting low on the horizon. I tried to catch it, the actual moonrise, but I was off on my timing a little bit.
What drone are you using?
It's a DJI Mavic Air 2.
Right on. That thing's like a tripod in the sky, man. That thing doesn't budge.
Yeah, it's sturdy. It was windy too, like really windy.
Yeah.
You can't even tell. The thing handles it really well.
Yeah, I remember when this drone thing first started taking off, I dug right in. Back when they were just toys still.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you spend a little more on, kind of more higher end one, yeah, it makes it so simple flying them and they take nice shots. Like this one, these DJIs, they're great for like photography, but there's a lot of other, reasons for them. People like to just do stunt stuff and racing. Or
yeah, the chase drones. I mean, it's just amazing that they're able to, like, some of the chase drones that they have that are for mountain biking through like wooded areas and stuff. They will actually, you can go at full speed on your bike, and these drones will dodge every tree.
Well, yeah, these ones do that too. It's got the chase mode, but it will not. You have to have it, I don't know, maybe 20 feet up off the ground before it'll actually lock onto you. It won't do it when it's too low. So you can't like take it through like narrow paths, but yeah, it does a pretty good job of obstacle avoidance and stuff like that. I'm still a little nervous with it though. It's done well. I haven't used that enough to trust it. It's about I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in enough. Put it in enough tricky situations. Like, see how it's going to handle that one. Like that's how you end up crashing your drone.
Some of those overseas ones, man, they're nothing to scoff at. That's for sure. They're a hell of a lot cheaper.
So,
some of them, like there's the one I was just talking about. There's a specific that they defeated the problem of not being able to go too low. You're able to go through like narrow pathways like that, and I forget the name of the drone itself, but they're coming out with them every day. It's just crazy how booming the industry is.
I mean, I know the technology's there, and I'm sure even my drone can do a lot more of that than I'm willing to give it a shot. Because, yeah, I mean, you don't know how it's going to do on that stuff until you try it, and then you might find out, oh, shit, like, it didn't see that tree right there. Oh, it was just a little too shady right there. It didn't pick that one up. That can always, that's what I'm afraid of.
Also, like learning the mixing and stuff. Are you into that yet, or
mixing? No.
Yeah, like mixing. Like for instance, like let's say you find yourself banking right hard when you go to turn. You can take mix. So as you give more throttle right, it'll allow you to give yaw left. You know what I'm saying? It mixes. So as you push one, another axis reacts.
The steering is, at least for mine, it's super simple. Like it feels like if you've ever played any PlayStation game or anything like that, it's like that. I mean, you just you let go of the sticks and it stays still, and you push forward, it goes forward. Push back, it goes back. Like it's
mixing is more for like racing and shit though. So.
And what about that when they use? I've seen a video of they taking a drone and about 100 feet or so
400
above
feet
ground,
up.
and filming the sunset, where the sun just kisses the water, and then they zoom in on it, and it creates a gap between the water and the sun.
Yeah,
You see?
the problem with filming the sun is it's got so much glare. It's kind of hard to really tell exactly what's going on there.
That gap that you're talking about that you just mentioned, it's observable. Even if you on a sunny day, you can look on the distance between in the horizon, and you see this little kind of like a lens effect that you see. It's like a whole line in the horizon between the sky and the water. And when the sun gets even closer, you can see this how do you call it? I call it kind of looks like a lens.
Mirroring.
Yeah.
Isn't that it? Yeah.
It's like a very thick layer, I guess, between the water and the sky. I guess it's air and water, humidity, all put together.
I just thought that video was a proof of that the sun does not go behind anything, that it's still above the horizon. And we know it's much further up, of course, but okay.
Yeah,
but
no,
maybe
I'm just saying, like, when you have a lot of glare from the sun, you could have a lot of different types of effects happening. Also, like, can't be 100% certain that that's what that is, that that's what you're seeing, you know. But I mean, maybe I haven't even seen the exact video you're talking about either. It's this one right here, Miguel posted, or no?
In the live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, it's not the one you're talking about, I'm sure.
No, it doesn't look like that. I think it was David Wise.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've seen his sun one.
Yeah.
So another good argument to make with the drones. So like my moon one or Dave's sun one. Also, actually, this moon one is better because you can see the stars too. But it's about QE loves to use this for his about the inertial reference frame. Like the drone is in the inertial reference frame, so if the Earth is supposed to be spinning, then at what point does this thing like lose its momentum of the Earth? When I just leave it hovering there, and you see the moon and the stars all moving like they're on a blanket towards you, like this thing's not attached to the Earth. The Earth should be spinning under it quite a bit in 25 minutes. Like clearly none of that's happening. This thing's just hovering in place.
But I was thinking about, couldn't you add a good sun filter to the drone, if that's possible, and then zoom in on the sun as it seems to kiss the water?
I have a couple of what they call ND filters. I don't know if they're like, it's not quite a solar filter. It's not going to get rid of all of the glare. But yeah, I'm sure there's probably something made like that.
Just a thought.
I personally think both are interesting, but I think the moon is better for taking pictures of observations of.
Try silver CD material.
Silver CD?
If you look at the sun through a silver, like a metal, silver-looking CD, you can actually see the sun like without glare.
Okay, I did not know that. The one about the sun, no, the moon and the stars moving together. That's a cool one. That's a very good. example of they are fairly close to each other in the same system, moving the same speed around. That's a good one.
It's basically showing that that every light in the sky is the same approximate distance away.
Another flat Earth indication.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
I mean, Globers love to use parallax like it's a good argument for them, but it's really not. And if you want to talk parallax, let's talk about this. We could go. It goes on with presupposition after presupposition for what they call like their proof, using parallax. They assume that first they assume that the Earth is a globe, is a sphere. Then they assume orbit around the sun, distance and speed and all that. Then they look at a star or a part of the sky at one time and make an observation. Then they wait 6 months and assume that they are 180 degrees through their orbit, and they do it again. And then if they see a difference, they call that their parallax motion, like proof. But if you would for doing that, you would have to take the pictures make both observations at the same time, not 6 months apart from each other. And again, making all those other presuppositions also, just begging the question all the way through it.
Nothing new under the sun. And in the galaxy, in the galaxy theory from the Globers, there that fails too. Beside what you can document, that the moon and the stars and it all moves together, because in their theory, every star would have a different distance to the center of the galaxy, and then a different distance to orbit this center of the galaxy, and therefore they will change position relative to each other constantly.
Yeah, exactly. The constellations wouldn't be the same. The star maps wouldn't be the same year after year after year, like we have the cycles. And
not even day after day.
Yeah, maybe it would repeat yearly, but it wouldn't be day after day, right? Like maybe it would reset once a year, but it wouldn't. But you wouldn't have. Whatever. I know what you're saying. Closer, the stars that are supposed to be closer would be zooming by the ones that are supposed to be farther, and they all move together also, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Lou, does Polaris move?
No, it's always pretty much in the same spot. They say that it has a tiny, tiny little bit of a wobble. But
it does have certain like a small it makes like its own kind of circle, but it's really tiny, but it does. That's what we can observe.
But is it moving from the North Pole to the equator?
No, it's in the same place in the sky, whether it's day or night or whatever time of year. Go out tonight, find the North Star, point at it. Pay attention to where you're pointing relative to your house or in your yard.
It's going to be in the same spot. Go
back there any other night, and it will be in the same place. Go out there during the middle of the day and point, and even though you can't see it, that's where it is.
All right, the other guy said it has a wobble, so as long as it doesn't wobble south.
No, not kind of like. How do I say it?
Isn't it once per many hundred or thousand years they're talking about this wobble?
It wobbles like the moon wobbles, but it's basically in the same place.
But within which time frame does it do that, do they claim?
I
Do you
would
know that?
suppose by globe logic it would have to do it once a day, right?
Yeah, it's the rotation of the stars, which is once a day.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Polaris.
Yeah, you know they say the Egyptians had a different North Star. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, no, they're not. They don't say that Polaris itself is wobbling. They say that it appears to wobble based off of our perspective on a moving Earth. And it's not perfectly centered over the North Pole. It's just ever so slightly out. And so as we spin around our axis, you see a ever so slight little wobble. That's according to their model.
But that never happens, does it?
No, I didn't say wobbles. I said, because I think the small circuit that it does in itself is like a small circle. I don't think that's a wobble. What they call the wobble is like it's something else.
Well, yeah, like wobble's maybe not the best word for it. You're right. I guess they would say that it's still making a really small, tight circular path, like that. It's still basically in the same spot. But just like all the other stars, if you watch a star trail, it's making one, but because it's so close to the center, it doesn't move much. Just making a really small circle.
Okay. I zoomed in on Venus, and it filled up all of my screen. How far away do they say Venus is? 30 million miles or something like that?
I'm not sure.
And it filled up all of my screen. What?
Yeah, it's really far. I'm not sure how far they say Venus is.
25 to 30 million miles, depending on, that's what they say, depending on the orbit. Because they claim it's an elliptical orbit or something around the sun too. And no, it's about compared to our alleged orbit around the sun. Yeah, that's it. And it filled up all the screen. And what I saw was certainly not a planet. It was pulsating, just like when you zoom in on the stars and see those, but it was not changing color that much because it was at dawn when the sun, just before the sun was gone all the way down. Yeah. So
when
I had to do that.
When you can see Venus in the night sky, it's like it's the brightest object in the sky. It's freaking like to think that that's what they call a planet to be something like Earth. Like fuck you. Why would it be so damn bright? That's reflection from the sun, 30 million miles away. I don't think so.
Have you guys noticed that Venus also has phases similar to the moon?
No phases.
Yeah,
like
I've seen
like the moon phases that you see the shot or whatever. You see the certain amount of the moon getting darker. So Venus does a similar thing.
Okay, not when I looked at it. There was no doubt, but I had a wide angle camera, so it was not completely a circle, more like a diamond shape. From the card game, diamond shape, a square standing up on its pointy end. And it moved very quickly because I could see that it gradually got smaller in my screen as I was filming within a few, maybe 10 minutes or so. Well, a few minutes, it was moving very fast across the sky.
I'll share
Someone
some.
is hot micing.
I'll share some photographs.
Ah.
I
I'll
mean,
go in
this
on
is
live stream with
observations. Let's see.
But the light one does not have faces. Yeah. That is a pulsating thing. That is not a planet for sure. Oh, there. Okay. That's Venus?
Yeah, you can see it next to the moon a lot of the time.
Okay. There. There's one with the moon, and that's Venus in the background there, or what do you call that? Southwest of it in the picture.
Look into Venus phases, and there's information about it. I mean, with my own eyes, I haven't seen it, but apparently it's a very well known thing for a long time, right? That if Venus has phases like this, similar to the moon.
Interesting.
Venus has phases like the moon? Seriously?
Yeah. You never heard this before?
No, that was the red planet. Oh, that's Mars. Sorry.
And I was I was thinking about the moon. The faces it makes. Wouldn't it change on the globe model? Wouldn't it change phase during it when it moved around? And how can we see every time it's full moon? Why is it not a lunar eclipse?
I'm pretty sure they also say Mercury has phases. I think they say Mercury, Venus, and the moon do, but then they don't ever say that about Mars or anything out past us in their orbital scheme. But wouldn't all planets have phases?
Exactly.
If the sun was there shining light on them, they would have phases, yes.
As they move around in orbit around, of course they would.
So, have you ever seen phases of Mars or phases of Jupiter or?
Nope.
Me either. Never heard of it.
Another indication that we are right. Besides the
What is the order in the solar system? Is
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars,
Mercury.
Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and then Pluto.
Don't forget Pluto.
Yeah.
So, if Venus is closer to the sun before the Earth, right? How can we see it in the night sky? If we're supposed to be looking towards the sun to see Venus, not towards the night sky. How can you see it on the opposite side if Venus is closer to the sun?
There's all kinds of fun mind games to play with that when you're talking about phases at certain times.
Refraction.
It would light up the backside. That's right, and not the side facing us. So it's ridiculous that we can even see that if the globe model was real. So that's another debunk.
Yeah, I mean, here we go, just naming another thing after another thing after another thing that doesn't really fit. And the Globers always come in here and where's your model? You know, the globe Earth model predicts everything and it makes perfect sense. Like, no, you haven't thought much about it. Let's poke some holes in it.
So Mercury and Venus have phases like the moon. Is that right?
I'm
Venus
pretty sure.
does.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that they say Mercury does too, but I
okay.
know for sure Venus and the Moon.
See.
And all the old records of the sky, that's what's been predicted today about how all the stars move and the so-called planets, what people know as planets, wandering stars. That has all been recorded through the ages for thousands of years or so. So the globe predicts nothing. The predictions come from people watching the sky and finding out that how things move in the sky. That's all.
The Globers would tell you the ancient Greeks taught the whole world it was round with spheres, so they'll argue that.
Yeah, but if everything looks flat, even from the highest mountain, and then why would the scientists, the old Greeks, before air travel was even invented, even assume they lived on a ball-shaped Earth? That does not make any sense at all.
First, they weren't scientists. Science wasn't even a thing yet.
Okay.
They were philosophers. And what do philosophers do? They sit around and drink and think. That's their life. Okay. One philosopher in particular, just he fell in love with balls. He was like it's the best shape in the universe, and he just pictured in his mind, came up with this concept of everything being balls flying around. Okay, and then then they just worked from there. They kind of reverse engineered what they knew and put it into that philosophy.
It makes no sense. Why would they assume that at all? Everything looks flat and stationary. So there's no point in assuming. They might as well assume a pear or banana shape or anything, but what from what? From a flat or level stationary world?
They assumed that a sphere was a perfect shape. That geometrically, when you draw a circle, it's got equal tension on all aspects of it. And so from a theological and philosophical perspective, the sphere or a circle was the desired shape. So now they started going forward to try and prove why it is that. But like you say, they only experienced level, so that doesn't even make sense.
No, exactly. Why would they think of that?
Because ships go over a horizon.
Ah. And perspective does not exist.
And because we can look up in the sky and we see infinitely far, then we must be able to see infinitely far on a flat Earth. Because we can't see infinitely far horizontally, then that's their excuse as to why it can't be flat.
Ah, yeah, I know. And particles in the air, rain, dust, fog, snow, has no influence on that either.
Yeah, I've even heard them arguing that you would never even see a horizon. And then you say, well, what would it be? Just all sky or all land? What should it be if you would never see a horizon?
Oh, man.
Distant objects vanish into the horizon because of angular perspective. They don't get that.
No. All they see is the globe.
They think you should be able to see Mount Everest and the Southern Ice Wall from everywhere in the world.
Super sight.
Always. Without fail. In fact, you should see your own back of your head, you know?
What? The Pac-Man effect?
No, like the ballers always say that there's refraction and that the refraction bends just perfectly at the radius of the Earth. And therefore, like, it was an Einstein experiment that if you shot a bullet with sufficient velocity, that it would achieve an orbit and go all the way around the Earth multiple times. It's that kind of thing that if light could bend around a curve indefinitely, we should be able to see the back of our own head when peering eastward.
It's very simple. You can make a little test when you find a fairly horizontal piece of road, for instance, and put a camera down on the ground and let it film all the cars and scooters and people and bicycles and whatever going away from it. You can see how they are gradually being cut off by the apparent horizon. And that's a principle of perspective. So, and that never bends up. But that's a very simple experiment to do. I saw Pocket Word do that, the Poké Word, how you pronounce that.
Yeah,
and
so
where
that's
he
not
lifted
really,
the camera up.
that's not an experiment per se, but more an observation.
Yeah, an observation, a test. I corrected it to a test. On observation, you're right.
Yeah, it's very peculiar. For me, I lay in a lagoon that's connected to the ocean. And I put my eye as close down to that flat level lagoon as I could get my eye without it actually being under the water. And you could see the entire surface of the lagoon was level. And there was this tiny little sandbank that separated the lagoon and the ocean. And then you could see the ocean continuing level till the horizon. And by just placing my eye on that water level, I knew there I was looking at probably 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers. And you can see how flat and level it is. It's phenomenal when you get low down. You can actually see how flat this water is.
And that's a proof. Those observations, they are proof, like the black swan. And all those infrared footage and videos.
Did you go look at some of it?
Footage. What?
Did you go look at J. Tolan Media?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. That stuff's awesome. Behold the flat earth. I just love the way he talks, like, so calmly.
Oh, I didn't see the video itself. I just saw some of the photos.
Oh, no, go watch the video.
Where can I find it?
A picture is worth 1,000 words, and then a time lapse is worth like 1,000 pictures. So go watch the time lapses. The J. Tolan Media.
J. Tolan Media.
Tolan, Tolan. That's where those kind of photos that you were looking at were not necessarily all of them, but the majority of those ones from airplanes are taken from his stuff. That picture we showed you last night with the 680 mile.
Yeah. Where it missed, 50 miles of curvature or something like that? That was not accounted for.
Yeah, about 40 miles once you give them 10 miles.
Doesn't he have one where he was claiming like 2,000 or 1,200 miles or something like that? Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, to Hudson Bay. But that's, at that kind of a distance, he's literally just saying there's a dark smudge and that must be X and Y.
I know. Yeah.
And it's hard to even catch the ballers on the Black Swan that those oil rigs are at 6 and 9. They still argue with us about that kind of a distance. So to raise 1,200 to them, their brains go.
Well, even me, I'm like, if you say so, buddy. Like, how would I know?
But it's things look so different from your vantage point. So, like even here in South Africa, we've got the Drakensberg, which are one of the highest points, and we've got lots of mountain ranges in the Cape. So effectively, when you are on the ground looking up to those mountains, they're majestic, they're huge, they're massive. But as soon as you're in an aeroplane, they're just one of 10 other little bumps on this flat terrain that you can see expansive in all directions. So once you're in the air, what you normally perceive as that mountain range can look vastly different. So it's also difficult to now triangulate mountain ranges when you're above the mountain range.
Okay.
Well, ladies' nights should be starting a minute ago. I don't know how many of the ladies are here. But they
Yeah, we can go ahead and start it. I was just getting ready to type up an announcement. I was going to start with a song since apparently we're losing the groovy bot. I thought we should make use of it today. So,
I was just gonna say, yeah, it's the last ladies' night with the groovy bot.
Isn't that sad? We'll have to make sure to take advantage of it. Hopefully there'll be some kind of replacement. What is there any hope of that, Lou, or what?
What's happening is YouTube sent a cease and desist letter to Groovy that they have to shut down because 97% of the audio files being played through GroovyBot are from YouTube, and it's part of terms of service with YouTube that they're not allowed to use it for any kind of profitable gain or anything like that. And since YouTubers are using GroovyBot through Discord to make money on monetize their own channel or whatever, something along that line. They're basically, they sent the cease and desist and Groovy said okay, which means RhythmBot's likely going to be getting it also, and going to be taken down, and then it'll eventually mean no more music bots on Discord, period.
Oh, that is sad. Well, what if you had a music bot that, just played, you had your own little database or something, or what about using audio from DLive or some other, although I'm not really in favor of doing another platform because then once they get commercialized, they'll be just as bad as YouTube. Remember when YouTube was just a grassroots, fun people putting their funniest home videos on the internet just for fun. Remember that?
A lot of the stuff we play comes from SoundCloud, but
yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, some people know how to play audio, through their mic. Anyway, I just don't happen to be one of those people, but I'm sure it can't be that hard, right? Just to have a if you wanted to play
kind of a pain in the butt to make it sound good. It is.
It probably is. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, I'm not technically minded like that. Yeah. So anyway, I was going to play "Won't Believe Their Lies" by our very own Crypto, and then if anyone else has requests for songs they want to hear tonight, then you could put them in the live stream voice text. Since I think it'd be a good idea to make good use of the Groovy Bot while it's still around.
I have a Friday night song that I made when I was a rapper back in the day.
That would be cool. Okay, yeah.
And that sucks. I mean, it just means we have to make more music. We have to make more music.
That's right, dear. Yes, absolutely. So yes, put your link in, and then I'll put Crypto. I've got Crypto songs all queued up, so I'll put that in while everybody's still coming together, and I'm posting the announcement.
by Geronism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kinds of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. Vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat on moving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Woohoo! All right, that was our very own Crypto singing Won't Believe Their Lies. I put the link in the voice text. Yes, I see Shines has her song, so we will play that one maybe like after we say hello to everyone, if we don't have any Globers yet who are just dying to prove to us their vision of the globe. And we have to put a parental advisory on Shine's song. Even though I played Why Would They Lie last week, and I think that has a swear word. I did not give a parental advisory for that one. I actually forgot it was in there till we played it. Sure, it'll be fine. So yeah, we've got Bambi here. Hello, Bambi. How are you?
Hello, how are you, Dandelion? I'm doing good.
Good. Good to hear your voice. We missed you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, as we were just saying before you got here, that they're taking the group offline in 3 days or so. So we're going to try to use it while we can.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah.
Really make the most of it.
That's right. Jenny's here. Hi there.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. Have you had a good week?
I did. Went by fairly fast.
That's what weeks do. Sometimes, I know. Last week, yes, that one little young person made me so upset that I was like, do I even want to come back here? So if any Clovers come in, you might see me like quietly sneak out the back door because I'm so tired of them and they just try my patience so much. I don't like getting that upset at children who aren't my own children, because I don't get any benefit from it. I'm like parenting them for it because their parents apparently never did. And why should I? I don't even know them. Anywho, KJ is here. KJ Sunflower has a nice quote there. You don't meet people by accident. There's always a reason, a lesson, or a blessing. Yes. Sometimes you think it's a curse, but that's the lesson part, right? Because you can sometimes learn a lot from people who drive you up the wall, as we were just discussing. For sure. Maybe KJ can't unmute, but if you ever do feel like saying anything at any time, feel free to jump in. Shines is here. Hello there.
Did you say Shines?
Yes, I said hello.
I'm so sorry. I was like, I thought you said
okay.
science. I was like, oh, we have a new person. I'm doing well. I'm really excited to be here tonight. Last week was definitely trying, and wow, you did a great job. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight and seeing how this goes.
Yeah. Well, I decided, I can't get more like concerned about people's minds in life than they are themselves. I mean, when these little upstarts come in here and apparently have never been taught that when they're in a room with people who are clearly, they're not only their elders in age, but in educational level, experience in the world and so on. And they're just so sure of themselves that they're willing to say that they're right just because they saw it on TV. And Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye told them. It's really not the child's fault, though. Really, it's these grown adults who make their money lying to children, such as Bill Nye, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, such as Robert Simmons, such as so-called non-professor Dave on YouTube, and so on. The fact that these grown adults who, for the most part, know the earth is flat, know the globe is a complete fantasy and superstition that exists only in their mind, and yet are actually making money and in some cases raking in the dough off lying to poor children like that, who then are convinced that they're not even capable, even though they think they're educated, have gone to school for 10, 12 plus years. They don't even know how to begin to evaluate information on its face. They've been taught that they just need to listen to authority. And if this guy on TV said it and these people are paying him lots of money to say it, then he must be right, that these poor children haven't even had a chance to have a life. They're just like little program robots. Really breaks my heart. So sometimes I think maybe they'll get woken up if someone finally tells them, like, you are not brilliant just because you learned how to fill in worksheets, in a school. Like, that just means you're really good at following authority and following rules, That's not like something to brag about. Like, that's fine. Like, if you do that, you're actually more likely in this particular world where we live to, earn more money, be able to go on more vacations and so on. But it doesn't mean you're intelligent at all. So please calm down, people.
Hive mind and ego.
Absolutely.
And they teach them to be more and more egotistical and set in their ways so they don't question. And then they're more egotistical about their stance. Oh, I know. They know everything.
Yes, because they reward these guys who are so good at rule following, so good at filling in every box and doing everything the teacher says. Oh my gosh, you're the most brilliant. You memorized the atmospheric conditions on Mars and you know the temperature on Mercury. Oh my God, what a man. And so, of course, they don't want anyone to tell them you memorized all that stuff for nothing. Might as well memorize the Klingon dictionary from Star Trek. That's how real that stuff is. And you actually think you're on the top of the world. You're a joke. And they're just using you. Anywho, maybe we should play another song before I go out. I was supposed to stay calm, remember? Do we have anybody with a question about the Earth before we play the next song? Bambi, what were you going to say?
No, nothing. I'm trying to get people in from the lobby. Some people are
Did you
making
get
some bold
anybody?
claims. Well,
Okay,
I keep
Bambi,
inviting people.
Yeah. Sometimes, we've done it before. I am not really in the mood to deal with that because I'll end up with another Mushi like I had last week. You weren't here for that. But if you're in the mood, one way to get, recalcitrant Grovers is to recruit them from the Cogdis and tell them you'll let them out if they come on here and talk to us. We've had entertainment. Mushi wasn't even from there. There was a guy that was like that. That came in here and actually asked some decent questions. I can't remember that guy's name, but a few weeks ago we had someone who actually had like half a brain through the early release program from Cogdis.
Yeah, well, this
maybe one
guy, I'm trying to bring him in with the fact he wants permissions to post links. So I'm like, why don't you come and talk, and then I'll give you a link permission. Still not pulling him in.
Good idea. I like that. Yeah. Because they have to show us that they deserve this trust. So come and talk to us. Excellent idea. Oh, Nathan has a question, but it's about the moon, not the Earth. What? Bambi knows a lot about the moon. Yes, other people do too. So might as well ask it. Maybe we'll be able to answer if you're lucky. Nathan?
Okay, hi guys. So
Hello.
I was wondering if anyone's heard about the craters on the moon being caused by electric discharge.
I've heard that theory, yeah, but I pretty much don't know very much about it at all. Beyond that just some people have hypothesized that. Do any of the other ladies know anything about that?
No, I don't. I've never heard that, to be honest.
Well, to think about, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was something to think about completely. So like it's similar to that of like lightning strike from a thunderstorm, you'll get a bolt or a discharge and it's going to strike the grass, leave a small crater behind. So I was just checking out some experiments by DJ Ransom, and he was using electric discharge to form craters. And I compared these craters to the ones on the moon, and they just look like a perfect match. But at the same time, I have this, like, here's the catch. If the craters on the moon are going to be like from electric discharge, then the moon has to be solid because the craters come from directly impacting a solid object. You can't form electric discharge craters on a hologram or an apparent image. And yet, at the same time, you can't have a lunar wave on a solid object, and you can't have a solid object that changes color like red moon, yellow moon, all that kind of stuff. So it's just quite the mystery, and I was just wondering if any of you here could shed light on it.
I think anything that suggests an alternate theory because the mainstream theory is that you said that they were caused by like rocks or asteroids or something. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's the mainstream theory. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's interesting even to like introduce we can't know the answer for sure, but I think that's what I saw was something similar to what you said about a video that you had made or seen. I think I saw a still shot that was comparing something made in that way with the craters on the moon, just showing the similarities and how they look. I mean, it used to be, that we were allowed to and encouraged to in the world come up with new ideas or explanations for things. We were even told, like, I'm pretty sure when I was little, I seem to remember people saying, encouraging young people to discover, invent things, come up with new ideas. Now, I guess the young people of today are just getting the message like, no, do not come up with any ideas. We've already decided everything. I mean, and they actually believe, I mean, that's what I was just saying. Like, that's why I'm so sad, these young people, because I see them come in here, I see them in my work, and they are like, oh my gosh, the perfect little mind-numb robots, just parroting and like arguing. If you come up with anything that's not the party line, that's come from above, I mean, I'm sorry, but oh my gosh, it's just very sad for me to see. And I hope that I know there are some young people, because I know my own children and some of the children of my friends are not like that. And I'm sure the children of many people that are here are not like that, because, and we're not the only people in the world. Obviously, there's people in the world that still have artistic, creative minds that realize, that they don't want their children just parroting the government indoctrination center brainwashing. I mean, most people that are like above average IQ realize, I mean, that's why you see all the people like getting their kids out of public schools to where they're like worse dumpsters fires than they ever were before, which is even sadder for the kids that are stuck in there, right? Because they don't even have any examples of any child who knows how to think outside the box. They're just like the big, the smallest little box thinkers ever known, because any parent who loves their child and knows what's going on there is going to move heaven and earth to keep them out of there if they at all possibly can. But not every parent can, which I guess is a good thing. I mean, because then you do have a few people in there that have a brain left. My God, but I don't know how they survive. I barely got through it as a student, and then as a teacher, it was even worse. I got out of there as soon as I could. I mean, my God, you people who have not been in a public school lately in America, come up with an excuse. The best thing to do, actually, is if you do have a child in there, volunteer. I'm going to come in and cut your, paper stars for you or whatever. I'll help you make your bulletin boards. Most elementary schools have that. Take a day off work and say, I'm going to come in and volunteer. Then you just sit there in the corner cutting your little stars while you just watch everything that goes on. The teacher will eventually forget you're there, especially if you don't say anything or complain. You just watch. You will be shocked, I guarantee you, because, oh my gosh. Okay, I don't remember how I got on that tangent, but anywho, the moon. We were talking about the moon. Yes. Does anyone have one of those pictures or videos to show us? I know the thing you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're talking about. You're just like on about closed-minded people, and that is just sadly the state of society today. There's just not much we can do about it thanks to the public school system. But yeah, the moon.
Yes, but you came up with a new idea, Nathan. I love it. How long have you been in the server?
Only for a month, but I've been a flat earther since 2016, so quite a long time.
Gosh, yeah, nobody gave you the flat earther tag. Did people, like, every time you're in here, do they pick on you, or have people been nice to you?
Well, typically every time I'm in the live stream, I talk about the moon, not the earth. So I think I deserve moon earther. That's an oxymoron, but yeah.
We used to have a role called like sun and moon or something. I don't actually, we might still have it. I'll look and see if we have it. I think that was a group of people who used to meet together and discuss their observations of the sun and moon. I don't even actually know if they do that anymore, but I'll give you the tag. And then if those people meet, you'll get called to the meeting. So it should be fun.
All right. Thank you. It was basically just me bringing this whole thing to your attention and see if I could get your noggin chugging, and at the very least just introduce this topic to the conversation, because it's not something you've heard a lot about, but I feel it's got some validity to it as well. So thanks for listening to what I had to say.
Can you actually, if you have the links, can you post them? Because I've actually never heard this. I've heard people say things about geysers and like the whole, the holes that are left behind from those. And, I've heard different things throughout the years, but I've never heard this one before. And I would like to look into it.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I don't think I have the link or image perms to send, but if you give them me, I can definitely do that.
Or you can even, or if you DM me if those don't go through. But I'm sure you should get a role.
It's the electric universe theory.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I used to look into the electric universe theory. I actually was reading a book. I think it's just called like the electric universe. So there's not that many books. It's like one of the main ones. When I found out about the flat earth, and then I started trying to go back to that book, and then those people were just annoying me because they were trying to fit the electric universe theory into the heliocentric model, and it just annoyed me that someone would do it. Do I, Hank Hill? Okay, so you're saying I should finish the book, just cross out the parts I don't like.
You just dodge the hijack. You chew the meat and spit out the bones.
Yeah, I found that book when I was cleaning up my room just the other day, and I think I just put it on the shelf downstairs. But since you recommended it, Hank Hill, maybe I'll dig it out.
That was the Electric Universe Theory book.
Yeah, that's the video that I watched on it.
Yeah, brought to you by Thunderbolts Project on
The
YouTube.
Thunderbolts
and they got a
Project.
website.
Yes, those are the people that put out the book I'm talking about. Yeah.
Thunderbolts is really good. It's very interesting.
I'll look for this book that I have because I think it was good. I did like it. I just I explained to you why they annoyed me. But I think I was more of a purist. Yeah, when you first begin with the stuff, I think that you kind of like tend to get frustrated with anything that adheres to the heliocentric model. But now it's easier for me to just ignore that stuff and try to take the things of value.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good ideas out there. So I keep looking for other ideas.
Was that Dan Somatic?
It is.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going? Are you getting settled into your new place?
Yeah, starting to do that. But mostly today I'm at a homesteading expo in Marshfield, Missouri. Excuse me.
I went to Marshfield, Missouri. Isn't that where the Laura Ingalls Wilder home is?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Did you go there?
I plan on trying it tomorrow.
Oh, yes, you should totally go there. I went there, a long time ago, but I really enjoyed it. That's where Almanzo and Laura lived, and their daughter Rose, after they moved away from the West, they came to Missouri. That's where she wrote most of the Little House on the Prairie books. And she also worked for the newspaper there. No, is it Marshfield? Is that the right one, or is it Mansfield? Now I'm getting confused. But if you're there and you're saying they have the house there, it must be the right place.
Yes, Marshfield. Really
Marshfield,
close.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I read those books as a kid too, and I loved them.
Oh, yes, it's very cool. They have her house set up how it was with the writing desk and all this stuff. It's really cool.
Well, my great grandmother was still alive, and she came over on a wagon train, and so she told me about the books because she said that's exactly the way they lived. Sod house and all.
Your grandma, you said?
My great grandmother.
Oh, great grandma.
5 generations alive, and she was still all with it. It was really cool.
Wow, that is really unusual to have your great grandmother alive. Although maybe in the past it wouldn't have been as unusual because people just regularly started having kids probably when they're 18, and then plus 18 is 36 and so on. It'd be easier in the past than it is these days. It's probably extremely rare.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to have somebody that old. She was over 98 when I met her, when I remember her anyway, since I was pretty young when it all happened. But the stories got passed down. It was really good. But yeah, the whole family lived over 100 years old, every member of the old clan. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and that actually reminds me of my the one side of my family, my dad's mother. They were from the beginning. I mean, it's so funny that people who don't understand what it is to search for truth, in terms of either flat earth or any of these other things, where basically all you're doing is rejecting the boob tubes version of events, whether the boob tube's on the television or now on your computer screen, and you're just evaluating things based on their own merit or on your own experience. You don't need, people think oh, they just think that because they heard it on YouTube. It's that's the least likely reason. Anybody who believes something because they heard it on YouTube, you're going to believe the mainstream story. The legends in my family are oh no, as soon as the, polio vaccine came out, all of my family, refused to have it. And one of the relatives, they said, got polio from the vaccine and all of this stuff about it. That kind of thing. They also had all their children at home when they were trying to move everything to the hospital. And because people can see what's actually healthy for them and make decisions based on reality, not on what somebody else is telling you or what, these guys in the white lab coats are saying that you don't even these people. You're going to let them make decisions for your flesh and blood and your own health. Like, you know, it's just so funny. Like people just who are afraid to ever decide anything for themselves, who are always abdicating all decisions for authority, think it's the complete way around, and that all these people that are opposing it do it because somebody else told them. It's like, you cannot do that. There might be a few people like that, but I find it very rare, because you have to stand on your own 2 feet and be able to, you know, stand firm in the truth amidst all the voices around you that are counter to you. They're like the people who are most in tune with like the spirit of truth within themselves that is available for everyone if they just ask for it. And, you know, it's just unusual to me how much everything is turned on its head. It does make it helpful. As one of the ladies was telling us a couple of weeks ago, she just does opposite. I think that was day and night, where, yeah, day is the husband and what night is the wife, says the people. And she said, night said, I just, whatever they tell me to do, I just do the absolute opposite. And it seems to be working out so far.
I kind of think that's why they are trying to get rid of our elderly. That generation and the previous ones were a lot more skeptical.
Absolutely. I've been saying that from the beginning. They were obviously trying to kill those people off. I mean, they've probably been highly successful. We don't know what the real demographics are, anything about the population. We don't know how many people are left or how many people were even left at the start of this thing, you know, or, you know, whatever. We don't know where anybody is. We don't know anything. We only know what they tell us. But I know what I observe in the people around me and my mother's friends. I mean, she's like the most stalwart of all of them. And she's not even doing that well. But the rest of them at the beginning were like right in on it. I'm not going to see my family on Christmas. I'm just going to sit in my house and watch my TV. So yeah, how many of those people just shriveled up and died? I mean, for sure. Yep, they don't want them to tell their stories. I think that's totally true. All right, should we play the song? This is a song from Shines. It's on SoundCloud, so I'm going to play it through the Groove Rebot, and hopefully it will work. It's a song about Friday night, she said. It's called Yeah.
Excuse me. Do you think you could turn down the heat just a teeny bit?
It's a nice day to start again.
A crazy heat wave searing, ooh-wee. Sweating naked, laying in between soft Egyptian sheets. AC blowing, still popsicle melting all over me. Watching movies, trying to sleep, it's just not happening. Gotta hit down, get up, get down, hips and shake sound. Call all females to my house, imagine us getting ready, bouncing around. Heavenly, looking perfect, picturely. We hop up in my Durang G.O. and go. Time mobbing slow, pink petty toe, heavy on pedal. Open window, fast lane, blaring music, T-Pain. Lane switch, exit and pull up LA, they open it. Velvet rope release, yeah, you best believe we VIP. Entrance grand, double taking, turning heads, scratching necks. No subtle glance ever happens when this lady passes. Yet them draws drop like the star I make a wish on. Just for one, not noticing just one, cause your mentor ain't no Friday night. My body right, we hit the club, now that's what's up. So bring your crew, see what it do. Heaven but me fine from head to tenor. Ooh, she's best believe me, Beeline introducing with a glimmer in my eye. Sweetest type of smile, eye contact, he had me at first glance. Takes my hand politely, asks to dance. Gentleman, damn what a man. Need more like him, yeah, every female in here hating. Can you blame him? I got creme de la crop. Here, cool breeze on the rocks. Eyes on us while we jitterbug. Lindy hop, fingertips on hips, slow dip. Oh, shit. New Year, old, same but different classic. 8-9 earthquake and floor shaking. Eking matches caving now, everyone's joining in. Ooh, yeah, you feeling it. Great times, the best of vibes. Fully dressed and you got your smiles. Hot off live, music pumping through us. Cool and sweating, dripping, looking like a wet tea. Competition, imperfections, makeup smearing, hair up, messed up. Sexiness, feel the lust, hot. I guess nice, damn right, we love it. Friday night, my body right. We hit the club, now that's what's up. So bring your crew, see what it do.
you. Great job. That was nice.
I
Thank
haven't
you for
heard that
sharing
in
that with
forever.
us.
It would be actually really cool to do a redo of it where it's all of us and we're actually talking about ladies' night in here. I think that would be
cool.
really
Yeah, because
fun.
we talked about having like a ladies' night theme. That would be fun. Yeah, that's a good idea. When did you record that?
Oh man, I was in my early 20s and I'm 40 now. So it's been a
Wow.
long time.
Wow,
It was back when T-Pain was like, popular. And his whole thing was like, yeah, like it was a whole T-Pain thing. So I made a song based around that.
Nice. Yeah, thanks for sharing it. And if anybody else, this is our last night of the Groovy Bot. So if any of the other ladies have any ideas for songs to play, then feel free. Jenny, I know you sometimes have some good ideas. I don't know. There's probably ones I'm not thinking of, but we haven't heard for a while. So I'll have to try to find some of those tonight. Bambi, did you reel anybody in for
No, the one that I had really close to getting reeled in ended up calling us a cult and then got really defensive when I asked him to describe what makes a cult. And he was like, I shouldn't need to tell you that. And I'm like, okay.
I
And
would
then he left the
love
server.
to discuss with him. Oh, too bad, because I'd love to discuss with him, what are those definitions and then how do they apply to the mainstream so-called culture today?
He was calling us a cult, and then when I asked him, I was like, so what makes a cult a cult? He was like, Google it. And I'm like, okay, but tell me, you're calling us it, so what makes us it? And he couldn't. I thought he got banned, but I checked, and he actually left himself after giving me a paragraph that was nothing about cults. It's funny.
We have Sin in here, SINN, but they don't have any roles. And then it makes me wonder if this morning in the lobby there was an SIN, only one N. I don't know how many people want to have that name, or if he might be another version of that person, but that person got banned, so it could be.
God, there's so many new names.
I'll try unmuting Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there, Sin? I unmuted you, so hopefully you can unmute if you would like to say hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
All right, I'm just listening in, just like curious.
Oh, how did you find our server?
I think I was in some political group and they just forwarded me. They were in here, so they just got me here.
And have you heard much about Flat Earth before?
Well, you don't hear much of it anywhere, right? But I mean, if you are curious, I think you should just check out different ideas.
That's a good attitude to have. A lot of people are afraid of new ideas. We were talking about that earlier. So you're not afraid of new ideas?
Nah.
Good for you. Yeah. So, I mean, usually, at least when I first heard about Flat Earth, before I actually tried to find out why are people holding this belief and why is it making its way back into kind of popular culture. You said you don't really hear about it. I don't really know what it's like now. I barely ever even pay any attention to popular culture at all unless someone forces it in front of my face and holds my eyelids open with a toothpick like Clockwork Orange. But back in 2016, it was in the popular media a lot, to the point where I was forced to pay attention. And that's when but when I first heard about it, I thought, oh, that must just be a joke, or people are just being silly. But then I looked into it and I found out that there's a lot of evidence to back it up, scientific evidence, in fact, meaning verifiable, repeatable, and testable experiments and observations and so on to back up the concept that the globe model that we're given fails to predict reality. And then when you kind of take a step back and think about it, you realize, I'm just taking someone else's word for it that this globe is the way they say it is and that we live on a globe and all that, because you've never actually seen one. Although it takes a while sometimes to get to the point of even being willing to take that step. So We don't expect people to necessarily take that step like when they're just finding out about it. But we do like to show new people the laser tests and long distance observations that have led many of us to take that step toward realizing that the globe is a fantasy. So I don't know, have you seen any of those long distance observations or laser tests?
No, I don't think I care too much about like whether the Earth is a globe or flat. I just think the idea is interesting.
So you don't think it would change? You like if you found out it was flat and like tomorrow you like we showed you enough stuff here or whatever, like somehow you got convinced and you realized, yep, we're not on a globe, it's flat. Like that would not be a big deal to you?
Not at all. I don't think so.
Oh wow, very interesting. Yeah,
I was a bit like that. Like when I started looking into it, I was like, I don't really care. It's not going to change. And in some respect, it doesn't really change. But you look at things differently. You question how gullible you were and how easily convinced you were over no evidence. Like that hits you, even if you don't think anything will change. When you realize that you've been lied to, how gullible were you when you believe something without any evidence or proof? That will hit anybody.
yes, I think that's what my problem is. Yes, that was my problem, Bambi. I can totally relate to that. Yeah, like intellectually, I could like eventually come to like an intellectual understanding of it, but then it's like kind of losing trust in everything. But, you know, at some point you have to get to the point where you get back to trusting in yourself so you don't just get like sold down the river to the next charlatan that comes along, because you have to look at something in yourself like we were just talking about earlier. We were trained just kind of take authority's word for it. So even when you think you've gotten to the point where I'm going to figure this out for myself and I'm going to do this and that, like we're in these habits of a lifetime, it can be very difficult to come out of that, and start to really think for yourself in all areas, and not just fall into like another trap where you're like following some other authority because that's what's comfortable, right? Because that's what we've been trained to do.
Yeah. That's what you're brought up to do.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people in the regular world will give you positive feedback for doing that. Just keeping your head down, do what you're told, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Don't step out of line.
Oh, Truth Prevails is here. Hello, Truth Prevails.
Hey, ladies. Hey, Bambi's here too. It's good to have you around. It is good to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's good. I'm struggling to get in. I got a new job, so I've been working a lot. For a first job, it's a busy one, and it's usually Saturdays and Fridays that I work. So I'm too exhausted to come in. I'm in my bed by like 9, and this starts at 10. So yeah, I've been busy.
Yeah, it's definitely taxing. But yeah, Dandelion. In terms of what you were just talking about, it's not just being able to, like, even when you do choose to think for yourself, you still think along the lines of the terms of the words that they have laid out. So it is difficult to relearn everything and learn it all over again. But the hardest thing is to get people to question. They can find all the answers to all those things on their own journey, but they have to first start questioning things. That seems to be what they're resistant to. It's like, I don't know if it's that they don't want to admit that they don't know everything. They don't want to admit that they've been lied to, or they just don't want to do the work of, looking into it. I don't know. I guess it'll all come out in the wash, as they say. So I don't know what that was in context to, because I just jumped in, so I have no clue.
Well, we were just talking to Sin, Sinn here, who is new to the server. I did give you the VC verified role there, Sin, so that now you should be able to unmute yourself if you have something to add to the conversation. But Sin was telling us that he didn't think it would matter that much to him if it was flat or a globe. So yeah, is that what you said, Sin?
Yeah, I don't think it matters to me. Yeah.
Huh. How long have you been considering it? I'm just curious how long.
I just thought it's an interesting idea. So you just watch some stuff on YouTube, I guess. I don't really care too much about it.
So have you considered what it would mean if it were to be flat level, stationary, enclosed, which it is, but if it were not to be what they claim it is, have you considered what all that would mean?
Well, I guess it would just be like a grand conspiracy of the state and the scientific world.
Oh, but it's so much more than that. It's way deeper than that.
It would also prove Christianity, right?
No. It's Christianity is a religion. There's many religions, but what it would, it doesn't prove. Well, I guess creation does prove a creator because necessary and necessary for creation is a creator. You must have a creator to have creation. So it does establish that there is a creator. It's an intelligent design. It's not something that just came together by accident. Formed out of chaos. So that's one aspect of it. And then, consider this. What if they come out tomorrow on the 6 o'clock news and tell you that we've been invaded by aliens and that the aliens, they have finally broken the code and they finally began to communicate with them? Or the aliens have, communicated with us. Either or, it doesn't matter. And the aliens claim that they come from far off distant galaxy and they've returned because they seeded this planet and they are our creators.
What?
Jeez.
Hey, I just got here. Is late night? Is it started already?
Yeah, I guess. It's 5.
Yes, we did officially start. Truth Prevails. You missed the beginning. We played a couple songs on the Groovy Bots. If you have any ideas for other songs we should play since the Groovy Bot's going away, let us know. If you know there's some we haven't heard for a while.
Oh, that's sad. Is there going to be another bot to replace it?
Well, I asked that earlier, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to just wait and see if somebody's that industrious. But I guess the problem is YouTube. So even if you had another bot, you'd have to have it play not from YouTube, I suppose.
Right.
We'll be able to use another music bot for a little while, but yeah, eventually they're all pretty much going away. So,
is there? Now I'm interested in that instead of what I was saying. Why are they all going away? What's the issue with the music bots?
YouTube sent a cease and desist letter to Groovy, which is the largest music bot or bot in general, I think, on all Discord, because people using the bot to play YouTube videos to make their own videos that can get played on other platforms or whatever else. So they basically told Groovy that they have to shut down, and they're complying. But that means Rhythm's going to get the same one, and all the other music bots also, because when one disappears, another one might rise up, but they'll all eventually get it. It's
right.
Yeah.
It's YouTube. That makes more sense now.
There's no reason for fuck YouTube. What is it? They really? I don't see why they.
Well, I don't mean like it makes sense as in I agree with him. I mean, it makes sense that YouTube is doing this because of YouTube being what they are.
But the thing is Groovy doesn't only source its music from YouTube. It does majority of it most of the time, but it doesn't only do that. And Discord is completely separate from fucking Google or YouTube. So, it's kind of not really their business, in my opinion, anyway.
Well, I guess it would take Groovy Bot and all the music bots to just try to fight it back or whatever. I suppose. I mean, if they just pull their bots and comply, then it's going to be a thing. Whatever. It pisses me off. See, that killed. It's like that killed the vibe. Back to what we were talking about. Like, did you not hear anything that I said, Sin? Anything? Because I went on a pretty long spew there about if they pulled this card and pushed this agenda, alien invasion, aliens returning, and aliens claiming that aliens seeded this planet and that it is a planet. That's another claim, right? But which a planet is a wandering star, and we have no reason to believe that we're a wandering star, so we're not a planet. However, if aliens were to come back, and according to them, if they allegedly come back, it's even hard to say. But anyway, and claim that they seeded Earth, and that they are our creators, and the Pope is going to baptize them, which he already said that he'd do, by the way.
I don't believe in aliens, really.
Why not?
I don't know. I just don't believe in them. Why should I?
Well, I mean, if you believe in outer space, something has to live out there and exist out there. Why not? Why not aliens?
What do you believe
Well, I
in?
guess,
Because you're saying like
it's like a Christian perspective that there's only like humans and Earth, right? So no aliens.
Well, now, if I wanted, like, I could so play devil's advocate right now, and I kind of don't want to do that. But so, what if I pulled a verse out of the Bible that talked about other worlds, whether it's worlds, realms, whatever? If it was mentioned that there were worlds
And it's probably not literal. I mean, lots of stuff in the Bible is not meant to be literal.
Yeah, well, what if the Christian leaders came out and said that that's what it was referring to, that was their interpretation, and then they started
Well, I
teaching
guess
it in all the churches?
You have to follow it. But if you are Protestant, you just have to go by the book.
Anyway, my entire point is that that's when it, in instances like that, it becomes relevant, and then you have to think about other lands, and you have to think about resources and how we are. The world is militarized to keep us in one location. You can't even freely explore, to be made slaves, and none of that matters to you. It's a lot of stuff.
I don't feel like a slave, to be honest. Like, I get that the government is kind of oppressive, but I feel like most people have enough freedom for their needs.
You don't think? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I'm finished here. Someone else wants to, because I'm about to get a little triggered.
I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. I think you're asking some good questions. I think, I think it's wise that you don't believe in aliens, since we've never seen them and there's no indication that they exist at all, no proof of verification whatsoever. But I don't know. Do you have any children, Sin? You don't have to answer a personal question if you don't want. I'll tell you first that I do have children. I have 6 children. I was just curious if you had any children.
I'm 19. I'm in university.
Okay, because I think that's what I was thinking. You're probably pretty young. Like, you sound older, I think, than you are. It's like you have a very mature sounding voice, which is a good thing. Yeah. So yeah, like you're just starting out. And I think, yeah, it's interesting to me just that age, because when I think about when I was 19, like before I had any children, I was just, wow. I mean, it's pretty much, it's definitely gotten worse. Like, if you go by doing what they say for you to do, like if you try to conform to the society, like things have gotten way worse in terms of like what you're allowed to do, how you're micromanaged, all the laws and so on. But like when I was your age, I already was like, oh my gosh, this society is like so full of it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm going to go see if there's like any other people anywhere, like doing anything different. Otherwise, I'll just go hang out in nature. So I rode my bike from Michigan to Montana, and I lived there in the mountains for a while and was like completely disconnected from society. No idea what was going on. No, we didn't have the internet, but I didn't even have a TV or any, electricity most of the time and so on. You can't, I've told people like this here before, because people act like, oh, they're tracking me through my phone. They're doing this to me. They're doing that to me. Like, yeah, if you live in their little world there, you can get away from it. But then, like, what I eventually decided was, yeah, fun, like, and everything. But yeah, maybe I do want to be a part of the society. And my parents were really upset I wasn't around, so I came back, to Michigan to be around my parents mostly, and then eventually I ended up having children. And then once you have children, it's like, oh, I guess I am kind of invested in this because I'm supposed to be raising these people to tell them, like, grow up, study hard, work hard so you can what? Like, so then you start to like kind of think, well, it'd be cool if like we had a world where, what they say is true, where ability is rewarded, where you can get ahead if you work hard, where the best rise to the top and so on, as opposed to the complete bizarro world we live on where the least creative, most annoying, most evil, most obnoxious people are in charge and just holding the rest of us down and like, making everything good into a corporate enterprise such as music, like we're just talking about, this whole YouTube thing. It's like, yeah, music has nothing to do with what you buy in a store or hear on the radio. It's like music used to be, you had somebody down the street who could play the guitar or the, fiddle really well or sing really well. So y'all got together in the yard around the campfire and everybody contributed. And maybe you could only play the tambourine or you could sing the chorus, but everybody participated. This is what music has been up until only, 50 years ago, maybe more. I guess like maybe more like 70, years ago, whenever all that started. But like, we like Dan Selmatic and I were just talking about preserving the old traditions of the old people. And I was telling you about Ozark Folk Center down there and how that's what they do. They preserve the tradition every night on the town square. All the guys get together, they sit in girls, whoever, and they bring their instruments and they sit in a giant circle and they play a song, and then people who are really good get to be featured for one of the verses to do their fancy work and or sing or whatever, and like that's what music is, but nonetheless, so Sin, I just wonder like what it is that you some Bambi I think asked like what do you believe in, like what are you hoping to get out of your life here on the earth?
Out of life on earth, probably heaven. Like that's what I try to get out of life.
Good. Wow. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah. So like it sounds like Truth Veils, he comes at this from a very traditional Christian perspective, which is interesting that you say, you said, oh, this flat earth would prove what Christianity or something you said at the beginning, but it's like very rare to find traditional Christians in flat earth are like, it's funny that some people think of it as a Christian thing. It's like, there's almost none that I've found, here because for various reasons, which I'm not going to get into on the live stream, but I mean, if you just read the Bible and use that as your life manual, yeah, it's flat earth book, tons of flat earth verses in there. Like you said, it doesn't say anything about aliens. It doesn't say, do whatever the government says. It just says kind of be in the world, but not of it, which I don't know, like maybe that's what you're trying to do. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, sure. I think it gives you most of the answers, and don't think you need to make your mind up completely alone. I think you can use it as some form of guidance, and then you can go the steps that you need to go alone.
I don't know. Somebody's fighting about freedom in the live stream voice text. I don't really know what's going on with that. I don't know who else was talking. Was that you, Bambi?
Yeah, I was just going to ask how do you think the Earth was created? Like, how do you think we came to be here today?
Well, there are only like two ways, right? The scientific thing, there's like an explosion, and then suddenly things exist, which seems kind of weird, right? And
what do you think?
And the religious. Well, I think the religious thing, God created the Earth. 7 days.
So you believe in us having a creator? That's good. So our government obviously says that that's not the case, and we came from a big bang. Those are the same people telling you live in a ball. Do you not see something with that? Like, especially being a religious man yourself and believing in a creator, these people are saying that your creator doesn't exist, and this came from a big ball, and we're in a ball, and it came from a big bang. Do you not question that or think about that?
Like, I don't really listen to what the government says. They don't have that much of an impact on my life.
Yeah, they may not have an impact, but do you not think that they do have an impact? They control your every move. You wear your seatbelt because of them. You stop at a red light because of them. You pay your taxes because of them. They do have a say in everything you do.
I think I just don't give it too much credence of what they use as their doctrine or what they want to be taught at schools. Also, I'm not an American, so it's like a difference, I think, because Americans have a different perspective on schooling and government, I think.
Yeah, I'm not American either.
Irish.
Where are you from?
Just government in general.
Germany.
Oh, you're German, okay. But I mean, your government's still saying the overall same. The political part of it will be different, but the general saying and the doing and what they're teaching you is going to be the same.
Well, yeah,
Especially when it comes to art.
I think that they don't even talk that much about like geo and heliocentrism, but they give you some space to make your mind up and to just give space to religious people, because Germany has lots of Muslims, and Muslims take their book really literal. And in the Quran, there's even more literal, like flat Earth stuff than in the Bible, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and the Bible does not say it's flat and stationary.
Yeah, but the Quran has some very explicit things that it is flat. Like it's quite literal in the Quran. And we have many Muslims and they believe that it's literal.
So although you don't, what do you think the Earth is? You keep saying like it doesn't really matter, it doesn't affect you. What do you think it is?
I pretty much, like up to this point, I pretty much went with a globe. It's probably controversial, but I think.
Is that from your own thought, or is that from what you're taught? Like,
think it's hard to
did you come to that
distinguish, which
conclusion
one it is.
yourself?
It's one of these things that nobody comes to their own conclusion about. It's just something you're taught, I think.
No, I came to that conclusion myself. I mean, I went through the similar. I'm from Scotland, so our education systems are not exact, but similar. It's not the American one, that is. So yeah, I went through the same thing, and I'm here. I'm a flat earther, and I'm a moderator of the server. So you do, but you do get a choice in what you think. I know the same things that you know, and I know that it's flat.
Do you really know it, or do you just think you know it?
I observe it to be flat. I don't know it to be anything other than flat. I see flat, I feel stationary, I see things moving above my head. All my senses tell me what it is. If you're saying it's otherwise, then the burden of proof is on you. I know what it is because I'm here, I'm standing on it, I can see it, I can feel it, I can look around me, I can do observations that tell me it's flat. Where is it telling me it's anything but?
I guess that's a point.
Yeah. So I mean, you said that you, up to this point, you've always said that it's a globe. Why do you think that?
Like I said, you're taught that, and like they have a pretty okay explanation. It's a globe, it spins, the gravity to the core, and then you are just pulled in. As a kid, it's harder to believe, actually. Like if you are quite young and they tell you that, you always think, hey, why don't I fall from the globe when it's upside down? Why do the people on the poles don't fall, right? So I think it's something you grow into.
It's something you're indoctrinated into. Because we're never really, I mean, you're saying about your school and how this was what it was taught to you. Do you mind if I quiz you on what the Earth is? Like, for example, can you tell me the circumference or the radius of the Earth?
Nah, I don't really care.
Can you tell me the distance to the sun?
It's probably quite long, but who knows these numbers? Like it's the same what she said.
Yeah, but
That
this is the point I'm making. This is the point I'm making. Is you're saying that your education, this is what you've been taught, when really you haven't been taught it. You don't know. You walk into your classroom when you're young and you see a picture on the wall. It's a picture in your book. It's just there. You're not taught what it is. It's just there. You have the space cartoon when you're a kid on TV. There's these blue water things on the wall that's called Earth. It's just there. You're not actually taught what it is. It's just embedded from what you see. So when you're quizzed upon it about the circumference, the radius, the distance to the sun, what gravity actually is and how do we prove it's there, you don't know because you're not taught it. You're just taught to believe that it's there without questioning it. Isn't education, aren't you supposed to question things and be able to learn? When really you're not learning anything, it's just embedded from what you see.
So, can you elaborate what you believe it is, or how do you think it works?
Well, the Earth is what I see it to be. I stand at the beach and I can look out and I see an island and I can see a boat and it eventually disappears. And if I grab a long distance camera, I can bring it back into view. Everything that I see, it's flat. I see things moving above my head. I see pretty twinkly lights and a sun that comes up and a moon that comes up and it goes down. It moves away from me. I see what I see, and that's what it is.
So you are basically agnostic towards globalism or globism. So because you don't know, you just use what you know to be true, like it's flat.
No, well, I take into consideration what they're saying. They give us a radius and a circumference. Although you don't know it and you've not taught it, there is a radius for this Earth. There is a curvature that we should be able to measure, and we can prove that to be flawed. So if you want to talk about what makes the Earth, what they say wrong, we can go into that, about how the numbers they give us are wrong and how we can prove that part.
Well, maybe the numbers are wrong, but doesn't mean the whole premise has to be wrong.
So what part of it is right?
I don't know. I think if you say it's completely flat and has to be flat, I think I'm open to the idea, but I wouldn't say it's like factual just because I feel like it's flat. Because I've been on flights.
Why would you think otherwise? Mm-hmm.
Well,
You've been on a flight?
I've been on flights. It seems like the ocean is kind of, rounding up at the horizon.
Great. So do you know, I mean, when was the last time you were on a plane? I was saying it might have been a while ago because COVID and stuff. But
Oh no,
next time
it was
you
like
are.
a month ago.
Oh, great. Well, if you can remember back to then, or the next time you are, take note of what the window looks like and what the Earth looks like. Maybe the lines on the tarmac when you're looking through the window. The glass that they use has a curvature to it. So when you look out that window, not all planes are the same. I'm pretty sure older models use the windows that you can see curved. I was on a plane, it was actually a while ago now, but I was on a plane about 2 years ago, and I couldn't see any curvature from my plane. Others haven't, some have, some haven't. Which one is it? It comes down to the glass they use in the windows. That doesn't prove anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, there's some pictures in the live stream text. That'll help you out with the glass thing. I think it's the same glass we use in glasses, like the curvature.
If you're like the main person in this Discord, what do you think the motivation is then? Like, if it's this conspiracy, what do you think the motivation is of the people that spread this idea of globe Earth?
Oh, you're saying basically we have this question a lot, and it's basically the same as saying why would they lie? I'm assuming that's what you're getting at. Like, why would they lie to us about this? What are they getting out of it? That's a question that they can answer, because I can't tell you why they're lying. I can speculate. Maybe it's to cover up for that creator you believe in. Maybe it's to cover up religion. Maybe it's atheists controlling. I mean, the whole heliocentric model was created by a Jesuit priest. I mean, it's sus. There could be loads of reasons. Money. I mean, sheer control. If you can convince 7 billion people that the sky is green and the grass is blue, then that power is insane. They could literally tell you that they've found a new planet that has been out of their reach all this time, and it's called, I don't know, Cake. And on the planet Cake, there is a load of butt munchers, and there's the first alien life form that we've found. And if the BBC tell you it, or I don't know, Fox News, I think that's a big American one or something, I don't know any German ones. If these news sources say the words, we have found alien life forms and they're called butt munchers, you would believe it. without questioning. That power is insane.
But what do they
It can-
benefit from? Like, even if they tell you there are alien life forms somewhere, it still would be like, how do you profit from that?
It's the control. How do they profit from it? I mean, they take tax and the whole, and it's America mainly, where they fund these space projects, as well as, I don't know about in Germany, but our shops over here sell a shit ton of NASA gear. Like, they do profit off this immensely. The control, the manipulation, the money. There's loads of reasons they can cover up the fact that we were created with this whole Big Bang thing, that there is a creator.
I guess
There's loads of
NASA
reasons
is a
to
good
why they
example
would lie.
because NASA is like, if you look at the numbers, how much they get for their work, I think it could be a big scam to steal tax money, maybe, because they get like 80 million a day or something, just for being there, doing their experiments, right? And I don't believe in the moon landing, right? So I guess you don't either.
No, but there's other reasons to how we don't believe in the moon landing, for the sheer fact that it is impossible to go to the place that they're saying it breaks the laws of physics. But that's another conversation.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask for a favor? Like,
Sure, what's up?
Out of the blue, but can I have like a role for streaming? Because I'm on these other voice chats, and I want to show some people something. And you can take it away after I'm done. Like, I don't mind.
We don't give out roles for streaming. It's the channel itself. The channel has to allow streaming, and I don't think any of our ones do, because we can't police it.
Yeah, none of the channels allow it.
Shinji, I'll meet you down there.
All right. What channel?
I don't know. He's already gone.
Where you were previously, dude.
All right.
Yeah, you can't do that in the biblical room.
Yeah, I don't think they can do it in any of them.
Yeah, no. Look, in certain rooms you can, but the rule was to be giving any kind of screen sharing thing, like that, you have to be at least flat Earth silver, and that's going to be for like temporary access. There's way too much of a threat with trolls that come in here that LARP to try to get a status and do things so that they can porn bomb you or something like that. We're very careful about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of new people in here too. Some texts I think just got checked in recently, right, Bambi? And there's somebody else, DSO. I saw. Oh, DSO's not here anymore, but yeah, some texts. Welcome to the server. You might not be able to talk, but if you do have any questions or comments, and that goes for you or anyone. Feel free to jump in. You don't have to just wait to be called on. Oh, Slonk is back. Slonk improved their cat picture. See that? I see that, Slonk. You took my advice. You went further back to show the ears. Much better picture of the cat this week. Thank you, Slonk. Aqua's right above you there, Bambi. Aqua's wearing a crown. Possibly a Burger King crown. Hi, Aqua.
Very handsome.
Hello.
Is that James May?
No.
Why does that look like James May? Sorry.
No. It's we don't talk about. How are you
fair
guys?
enough. Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So, do you have any questions? Do you want to ask?
I mean, I was thinking of some.
Sure. You got any now, or do you need more time to think?
Give me like 2 more minutes.
Sure. Just jump in when you have them prepared. I just picture him taking little notes and having a little highlighter.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of people. I used to tell people that all the time when people did have the interrupting disease, like just have a little sticky note there and write down the thing that you just can't wait for the other person to stop talking before you say it.
Hello. I have my question.
All right, great.
Sure,
Hope it's good.
So, So as you think the Earth is flat, yeah? Do you think the Earth rotates around the sun? I don't understand. Tell me what your theory of the sun and the Earth and how it aligns.
Well, the whole rotating thing comes from the heliocentric model. I mean, I just see things moving above my head, really. How do we know that we're the ones moving?
Yeah.
Really, it could just be things moving above me, which is what I observe.
Also, I have another question. So, let's just say I was in America, yeah? And
Okay.
I wanted to go to Japan
Uh-huh.
on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of going across the Earth, why can't I just go left if the Earth is round? And that's what people do.
Well,
And it won't
you're
take forever.
you're circumnavigating, aren't you?
What do you mean by that?
So north is in the center, and we use north, south, and west to navigate.
Yeah.
So if you're going to head to Japan,
Yeah.
your north is going to be in the center, and you're in America. So wait, which way would you go? You would go east? No. Yeah.
West.
Okay.
No.
No, you go west. If you're in America, you're going to Japan, you would go west. Yeah, so you
Yeah.
would just use your north, south, and east and west, but your north is in the center. Like think of it like the palm of your hand. North is bang in the center.
But do you believe there's an edge of the Earth?
Well, that's a completely separate question.
No, because it's to do with it. Because if there's an edge of the Earth on on the left side and the right side and top and bottom, then surely you go off the Earth if you wanted to go west to Japan.
Okay, no. So your north is in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah. And think of it like look at the palm of your hand. The north is in the center. The outskirt of the palm of the hand is the south. Okay, the whole way round is the south. And that would be Antarctica. You go south from any location and you'll hit Antarctica. Even on living on a ball. You go south far enough, you'll hit Antarctica. Yeah. And it's the same for a flat earth. You go south far enough, you'll hit Antarctica. Because it's round the outside of the whole thing and north is in the center. So if there was an edge, it would be away past Antarctica, and we can't go there because of the Antarctic Treaty, so we would never know about there being an edge. That could be an infinite plane, there could be an edge, could be anything, we don't know.
Okay.
So you run out of questions?
No, I was just thinking, because it doesn't really seem like it's... I don't know.
Doesn't really seem what?
Right.
In what way? What's not right about it?
No, because...
So, okay, but sorry, before you say anything...
Wait.
If you just look in the live stream voice text, people are posting things to help with like the visual side of it. So
yeah. Wait,
there's the east-west circumnavigation on a flat plane, so that would help with your America to Japan thing. That's like a visual for you, like the way I was explaining it, going west.
Yeah.
Look in live stream; it tells you the concept.
Okay. Wait, so you think the countries are in different places to what the actual map?
No.
Well,
so basically, what that is there is what you're looking at is technically a massive ball squished on. Like you just take it on the north, you slap it down, and you make it flat.
Yeah.
That's what that is. So if you look there, the white bit all round is the south, which would be on the bottom of the ball. All the islands, all the land mass is in the same place. It's just flat.
Yeah.
Everything's still in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks different because you're not looking at it from round a ball. You're looking at it from top down. If you were to flatten a ball and look at it top down, that's what it would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense? Like What Truth Prevails said there, all maps are flat.
So that white part, you think, like on the outskirts of all the ocean, you think that's Antarctica?
Yeah. So if I was standing in London and I just go in a big straight line, what am I going to hit? Antarctica eventually. You stand in America and you go south.
All around. So
South from
Yes.
any location is Antarctica. So
Yeah.
if you're standing the middle of that map, so
So
zoom in, the middle
Antarctica
of
is
it is
basically
north.
surrounding all of us. What you're trying to say?
Yes, it's south of every location. So if
Which
south
makes
is
it-
beneath you,
Yeah, I know.
Antarctica is going to be there.
Yeah, I know.
And south. Okay, so you
Okay.
get it now?
Yeah.
All right.
Let me you speak with somebody else, and I'll think of my own questions again.
Okay, but remember, make sure you read what they're saying in there. So Truth says all maps are flat. They wrap around a ball and tell you that's where you live. Every map you see is flat, as a flat map. It's just not wrapped around a ball.
Okay.
Okay. Who's gonna recharge?
Oh, DSO is back. I wanted to know if DSO, because they've got it's either a bear or a mouse. I hope it's a bear. I think it is. I think it's like a koala bear, maybe, with a tie-dye shirt. So I wondered if DSO stood for Dark Star Orchestra, but maybe it stands for something else. Are you there, DSO? Do you think that's a bear or a mouse, Bambi?
I'm
In
trying
their
to find
profile
them. Hold
pic?
on. Where are
DSO. They're
you?
right under DCO, above FE Batman.
Oh, I see. It's a koala. 100% a koala.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Look at
Good,
his
good.
little ears.
Yeah, breathing fire.
Are you sure it has the qualification?
Ah, very funny.
That's a good one. Fire breathing koala with the tie dye.
I think
Very
he's
great.
stoned. I think it's a stoned koala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you
thank
guys
you.
wait? Also, do you guys believe in the possibility of reaching other planets, or do you believe in other planets?
So the whole other planet thing is again coming from your model. I don't know what's out there.
Yeah.
I can see twinkly lights, and if I can touch them, it's not possible for me right now. But the whole other planet thing is just made up because even you don't know what those other planets are. You're just told.
Yeah, that's
What are
true.
they?
But
You prove it.
if you get a microscope, you can see the
A
other
microscope.
planets.
What are
Yeah.
you gonna do with that?
Not microscope. The thing that you look really far away. You know what I'm on about. You know what I'm about.
A telescope.
Yes,
Micro is small.
Bro,
You look
I
at
got
small
confused.
things.
Okay, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Telescope. Not
but you
even a
can see
telescope.
these,
Yeah.
but you can see these other things. So surely they exist because you can see them with your eyes.
What do you see?
Gas balls.
What do you see?
They're balls of gas.
How do you know that they are balls, and how do you know that they are gas? What do you see?
You see them. We know that we know that the atmosphere of space is gas. First of all, so I mean,
I think you're on the dark side of the internet if you're seeing balls and gas.
no, balls of gas. That is what
Okay.
stars are. That is what you do
That's what
realize.
stars are.
Yeah.
Okay, so you look through your little telescope, and you
Yeah.
see a ball, and you
No,
see gas.
no.
You
I'm
see
saying
gas.
that as like. I mean, that's what other planets are as well. If you didn't
So
know,
how do you know that's what they are? How do you know
because
that's
it's
what you're looking at?
kind of proven.
By who? How?
My good
All
old
you're
friends
looking at is
my good old
barely some.
friends at NASA.
When you're looking through your little telescopy, all you're seeing is some grainy things, unless you've
Yeah.
got like one of the R2D2 looking
So
motherfuckers.
do you not believe they're real?
I didn't say that at any point. I
Well,
know I
you
can
kind
see
of-
them. I see twinkly lights. I personally don't have anything long enough to see what those twinkly lights look like. But
So
I
you-
certainly cannot see gas balls.
Well, that's
Because you can't tell, is it 3D? You can't tell if it's a literal ball. Even
I know.
for
I
example,
just
the
said
moon.
that as like because you can't like describe the shape of them because they're
Yeah, so it's a
kind of hard.
circle. Like you can see what looks like a kind of circle, kind of funky looking. I mean, it'll be a wee bit grainy because you can't see a
Circle is-
clear image through a telescope. But you
it's not
can't
gonna be
tell that it is
3D.
a ball, and you can't tell that it's made up of gas. You can just see a grainy looking image.
Okay. So, do you believe we have the capability to go to like, as we call Mars?
Okay, so where is Mars?
Huh?
Where is Mars?
I don't know, like seven months
No.
away somewhere.
Where is it? We're here on Earth. Where's
Yeah.
Mars?
A bit to the right of us, past a few planets. You're there.
Yeah. So it's in space. Space was what I was looking for. It's in space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What is space?
It's emptiness of What is Earth?
What the fuck? Fucking wizard shit is this? What is
Exactly.
space?
What's on the
I'm
bomb
asking you a
side of
question.
Earth if Earth is
You're
flat?
saying that Mars. No, you can. Okay, if you don't know how to answer a question, say that. Don't just answer it with another question. If you don't know the answer, just say.
Space is outside our ozone layer.
And what is space made up of? What is it?
Shit. Atoms.
Do you want banned from the
particles.
server? Is that what you want?
What? Why would I be banned?
Because, like, are you being serious right now?
What have I done?
If you don't know the answer to a question, just say I don't know. Don't
Okay,
talk
I
out
don't
your
know then.
arse.
What do you believe it space is?
I don't believe it to be anything. I'll tell you what you're taught it to be. It's taught to be a vacuum. Yeah, you heard that before. Space being a vacuum.
Yeah.
Space being absolute nothingness.
Yeah.
How can we
I
live
said that, it's nothing.
breathing this gas next to a vacuum? What does gas need to be gas? To have pressurized gas. So a tire on a car, you need air in it. You need pressurized air. Yeah. What does it need to exist in there? It needs the tire itself, doesn't it? It
Yeah.
needs something physical to hold that pressure. What
Yeah.
happens when you get a puncture?
All the air gets let out.
Yeah, so if it doesn't have something physical containing it, you're going to lose that air, aren't you?
Yeah.
The same works for our gases. We're breathing right now, yeah? If we weren't contained by something physical, if our gases weren't being contained, they would go off out into this vacuum and find what's called their equilibrium. They would basically just fuck off into nothing. Just like a bit like a helium balloon does. See, if I have a helium balloon and I'm holding the end of it shut and I open it, what's going to happen to the helium? It's no longer contained, is it? I've made an opening. The helium's what's it gonna do?
It's gonna go off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not gonna stay there in a little helium bubble. I've broke the seal. It's no longer physically contained, so the gas is gonna disperse.
Yeah.
Your gases need to be physically contained. So us to be able to breathe next to a vacuum, there would need to be something physical between us and it. Now, most people would say the ozone layer. That's gas, isn't it? It's made up of gases. But like I was saying earlier, you need something physical to contain it. You can't contain gas with gas.
I mean, you can. It's like if you get water and you pour oil on top of it. Certain things don't mix with other things.
Yeah, those are two separate things, though. This is gas and gas.
Yeah, but
those
it's
are
different
two.
types of gas. Then gas isn't all the same thing.
So, what kind of gas is the ozone layer? If it's a different type, what is it?
We don't know because we can't just go float up and
We
get
do.
the ozone layer. We can go past it, but you can't. It's really hard to make a calculation.
If you were to break that
ozone
seal,
layer.
let's say gas does contain gas. If we were to go past it and break that seal, we were to break that gas-containing gas barrier, then we've broke that seal, we've punctured that tire, we've let go of that helium balloon. You've broke it. Your gas is going to find its equilibrium immediately. Your helium's going to rush out.
The thing is,
your tire's going to go flat.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the tire and the ozone layer's a lot more protective than a tire, isn't it? It's like different. I don't know 100% what it is, but people have gone past it
Okay, for a start off, I
In a
shouldn't have even
bloody
entertained
balloon.
that. Gas can't contain gas. I shouldn't have even entertained that. Now, the ozone layer being a different type of gas, you would need to prove to me that you can contain gas with gas, because that's not possible. To have pressurized gas, the way that you create pressure is the molecules colliding with something physical. It needs to be something physical. Otherwise, those molecules have nothing to collide with. Therefore, you cannot create pressure without something physical. Hence, the burst tire losing pressure. There's nothing physical for those molecules to collide with. So you lose that pressure, you
What, to
lose
like
that gas.
bounce that back? Or what?
What?
Like you were
What?
saying that's something to physically hold it together so it can't go out.
Yeah,
If
it
you
needs
go
to
through that
collide.
ozone layer like a little thing, because if there's like loads of land on Earth, the smallest thing would, the smallest puncture would do nothing.
What the fuck? Dude, the point is, you need something physical to create
just said-
gas pressure. Now, we have nothing physical there, so the gas pressure cannot be contained, nor can it exist.
So why aren't we dead? If there's
Well, that's the
if there's
question I should
nothing
be
there,
asking you, because I'm saying there has to be.
well, I just said
that-
there's an ozone layer.
But you're saying that that is containing oxygen. Prove to me that.
And I
Prove
can't.
that gas can
I
contain
mean,
gas. Well, you
that's
can't. So how
it's.
do you know it's
I mean, it's
true?
the main theory that
There's no experiment that you or I can do where we can prove gas can contain another gaseous form. That is not possible. It's not it breaks the laws of physics. You cannot contain gas with gas. It is impossible. Gases find their equilibrium, they disperse unless they're contained. Hence we have oxygen carrier thingies where you have the big metal thing that carries oxygen. I can't just pick up some oxygen and bring it to you because it's not contained. It needs to be physically contained. And I can't use another gas to contain that because that's not how that works. You cannot contain gas with gas. And if you're saying, oh, well, the ozone layer, then you would need to prove that on a smaller level. Prove to me gas can contain gas, and I'll accept that the ozone layer can contain our gas.
Well,
But
to be honest, it's like
impossible.
it's a thing to speak. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's something you can't prove or you can prove. So
Yeah, so it is impossible unless you can prove it otherwise.
So
Because I
well,
can
you're-
prove to you, I can
Wait,
prove
so
to you
what
that it
is-
is not possible.
Okay, so what do you think is there? Do you
Well,
think there's like a
according to
physical
science,
barrier or what? Like you're saying?
According to science, to create pressure, to have gas pressure, there needs to be something physical. Even NASA say this on their website. There's pictures where they have like little molecules, and pressurized gas needs something physical to collide with. So I'm not saying that there might be something there. I'm saying for us to create the gas that we're breathing, the pressurized gas, we need something physical. We actually need it because you can't create gas pressure without something physical. So I'm not saying there might be something there. I'm saying we're fucking breathing, so there has to be. Especially if we're living next to what they say, which is space, a vacuum. Now, if they didn't say that we were living next to a vacuum, then, I mean, shit, anything can go anything. But it's the fact that they say we're living next to a vacuum and breathing gas with no container that makes it impossible. It breaks the laws of physics.
Well, there's something up there that must be protecting it.
There has to, if we're living next to what they say space, there has to be something physical to contain our gas, because our gas would just float off out into space. It would disperse into nothing.
Yeah, but out in space there is other gases.
Huh? What gases?
It's not just a straight vacuum. There is.
It's like 10 to the negative 17
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So what's your point?
I mean, there's clearly an ozone layer, and or there's something that people call the ozone layer that's protecting us in.
Okay, how do you prove that?
I can't. How can you prove that? How can you prove that?
can't.
How can you prove that there's something physical there? That
Because
is.
I'm telling you, I've
'cause you're
explained it
telling me it
multiple
doesn't mean
times now.
anything.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but-
because It would mean
I
something
know what
if
you
you could
mean. That
understand.
guy.
No, but you don't. Listen. You don't understand what I'm saying.
You do
To
understand what
have
you're saying.
pressurized gas, you need something physical. You cannot show me
don't
gas
need
pressure
something
without
physical.
something physical. Okay, fine. If you're saying you don't need something physical, then show me gas pressure without something physical.
Literally, CO2 traps gas, and other gases can do it too. You do realize?
So prove that to me. Show me
I mean, it is
CO2
proved. Search up
containing
on YouTube,
oxygen.
search videos, search
No.
anything you
Wait,
want.
hold on. You don't need to spiral. I'm asking you to prove a claim that you've made. You're saying that it
Global
is very
warming.
clear that CO2 can contain, let's say,
Global warming.
oxygen, because I'm breathing oxygen.
Global warming. CO2, literally containing, our oxygen. We're literally
Now
living
prove
it.
that to me. Prove it to
Well,
me.
it's been proved by so many people. I don't know what you mean.
Prove
Prove it
it
to
to
me.
me.
Why do
Literally
I need
explain
to
it
prove
to me
it?
right now. Because I'm trying to get it through to you that you don't understand what you're talking about.
I don't think you
You're
do.
saying these big words. You're saying global warming. You're saying ozone layer. You're saying CO2, but you don't know what you're talking about, and
Okay,
that's
right.
okay. You need to admit that.
Okay.
If you
Well,
don't know how to have a conversation about the thing that's in topic, then don't talk about it. You can turn around and say, look, I'll look into this more and I'll come back another day. Don't continue a conversation if you don't
but
understand it.
CO2 is actually melting ice caps. Okay. And
Again, you're talking about something you don't know.
then what is melting the ice caps? Tell me.
Well, we're not going to what's the word? Gish gallop between things.
No, I'm
We're talking
asking
about
you.
gas
No.
containing gas.
Yeah, I
You've
know.
asked me
CO2
about
contains
50
oxygen.
questions.
CO2 contains oxygen.
Prove that. Prove
it
it on.
does.
Prove
It's
that to
proved by
me.
so many people. You don't need
You
to
keep
ask me to
saying that
prove
over.
it.
Hold on. You keep saying that over and over again, but you haven't actually shown me. Do you want me to give you permission to post something that you need to prove it to me with? Because I'm asking you for proof, and
You seem to have a lot of you seem to have a real lack of understanding of even what the mainstream model claims, Aqua. So calm down. Nobody expects you to understand it if you don't understand it. Yeah, the air is a mixture of different gases. CO2 is one of them.
Yeah, I think I know.
I don't know why you're saying CO2 contains oxygen. Oxygen is a component of carbon dioxide, which obviously contains one atom of carbon and 2 atoms of oxygen. It does not hold down oxygen. It exists in the carbon cycle in various percentages depending on the quality of the air. So and Bambi's asking you to demonstrate in any situation where carbon dioxide would in any way contain oxygen.
That I can go on
You
the
just
internet
keep
right now
claiming
and
it.
find something.
Okay, do you want to go on mute and go research this and bring back your citation? That's what she's asking you for. Did you misunderstand that?
I'll go research for you then. Okay.
Find
and
us
again, Aqua, I highly. Oh, sorry.
Go
Mary.
ahead, Bambi. No, I just want you want the citation, right? Isn't that what you're asking for?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you come in here making a bold claim that is very, very bold because you can't prove the claim you're making, and you need to come with proof. So you've made this claim
Okay,
of
I'll go
CO2.
get proof. Okay then.
Okay, well let me just solidify
that
what you're
good for
looking
you?
for, so you know your research, just like a final.
Yeah, I think I
question.
do know because
Yeah,
I've
so
been
I'll just
speaking
say it
about
one
it for
more
the
time.
past 10 minutes.
So I'll give you one question, and I'll ask you a question, and this is what you have to go research. Show me CO2 containing oxygen. Prove that to me. That's all you have to do. That is it.
Okay.
Prove to me CO2 containing oxygen. That's your question. Now you can go research it. Pardon?
I'm just wondering if they're not understanding the word contain. I mean, are they actually making a claim of contain as a container, or are they just saying it's a component? I mean, I don't understand what is the claim what is the claim you're making there, Aqua? You don't understand how you're trying to make claims about the greenhouse effect. That's what it sounds like, but you don't sound like you really understand how it works. It sounds like you think CO2 is just up there melting the caps. Oh yeah, those with their little machine guns, CO2 is melting those caps. I mean, it's okay if you don't understand their claim. You want to defend the claim. It's okay if you don't understand it yet, then maybe do some more research, come back until you actually understand the model. Because right now, you're just saying things that have no basis in reality in any model. We're claiming their model is incorrect to predict actual reality. Bambi's asking you for a demonstration of what you theoretically claim can happen, because a lot of so-called atmospheric science, along with a lot of astrophysics, is just entirely theoretical, and you cannot give us a demonstration right here on the Earth, which is why you're being asked not to just accept some graph you saw somewhere. We're asking you for an actual demonstration in the real world where we live. But you're not even to the point where you are backing up. You're not even claiming what scientists claim. You're just saying words. So, what do you even mean by this statement? CO2 contains oxygen. Are you saying that oxygen is a component of CO2? Are you saying in some way carbon dioxide as a gas is able to surround and contain oxygen as a gas? Which one of those things are you claiming?
Am I muted now?
Yeah, you are. Go on.
I didn't even hear what you were saying because I was trying to get unmuted. Can you repeat what you were saying?
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry, you were typing, can I get unmuted? And you put your
I
fingers in your
wasn't
ears?
listening. Sorry, I can't. No. I don't. I was trying to focus on typing.
Okay.
Engineer wants to be unmuted. Maybe he can
Just
make a more
going
coherent,
on and on, so I
statement.
couldn't
He's got
really
a
understand
listening
what
pass.
she was saying. She
He's
was
got a
kind of
listening
spiraling off
That's
the
okay,
conversation.
Dandelion.
Yeah, it's fine.
Aqua, why don't you go and find that proof of CO2 containing oxygen, okay? And then you can just
That
at
isn't what I
me
said, though.
and
I was
Bambi.
saying,
You're interrupting again. Quit doing that,
Yeah.
brother. Please.
is she in a car or what? Sorry, we can't hear you.
You are not here to moderate. You're not here to tell me that I'm spiraling or ask where damsel medic is.
You're saying
I
it to me. I have
understand
been
why
correct
you're
to be honest.
deflecting me. I can understand why somebody muted you before. I'm going to mute you again.
You
Go ahead,
keep talking
damsel.
over people.
Whoever that was. Who
I
was
have something to
talking?
say.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say something really quick. So if you're saying that CO2 is what is containing all of our atmosphere, yet our outer atmosphere by the globe model is so incredibly thin that it's barely a vacuum, then how is that CO2 containing everything? Is it just letting little bits out and that's what our atmosphere is? And then all of that stuff is just escaping? Because they're only saying that little tiny things are escaping, like helium. That does tend to escape. But, the other things are kept within because, those can't be reproduced. So, where are you going with this claim? None of it actually adds up when you get down to the nitty gritty of what you're actually trying to claim.
Pretty much. Aqua, I'm going to keep you muted just now because I don't know whether I'm going to blame it on lag and not you just being rude, but you are talking over people quite a lot. So why don't you go do the research and show me CO2 containing gas, and then you can at me in the live stream and Bambi when you've found it, and I'll unmute you then. But I'll let you focus because I don't think you can do both. So I'll let you focus on your research, and then you can at me when you find it, and we'll speak to someone else just now. So remember, CO2 containing gas. Can you prove it to me? That is all. We can move on. Dandelion, was there someone else you said that was in here?
Let me see. Well, he only has he was messaging me, the engineer. He only has a listening pass. I'm not really sure why, but I don't, what is the CMIP? It says, can I get unmuted, please? CMIP is predicated upon a litany of axioms that have since shown to be false predications. Oh, he's still typing. Maybe I'll explain that. Oh, Corey says he has some good info if we want him to talk. Is Corey in the live stream? Corey just wrote to me also. No, you have another 20 minutes.
Corey?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and unmute Corey. Looks like Corey doesn't have permission yet. So Corey, I will unmute you. Twitch Corey P546 and Darth Corey. So please don't let me down by doing something rude. Please have a civil contribution to the discussion. We will greatly appreciate that, Corey.
Oh, hey there.
Hi, Corey.
You guys were asking if anybody had any questions, right? I'm a airline pilot, so I figured if you guys had any questions, I could answer those for you. Usually, people have a lot of questions for me when I bump into them.
Great. Do you take into consideration the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, yes, but like, if you want to get into specifics, I'd be happy to talk about it.
Yeah, I do want to get into specifics. I want to know how you account for the curvature of the Earth. If you're
Yeah,
saying
so-
that you actually account for it.
But it depends. There's several different ways we navigate. So one way is magnetic variation. So as you fly further east or west, depending on where you're at, you have to adjust for your compass being wrong because the magnetic field changes.
Yeah, that's not accounting for curvature.
Okay. The other way is deviation. So every 15 degrees we fly, you have to curve it a little bit. So do you have like a specific question for me I can help answer?
Yeah, I would like you to expound on that. You're saying so
Which-
for every 15, what was it that you said? For every 15 degrees, you have to do something. It was a very ambiguous statement that you made.
I think a good example is, for example, you're in California and you want to fly to Japan. A lot of people think that you fly out over the Pacific Ocean when in reality you go up towards Alaska and then down to Japan. However, if you were to fly from New York or England to Japan, you would actually cross over the North Pole on the way to Japan.
That's still not accounting for curvature when you're actually flying the machine of your plane. Do you actually do anything to account for curvature as you are flying? Lift, drag, those sorts of things.
Ask him if he knows what curvature means. What does curvature mean?
Yeah, this is my first time here. So when you say curvature, like that doesn't.
Like I'm talking about if you're like literally it says you're supposed to treat when you're flying an airplane as if you're flying over a flat, non-rotating plane. So if you know about lift and drag and all those sorts of things, then you would need to tilt your airplane downwards in order to account for that curvature, which would affect lift and drag, and people would feel it
I
on the
understand.
plane. So do
I
you get
understand your
that?
question.
Okay,
Yeah. So you mean vertically, like curvature?
yeah, like you're flying flat, level, horizontal.
No, you can. We always fly 2 degrees nose up actually to help produce
Yes, because that has to do with the lift and the drag. I get
Yeah,
all
we
that.
have
Do
to
you
have a
ever have
positive
to
angle
go
of attack.
downward in order? Yeah, exactly. So thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep, I never push the nose of the plane down. In fact, even when we
Exactly.
descend to land, we keep the nose up.
Does that not seem sus to you? Do you not think you should be tipping your nose down?
I mean, a plane will go up or down no matter where the nose is pointed.
Yeah, but when it comes to the consideration of you're on a massive spinning ball, also about the spinning part, that's a completely separate. Do you ever take into consideration the spin, or
Other than time zones, no. So it's kind of like on the ground. You know how you could jump up, you would still land down in the same spot. Same goes for airplanes. Like if I were to fly north to south, the Earth won't spin out from underneath me. It kind of brings me along with it with the air current. But I do have a question. So, like, what do you think happens when you do fly from New York or California to Japan, and you take the different routes?
I just want to say I think it's funny that you're going back to routes when this actually, as a pilot, you should understand when it comes to lift and drag, how you land your plane is not the same as going around a curvature of something that you would need to adjust for the curvature of the Earth, and you are not adjusting for that. So you want to divulge to, okay, let's look at maps and let's see where things are going. When
Well, let's go back to that.
really
then. Let's go back
honestly
to
do
that.
not understand what maps are, and there are many that are off kilter, and we can say a lot about all of those things, and many of them go towards the flat Earth rather than the globe, and all these different things. So if you look at the dynamics of what is happening in a plane, you have to treat the Earth as a flat and non-rotating surface. And if you're going around a ball, you would need to. So why do you not need to? What is your explanation for
So
that?
there's 4 forces, and obviously you know them: lift, gravity, weight, thrust, and drag. So hypothetically, let's pretend the Earth
I
is
just want to
round.
say really quick, I'm glad you put in weight because gravity doesn't have anything to do with it.
I mean, the gravity is the weight, but I'll agree with you there. So
No, it's not the weight. And weight, define weight. Like we can get into those semantics as well if you really want to divulge into this. But gravity doesn't play a part on you flying your airplane.
Okay, well, let's play a hypothetical where gravity is what pulls me down, okay? Hypothetically, and let's pretend the Earth was round. The reason we don't have to pitch our nose down as we go around the Earth is because, in Australia, for example, they're upside down right now. So, man, let me think for a second how I can explain it better. You don't ever get a sense for that feeling. Your plane is always flat relative to where you're at. It's essentially the same reason a boat in the ocean doesn't have to keep pitching forward in the water. It stays flat relative to the water, even though it is upside down by the time it gets to Australia, if that makes sense. A boat never pushes its nose down. It stays flat. But
I'm not going to. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you go on to the next thing, this is just a public service announcement, not having to do with anything you're saying, and nothing to do with you, Corey. You've been incredibly polite. Just because I have to leave soon to go make dinner. So all I wanted to say was, and I should have addressed this at the beginning, but I do appreciate, and I want to say how much I'm grateful for the majority of the guys here being very respectful of us having this, short time tonight, 3 hours, usually sometimes 4, sometimes only 2. So I think there's 168 hours in the week, 24 times 7, 20 times 7, 168 hours. So there's 164 plus hours where if all the guys who are sure they can do it better than us, which is not most of them, there's a small minority, which I told you guys, I hardly wanted to come last night because tonight, I'm sorry, hardly wanted to come tonight because last week was so frustrating to me. Not only dealing with the recalcitrant, rebellious children who are rebelling against the wrong people, but also dealing with flat earth men who are so sure they know better, that if only they could jump in there, they would have the exact right argument to fix everything, ping everyone, to tell them, definitely tell them this, tell them that, tell them the other thing. The majority of you are very kind and just put the things up there, and that's very helpful that we can use the resources. But if you don't think we're properly slamming the person to the ground, just, take a step back and watch how somebody different has a different approach to things. And if you're a person, and this goes to everyone, I've been guilty of the same thing, who just thinks, I definitely could do it better. Just whatever, take notes, maybe do it that way next time you have an opportunity. But when the ladies are here, please do not embarrass ladies, call them out, tell them they're doing it wrong, make it seem like if only they went your way, the golden way that you have, everything would be fine. How dare they take a different approach? Part of the reason why Ladies' Night has been very successful and why we've been incredibly encouraged by the admin, despite the fact that many of us, myself and Bambi's already gone now, unfortunately included, have barely wanted to do this. Because at the beginning, we had to fight that tooth and nail just to even have this night. It was every night was a battle. Oh, God. And, now it's most people I do appreciate have been way more considerate and polite of just letting it go the way it goes. And it might not go the way you want. And that goes for everything in life, doesn't it? We all think we know the way it should go. And a lot of times just have to let go of that, let it go the way it's going. And so that's just a little public service announcement. And hopefully some encouragement, because I don't know if anybody else was discouraged after last night. I know one other lady was, because I talked to her about it. But if anybody else was, and some of those people that were here last week are not here tonight. And I was almost one of them, like I said. So I hope you guys take that into consideration if you come in here. And I'm not talking to the Globers here. I'm not, like I said, I'm not talking to whoever we're talking to, which I can't even remember now. I'm sorry. The pilot, Corey. There we go. Yes, I am talking to the flat earthers, and you guys know who you are. And most of you that it caused the problem aren't here. Thank God. Just stay away. If you can't handle ladies talking for 3 hours, don't be here. All right. Because I almost blew up on that person. I didn't. So I'm back here today with able to control myself enough to actually say that to help, hopefully, the other ladies who maybe aren't as stubborn as me are going to come back here despite extremely difficult working conditions and being fought against by our own team. Thank you guys in the voice tracks who I can see are encouraging me because you know what I'm saying. All right, that's all I had to say. But yeah, continue. Corey, what was your next topic you were going to bring up?
Well, I think actually someone raised a question about gyroscopes. And I think everybody here understands how a gyroscope works relative, with space and time. It just sits still, and no matter what happens to anything around it, it stays on the same plane. Yeah, who was it that asked about? Shines, if you want to go back to the other topic, you can. What topic do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, I would like you to finish the topic about airplanes. You said you're a pilot.
Uh-huh.
I would like you to show us and tell us and demonstrate to us how, when you fly your airplane, you're doing it over a globe, over this geodesic, bulbular
Without pitching
hair
down.
that is flowing in space. Yeah, show us how that is actually happening. So provide proof for that.
It's a really
Evidence.
open-ended question, but I think what you're getting at is what you said earlier about pitching down, right? And I'll go back to the example of a boat. A boat doesn't pitch down as it goes across the ocean, even though it is technically pointing down in degrees as it goes around the Earth.
Yeah, because you're claiming that. You're claiming that it's pitching down going around the Earth, but there is no proof. Just like a boat doesn't pitch down to go around the curvature of the Earth.
Do you
neither
live in
does a
the
plane.
Do you live in the Southeast USA?
I live on the West Coast, Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
California.
If you're in the Southeast, I would actually be willing to take you up in a plane with me, and we could fly for.
Yeah, I've
not
been
even
on
an
planes
hour.
before. I have clients that, when I was doing hair, I had clients, and I still go up with them on planes, and none of them account for any type of curvature, ever.
Exactly.
It just doesn't happen.
It's too big of a factor. Now, one thing
It doesn't
about
happen no matter how far
gyroscope
you
I
go.
was leading into is because a gyroscope doesn't move, every 10 to 15 to 20 minutes, I have to manually adjust the gyroscope because the Earth is moving from underneath me for the gyroscope.
Say that again and go into detail about it.
A directional gyro, once a vacuum is sucking on it, it spins in place, right? So you could throw it in outer space and you could do whatever you want with space around it, and that gyroscope would still be on the same plane it was before. So, because when I turn on that gyroscope and I'm flying straight and level, right? If I don't change the plane's heading at all, that gyroscope doesn't change at all. The Earth still moves from underneath me, so I still have to adjust the degrees on that gyroscope slowly but surely.
Okay, so you're
Otherwise,
saying that a vacuum sucks, and the vacuum is sucking on your gyroscope, and so you have to change your gyroscope? Is
the
that really what-
gyroscope is powered by vacuum, because if you were to blow on it, it would affect it. So there's actually an engine pump that sucks air through a vacuum. And the vacuum sucks
Do you
all the air
understand
out.
what a vacuum is versus what a suction vacuum is? There's a difference between those two things.
The vacuum pump sucks air through the gyroscope, so there's no air in there messing with it, and that spins it rapidly.
Yeah, I don't think I kind of don't believe you. I don't even know if you actually fly planes. This is
Can I have streaming
quite
ability?
interesting. I don't have control of that, but yeah,
I
everything
used to
you're
be a
saying is
flight
not adding
instructor.
up to me.
If you want to look up a gyroscope, every book will tell you it's powered with vacuum pressure. Lots of small airplanes crash because their vacuum pumps fail, and they can no longer tell themselves which way is up or down or left from right when they're in the clouds. And that's actually one of the reasons Kennedy died out over the ocean.
Yeah, I've seen many gyroscopes that don't need vacuum sucking on them to hold
So
rigidity
you're probably
in
thinking
space.
of you're
Hold
probably
rigidity in space, and oh my gosh, go ahead.
what type of gyroscope are you
It's
talking about?
fascinating. What kind of gyroscope are you talking about?
An aviation gyroscope. They're powered with vacuum.
Yeah, gyroscopes remain the rigidity in space. They remain
If
level
they're
and
spinning.
horizontal.
If they're spinning rapidly. And to keep it
Okay,
spinning,
so-
you have to apply vacuum pressure.
To keep it spinning, you have to apply vacuum pressure.
If you don't,
Can you provide a link for that? Can you show us that that's what needs to occur in order for it to actually work?
I mean, do you have a gyroscope on your desk or something, if you spin it, it will slowly stop spinning. Eventually, by sucking on it, you can keep providing energy to it.
What, does it have fan blades on it for sucking?
No, there's an engine-driven vacuum pump, and it sucks air through a hose that connects to the gyroscope, which sucks all the air out of it. And there's another tube connected on the other end to a static port on the side of the airplane. And
So it's not sitting in a vacuum. It's being powered by a vacuum.
it's spinning in a vacuum and powered by the vacuum at the same time.
That's sus in itself.
I mean, that's how the instrument works. You can buy one and suck on it, and it'll spin.
Okay, so you're saying that this vacuum, not like a vacuum, actual vacuum, but a vacuum that actually sucks like a Kirby machine, is sucking on this gyroscope, and the suction of this gyroscope will
Keeps it spinning.
change depending on where you're at? What is your actual claim about this gyroscope and the
Well,
vacuum?
Because the vacuum sucks on the gyroscope, that keeps it spinning. That's what keeps the gyroscope accurate. It's spinning in place.
And
if you keep
like the full
flying,
vent.
no, hold on, and let him just walk through this. And okay,
if
so
you
it's
were to
sucking
keep
on it.
flying, if you were to keep flying straight, eventually the Earth would spin from underneath you, and that gyroscope would still be taking you in the same direction it was before, but you have to account for the Earth's rotation, and so you would have to adjust the gyroscope. It's called a
What the hell?
directional
What are you
gyro.
even talking about? So if this happens, if that happens, then these things would happen. What are you talking about? Does anybody else hear this, or am I like alone?
Type
in this
directional,
hilariousness?
But he's not
type
even
directional gyro correction into Google, and there's
Hold
a lot
on,
of stuff. explained.
damsel is quiet, but she's trying to speak. Let her
Oh, I
speak.
didn't hear her.
saying he's not providing any evidence that this is associated with Earth turn.
Yeah, that's why I don't know why we're on this topic. She kept asking about the vacuum.
No, it's not even about Earth turn. It's about the curvature of the Earth, and he's not providing any evidence for that.
No,
So
nothing to curvature with a gyro like that. But okay, whatever.
you're absolutely right. Like, you're spot on. He just doesn't seem to get it.
I really don't think you guys are understanding the concept of how a directional gyro works.
You don't understand.
I think you don't understand that you are not in the same reference frame, no longer attached to the ground, and somehow you're telling me a gyroscope tells you things turn beneath you that aren't even.
So let's say I'll what's the word? I'll amuse you for a second. All right. Let's say the Earth is flat, which I'm glad we can have this discussion. Let's say it's flat and it's a flat disk. Is it spinning like horizontally, like a pizza on a pan?
A disc?
I'm asking a question. Does it spin or?
In our world, can you tell me that there's anything that you can show me that proves that it's actually doing that as you claim?
No, I have to answer that with an example. So.
But that's not an example of anything I even relate to, since I don't turn
All right.
on my
For
plane.
this example, I'll answer your question. Let's pretend the Earth is flat and it spins like a pizza on a pan. If you were to take off.
It doesn't spin.
Oh,
we don't
doesn't
spin. On flat disk. We don't.
All right, let's say it doesn't spin at all. Let's say it doesn't spin at all, and you
Well,
take
you know,
off.
we're not going to say it. We know it doesn't spin. You
All
can't.
right. You know it doesn't spin.
The thing is, you're making a positive claim to something that is not proven or even sensed by you.
Okay, so I'll go with your claim.
You need to provide a
Can you
reference or a
let me answer it?
citation that actually says that you have a way to prove the Earth is turning beneath you. You're making
can I
a
answer your
positive
question,
claim.
ma'am?
You want to go on to another argument. So no, you need to actually prove that a gyroscope proves curve, if that's what you want to claim, or that it is turning beneath you, and that's why you have to adjust.
Can you give me 30 seconds to answer your question?
No, you're going to have to provide a citation before I go further with the argument, because again, you're making a positive claim. You've got to prove that claim is valid and true, and not just something you're saying off the cuff that we can't prove.
Real quick, le nom de plume, the heading indicator is a directional gyro. It is a gyroscopic instrument.
Again, your claim is not about how you fly
Okay.
planes with a gyroscope. It's
Let's
about
take off on a
curve
flat Earth that is not spinning. Let's take off
No, wait,
and
hold
fly
on.
straight.
Before you go on, Corey. Oh, sorry, Damsel. Before you go on, people are saying in chat, he is specifically saying directional gyro, which is a gyro compass. He is avoiding the gyro, which is the artificial horizon, which is where my mind was with the actual gyro. If you're talking about a gyro compass, then you're just talking about which direction you're going in.
Yes, and I'm trying to get to that point. So give me 30 seconds, Damsel, please, and I'll backtrack and answer your question. The Earth is flat. It doesn't spin. We take an airplane off and we fly straight to our destination. We land. We never have to adjust the gyros, right? We never do. Except
you
we do
assume
in
that?
flight. In flight, we do have to adjust them.
Why would you assume that you wouldn't have to adjust for something that is a magnetic directional
Gyros
gyro?
are not magnetic
Okay, so then how are you getting the direction from it?
because it never moves. You can follow it, and as long as it's on, it will stay straight.
So it'll stay towards north, or stay towards south, or
Yes,
whichever
if you're
direction
flying
you're
east,
going.
it will always point east.
fly magnetic. You're talking about a compass.
I'm not talking about a compass. I'm talking about a directional gyro. Nothing magnetic about it.
It's a compass instrument, correct?
No, it is not. A compass is an entirely separate instrument.
Then if you're going to claim that it proves curve, or if it proves spin, then you need to provide a citation where that has been confirmed.
Why else would I have to adjust my gyro in flight? If the Earth was flat and wasn't moving, I wouldn't need to adjust it.
It's not a question about what you can assume. You must prove your positive claim here. We don't argue just your opinion. You must provide a citation now that you've made this positive claim that this thing does this and proves this, because that's your claim.
All right. I'm trying to find a citation for you here.
Oh my goodness, I just looked this up because I'm not too familiar with directional gyros, and that's your heading indicator.
Yeah, it is a heading indicator.
Yeah, so yeah, you're going to need to change your heading depending on which direction you're going. That doesn't have to do with curvature of the Earth. So once again, you are failing to provide evidence
Shines,
for
can I explain how
curvature
it
of the
works
Earth.
for you?
Go
Let's say
ahead.
you're in a car and you have the directional gyro on in front of you, okay? If you turn your car to the left, Damsel, if you interrupt me again, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to answer any questions. I'm sorry.
Bye.
Yeah,
Shines,
honestly.
Shines, if you're in a car with a directional gyro and you turn left 90 degrees, that
You're being
directional
very
gyro...
hold on, you're being very rude. Damsel is trying to say something. Just let her speak.
You cannot
This is ladies'
go
night.
on and continue.
I'm sorry, I can't hear her.
Answer, you're really laggy, sorry.
Yeah, you're actually roboting. Go on. What are you going to say about directions in a car on a flat surface? And
Yeah,
we
so
go
I
left
want
and
to
we
help you
go right?
understand the
Cool.
concept. So if you put a directional gyro in front of you in a car on a flat surface and it's pointing the way you're going, if you turn your car left, that directional gyro will still be facing the way you were originally going. It'll be pointing to your right now. That's why it's called a heading indicator, because it helps us figure out which heading we were going on and where we need to go.
Yeah, that still doesn't prove curvature.
So
Yeah.
what proves the curvature is... Damsel, you're lagging out. I'm not trying to talk over you.
Corey, stop. Corey. Damsel, you're actually roboting. If you can drop and come back in, I think it might help.
Yeah, I'm not trying to talk over her. I just can't hear her when she talks. So the way it proves curvature is in a car, if you were to have a directional gyro, which very few cars do, but you could get one, and you turned it on and you drove in a perfectly straight line, that gyro would slowly rotate out from underneath you.
Yeah, that's not proving curvature to me.
You
whatsoever.
can go buy one and put it in your car and do that.
How is driving on a level and flat surface heading in one direction? Let's say we're on the Bolivian salt flats and I'm driving and all of a sudden my gyro changes positions. How is that proving curvature? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because it slowly turns out from underneath you.
Cool. So driving on a flat surface, completely level,
Mm-hmm.
the gyro changes, that proves curvature.
I think our time would be better spent on an easier concept. By the way, it's not a gyro compass, Martoth. It's a directional gyro. You're thinking of a wet compass.
Still citation needed if that instrument actually does what you say about proof of curve. Are you the person to figure this out? Because again, they don't say curve is proved by gyros.
Says who? Question mark. You can ask me anything about aviation. I'll probably know the answer. That's proof enough. I wish I could share images, but I can't in the chat. Martoth, see, that's a good link there. The heading indicator, directional gyro. And notice it's not attached to any type of magnetic compass. Because a compass, when you accelerate or decelerate or turn your airplane, the compass temporarily goes whack and it starts to rotate around in the little water bubbles it's in. And a directional gyro does not do that, which is why, every 10, 20 minutes in flight, you look at the compass when you're flying straight and level and the compass is accurate and you align your directional gyro to that.
I still don't see how this directional gyro would in any way, shape, or form prove curvature when it's talking about direction. I don't think this has anything to do with it whatsoever.
Neither does he.
No, look. I'm not. I just told people not to jump in, but yeah. See, what you just described is recalibrating your orientation based off of magnetic north while in mid-flight. A gyro like that is supposed to actually give your spatial orientation wouldn't need to be readjusted where you took off from and where you landed. It should always remain the same. Like
that's plainly incorrect. If you look at any instrument panel on an airplane, there's a little knob on the gyro instrument that you can push in and twist either way to adjust it.
You shouldn't have to adjust it. The only reason you're adjusting it is to make up for something that you had wrong.
What slowly becomes wrong is the curvature as you fly around. So you have to push it in to adjust for that.
Direction does not equate curvature.
Okay, well, let's move on to a different note then. But if you do want to see that we do have to adjust the directional gyro, Google directional gyro, go to images, and there's a little push knob on the front of every instrument that you push in and twist.
And I agree with Lunatic that, yeah, that means that something was wrong in the beginning because gyros should hold their rigidity in space.
They do.
I'm sorry, has anybody else heard about gyros suddenly changing during flight? You constantly have to change it because of the direction you're heading? I've never heard this argument before.
So, Shines, they are accurate.
Wait, I was asking everyone else. Has anyone else heard this argument before? Because I've never heard this argument before, that you constantly have to change the gyroscope, the directional gyroscope, because curvature of the Earth is messing up which direction you're going in. Has anyone heard this? And I'm even asking the guys, has anyone heard this?
I'm not a pilot. Sorry, I don't know.
Everyone in chat is saying never. Everyone's unfamiliar. Even Globers are unfamiliar. Nobody's ever heard of this before.
Type into Google.
This is a new argument. This gentleman is coming up with something that nobody else on the extreme globe side claims.
If you type into Google, is directional gyro adjusted in flight? The very first result says normal procedures is to realign it in flight every 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, once again, you're cutting off Danzel Medic. And once again, okay, then maybe you should turn up her volume. And number two, yes, that is if you have made a mistake and somehow your gyro isn't acting properly, you would need to be able to fix it. So then you're able to fix it and press that button. This has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth. You're just making stuff up. You don't
Shine.
have to constantly press a button as you're going in different directions
Shine.
around the supposed globe.
I mean, how do you think they did it 50 years ago? I mean, like, I'm not even going to go, 100 years ago. Let's not go Wright brothers. They didn't do intercontinental, but okay. If you're doing intercontinental flights, how do you think they did it in the early stages of like air, like travel? How do you think they did it? Because they didn't do what you're doing, what you're talking about.
Actually, Lunatic, they did it the exact same way with vacuum instruments. Modern airplanes have vacuumless, that's all digital, but we're talking about basic instruments. So if you type into Google, is directional gyro adjusted in flight? Type that into Google. Every result you see will say that it's adjusted every 10 to 15 minutes. And no, not every gyro on an airplane is breaking every 10 to 15 minutes. It's because as you fly around a curved surface, you have to adjust it for it being wrong. If the Earth was flat and nothing changed, you would never need to adjust the gyro.
No, that's not, because it's not.
Claim after claim. Again, we don't just accept your claim.
Well, I'm licensed to tell you that that is a fact.
I don't
You
care.
are literally not spouting fact. You have just come in here with a claim that even Globers have never heard before. You're just spouting stuff off. I have talked to many pilots within this.
That is true. We are not
Nobody's
pilots.
ever made this claim. I've never heard
Well, you've
this
never
claim
asked
before,
them about
ever.
Not
no,
true.
honestly, you think that they wouldn't bring it up? Hey, guess what, guys? We have to account for the curvature of the Earth because we have to press this button all the time on the gyroscope.
It's
You don't
not a
think
button,
that would have been the
it's a
first
knob.
thing? Who cares? A button, a knob. Like, now this is so funny. You think that no pilot would have ever brought this up prior?
Yeah,
Get out of here.
We've done this for
so
over
silly.
6 years and talked to many pilots. Some of us have family members who are pilots. Some of us are pilots. And nobody has ever brought this argument to the table.
We have an F-16 pilot, if you really want to know. And you can
Ladies,
go talk
I know it's ladies' night, but if I can just really quickly maybe address this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so the directional gyro thing, so it's calibrated to north, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so suppose you get one of those directional gyros, and I don't calibrate it to north, right? I calibrate it to whatever, some direction, right? Then
Any
I
heading
start
you want, right?
Yeah, sure. But if I start moving, I'm gonna be moving relative to wherever I oriented that thing, right?
When you started, yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that this circular thing, which basically makes the thing go in a circle in your mind, it can work on both flat and the globe surface, because really all it is a circle, right?
Well,
you're going in you're going in a circle around north. The directional gyro is aligned to north, which is based on where the compass says north is, right? Because with it, how do you find out where north is without the compass?
We have to have a compass to know which way north is.
Exactly. So the directional gyro aligns with magnetic north, basically, right?
No. The directional gyro aligns with wherever you had it pointed when you started.
Yeah, exactly. Which
And so let's say
you set to north, which is in a certain location. So you start moving.
Let's say I don't
and now
have
you're
a
in a
compass.
different location, right?
Let's say I don't
so
have
the
a
same
compass
way
in
you're
my
going in a
airplane.
circle with a compass in circumnavigation, you have to adjust your gyro.
So Martos,
it's literally
let's
the
say
same thing.
I never set it to the compass, and I just
No.
take
You
off.
have to stop. You have to stop. It does not point in the direction of where you took off from. It could not. The only way it would know its bearings is based off of the magnetic flux of the Earth, like he just told you.
Lunatic,
Okay?
that is completely incorrect. The
Wait, you have a
directional
magnet
gyro,
where do you have a magnet where you took off from that's more powerful than the Earth's magnetic
the directional
flux?
gyro doesn't have magnets in it, and it does not go.
No, if it's
anywhere.
using magnetism,
it's not
to
using
keep you
magnetism.
oriented.
No,
it's not using
it's
magnetism.
right. It's not using. It's not using magnetism, but it's based on the magnetic field.
It's not based on the magnetic
Yes,
field.
it is,
There's
because you're aligning it with north. How do you determine north? North is based on the magnetic field.
You know it's based on north because they painted a little.
Wait, hold on, really quick, you guys. So, B. Carls, I don't know how to say that name, in chat has been posting these different things about how you do need to push this knob. Let's not call it a button because it's a knob, and it usually has to do. And in each one that he's posted, it's like aerobatic maneuvers. So it's
No,
almost like
it's
things
on
like
every
this
airplane,
is
even
what messes it
airliners.
up.
Yeah, aerobatic maneuvers can mess it up. But even flying straight and level, let's say I never adjusted the knob and I don't have a compass and I just follow a straight line according to this directional gyro, eventually you'll go in a giant circle. Not around the Earth, just I'll fly up to Chicago, down to Wyoming, down to Mississippi, back to
Yeah,
where
which
I
is the
started.
same thing I can
Again, really
demonstrate
quick,
on a
he said
table.
1.1 purpose of equipment. The Model 3300 directional gyro DG is a gyroscopal directional indicator. The short-term directional reference is used in conjunction with a magnetic compass. The directional gyro excels in providing a directional indication during maneuvers when the magnetic compass develops errors.
Yes.
So tell me how this has to do with curvature, because it doesn't. And you said earlier it had nothing to do with magnets, had nothing to do with the compass. Oh, it's all by itself. Well, it says right here in the
Martov is
manual.
saying that a directional gyro is magnetic or whatever. It's not. It's
This
used in
is
conjunction.
literally from the source. He's
Shines.
literally sourcing it. Look
That
at it.
source.
It is
I will
20
explain
minutes
to
after
you
the
that
hour.
sentence. I will explain to you that sentence. A directional gyro is used in conjunction with a compass because when you do a maneuver or you turn or you climb or you accelerate or decelerate, your
So it
compass
does have to do
becomes-
with the compass. After all this, and you said it has nothing to do with compass, has nothing to do with
Can't get to
magnetics.
a
My
point with
God.
these people because you can't like convince them that the Earth is not flat. It's just stupid.
I've seen curvature with my own eyes.
No, you
But-
have not.
Oh goodness.
No,
So
you have not.
you have a compass and you have a directional gyro. You can use them together, but the directional gyro has nothing magnetic with it.
Some of us have flown in the Air Force and can confirm
Oh my
no
goddamn self.
curvature is seen at our height. And nobody claims it on your side. So you're again claiming something that your side does not.
All right. Here's what you can
Damn,
do.
so-
No matter what I say, I can't convince you guys of anything. Go to
No,
a
no,
local
no.
airport.
You just you were either fibbing or you were bold-faced lying.
Go to
you
a local
said it had
airport.
nothing to. Let me finish what I'm saying. You said it had nothing to do.
I don't think
with
I will. You keep
Magnetics.
interrupting me. Go to a local
Oh,
airport.
really? I
Pay
interrupted you.
$100.
I was literally just speaking
Pay
when you started
$100.
speaking. You were such a jerk.
Get
dude.
into an
You were
airplane and you
beyond.
can
Do you
see
want to
it
be
for
muted?
your own
Do
eyes.
you want to be muted? Because this is getting ridiculous.
You guys are so stupid. Go rent an airplane for $100. $100.
dude.
Rent an airplane for yourself. Rent an airplane.
You guys I'm good.
Go rent an airplane.
Find.
It's called a Discovery flight.
Okay.
Not going to miss
You
you at
find
all.
stuff from anywhere and just believe
Bye-bye.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He.
he was interrupting us all on purpose. That was very purposeful. He thinks we're a bunch of idiots.
He
and
was-
he knows something.
He was speaking facts the whole time though.
He was speaking facts the whole time. Go on. How was he speaking facts the
Well, he
entire
was
time?
explaining
When he said it
everything.
didn't have to do with magnetism, didn't have to do with the compass, and was claiming it had to do with the curvature of the Earth. When we stated it had to do with direction, it had to do with magnetism, he denied that and said no, it had to do with the curvature of the Earth. So go on and tell me how he was not fibbing or bold-faced freaking lying.
Because I'm gonna believe someone who is saying he may not be. You know, there's always a chance where he's not be. But I mean, he said he was a qualified pilot. He trains other people. You know, he helps other people with it. But I mean, I'm gonna believe
I'm an
him
astronaut.
over some.
That's even worse, to be
You
honest.
can believe
Yeah,
whoever
but-
you want. We don't believe here. He didn't
Yeah, no, that's
provide
fine.
any
It's fine.
citation for any of his claims. So no, don't try to white knight him. He needs to provide proof for his claims, just like you do if you're going to make a claim.
Yeah, well, it's fine. You believe he wanted to believe. He may not be. You know, there's always a chance for he isn't. Because I could say I'm anything. I mean, there's no proof, but I'm just gonna. He seems to know what he's talking about. But I mean, you do what we want. I'm not gonna.
Wait. Again, he seems to know what he's talking about when he said it had nothing to do with magnetism, had nothing to do with the compass, had nothing to do with maneuvers, it all had to do with the curvature of the Earth, and that's why he had to keep resetting the gyro. That's what you're saying. This directional gyro
Well,
that he was
yeah.
spot on with that. He knew what he was talking about.
You believe what you want to believe. It's fine.
We
I'm not gonna
literally,
believe him.
they literally
I don't.
posted
To be fair,
what
to
it
be fair,
does
I won't
in the
believe
chat.
I won't believe anyone on here. To be fair, There's no point.
Oh
With
my
some
goodness,
random
they
Discord server which I
posted
found,
what it does
there's
in
a
the
bunch of
chat.
Americans. No wonder you're all Americans. That's the thing. I mean, like,
Oh my gosh.
it's like it's stupid because I'm not going to come on him, but even a bunch of random American girls from like I don't even know where they're from.
So then look at the chat and look at the documents that were posted.
Listen, we got one person in here who's in the car because she's clearly so addicted to the
Okay.
subject.
You know what?
She wants to stick in the car and be on it.
I'm
with double
sorry,
kick in the
that's
back,
ridiculous. If you can't look at the
dying.
chat and look at like what is actually happening and the documents provided and wants to say that guy knew what he was talking about, that's ridiculous.
If I may jump in. So the moment that he said that he's seen curvature, he not only did he shoot himself in the, what? So not only did he say that he's seen curvature, he so in my opinion, he should not be allowed to be back here. I've never heard. That's ridiculous. I think that's wasting everyone's time.
No way, man. Bring it back to be destroyed.
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, it wasn't really wrong because it's like gyro compass is not like a regular
No. You
gyroscope.
didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. The man said he's seen curvature with his own eyes.
Yeah. I mean, that's just
Yeah, well, no pilot ever.
insane.
So he's not a pilot. No way.
Even that said, he said that this directional gyro proved the curvature of the Earth. He said it had nothing to do with magnetics, it had nothing to do with the compass and all these other things, when in fact it does.
Well, he just totally discredited everything he said tonight, in my opinion, by saying he's seen curvature from a plane.
100%.
So I think we're all. I think. I mean, I'm not saying nobody talk about it, but in my opinion, we should just move on because it's a waste of time talking about somebody who's clearly lying.
I agree.
Yeah.
What's the proof
I
that they're
vote
lying?
next.
What's the proof that they're lying? What's the proof that they're lying?
You can't see curvature from an airplane. If you knew about your spaceball monkey religion, you would know that your scientism priests tell you that. So you might want to pay attention to what your own beliefs are. I'm just saying.
Try and search up Mount Everest pictures, and they'll have curves. They'll have
Utah,
curves.
it's Thailand, my dear.
Okay, we got the
Utah,
car
it's
lady there.
Thailand. A GoPro. Very nice.
Yeah, there's pictures without GoPros. You realise GoPros can only go a certain far without,
All right, we're not going to talk about GoPros. We're just not. So yeah, it's yeah, go ahead, girls, with whatever you wanted to close up the conversation with. On the topic, your final statements, or I wasn't trying to shut anybody down. It was just getting too cringy for me. The moment he said what he did. So I thought Damsel Medic and Shines, they did a great job.
Yes, you did.
Sorry, but I have to have something for.
Oh, you cut out.
Maybe that's better. No, I was just going to say, he has to provide proof of that claim. He kept saying that instrument does this, this, and this, but unless he can provide the evidence that they've used it to prove Earth curve or turn, no.
Well, he already told us that he can't because he said he's seen curvature from a plane. So for me,
And then it goes deeper for him to say it has nothing to do with magnetism or a compass or anything along those lines when it actually does. Like, there was just no validity in his statements. And I knew it from the very beginning, not knowing anything about directional compasses. I'm like, what does that have to do with curvature? This doesn't add up. And then people in chat, sent things in from the actual manuals. And he just, brushed it away and was like, oh, if I can show you a video, then I can show you how it works. Like, no. and I can see curvature from a plane, so I know it works. Like, yeah, that was brutal.
So yeah, when the person came in and right off the bat he said he was a pilot, I'm like, okay, here we go.
I don't want to be rude. Like, can I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
I was talking with a certain person, and like they asked me a question, and like that person is like generally like he doesn't like to be speaking to a lot of people, so I'll be speaking for him. So he basically says that the moon on has a same texture, no matter where you are on, how do you say it, to Earth. So how would that work under the flat Earth model? I personally couldn't really explain it that well. So I'm not gonna make claims for him that I can't back up properly. So can anyone answer that question, perhaps?
One more time with your question, I apologize.
It's not my question; it's someone else's. But
Oh, yeah.
person is like too shy. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't want to speak in front of like so many people. So I'm asking for him. He's asking basically how the moon has the same texture everywhere.
Oh, why we always see the same side, the same face of the moon?
Yeah, like.
Well, according to the heliocentric model, it's tidally locked. And I don't know much about that. But so far as the flat Earth explanation why we see it, that is unknown. People can only speculate.
All right, so like
because any genuine flat earther is going to not contend with the heliocentric model's idea of quote unquote space, mainly that we can't go there. Because it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Need a container, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, I mean, does that answer your question? I mean, I don't know if they were wanting the heliocentric model explanation or the flat Earth explanation.
I don't know what they want as an exact explanation. Can you DM me real quick? Like the person is listening, so.
You want me to DM you?
No, like the person
wait.
like who asked me like that question about the moon, which I couldn't answer. It's not my question, by the way, like it's someone else's. So I ponder about the flat explanation, how it works. Okay. I mean, like, what exactly do you mean with how it works?
Well, it just travels in a above us. That's all we know. It moves and we don't.
Yeah.
And it moves at a different speed than the sun does. That's what we can all observe.
All right.
I mean, if the person is that you're speaking for is apprehensive about talking in front of a bunch of people, actually, right now would be the time they would be most protected. So if you want to encourage that person to actually come in and have a conversation, ladies' night is the best night to do that.
Oh, it started already?
Well, it started at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
5
I
p.m.
had to
Eastern
step.
Standard.
I'm so sorry. I had to step away for a second. What was your question about the moon? What was he asking about?
He was asking why we only see one side, one face of the moon. He was asking for someone else that that's too shy to come into the.
Oh yeah, it's the convenience that, we just never see the other side because it's just spinning so perfectly in alignment that somehow we never see the other side.
Right. And what I had said was that according to the heliocentric model explanation, it's tidally locked. And I don't know a whole lot about that.
I know that Tesla and other people have come out stating that, and there's even documents on this, you can look it up, the Tesla papers, that the moon doesn't have another side and it spins like a record, as it does, as we view it, and there's just one side to the moon. And of course, these have all been, swept under the rug, but you can look up the Tesla papers on this. And I can't remember there was two other people, I can't remember the names off the top of my head. But yeah, it's just conveniently that we never see the other side of the moon. We never see the new moon. Yeah. But there is another side. There is a dark side to the moon. Remember that.
I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak since it's ladies' night, but can I get like one last thing in?
Yeah.
Like it actually opened up my mind a bit. Like as an argument, I would also use like for thousands of years, we have seen the same side. Like it's not just now. Like in the past, like 5,000, 4,000 years, we've seen the same side. So they're implying that the moon is perfectly,
Well,
in
we
line.
also see the same stars from all recorded history, the same constellations. They just move around in a circle above us. And they all circle around Polaris, which never seems to move. Like star trails, like if
Like
time lapse photography.
yeah, I've seen those star trails. Like people who record the trails of the stars. Like if you look at them, it seems like it's really inconsistent under the globe model because it would, like be as if it's spinning in two opposite directions at the same time, which wouldn't make sense.
Well, yeah, that is one of an anomaly, if you will, for the heliocentric model.
Wait,
the
really quick,
the three body problem, not to mention the other bodies in the system.
did you just say that it's spinning in two directions at the same time?
No, like I'm saying that under the heliocentric model, that wouldn't make sense. Like it's a flaw in the the globe model.
Yeah,
Like
it is. You can't spin in two directions at the same time. You can't go in two directions at the same time.
but that's what they're implying, the globers, yeah.
Yeah, they are. Same with planes.
So thank you for answering his question, by the way. So I'll move down. I'm sorry for interrupting, by the way.
No, you didn't
You're
interrupt
good.
at all. You're good.
Totally good.
I wish everybody would be that polite. Wouldn't that just be lovely?
Seriously, I was going to say the same exact thing. Like, this was great. Let's have more of a conversation. I would love that. Conversations are our favorite.
Yeah, I don't. I know a lot of people enjoy debates, but that's definitely not my thing. I don't think any progress is made. It's just a battle of wits.
Yep.
Which, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I admire it.
It definitely sharpens the sword, but, conversations, when you really get into the depths of things, those are my favorite. I mean, even that guy with this silly plane thing, like, if we could have had a conversation about it, he would have come to realize, like, if he could have conceded, been like, oh yeah, I didn't understand this. Oh, really? I didn't know you couldn't see curvature. But when you can't have conversations with people, it just turns into even just a rational debate.
Okay, so I don't know if he just said he was a casual pilot or if he was a commercial airline pilot.
He said he was a pilot instructor.
Pilot instructor. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would maybe take from that as being a small airplane pilot. So, I mean, don't you have to have different licenses to fly a commercial airline, I would imagine. I mean, for one thing, doesn't
I have a cousin who was a pilot for the Navy for 20 years, and he went and got a commercial pilot license after getting his retirement from the Navy. He might have been 25 years he was with the Navy, but but the thing is almost all commercial pilots are former military pilots.
So, a regular, well, quote unquote, regular airplane, they can't fly as high as commercial airplane, right?
Not at all.
Okay, so that's really weird extra weird that he would say he's seen the curvature.
Unless he had a Learjet, unless he was talking Learjets, and he wasn't. He was talking old instruments.
Well, I don't know what the need for being intellectually dishonest, or just plain flat out dishonest, saying he's seen curvature. I don't know what the need for that is because you have total anonymity on here.
Well, I doubt he was military because he didn't mention military at all in his training.
That's a good point. Yeah, because I know firsthand, or well, secondhand, trusted source that most commercial pilots come out of the forces, right? Like they flew in the military.
Yeah, we have a lot of our Air Force and Air National Guard are all commercial pilots on the side, once they get out.
It's a very rare situation that somebody privately found their way to being an airline pilot. So yeah, you're right. He never mentioned once anything about a military career.
Did you guys see? I just posted in the chat. He sent me this video via DM on the ground, like just pointing out of the airplane. Like, cool. Thanks for sending me that. That totally proves curvature of the Earth. I mean, my goodness.
Come on, man. What's that supposed to say? That's his proof of being a pilot? That's a bunch of fucking bullshit.
And
wow.
yeah, somebody just posted that in the chat. That proves he's a pilot. It doesn't prove that at all. Like, that's so silly.
I think it was sarcasm. I think it was sarcasm. You know.
I hope it was. I hope it was, because my goodness. One can only hope. Is there anyone else in here that wants to tell us about curvature from a airplane and how they fly, or anything else?
Tell us your statistics. Sorry.
What'd you say? I missed that. What did you say?
I was telling them to give us their statistics. I couldn't say the word.
I know it's a hard one, right? Statistics.
Yeah.
It's a hard one for me.
Hard word.
Hey, what's funny is there's this sushi restaurant, because I have problems with S's, and there's this sushi restaurant that we love so much, but it's called Shoji Sushi. And if I try and say it fast, it's like Shoji. Like, I cannot say it. I get it.
I totally understand. Soji sushi, like
it comes out all wonky. I'm like, why'd you have to do this? Shoji sushi. Like, I just can't. It's hard.
Yeah, say it 5 times fast.
Exactly.
It's one of those tongue twister words. Yow. Sorry, ladies' night. Love you guys.
All good. Thank you.
Thanks, Enoch.
Do we have anyone else? Or
You're
are we
welcome.
all lonely in here? Nobody wants to talk to us tonight. I'm not a mod, so I don't know how even finding a new person would work.
It's really just whoever comes in, unless we ping lobby. I mean, I'll do a lobby ping. Let's piss them off. Let's do it, everyone.
Oh, Semtex wants to be unmuted. I don't know who that person is. They're bad.
Oh, they were. I'll unmute them 1 second. Semtex, you got a question?
No, I just got muted.
All right. Well,
I think
don't
they're
speak
still
over.
muted.
Don't be rude.
On my end, I can still see a red line through their microphone. It's weird because it's gray, but then there's still a red line. It doesn't look like a regular server muted.
He was just speaking. Did you hear him there? He just said, "I just wanted unmuted."
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I
Weird.
got muted because I was talking to someone.
Do I have him muted?
But I'm not sure.
You might do. He's talking now.
Oh yeah, I guess I had him muted. So you must have done something in the past where I had him muted. That's hilarious. Sorry about that. Semtex.
I think that was the last time when he came in.
That's all good. You're unmuted now, so feel free to jump in. Just don't be rude. Who else we got? We have Sebster. Has anyone spoke to Sebster?
Oh, and Honest Earther looks good too. That'd be great if you wanted to talk.
Don't think he wants to talk. I'm going to get my vax. Oh no. Here's a thing that says going to get my vax.
Are you guys happy with the vaccinations? Do you think it's all just a bit dodgy?
Oh, we're not. That's a subject we don't really talk about. Especially not in the live stream. There's too many Discord servers that have been taken down for even just discussing it. So we just steer away from it.
Okay, that's fine.
No problem. Let's see who else we got in here. You're a flat earther. Slonk, I know you were speaking earlier. Who else? Oh, we have a lobby person, Lee Jeffy? How the fuck do you pronounce that? Unmute. Oh, he left. Never mind. The DSO is typing.
Have we talked to Slonk?
Slonk? He was speaking earlier.
It was like, okay.
Slonk, do you have any questions you want to ask? Or Sebster, or Semtex, or... You don't even have to ask a question if you want us to explain something. Just even type it and we'll talk amongst ourselves and explain it. Slonk says, wait a minute, he'll be here, and so does DSO.
Can you
He says,
explain
oh no, he
something
was...
to me?
Oh, hello, Aqua.
Hello. Can you explain something to me?
Wait, hold on. Did you find your research?
No, I couldn't be bothered.
Ah, understandable. Well, I can't be bothered answering you.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. What's up?
Can you explain so the Earth is flat, yeah? So if the
Uh-huh.
sun is above us in a certain place, then surely the
Mhm.
light would spread on everywhere on the Earth. But that doesn't happen.
Do you?
All right, I'm
Okay,
assuming. Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on.
Babe. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to give you a wee experiment. Well, not an experiment, a wee observation to do yourself. I'm assuming you're in England and it's like almost 1 a.m, yeah? So it's dark.
Yep.
So you're in your bedroom, I assume, or a room.
Yep.
Put all the lights off, put the torch on in your phone. The floor is the earth, the torch is the sun.
Yeah.
The closer you bring the sun, which is your torch, to the floor, the less of your room is going to be lit up. The
Yeah.
higher you raise it, the more of the room is going to be lit up.
Yeah.
So if the sun, your torch, is closer to the ground, it's going to create a dark corner in your room. Light doesn't travel
Yeah.
forever. It will eventually disperse into nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you have a torch on doesn't mean the whole entire room is daytime just because the sun is there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if the sun is close to the earth, then its light won't travel forever. And it won't be daytime all the time. You would create dark spots. Make sense?
Yeah.
James,
Okay.
do you want to add anything?
No. Yeah, but shouldn't you would see the sun in the darkness even though the light's not on you, since it's in a particular place?
No, because
You know?
as things go further away from us, we can't see forever. So, for example, everything kind of merges down to the horizon. I've got a good picture to show you. 1 second. If you look in the Livestream voice text,
Yeah.
1 second. I gotta find it. Oh, where is it? Does anyone have the lamppost? Oh, I got it. There we go. So ignore the bit at the top. So it also explains like sun setting. You can't see forever. So if something moves away, like those lampposts aren't coming to a thin point. They're just further away. You can't see the end of the road. You can't see the lamppost. Therefore, you couldn't see the sun if it was somewhere else. Its light would disperse into nothing, and it would be over somewhere else. It would just be gone. Like you can't see forever.
Mm.
Also helps with the whole sun setting thing. It looks as if it's going down towards the horizon, but it's not. It just comes to what's the word to describe that again? The point on the horizon? I can't remember. Fuck, what's that called again?
Talking about line of sight or
wasn't there perspective? That was
yeah,
like
it is perspective for sure.
Yeah. So like if you were to raise an altitude as well, you'd be able to see more than what you can when you're down low. So you'd be able to see more of those streetlights. It also helps with the whole sun setting thing, like how it looks as if the sun sets. Oh, here's one
Perception,
too.
perspectives, optics, all of those come into play. And if you take art classes or photography classes, you'll learn how light works, how optical illusions work, all of those types of things. Like many of these things have to do with that simplicity. And artists have figured this out. Yet somehow we just, brush that all to the side and say, hey, globe model.
Yeah. And will be flat helped me with the thing. It's vanishing point. The vanishing point in the horizon.
Yes,
you just can't see forever. That's what I can get out.
I couldn't remember that one either. So yes,
Neither could I.
point is definitely correct.
Yeah. So Cut the Shit just added a gift to help you with that as well, like the whole sun setting thing. But yeah, light doesn't travel forever. Above that, at 53 minutes past the hour, I sent one. Why don't we see sunlight 24 hours? The same reason this light bulb can't illuminate the entire wall. Light just doesn't travel forever. And the further you walk away from that light bulb, there'll come a point where you can't see that light bulb. Like if you've ever, I don't know, like I live by a loch and there's a light across the way. If I kind of keep backing up into the kind of hills, there'll come a point where I can no longer see the light at the loch. It doesn't mean it's not there. It just means I can no longer see it. It's at the vanishing point in the horizon, and the light just doesn't travel forever.
And when we see hotspots from weather balloons and on the Earth and from the quote unquote moon photos, you know that light is not 93 million miles away. Otherwise, there would not be a hotspot. So when you start to learn art and photography and things like this, it will open your mind up to realizing what perspective, perception, and all these different and optical illusions all mean. And when you learn this, there's no possible way for it to happen on the model that they are claiming is real.
Okay. Also, so like he said, light doesn't travel forever. But yeah, that is true. But if because the sun is closer than most of the stars that we see. Yeah.
Well, what distance is the sun?
Well, I don't know.
So how do you know it's closer than the other stars?
Not well. It's like common knowledge.
How would you even measure that?
Wait,
So-
really quick, when he just said common knowledge,
I mean, like,
what is
well, I
that?
mean,
What does that mean? That other
yeah.
people told you that this is what it is? So exactly. So rest with that for a second. Like, take that in. This is what other people have told you, but what do you think about it? Like, that's what really matters, is that people have not like taken, like, I could look at F equals MA squared and be like, that's ridiculous, and dissect it and have an opinion about it. But other people who have been indoctrinated into this fully will never question it. So if you can look at something and be like, oh, well, this is just common knowledge, brush it off, or can you sit with it and be like, okay, what do I think? What are the other possibilities? What else is out there? Because there are plenty of possibilities.
So do you believe that everybody's like miseducated subjects and they should like think more of their own instead of?
You're not even educated on it though. Like I was saying this to a guy earlier. You don't actually learn. Like you're just
I mean,
there.
like, educated
you
the wrong
know.
thing, you know?
No, but listen to what I'm saying first. Like when you say you're educated, like you're taught this in school, you're technically not taught anything. Like you just said there that the sun is closer than the stars, when really you weren't taught that. You were just kind of told it. Like you weren't taught how it is and how to figure that out. As well as the Earth being a ball. You walk into your nursery and there's a big picture on the wall. It's in your comics, like your space things. Like I was a big Star Wars fan, I still am. But you see these space ball related things. You're not actually taught what the Earth is. It's just sort of there and it's embedded in your head. Like you're not actually taught anything. Most
You're absolutely
globers
spot on.
flat Earth. I didn't even know the circumference of the Earth. Like I didn't know the size of it. Like we weren't taught that. It's just there.
My son is 3 years old, and one of the first things he was talking about was space, because we would watch cartoons, and of course these things would have, like little games or whatever, and it had space in it. So he was like, space. Like he already had a word for space because he saw something that was dark with bright shining lights and thought it was space. We would go out at nighttime and see shining lights in the car, and you'd be like, space. I'm like, nope. Like, they get you from the moment that you are born, and it is not knowledge. It is not information. It is basically like this regurgitation of information that you are told what it is, you are enhanced on what it is, and you are not to question it. It's a trap. Like, if you can think for yourself and just question even just a little bit of it, which I have conversations with my 3-year-old, and he's already getting it. Like, is that space? Is this space? What is space? Right? Like, my 3-year-old is getting it. But adults can't, because they've been indoctrinated for so long. And many of them have, built their careers around and have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars within this entire system that they have built of learn this, quote unquote, learn, which means to absorb and regurgitate rather than question or think for yourself. Which back in the day, I mean, Newton, sorry, I'm going on a tangent here, but Newton thought that light traveled faster through water than air. Imagine if nobody questioned him on that, and everybody was just like, yeah, light travels faster through water than air. Imagine that. Imagine the world we would live in if that were the case. Like, the whole point is we should all be individuals, we should think for ourselves, and we should question everything, even ourselves. And that's the most important part, especially question ourselves of what we think, not to mention what other think.
So wait, so do you believe that they're like trying to cover us something, or why would they be like lying to us or like misinformed?
Are you going to why would they lie?
Yeah,
that's like a different thing. Did you understand what she was saying there, though?
Yeah, I do. Like, you should question everything because nobody really knows. They're just telling us
Not
that.
even that. Like the part about her kid, like
Yeah.
a 3-year-old who's already
is still a very, very young child, knows about space. Like,
Yeah.
it's just there. You're never actually taught what it is. It's just there.
Mm.
Like when I questioned you earlier, what is space? You were a bit like, oh, I don't know. And you were struggling to answer, which is fair enough. Because without looking into it yourself personally, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that space is like 10 to the negative 17 torr. Like you wouldn't know that because you're not taught it. You're just taught that it's there.
Yeah.
Because if they teach it, then people can pick out the flaws in it. People can dissect it and come to the realization that it is impossible. Like I was explaining to you earlier, once you dissect it, you realize that it's actually impossible, like fundamentally impossible for it to exist.
Mm.
I want to
So they
point
don't
out.
teach it.
Oh, go ahead, Bambi.
Mhm.
Go on.
No, you go. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, like, again, it amazes me that this is always the question. Why would they lie? This is usually the very first question. And it amazes me because everyone is a liar. And if you deny that you are a liar or that you've ever lied in your life or that you want to break it down to, oh, I tell little white lies or I fib or whatever, people lie. Then when you're given power and money and everything else, like this is a story told since the beginning of time of what happens to people when they gain power and how they lie to manipulate and create things and want to control and take power over people. Our parents lied to us about Santa, right? Like lies are so prevalent. The fact that even anyone would ask, why would they lie? Because people are freaking liars. They're liars. The reasons why they would lie, who cares? They lied. Like people are liars. To not even accept the fact that somebody would lie, like to not even take that on, like why would they lie? As if nobody would ever lie ever in the history of humanity. My goodness, why would somebody lie for power or money or corruption or to cage people in or to hide things from people or all the multitude of reasons? It is fascinating to me that this is always the question. Like the psychology behind it blows my mind. It's great. And I love the fact that there was a song created. Like,
well, it's a coping
my
mechanism,
God.
isn't it? It's literally a coping mechanism. Like, for example, for a kid, when you find out that you've been lied to about Santa and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy, it's like, well, what? Why? Like, you're hurt. You're like, well, why would they do this? I must find out why. When really, the only person who knows why is the person who actually lied in the first place. So we can't tell you why they're doing it. We can speculate, like Shane's dead. Sorry, English.
Well, no.
Shane's dead.
I was going to say, it's tradition, right? So tradition even causes lies. So Santa Claus, we're going to lie about Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. We're going to continue bringing this lie to children. Oh, well then, that cause of that lie, why would they lie? We're just going to say it's tradition. Who cares why they lied? They lied. Like, they lied. It doesn't matter the reason why. People are liars. It's been happening since the moment we were born. People lie to us about everything. Like, people lie. Then imagine somebody who's been in a lie, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on this lie to learn the lie, dedicated their lives to it. They're in 40 years deep, 30 years deep, even, 25 years deep into this lie. And then they ask, why would they lie? It's brilliant. They got them. And I have to tip my hat to them. Like, they really know how to work human beings, create hive minds, create these lies, create beliefs, and get people into these spectrums that they would literally dare to ask the question, why would they lie? It's brilliant. I literally have to hand it to them.
Okay.
Do you get that? Like, does that resonate with you in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, it's getting to me now. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean.
Yeah, lying has always been there. It will always be there. It's part of human nature.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Thank you, whoever did that.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, ha? What is you saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the strawman. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. Stay enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Right, can I ask this question now? Or no?
Go for it.
Okay, I wanted to speak about regarding the lying stuff. I wanted to see what you think on the because I think that the moon landing was fake. You know, it's all over the Russia having power over America and stuff during the World War II and stuff. But because there's a bunch of other people who think it's real. I mean, I think they have. I think America have the capability to do it, but I think right now they do. Yeah, but back then I don't think they would have had the capability to do it. I think it was all because Russia put all these things up into space, and America wanted the power to win the war or to try and gain some more power. So they faked the moon landing. Some of it looked real, some of it looked fake. There was some quite blatant parts which was fake. I got taught about from one of my teachers. They said that that the shadows were not in the right places. The sun was hitting from the wrong way, or so. There was a bunch of other stuff that she said. So I was just thinking, what did you think of that? Because that's all to do with lying. And
Okay, so wait a minute. So I find this quite interesting. So you're saying that what happened prior with the moon landing, which I can send you videos about, describing exactly how this moon landing was completely false. You also agree that it could be false, but you now think that they have the technology to actually go there? That's your question? Or what is your actual question?
My question is, what is your opinion on the moon landing back when they first did it?
Yeah, they didn't do it.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
But you think that they could do it now, yet they're not doing it.
I think they do. They could have the technology to do it. They have tons of stuff. They have all the support by SpaceX
They're
and
just
stuff.
not doing it, though.
Yeah, I think they're just not choosing to do it because.
Yeah, so they have all the technology. They're choosing not to do it. Prior, they didn't have the technology. They couldn't do it. They have the technology now, but they're just choosing not to do it. That's a great story. And that seems quite silly. If somebody had the power to actually go to the moon, you would think they would actually do it to motivate human beings to live in a world where we're like, okay, cool, we have missions, we have this, we have that, yet they're not doing it.
Yeah, the thing
Why
is,
would they not do it?
Wait, actually,
the reason they wouldn't do it is because because there's some people, there's going to be millions of people who believe they did it, and millions of people that don't believe they did it. And if they were to go up, they could tell us that this is the second time we've gone up there. Obviously, back in
they've already said that there was a second time and a third time and a many times that they've been to the moon. So it wouldn't be the second time.
Actually,
but in
in 2024, in 2024, SpaceX now have a contract where they're able to send a spaceship up to the moon, and they might do it in
Yeah,
2024.
no.
So, yeah,
And if
just
you actually look into that, Aqua, if you actually look into that, there are articles that say, oh, we were supposed to go to the moon in 2024, but now we're seeing these complications where we won't because we can't actually do it. That is actually in articles that I have witnessed and seen. So if you Google that, you will see, oh, we were supposed to go to the moon in 2024, but now, you know what, our technology just isn't actually quite there yet. But yet, we're on Mars, and we have helicopters on Mars, and we're ready to like start trying to send people to Mars and all these other things, yet we can't even get to the freaking moon. So tell me how that is possible. That would be great.
I'm pretty
if
sure
you
they
guys can
do have the technology. The reason why they can't is because they're having complications with legal problems with Blue Origin, who have
Oh, you think
said,
it's legal? So now it has nothing to do with us actually getting there.
it is
We can
because
go anywhere. It's just legal. It's legal complications. So
no,
people
you can
can't,
see now.
leave
You
first
search
because
it
they're
up
the
if you want to.
All of this goes straight back to the thing that I challenged you to prove earlier. It's the fact that it's not actually possible to do it because there needs to be a physical barrier between us and it. This goes back to the point where you were trying to prove to me that you could contain oxygen with CO2. So we can't continue this conversation
No,
with
I
you
want about the
specifically
ozone
Axel,
layer.
until you prove that claim. Because right now, it's completely impossible to go to the moon because there would need to be something physical. If the moon is
sorry,
where they
my
say
thing.
it.
Wait, I left Alexa.
I just find it quite interesting that two of you have chimed in, and one of them actually stated, actually, it sounds kind of iffy about the moon landings.
Yeah,
that
the first
does
moon
sound kind
landing,
of
I
iffy.
don't believe in either.
But do you believe like that we are at Mars right now? Do you think that that's
We're
real?
not on Mars. We have rovers on Mars, but
Yeah. Do you think that that's real?
there's a possibility that is.
Well, to
Possibility.
be
So you're
fair,
not
we
sure?
none of us really know. To be fair, it's all government stuff. That's all. They could be up there, they could not.
I think that you guys are missing the point. I think you're missing the entire point about the first law, the second law, how things actually work, how thrust works, how rockets work, how things work in quote unquote outer space. I think you guys haven't taken any of this into actual consideration, thought about it deeply, and you're just like, that's a really cool story. There might be some holes in it, but you know what? It's a really cool story, so I'm going to cling to it. I think you guys need to focus on the holes before you come back in here and try and claim that anything, basically. Like, focus on those holes.
I wasn't trying to claim anything. I wasn't trying to claim it. I was asking what people's opinions were. That's all I was asking.
Wait, are you like qualified in rocket science or?
Do I need to be?
No,
Why do I
no,
need
I
to
was
be
just
qualified in it?
I mean, because there's quite a lot of unreliable sources on the internet, and I could be taking them, and you could as well, and believing them, like most people do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs to be qualified in rocket science to know that
You
nobody's
were
escaping
speaking about.
out into a quote unquote outer space, which they claim actually exists. I think people don't even understand F equals ma, and they need to start there. Define mass, define acceleration. Is acceleration a force or is it an apparent force? What's actually going on there? What is a force? What is mass? Have you guys even thought about that yet?
They didn't
Damn,
even
she
prove it
just
themselves.
fooled your ass.
There was people questioning about like what she was saying, the thrusters in space. It needs something to push off of. Like, and it's not possible to be able to use these rockets through space. And people have tried in vacuum chambers. It don't work.
Don't everybody talk all at once.
Never mind the fact that we would need something physical between us and space, but we're ignoring that point.
Yeah, they have nothing to
But
say
what
about
is
it.
the physical thing between us and space?
I don't know, but science, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, tells us that we need a container for gas pressure.
There needs to be containment. You can even look at, there's a beautiful photo of like where it's honey and oil and all these different things with all these different objects, and they float or they sink, and they're all side by side. Even water is contained. It is contained. Then there is air. and there is pressure within that air. There is something above us that is containing us. Whether that's solid, we have never been there. We don't know if it's a solid object. We don't know if it's undulating. We don't know if it's this or that or whatever. But in order for us to have the pressure that we are keeping, just like water is keeping a pressure and a gradient within the ocean, air is doing the same exact thing. So whatever is above us, there is something there. Do we know what that is? No. Would we love to know? Totally, 100%. The fact that none of you, or I'm not going to put that on you, but most of the people that we speak to are just like, no, this is what it is. It's totally outer space. And, we don't really have any reason. We're just going to claim gravity, even though that totally has never been proven. It's wrong by over 95%. We're wrong in cosmology. We're wrong in dark matter. We're just going to claim that this is what it is because this is what we've been taught in a school book and probably haven't even heard that it's wrong by 95% over, cosmology and dark matter is all completely wrong. We're just going to listen to what we've been told and never question it.
So you're telling us to not listen to what we've been told. That's what you're saying.
Question it. Actually question it, especially if you're in school still. If your teacher says something, question it. Don't just sit there and kind of like feed it into you and then write it on a piece of paper in your exam and pass. Literally question it. If she's talking about gravity, say, okay, what is it? How do we prove it? Because when it comes to it, you cannot prove. There's no scientific experiment that proves that gravity actually exists.
So
There's lots of things
basically,
like that.
you're saying that we shouldn't be listening to people telling us stuff like.
Well, I'm saying question what they're saying. Like us right now, question us. Go figure it out for yourself. Listen to what they're saying, take it on board, but figure out what's true and what's false. Question it.
Wait, so what do you think the forces are acting upon us to make us stay onto the ground and not fly around?
You're claiming there needs to be a force, and gravity, by the way, isn't a force.
Force or
it's never
effect, or whatever you believe. What do you believe that is keeping
on
us?
your model, you need something to hold you to the bottom of a ball. I don't need anything. Buoyancy and density. You drop a beach ball outside, it's going to go down. You pull a beach ball to the bottom of a swimming pool and you let it go, it's going to go up. It's buoyancy and density. Gravity only applies to certain things. How can a bumblebee fly upwards, but I can drop something and it goes down? It's buoyancy and density. It's got nothing to do with a force that you're saying.
I said a force or effect.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with that. There is no force or effect. How do you prove that there is? And it's not just the relative density of something compared to the medium round about it. For example, dropping something right now, the medium that it's in, compared to dropping it in water, it's going to act differently. In fact, earlier, I'll post it again, I put in a picture of a density tower. 1 second, let me find it again. And it's all different mediums with different objects in them, and it shows the buoyancy and density of different objects in different mediums.
That's exactly what I was talking about, that where it's like the wrenches and the balls and it's honey and oil.
Yeah,
and I mean, they're contained within their mediums. They're all contained, and they're all in different mediums. There's still containment. Containment needs to be made.
There's the picture there, 23 minutes past the hour. The left-hand side is describing the medium and the right-hand side is describing the object. So a ping pong ball and lamp oil, like a lamp, where is it? Where's the bomb? Honey and bolt, yeah. So there's like the density of honey and a bolt, as well as corn syrup, popcorn kernel, cherry tomato, and some dish soap. Like it's just buoyancy and density.
Okay. And then notice the container around it. Like containment, you have to have containment. Whether it's water and there's pressure within that water and the pressure will get lighter as you head towards the surface, then you have air. There's heavier pressure. It goes up in a gradient. There still needs to be containment. You can't escape that.
Okay. Also, another question I wanted to ask is, like the International Space Station, do you believe that's real? Like, we have people living out in space, or whatever you think it is?
It's not actually in space. It's low Earth orbit, they say. They're not in space.
Well,
so
Yeah, they're in what they say is low Earth orbit. And
Yeah.
personally, I don't think so.
Well, and you do realize that the moon is now in our atmosphere, right? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you pay attention to changes like that? Changes in definitions, changes in what they say is. Now all of a sudden it's changed again in order to fit their model. Does any of that strike a nerve with you?
Sometimes I just don't revolve my whole life around this. I just join VC sometimes and get interested in it. Then
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
not
go off
asking.
and do my other things.
Yeah, I wasn't asking you to live your whole life around this. I was just asking if you notice how definitions change, how they are continuously changing definitions, changing aspects, doing all these things. They just changed the definition of V and herd immunity to mean different things. They've changed the definition of level. They've changed the definition of retroreflective. Like they continuously are changing definitions to make words mean multiple things to cause confusion among the masses because they don't want the truth coming out.
Yeah, but can that just be because they're learning new things and they have to change into information because the old one isn't right?
No, that's not what's happening.
Well,
This
it could
isn't
be.
a congruence of like, oh wow, we figured something out, so now we're making the definition better. That's not what's happening at all.
I mean, like
They're changing the
they could be.
definition to literally change how people think. Because we know what V's are, we know what herd immunity is, we know what level is, we know where the atmosphere was in order for them to actually reach the moon. Like all these different things that have changed over the years, they're doing it in order to change the story and to change and to cause confusion.
Personally, I just believe that they're correcting our mistakes or like changing it. They don't change them like ridiculously different. They just change it because they were wrong in the past.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I believe that they're just changing it because they're changing the mistake that they made.
And
Because they
that is
learned
a
new things.
belief instead of actually investigating it to know what is happening. We can witness this right now with words that they are changing live action right now before our eyes. I collect dictionaries. You can go and look up dictionaries and purchase them for yourselves. They do not cost that much money. You can look up the words. You can see why they changed them, when they changed them. Is very interesting. What is happening right now with the V's and herd immunity has been changed right before our eyes. Go look up both of those words. Look up what they used to mean and what they just changed it to. You can witness why they are changing words. They have motive behind it. Just like level has always been horizontal, and now it means that it can be a curve.
Well,
Yeah, she's right about that last one. I mean, spirit levels, we use that to measure a flat surface, but now level is curved. That flat surface is curved.
Words are very powerful. They hold meaning, and without the actual definition of these words, we are lost. And when people are continuously changing them, amalgamating them, and having them serve some kind of purpose to their evil power, we're lost. Like, if you can't realize that and you can't see how that is being changed, then, and if you just believe, oh, we're just getting smarter and that's why we're, making words mean different things, I think that is quite silly.
Wait,
Okay,
so
go ahead.
so what you know? Yeah, you believe the Earth is flat. What's your theory on the bomb side of the Earth? Do you know or what?
Why would I know what is on the bottom side of the earth when we can only dig, what is it, like 8 something,
When there isn't
7 or 8 miles? Like, nobody's ever gone to it. So you believe in the globe. So how do you know what's at the center of it? That's a molten iron core when iron loses magnetism at a certain heat. So how are you going to project onto me what I should know when your model that you guys actually claim to know is completely false?
He's picturing the world, whether it be flat or a globe, in some kind of three-dimensional, like, sandbox space, like a game or something like that. Like,
Yeah, I don't care how he projects it. He doesn't know what is at the center of his own model, yet they claim to know what it is when it is provably wrong. So how is he going to ask me? I will be honest and claim I do not know. I do not know.
no, a lot of people we tend to forget need to be corrected, like that we don't picture space at all. We don't picture it as a vacuum. There's none. All of your stories of space doesn't exist. So us being floating around in it doesn't work.
But he
Like,
wasn't asking about that. He was asking about what I think is underneath.
right, what you can't really have an underneath because basically we're the floor to everything. Everything that you see above your head when you look up is literally above you. You're the bottom.
Yeah, I was still personally, I would claim that I do not know what is going on down below because we have never gone anything farther than what was it, 7, 8, almost 9 miles. I would claim I don't know. It would be great to figure it out. I would love to go and research and figure out what's going on under there if there isn't under there. But I mean, I'm not going to claim that I know. Yet they claim they know what is at the center of the earth. They know that it's a molten iron core when iron loses its magnetism and all these things. So the contradictions and the fallaciousness and even that question is hilarious to me. I think I might be the only league left. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anyone else even here. So if the guys want to join in, I guess feel free.
Wait, so why should the magnetism matter?
About your core? Why should
Yeah.
the magnetism matter? Because
Yeah.
iron loses its magnetism when it gets heated to a certain level. So if you have a molten iron level core, it's not going to be magnetized. It's going to lose its magnetism. And you have never even drilled to the center to even find out what is there that it could magically be magnetized if it is an iron core.
Yeah, but why should it? So if it, wait, but why does the magnetism even matter in like what you're saying?
I have no idea. That's your globe model. Like,
I know, but nobody's ever said that the magnetisms mattered. I don't think. I mean,
I honestly don't understand your question. Why does it matter to me? The magnetism doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either. So why are you putting that forth?
No, because if you are a believer in the globe model, then it should matter to you because the magnetism and the gravity and everything that is compounded upon it is all structured towards your globe model. They're the ones claiming that it is a molten iron core. Do I care why they need it to be magnetized? I really don't care. I really don't. But they're saying it needs to happen, and it's not. It can't be.
On the globe model, your gravity is based off of the Earth's center, which is apparently a magnetic core, which is what your gravity is based on. And if molten metal cannot lose its magnetism when melted, then that completely destroys that gravity altogether. And considering the farthest we've drilled down is 7 miles, they say, oh, we use instruments and quote unquote blah blah whatever to take pictures or not pictures, but to I forgot what they're called, but like instruments to X-ray through the Earth, and that's how we know.
I've never heard that before, but okay.
Well. Then how do you think they know that? Well, then why do you think they're telling you that it's a molten core?
I don't know. I was just questioning. What's your belief? Well, yeah.
Well, are you a glober?
Yep.
Well, then, how would you not know your model?
No, I'm questioning. I just.
I'm sorry, it's still
because
tonight,
that's
right?
what I thought. You know, I'm.
So you're a glober, right?
Yep.
So
No offense, but it's ladies' night,
Nighthawk,
man.
it's still ladies' night, bro. Sorry, man. I don't mean to like shut you down, but sorry. Ladies, continue.
Basically, a mod jumping in to make a point or elucidate one is one thing, or to moderate a whole line of questioning that you got to back off, man.
Honestly, I think I might be the only lady in here right now, and I didn't hear the question. So if they want to ask it again.
No, it was coming off your point. Like, this guy was saying, I don't even know. I was just saying that I was questioning, like, how would anybody even know that there is a core, or that the Earth is flat, or that the Earth is round?
Well, see, that's the point. So if you're in a globe model and you've been taught your entire life, this is what's happening at the core, then you realize we've never been to the core of Earth and they're lying about it. Does that not strike a nerve with you at all?
Yeah.
Like, are you just going to let that slide?
Yeah, but you can say the same thing for your flat Earth theory, that nobody's been to the bottom side of the Earth, so nobody knows.
Nobody's ever claimed. No. There is a major difference. Nobody's ever claimed to been to the quote unquote bottom side of the Earth. Nobody's ever claimed that. So you cannot say that's the same thing.
And I've seen it with other people on the server who believe in
not.
the bottom side. Yeah, I have.
You've never heard anyone say anything about the bottom side of flat Earth. I would like to. I need a citation, please.
I have.
Citation.
Well.
Seriously, I
Screenshot.
have.
Screenshot. I need a citation.
It's like I have heard it before. I'm serious. That's why I was questioning it.
Okay,
well,
cool.
your
Yeah,
belief might be different.
I would need to see a citation for that. I'm not buying it. I don't buy into that. So I'm a different person. I'm an individual.
Yeah,
We're not a cult. We don't all think alike. So if somebody else made that claim, which I honestly don't think they did, but if you do have evidence for that and can provide it, love to see it. Otherwise, I am my own individual, and I am not claiming any claims that I've ever seen anything underneath the Earth.
No. That's not what I said. No, I said nobody's seen the bottom side, but I've heard people on the server that believe that there is one.
Okay, that's fine. They can believe whatever they want.
Yeah, I know. That's
Me
what
myself, I am an individual,
No, I
as
was just
most
saying
people in this community are, and I am saying I cannot make such a claim. I'm never going to make a claim that I believe that there is this or I believe that there is that, because I don't play the believe game. I want to know.
Okay.
Yet your side actually plays this is what it is. We're stating it as a fact. This is exactly what it is. We've been taught it since we were kids, and they have no freaking clue what it actually is. So the onus is on you. Like, you guys are the ones that are making these grand claims. It's been proven that they're wrong. So go ahead and prove. What's at the center of the Earth?
I don't know. I've been saying this the whole time. I don't know what's at the center of the Earth. How am I supposed to know?
Right. I'm glad that you're on
How
that
is
level.
anybody supposed to know? I've said this before.
Exactly. Then I'm glad that you're on that level, and I hope that you meditate on that and think about what you've been taught as a child, what they are saying is at the center of the Earth, what they're saying, how that has an effect on mass and gravity and everything else. And I hope that you come to realize that you have been taught lies by people who are supposed to be your teachers that you're supposed to respect and honor and trust, and they have lied to you. So sit with that as long as it takes.
Okay.
And I mean that in a very I'm not trying to be rude. Like, I truly mean that. I really hope that you do. Because for some people, it takes a lot longer to realize what is actually going on. And other people get it, they get it sooner. Some people, it takes a little while longer. Like, as long as it takes, sit with that. You've been lied to. Provably lied to.
Okay. Also, do you believe that there's another possibility that the Earth isn't flat or round, or it could be anything else? Or is that just not what you think?
Yeah, I don't buy into that because I know about Euclidean geometry and horizontal, level, flat, how plumb bobs work, how perpendicular works, how vertical works. So no, we are on a horizontal, level, and flat plane. And I have not seen any evidence for anything further. If something magically comes up and we're able to reach some destination beyond 60th South parallel that can show us something different, otherwise, no. Everything that we are existing on right now, it's flat, it's level, it's horizontal. I have not seen any evidence otherwise.
Okay.
Again, guys, I think I might be the only girl in here. So if anyone else wants to jump in.
You're doing an amazing job, Shine. You got this, girl.
Battle mod. What she's saying is it's the end of ladies' night because she's not going to do this for herself.
No, I have no problem talking to people all night. I'm just saying, like, there's dead air, and I know that kind of sucks. So if people want to, like, jump in, like, I'll continue to talk. I'm not going to stop talking just because lady night ended. But, yeah, let's get some more voices in here. I don't want to be all alone by myself.
I'm just asking a genuine question. It's nothing bad. But do you get how is this like an often thing? Do you like on here for hours on end?
Am I?
Yeah, other people like there was a person here who was like in the car on it. Like you don't, I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I mean, people come in here all the time. Yeah, people come in here all the time. People are driving, which makes the road go the ride go quicker. Truck drivers are in here all the time. I mean, instead of listening to music and radio and talk radio, it's great to have conversations with people. Why do you find that to be something that is like a negative? Why would you think her driving in the car would be like
He
an
didn't
issue?
say it was a negative. He just was asking.
I was asking
No,
you.
no.
I literally said
because you posted it in chat earlier as a negative. I saw it.
What did I say again? I can't remember. That was ages ago.
You posted in chat earlier. You said, "Oh my gosh, people are on here all day that they have to be in their cars actually talking on here," or something along those lines. So yeah, if you're thinking that because people, and even if they are, even if somebody is on here 24 hours a day while they're doing other things, as if people cannot multitask. Oh, is it because people can't multitask? People can't like chime in and listen to things while they're doing other stuff. That's funny because a ton of Globers do this all day, every day
And
while
I mean,
they're
like,
at
if
the
you're sitting here, if you get home, wherever you wake up, turn on your computer and sit on here all day speaking to people, I just find
It's not about getting home. You see, that's what you're missing is that people do this all the time while they're at work, while they're on the road, while they're doing this, while they're doing that. Globers and flat earthers alike. This is a great conversation to be had. And there shouldn't be anything derogatory towards either side.
It's fine. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. It's like the radio, you know, you hear that when you're doing stuff. But I was saying how if you like do nothing else, you'll continue to be on this. Like you
Yeah,
generally
that's not what's happening, and that's
No, that's
your
fine then.
own like imagination that they're not doing anything else in their life. No, they're I have a 3-year-old. I'm running around the house all day. I do stuff. I chime in. I do this. I do that. Like people are truck drivers. They're scientists. They're pilots. There's all kinds of people on here, and they are on here all the time. And when they can chime in, they do. When they can type, they do. I don't think there's anything derogatory to be made about people that are on Discord having this conversation. I actually commend them for coming in here and speaking up on either side to try and have this topic as a conversation.
That's fine. That's fine.
Hank's in his office when he's talking. That truck is his office. He's paying for his family to live. A lot of us do it while we work. I take my laptop and my hotspot in the dump truck on the work site, in the foreman truck.
Is there an issue?
You do know there's hands-free, right?
yes.
You do know I'm using a hands-free system, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what's the problem,
Obviously.
right?
Yes, it's fine. You do what you want. Don't. Okay. I didn't really need to know that using a hands-free system. Oh, very nice.
So what's the issue?
I didn't say there was an issue. Just saying. I was genuinely asking, do people sit on here all the time?
Yeah,
And, like,
what's wrong with that?
Yeah, most of these people have. Yeah, most of these people have a purpose in life, and most of them are successful. Lou does it. Lou does it when he's on a construction site.
Yeah, that's
once
fine.
in a
I'm
while,
saying.
very rarely. No, look, let me tell you this. Even if we were wrong, let's just discount what's right, what's wrong. Even if we were wrong, we're right to do this. For you, for your side, for your science. You want people to question you so you can strengthen your arguments. It's a civic duty to always question the narrative, always question authority. Like, aside from that, when you do get involved in a topic like this, you start investigating and learning and researching all kinds of topics you would have never learned anything about. Whether or not the earth is flat, there is no way a single person could waste a moment doing this.
No, it's fine. It's just good for people to have opinions. You know, it was like that they always say. You know, if everybody had the same opinion, it'll be boring. But now,
You think that we have opinions?
Yeah, but no.
Did you realize flat Earth isn't an opinion? It's been measured. It's measurably, objectively true.
It's real fact. It's not opinion.
But it's like me saying it's because there's different opinions. Obviously, you think that's real, but
No,
we
it's
don't.
not opinion. I cannot say that something what should
say.
have the
Just
shit.
listen, I'm just trying to.
Man, listen this. If you don't like my accent, that's all right. You know.
No, I wasn't saying that. It's just.
Yeah, but I can speak other 2 languages if you don't like my English. I don't know.
I don't care what language you speak.
Why are you repeating my accent then?
I wasn't. I was looking at. I don't care anyway. What I was back to what I was saying. I mean, like when I mean
Well,
like.
Can I repeat my question? Can I repeat my sentence? It's not opinion. It's the point of the shape. You know, it cannot be opinion of the shape. I have opinion that Earth it's a cube. You know, that's opinion.
Yeah, I know. It's your opinion. We have different opinions.
Yeah,
right?
but I have opinion that Earth I don't know, tomato shape.
But it's like.
But it's bubbling. You know, it's a little bit. It's curving only on top, but not how to say, not spherical. It's spiraling.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. It's all fine. I mean, like, some of it you may think is facts, you may think it's not. So what we say, you probably think is not real, but what we think of you, what you say, is not real. That's what we think.
No.
Okay,
Okay, listen to me.
okay.
Wait.
What water do in nature?
Oh my gosh.
Does water keeps level or is it curving?
Show us a horizontal turning into a curve. Do that. Show us a horizontal, which is the horizon, ever curving. And if you want to claim refraction or any of those things, then show it bending and lifting up and over something ever, instead of just a consistent horizontal that we always see. That would be nice.
Yeah, well, that's the thing everybody wants to know, you know, is it? We don't know. That's the thing.
No, we do know. We do know. You should probably
That's what
look
you
into.
think.
No. Listen to me. You should probably look into Euclidean elements. You need to learn geometry. You need to learn what horizontals are. You need to learn what verticals are, perpendiculars, plumbs, level, flat, all of those terms. Then go out into nature and observe, because we have never seen any kind of curvature ever. Period. Point blank. Ever. Except for your fairy tale, ISS, outer space probes, blah, blah, blah.
I don't know. There's not much I can really say. I mean, I found this really interesting. All of this. I've been on this for hours.
Yeah. Well, while you're trying to study flat earthers and assume that they are wrong, you could be spending that effort, actually studying, the model that you believe in and whether or not it conforms with reality, which it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing you will have researched a lot more than I have. I mean, I know basically as much as anybody else does. I mean, you all know way more than I do. Because all of you, there's half the stuff you're saying I don't understand. But I mean,
Does anybody presented you something
what do you mean?
like a black swan?
What?
No, that means no.
We have a thing called the black swan. It's a really great observation. There's many others like it, but it's just one example. That
look, if he said he hasn't done much research, he's not going to know what the black swan is. So if we start with questions like, what type of, how do you think the Earth was formed?
I have no clue.
So,
Unless
like,
anybody
just
knows.
your opinion based on what you've learned. Do you believe that as a fact? Like they say that, I don't know, gas particles came together and slowly formed, and space debris came together. Like, what do you think?
I don't know. Like, I'm not religious or anything. Then maybe so. Now I don't know. We don't. I mean, I'm not religious. I don't.
Hold on. There seems to be. Hold on. You keep saying I don't know. But yet
look,
you also
don't
know,
interrupt tonight. Him saying I don't know is an honest answer.
Exactly. And so I'm trying to point something out to him. He keeps claiming I don't know, but yet he knows certain things. He holds this belief in it, and he won't let go of that belief and those knowings, even though there is plenty of evidence against it. He still holds on to those knowings instead of going back to what is in his heart, the I don't knows, and being willing to research those and have those arguments made. You get what I mean? Like, hold on to that. Hold on to those I don't knows. When we talk about, like, is it curved? You should be saying, I don't know, and look to it in that clear mind of the I don't know.
every one of his claims comes from the hive mind, and every time we press him on it, he says, I don't know, basically.
That's fine. We don't need to patronize him either.
Okay, I asked him if somebody presented it to you.
Listen, Shady, leave the moderation to the mods, will you?
Huh? What?
I said leave the moderation to the mods. Quit trying to moderate my members.
I'm trying to ask questions just as much as anybody else.
I know you are, but you're telling them how to act.
Right. Well, we shouldn't patronize anyone.
Well, that's your opinion.
I was never patronizing anyone. I was having a clear and concise conversation saying, look, you are able to say, I don't know about these things. When it comes to things that you think you know, you should be able to say, I don't know about those things as well. That is not patronizing. That is great advice. And if you find that is patronizing,
we should patronize him. not that you
You're
were
not. You're not.
patronizing
You're
him.
not. You're
Well,
not.
I'm
You're not.
saying
You're
we
telling
shouldn't
people.
obfuscate the point. Now we're covering your point instead of sticking to the point of the VC, the conversation. The point is flat Earth. Not how you feel about how people talk.
No,
I'm
no,
trying to
let's
be
not
as
go.
nice as I
Let's
can
not
about
talk
this.
about this stuff.
Normally I
Let's
just
talk
get,
about
normally I
what does
just
he
get rid
think?
of you.
How does he think the Earth was formed?
Yeah, you're not patronizing me. This is the whole point of these conversations.
It's been created. Like that's if the Earth is flat, which we can prove it is, then the Earth must have been created, and we can't tell you about creation. I mean, you can look at stories like the Bible or the Quran or whatever religion you subscribe to. Those are stories about creation. I
Well,
can't.
from a baller's perspective, that's scientific. I'm a flat earther based on what I believe and everything I've looked at. But from a baller, from learning stuff from school, they teach something different, and it's not because of what you've researched. It's because of no choice.
They teach about, especially here, they teach about the world being round because that's the most common thing people know of. I think that's what they tell us. That's why I'm probably so like I don't know to most of these questions because that's what I've been told.
Well, yeah, your mainstream narrative is going to be one where you automatically always assume the Earth is a ball. That's where you start in kindergarten. You get to school and they show you a ball right away and say, "This is where you live," and they start you there.
Right, I think is that geography or biology? Not biology.
It's none of that. It's kindergarten, okay?
Or
It's
social studies.
It's
Sam, can I call you?
I'm sorry.
Can I call you Sam?
Hey.
The point is, I think 99% of people here realize that radius value of 3,959 miles should to be correct, and we made research that in nature, and that number doesn't fit. That means it should to be drop 8 inch per mile square, but it's not. You cannot find drop anywhere. And
So do you accept that?
Yeah, I'll listen to what you guys say. I'm not gonna.
Because the thing is this: if Earth is sphere, it must be dropped there. It must be. It cannot be flat.
Yeah.
We cannot see. We cannot see more than that value what they gave to us, because that is the sphere with the with the dimensions what they tell us. And if they are that dimension or not, what they're saying, if we go outside and measure, I don't know, 10, 20, on Black Swan example, it's 10 miles. It should be like a 60, I think 66 feet of drop.
Yeah.
But we see on that picture, I don't know if you saw, somebody posted like 10 minutes ago. On that picture, we see horizon like 10 times further than should to be for that value.
Yeah.
It's not like it's there, it's maybe double. No, it's 10 times. And that's minimum, because we cannot know, because horizon, it's apparent location. It's not real location.
Yeah.
And that's one point, because it should be sphere. And we have two other points that nobody proved the rotation of the Earth, and we cannot have the vacuum of the space near to our gas pressure system. That's only beginning. You can go and look into that, but you can prove that. You can see if that value is true, because it's on the Earth. You cannot go to the space and or in the sky and look in the sky and say, oh, look at this. I know because of this.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to convince you, you need to believe in flat Earth, because we know. No, man. You can go and look for yourself and research for yourself and find out what is going on. Maybe listen this server, what people have to say here, and then question that things what people said here. Okay, let's question this. Maybe they are right, man. Maybe they are wrong.
Yeah.
So, Sasha, can I ask him some questions real quick?
No, yeah, I will stop here.
So, who's that? The kid that was talking, Simtex?
Yeah.
So, Simtex, I got a question for you, bro. So, when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
I don't know.
Huh?
I'm not sure.
You can answer that question.
You can't answer that?
No, I don't.
Listen, maybe it's easier. If Earth is not curving anywhere, what it is?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess what?
Well, so when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right, it's okay, bro. It's called a flat surface. We measure surface. There's no curve. It's called a flat surface. Okay?
Okay.
If the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
No, I don't care if it's flat. It doesn't affect us.
Well, I mean, you can think that, but I'm just asking, would you want to know? I mean, that's the reason why you're in here, right?
Well, I mean, if someone said to me, if there was an official answer, like they genuinely found out 100%, no doubt about it, yes, I'd obviously want to, yeah. You know,
Okay, all right, cool.
What's nice general knowledge.
So if you have any proof of when or where or who measured the Earth's curve, could you please provide any evidence?
Well, what if I were to say it?
What's that?
Wait, say it again, sorry.
If you have any proof of when, where, and who measured the Earth's curve, could you provide any evidence?
I guess I would. Well, it depends. Yeah.
Can I make a statement about that? So you would want to know for a fact if the Earth was literally not curving anywhere, like if there was an absolute fact about it. So that means what I'm taking it as that if there is any evidence pointing toward it not being a globe, then you wouldn't even consider that at all. So, like, you are so strung out on the globe model that unless you have an absolute proof that can never have any argument against it ever in the world, then you would consider it. That sounds quite ridiculous.
I mean,
My question is, who would you believe it from? Who would have to tell you it for you to believe it?
Someone that was. Well, I don't know.
Your government. Your government.
Because it affects every aspect of your life.
You want it on BBC News?
Well, I don't know. They've always been told. Everybody knows that they something.
That's okay that you don't know, bro. We actually appreciate the fact that you say that you don't know because we're here to help you understand and help you know.
Yeah, no, because whenever I asked for people's opinions earlier, I just thought I was because I asked them about the whole moon landing thing, and then boom, straight into a massive argument about it. And like, why? I was genuinely asking what your opinion was, and thought I was, it's stupid, really, but.
All right, so okay, so I got 3 questions for you. All right.
Yep.
1 is, what is the radius of the Earth's curve?
Radius?
Yes.
Don't know.
You don't know?
Wait, give me a second. I don't know. No.
No? You don't know?
Nope.
Okay, so it's 3,958.8 miles. Some of us like to say 3959. Huh?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So my second question to you is, could you provide any citation of gas pressure without a container?
I'm not sure. I know that I've been told stuff before about different things like that, but I'm not sure.
It's okay. Yes or no. That's all.
I'll just go with no then.
Okay. And my third question for you is: could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning?
Well, that's where the whole belief in opinions comes in, doesn't it? There's different, because I could believe hundreds of people. There's hundreds of people, millions of people with different opinions. Yet we don't know who's telling the truth.
What I'm saying is, could you provide evidence that the Earth is spinning?
Well, you could attempt to, yeah.
Attempt to, like when you step outside of your house, when you observe the Earth, you can feel the Earth spinning. Like,
no, we move. Okay, you can't. We're moving.
Right, so you can't prove that there's a spin in the Earth. There's no spin.
Sam, do you want to know one information I will give you?
Okay.
Do you know that nobody scientifically proved the rotation of the Earth? Never, ever.
Wow.
I'm just asking these 3 questions to let you know, and if you don't know, then welcome to the flat Earth.
Well,
I want to tell him. I want to tell him only, that things doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead. I'm done.
If
I
you
asked
want,
the 3 questions.
if you want to know, they proved opposite. You have scientific proofs that Earth is stationary, but not that it's moving.
Yeah,
he's gone. He's gone. He left.
Okay.
Well, he's texting now, so 2 a.m. he says.
Wow. It's crazy how I just finished all those questions when we were in here this entire time, and then all of a sudden now he has to leave.
He's exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
He's been exhausted.
Yeah, that's probably a true story. Because now, and guess what? Now he'll never be able to sleep.
Yeah, no, I think he's gonna be, his head's gonna be spinning. His head is gonna be spinning, not the Earth, but his mind is gonna be spinning.
It for sure is. He was intending to troll, and he couldn't even do it anymore. He was just like a deer in headlights, basically.
He ran out of trolls.
But don't believe me that it doesn't exist scientific proof for rotation. You can find that.
Well,
I just like to thank.
misunderstanding.
I'm sorry. I just like to thank Sunny and QE for this kind of information. I learned all this from them, so it's not me. I learned it from them. So thank you guys for letting and ow.
Yeah, he lost his ability to understand, believe,
Right on, man.
knowing, and all that kind of stuff. And you nailed it. You put the nails in the coffin. Great job.
And I was ready to speak about gravity and everything else too, man. Like, oh man, I was like, he didn't want us to mention any of those.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Where did you learn how water behave in nature?
How did I learn? Well, how did I learn how water behaves in nature?
Who teach you that?
Who taught me that?
Yeah, who teach you that?
Oh, I can't out of the top.
Maybe nature.
Right, like nature taught me naturally.
What does "ooh" mean? Like, I have a feeling there's a reason. Like,
I know, no,
I know when you do your things, it's like a word to you. Like, what does it mean?
It doesn't mean it. Okay, so like,
can I try?
I'm excited, right? And so like when I get
So what,
excited,
I get it with the big one, but what about the little one? What does that one mean?
oh no, I don't nothing. It doesn't mean anything, bro. I don't even. I'm trying to figure
A
out like
lower degree of excited.
Yeah. Okay.
probably.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I could do it
Okay, I
too.
got it. You're gonna
It
be all
sounds like that
happy,
guy
bro.
on the telephone. On the telephone with the lady. Hi, my name's Skipper. I just got your telephone number from the mailman.
Oh my god, yeah.
Hey, do
Have
you
guys
select
heard that?
do you select the words or the sounds that you make? Do you actually select those and or what is it?
No, I don't select them. It just comes like it's not something I think about or anything. It's sounds that I've heard in the past or I've heard before, and then my body just naturally reacts.
So if your body would have picked the N word and just say automatically, you'll be in trouble all the time.
Fuck off.
Eno, can,
No,
you,
it's just
can you say Earth is flat and then with that adding, please?
no, I had to actually like I'm
No,
like okay,
please.
I gotta
It
slow
Earth
down
is
and
flat
breathe.
with two.
Because when I get very excited and happy when we talk about it, like I tend to tick a lot more. Because I mean, I could sit here. I was looking at my phone, and then like, because I took these notes down as I would listen to Sunny and QE and EXO and everybody, and I took
GMC.
bits, Jamsey, like everybody, bro. Like I took bits and pieces of what people said, and I would make it into my own. And like I don't understand why sometimes like when I get going and I have a good roll going, I won't tick. But when there'll
Yeah.
be moments when I get really excited, it's a neurological condition, bro. That's all I can explain. It has nothing to do with mentalness. And I was arguing with somebody on TikTok. They're like, I have a mental disability. And I said, Tourette syndrome is not a mental disability. It's a neurological condition.
Hey, so the
Yeah,
first
and
time I've seen
and
this, it was a girl. Every time she finished a sentence, she will say, like little bird or something. She will say a bird. She will
Right.
say the same 2 or 3 words after every sentence.
Right.
After
And there
she
was this
finished
girl.
whatever she's saying, after she's done whatever she's saying, she will finish it with those
Oh,
words.
yeah. She would say,
Yeah.
there was a girl that would say biscuit all the time too, and she would say biscuit every single time, biscuit, and then she would hit her chest every single time, biscuit, and say biscuit at the end of her sentences. Sorry, like
okay, Helio Biscuit. Sorry.
Now here will say beer and cigarettes after every paragraph.
That means that we need to understand some globbers when they say refraction.
Wait, we need to understand them?
It's
Yeah,
the same
actually,
globe.
that's probably a
Like
condition for Globers, because
Yeah,
every
you
time every time they finish a sentence about the globe, they say gravity or refraction.
sorry, Simtex, do you
It's
wanna-
probably a condition.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Sorry, Simtex, do you need
Yeah,
a
that's
16-year-old to come
Think
in
about
here and
that.
tell you, or a 14-year-old? Because I know a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old that can come here and tell you
Yeah.
and let you know and up on some knowledge too.
Thing is,
It's
like,
so big. It's so huge. You
typing
can't see
the
the curve.
subtext,
Gravity,
but
gravity, gravity,
I don't
gravity.
like typing the subtext, but I want to address what he says. He's not in here, is he? No.
No, I was addressing what he said too.
Yeah. No. This last
He
thing,
has to
this
listen.
last
He's
thing
still
that he
been
said,
writing
like, I'm
1
not
minute
gonna just
ago, so
address
he
the
was so
audience.
tired.
here.
Or he's
Like,
not listening.
Why you don't believe something what is never proven?
No, look.
That is
Okay,
the question.
I'm just being lazy right now. I don't feel like typing to him. Somebody tell him that if he doesn't join the VC to answer these questions, he's not allowed in this text chat. I'm lazy. Somebody do it.
I'd like to
Yeah.
answer that question. Why would they believe in something?
Samtrax.
I mean, he said that he had to leave to go to
You
sleep.
can't be just typing in the
but
voice
he's
text, man.
He's texting in the voice text.
So you either come back in, sign off, or whatever.
Yeah, he's not listening.
Whatever you're doing.
I ain't
You
gonna
can't
lie,
be
guys.
half in and
There's
half
some
out.
nights. There's some nights that I can only text because either I'm near people that are sleeping or I don't want to make too much
Those
noise.
are a little different for you, man.
That happens.
Nobody's going to question a moderator typing in the VC text. You know, it does happen. But for these guys who come in here defending their globe, hiding behind a keyboard and not able to come into the VC, it's a completely different story.
Oh yeah.
I know he was in here, but he's not going to sit there and be a keyboard warrior. If he's gone, he's gone.
There's the debate text for that, or the lobby, or the connective distance. But the live stream voice text is related to the VC call, whatever we're talking about in here. If you want to debate flat Earth and not be in the VC, go to debate channel in this server. There's other channels for that too.
I do have a statement to make about whoever said earlier, like, they just believe things. Like, why do they believe things? And I love what somebody just said. The truth is for the humble. There's something going on. And I really appreciate the fact that I know I grew up with it. And it's like, wow, Venus's atmosphere does this, and it does this at the ground, and it does this outward. And oh my gosh, there's these black holes, and there's this entire story that is presented to us. And it is so fascinating, and it's so captivating, and it's freaking awesome. Like, many times, like, Globers will do a response, and I'm like, wow, that's actually a really cool story. I get why people fall into this, right? But the thing is that people these days are lazy. They're incredibly lazy. And the story that is actually fascinating with Flat Earth is that we get to explore. We don't know. So what is out there? We have to man up and we have to go and explore it. Nobody wants to do that. They want to be spoon-fed a story. They want to already know what it is so they can be comfortable and cozy instead of actually having to do anything to try and figure out what is going on in the world around them. I think that's what it comes down to. I think it comes down to the story. They're comfortable, their egos, and they are freaking lazy. That's what I've come down to. That's what I think.
Earlier on in what you said the truth is with who? What was that exactly?
Oh no! In the very beginning, somebody said the truth is for the humble.
For the humble.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
To your point there, I just wanted to point out, like, it's sort of arrogant to think that anybody has the truth. I think the truth is pretty much like an unknowable thing.
Well, I think that's the truth,
right?
Right? That's why I think that is the truth. It's for the humble, the people that can say, I don't know. And that is a truth. To say, I don't know is a truth.
That would be the only ultimate truth, right? Like,
Exactly. Yep, that's it. Yeah, we don't know. We have no idea. And there should be some kind of excitement in that. Instead, people are more excited about a story. I can get cozy with the blanket and lay on my bed and just know what everything is, instead of having to, like, have some muscle, be like the Vikings, be like the people that go out and adventure and go on these expeditions to figure out what it actually is. Like, I have to do work? Nah, I'd rather know the story. You get what I mean? I think that's where Globers are at, is that they don't want to have to admit that they don't know because it takes work. I'd rather just be spoon-fed a story. I'd rather be cozy.
Did they have a choice? They have been taught that way of thinking, talking, and acting. Did they have a choice? I'm just asking.
Well, did any of us? But some of us have come to the conclusion of, wow, you know what? I'd rather go on this adventure than be spoon-fed what I'm supposed to think. So yeah, whether we had a choice or not, you get the choice once you come upon this topic. If you're going to choose to not venture and ask, like, wow, do I really know? You're not even going to make that claim of, like, I should probably question this. I think that says something about the person, that they aren't even willing to question what they've been told. I'd rather just stick to the story.
Yeah, but I was 52 when I discovered flat Earth. Some of you know that. And I made other choices and searched for other truth, spiritual truth, among other things. And I'm just saying, what I'm saying is that people have been dumped down by society, and that's what I mean. Did they have a choice because they have been taught? It's behavior indoctrination. That's just my point.
No, I get what you're saying. I would still say that you have choice. I mean, you at your age still had a choice, and you can choose. Do you want the red pill? Do you want the blue pill? Do you want to actually question what's going on, or do you want to just fit with the narrative? If somebody chooses to not make that choice to question even a little bit, even just to even enter in the conversation, because there's many people who just won't even enter the conversation. I have mad respect for people who even enter the conversation and are still like, no, I don't believe it, but I'm still going to argue it, because there has to be something within them that's like, there's something here, right? There's something to argue. I'm not just here. I don't think they're just here to argue against flat Earth. I think there's something in their subconscious that is like, this is worth arguing. And I wonder if they'll ever tell me something that will go against it, because I need that proof. So I'm going to argue it and argue and argue it until I find something that will glitch. I mean, it's questionable. The psychology behind it is quite fascinating. But yeah, I think every human being has a choice, no matter how old they are.
Yeah, but you are also talking. What you're talking about is when they are confronted with a truth like flat Earth, confronted with this reality, and they just choose to ignore it. That was what you meant. I think I misunderstood you then. Correct?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I'm sorry, I have a 3-year-old and he was screaming at me.
Okay, reality calls. When people are confronted with a thing like flat Earth or other kinds of truth about society and the lies and deceit and so on, that was what you were talking about, and they just ignore it. Then they have a choice. You didn't. I thought you were talking about it in a general sense, why people don't question it. Sorry, and I misunderstood that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever. I'm even talking. Yeah, there are certain people that they'll be presented with it and they will completely ignore it, and then there's other people that will question it, right? But they'll argue against it. And I think that there's something there that in their subconscious, the reason, and especially the people who stick around and continuously question it and debate it and get angry against it, there has to be something there in their subconscious where they're like, why are they arguing so hard against this? Like, if they know what it is, then it shouldn't matter, right? Like, but they're so passionate about it that I think that there is something in their subconscious that they're almost like waiting for this one undisputable fact that, oh my gosh, now it's proven that this is what it is. Like, I don't know.
He's pretty new to this server. I don't know if he's as familiar as you and I are with the true globe zealots, like your opposition servers that are built purely because flat Earth exists. They built up their own server and community to fight against the flat Earth, right? And we're talking about some of the weirdest people on Earth, regardless the shape. Like, if you don't think it's real and you think it's a complete nonsense, why would you devote any real time to it? So what she's talking about is this strange little corner of the internet, like these really oddball people in the world that they claim to be normal. They think they're normal because they're fighting for what normality would tell you to fight for, but they don't use any logic whatsoever. These people are completely insane.
Lou, but if I'm new person, I would be interested. What are you have to say, not what I have to say.
Can I answer that one?
Yeah.
I know about those people. One is calling himself Fight the Flat Earth. And there's a lot of other Professor Dave that someone mentioned and so on. I've been a flat earther since 2000 and I was also since 2016. I've been a flat earther and I have been following it a little bit from the sideline, been active in some periods and withdrawn in others because of all the craziness going on in my life and in my search for a spiritual truth. So that has taken a lot of my time too. But I know about these people, and I just misunderstood Shines. Is that right? Yes, I think. I thought you were generalizing. Why don't they question things? And that was what I meant what by being dumped down. But yes, I do know those people, and it's crazy because I have asked them many times. I have asked them if the globe is so self-evident, then what are you doing here? What are you using and wasting your time with nothing? Because then you will regard flat Earth as being nothing. Sorry, my friends, but a fart in the wind, as a nada, not a threat at all. So what are you really doing here? Defending the globe against what you keep telling people are nothing, ridiculous, way out, and so on, and trying to make money of it too. But many of them do that as well. Oh, I know that. That
Oh yeah,
kind
don't
of people.
underestimate the monetary incentive that there is, because as we know, there is an incentive to promote the mainstream idea of whatever, the stand of the earth is, like, the whatever spinning globe model. There is many channels that make a lot of money just talking about these news flashes about the new discoveries in galaxies 20 trillion miles away, right? And exoplanets and all that kind of stuff. So there is a monetary incentive just to talk about it. And in the algorithms, like, when Congress spoke to YouTube about, undermining these conspiracies and this kind of stuff, like flat earth and stuff like that. So the people that are putting information out there that goes against the false information, quote unquote, right? The misleading information like flat earth and stuff. The people that are talking about the opposite of flat earth, they are being pushed into the mainstream. They are being put in the front pages, so they have a monetary incentive to do so. People will take the money. Yeah, I mean, if you make a big enough a channel that gets enough views, and then you get patrons and chats and donations and all that kind of stuff, is that incentive, that monetary incentive, that money will definitely keep people pushing that side of the argument, which is the globe. It pays people for sure. And then you have government agents that are in the payroll to do that stuff. That's I can't prove that, but there's definitely agents out there that promote this information. So that's another part of the equation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say again, like, to clarify what my point was, is that any human being that does not at least have the innate ability to say, that's an interesting question. This is an interesting question. Instead of just reciting a textbook and saying, this is what we know, this is what we know, this is what we know. People that are unwilling to go against what they have been taught, that says something about how strong and how amazing what this process and what this machine has done to people. And that's what we're witnessing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
when we witness somebody who's unable to like even have the conversation, that's a problem. It doesn't matter what age you are. Like it was 2012 when I figured all this out. It was actually the day that my mother passed away, and I came home, started doing research, and it clicked with me right away. I was like, that's amazing. Like I get it. And the more that I researched, the more that I was like, wow, yeah, all horizontals are level on this plane that we're living in. And, you know, we can go into all the other subjects and discuss all that, but we live in a horizontal and level flat plane, period. Right? Anybody who is unwilling to even question that because of how strongly they have been taught, that says something about, and this isn't a judgment on them, it just says something about how strong and amazing their tactics are. And again, I have to tip my hat to them. It is fascinating what they are able to do and how they are able to lead the masses and orchestrate them, and many psyops and stories and all these different things to get them to do what they want them to do. And I would hope that more people would just be willing to just, if they are willing to question others, what they've been taught, then at least question themselves, right? Question what they think. Should I be thinking this? You know?
Yeah, I think it's being reinforced because the mainstream, the globe theory is almost like in the background. It's like an unclear thing, but it's always in the background. So a lot of the things that people accomplish, whatever engineering or navigation, on all this kind of stuff, that it all works perfectly on the flat plane that we live on. In the background of their minds, they think all that stuff works on the globe, right? So everything they've done in the past, even though they never took the globe into account, it's been done in the globe, in their minds, in their imagination, and it's been reinforced since we are children. You know, you got the globe in the background, like in the back in the class. You have the teacher with the globe next to her, and then you see the images of the globe everywhere. Then you see NASA, so people can become like fanboys, basically. And then people get excited when we go into space and we go into Mars, and it's like almost like an injection at that moment of the drug, space drug, and we get the high. We go really high. We go to Mars. We go to whatever, and sending satellites or Starlinks and internet coming from space, and it's almost like it's always in the background. So people relate a lot of things that work in reality, and they actually in their minds they think it works because of the globe, the spinning globe, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they think that our cell phones, our car, like GPS, everything, our internet, our television, how we navigate the world, like everything revolves, literally revolves around the spinning globe. And
Yeah, and it's just in the background.
Yeah, and it's very
Yeah.
interesting that some people are able to be like, well, wait a minute, all horizontals are level, like we can see too far, and that's like the peak. Or it might be the moon landing, or it might be 9/11, or it might be all these different things. But something like there are certain people that are able to question, there's others that they refuse to question whatsoever, ever.
Yep.
Diversion, isn't it? They
It
keep
is
your
a division.
attention
Yes.
on space and what's out there, up there, and out there, and the possibilities or hope of something, space travel thing and stuff. So you don't pay enough attention to what's really going on down here, and also all the conflicts they create. That is another diversion between people. All the I'm sure they created racism and things like that to split people up and fight each other in different levels to divert to so people pay attention to things and fight each other instead of really noticing what's going on in this world and what
You hit it
they
nail
are
on the
doing
head.
to us.
You know,
I hope I
and
made myself
everything, every topic that is spoken about, let's say economics, politics, wars, everything is based on a global thing. Oh, this global conflict, or the global economics, or the global whatever. They always throw that in the background. So everything that is happening in reality, it's happening on the globe. So it's
Yes.
always being thrown in a way, even in movies that you will never see a globe or see anything, they will they will say, "Oh, gravity," just one word in that movie. You don't see anything related to the spinning globe in the imagery that you get from the movie, but in one sentence they will throw gravity or the globe. That's it.
And he had it spot on. It's divide and conquer. And so divide and conquer can be a good thing, right? Me and my husband, we have a ton of chores to do. We have to go to the store. So we divide and conquer. He goes to the store. I take care of the dishes. Like we come back together. Everything is done in the same amount of time. So we get more time to spend together. That's a good divide and conquer, right? Because everything can either be something that is good or that is bad. It depends on how you use it. What they are doing with divide and conquer is they have utilized this to the umpteenth amount. And again, I have to tip my hats to them. And when somebody sees it, you cannot unsee it. They're dividing us by, race, by culture, by food, by politics, by, countries, by this, by that. Like the division is so immense that it makes all of us feel like we're so not united and that we are so stuck inside of our compartmentalization that we only know our little tidbits of what we're supposed to know, and anything outside of that we are against, just like they compartmentalize within every single thing else. And that is why it's so funny when we talk to them about compartmentalization, they still don't get it. It's right there. So I think that it takes a certain type of person, and somebody's either able to question or they're not. And sometimes somebody is able to question. It just takes them a longer period of time to be able to really begin that questioning and see the seeds that have been planted. But I think that there are literally some people that never will. I think there are some. But I think for the most part, the more that we continue to talk to people and plant the seeds, that hopefully more people will come around, because it's so obvious. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it, and all the layers are just right before your eyes, whether it's the shape of the earth, the politics, race, country, vegan versus meat, like all these different things that they use. It is so fascinating.
Nothing wrong with being a vegan. I am.
Exactly. I never said there was. Exactly. There should be no division. If you want to be a vegan, be a vegan. If you want to eat meat, eat
Exactly.
meat. Like, you know what I mean? Like all this division that they are creating it's amazing. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. You can see what they are doing to the human race and how they are segregating us and separating us. And they're doing it more and more, and especially now today with what's going on, people needing armbands and cards and things like this. I mean, it's not going to go well. And it's amazing that people who go against what has happened in history will stand up today and fight for what they're doing today, and they don't even see it.
Keep them occupied with things that are not of any value, so they don't notice what really matters to human beings in this world. Keep them occupying and fighting each other, so they don't have time, and keep them busy with jobs and them stressed and all that. So they don't pay attention to. So we don't pay attention to what's really going on, and find the true values of life, and are able to do what most of us here understand, because we are flat earthers, because we discovered this, practicing neighborly love, respect to others. That that is something they have dumbed down, because everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people who don't search and question things, they, to me, they seemed very angry inside, and they are always looking sideways to each other and said, it looked like they're trying to find an excuse to accuse you of something. What do I really want to say here? But it's I'm for treating others as you want to be treated yourself, and avoid the opposite. I like to try to live by that rule, and I do underline try. I certainly don't master it. It's things like that, the true values that has been taken away from us because we are kept so busy doing other things. Life is what happens to you when you're busy doing other things, right? The saying, you know the saying.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
And when it comes to these conversations, it is difficult. And people might think we're being condescending or whatever they might feel when we're having these conversations. But that's just ego taking part. When somebody's like, just listen to what I'm saying, and they refuse to hear it, right? And so this ego takes part, this division takes part. I'm right, you're wrong. They aren't willing to just even settle in the conversation to question what they hold in their mind. Or they hit cognitive dissonance and then it bursts. Or you find somebody that's already ready, and then that cognitive dissonance, they're like, oh yeah, you know what? I can actually question that. I can go in that direction. So we see all these different aptitudes of people. And some of them, the seeds have been planted. They might come back years later and they might be able to get it. It's the same thing when it comes to politics or everything that's going on in the world right now. Some people are able to have that conversation. Some people just, they needed the seeds planted, and they were willing enough to even sign up and have those seeds planted, and those seeds will stick with them, and they will either blossom or they'll die, right? They'll either seek out more knowledge or they won't. And the best that we can do is just share the knowledge that we have with them and hope that they learn to question. That's all we can do, really.
The environment that is being kind of presented and pushed upon everybody is very toxic. It's toxic for those type of seats. Like I think it comes to family, community, and that's what they've been trying to break apart for a long time. Where you guys were talking about jobs and responsibility, bills, and all that kind of stuff. So it moves away, separates people from what is actually fundamental, which I think is the family circle, like the community as well. And that is being passed down to an authority that people have to trust, because people are being told that they don't know better. The government has the solutions for all their problems, and it goes into so many levels. They create the problems, then they give the solution, and then they blame the problem into families and people, common people. And now they're saying that if you don't do what they say you have to do, you're a danger to society. So you have to conform. If you want freedom, you have to. There's a new term, guys. There's a new term. They call it. I think it's. I forgot the term. It's like it's a freedom based on group. It's not. It's not your freedom. Is you can only have this freedom if it's equal for everybody. It's something weird. They have a new term for that.
This is their divide and conquer tactics again. All of it comes down to divide and conquer. And they really understand this. They have meetings about it. They all of this is plotted out and planned. They know what they're doing. Because if every single human was united, even if it was a small group, even if it was just a couple cities were united against the government in that city, can you imagine what would happen? I mean, we are so many, and they are a tiny little group of this world. We hold the power. But they have to divide and conquer us and take us down notch by notch by notch, and section by section by section, and topic by topic by topic, in order to maintain control. And if people were in agreement, even on just one subject, if people agreed on one subject that went against what they are saying, can you imagine what would happen in this world? It would be something like you would never seen before, ever, because we are so incredibly divided. That's why I keep saying we have to hand it to them. Like, they really know what they're doing. They really know how to shed these stories out to people. And again, it comes down to the stories. It comes down to being told what is, rather than thinking for yourself and exploring what could it possibly be, and being comfortable with not knowing. And that it might take me a while to figure out what it actually is. People are too lazy for that these days. They love their movies. They love their TV, right? We've been told stories our entire life growing up, this generation. I mean, why would we have to figure something out for ourselves when we were already told what it is? It's fascinating when you really get down to the brass tacks of it. It's really fascinating what they've done to us. And the more people that start waking up to it, the better off we will be. And I am just grateful for places like this where seeds are being planted.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that one, with any of what you say. I just think about it like this. I think I mentioned it last time I was on here too, that flat Earth can be considered the beginning of the awakening, because what we really have been submitted to is a moral corruption. You know, they control everything, want to control everything, how we think, talk, and act. So freeing yourself from this moral corruption is a big part of it. When first you see and discover that you've been lied to, but because when you discover this and you discover flat Earth, and you discover that they actually lied on purpose about this, then the natural next question is, what else did they lie about? And then my natural
look.
Yeah,
Resistance.
that's exactly what I
you
was
were,
going to
if
say.
you were in a position of authority and in a position where nobody can check you or question you, then you would be foolish not to lie at every single given opportunity to lie. As much as you can throw your masses or your people or, in the wrong direction, it doesn't matter how foolish or stupid it is. The farther you can keep them from the truth, the better. And if you can get away with lying, you will do it at every opportunity.
No, I won't. I wouldn't.
No,
They
no.
would, yes.
I mean, if you're trying to control like masses of people, I'm not saying that you probably have no urge to control masses of people because you're not, a psychopath. But but if that was what you wanted to do, yeah, that's what you would do.
This was even a show that happened on Family Guy. It was like an episode where I can't even remember the wife's name, but she's like totally down to earth. She's a regular person. She doesn't want to do any bad. She wants to join, get into politics. She becomes a political member, and then she starts, subjugating everyone, starts stealing money, has all these nice purses, all these great things, gets to travel for all this free money. And it's like, well, you're supposed to be like this upstanding political member. And it's like, oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that. And that does happen to regular, everyday people that join into this. You get the perks. You love the perks. Like, people can be bent, right? Like, we're human beings. People sin. People give into lust. They give into luxury. They give into, like, power. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, look at the Stanford experiment, for example. I mean, they weren't even getting anything. They were just in a power position, and they fiend off that power so greatly that they had to shut the experiment down. the way that human minds work are quite fascinating, and I think it is a special group that wouldn't conform to that actually spoke up and are like, this is looking bad, dude, like we should probably shut this down. You know what I mean? Otherwise it would have continued. It's fascinating, and people are easily divided. They're easily placed into hive minds. They're easily placed into groupthink. And people within this community, I think, for the most part, are much better than that. We actually question it. We question each other. That's why I find it funny when they say Flat Earth is a cult, because we are constantly arguing with each other, constantly debating certain facts, constantly in disagreement, and come back like not hating each other about it, right? Like we're able to have these discussions where other groups aren't. That's a cult. That's a cult, not us.
You guys are just glitches in the Matrix. It's not the first time. It's reset the Matrix many times.
Matrix. I know. I've seen the movie, and I know the theory, the simulation theory. I don't fall for that though.
No, not simulation
But
theory.
it was
not
you
simulation theory.
The Matrix is the most important movie of the 21st century.
Okay.
That sounds like a whole nother debate for a whole nother time.
Yeah.
It
certainly
sounds
does. But what you talked about, Shines, was how people are getting corrupted and move up in the ranks, in the hierarchy, and get corrupted by all that fame and fortune, or that's exactly what I'm talking about, the moral corruption. But the moral corruption is in all aspects of life. So
like that's what
the
I
way
would say.
we
Not just people
think
moving
about
out,
each other.
everyday people, even just people who work at a grocery store or do hair or whatever. Depending on what your thoughts are and what group you're in, there is still a hierarchy. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do what they're conforming with today? Do you believe in the globe? All these different things, because if you aren't in atonement with what they say is, then you are going to be outcasted. So you don't even have to go higher up in the ranks. There's still power when you are low. That's what I mean. Like their ability to divide and conquer and create these statures for people, it goes down to the very lowly level that they have those people that aren't even in power, don't even get anything from it. They will still defend the powers that amazing.
Exactly my point.
So
exactly my point. You just
when we
underlined
see
it.
in the
Okay.
politics, in the public side, like they give us this, administrators, these politicians, and all this stuff. That, in my opinion, that all that stuff is like a show. So when you scale it down to the, let's say, the state level, the administrator, the city administrators, people have to pay their taxes. To pay taxes, you got to go to work. To pay your bills, you got to go to work and put all this energy into the system. You scale it back up to the president. A lot of people actually believe that the president of your country or the prime minister, that is the highest authority. And that's the top of the top. That's the top of the pyramid. And I think that's a misconception that it's not very clear, because I think there's a whole private side to that even people here, we don't even know exactly how that works. Because when you talk about the finances, the banks, the owners of all the resources, the war companies that create all the weaponry for both sides of the war, all these people have the politicians in their pockets. Meanwhile, we have huge amounts of the population believing that the politicians are actually making decisions and taking steps for everybody to live better, right? So we gotta vote for this guy that is being pumping everybody here. Vote for me. I'm gonna fix things up. It's like a drug that people are getting.
Well,
Let's
that's
vote this guy in. Let's get all this energy into this guy. And once this guy gets in, everybody realizes this guy is worse than the guy before him.
Yeah, it's all
and then
story.
you repeat that again and again and again. But what I'm saying, that the private side of that, the people behind the policy system and the ones that make the decisions about war, the pharmaceuticals and all that stuff, that's in the shadows. I mean, we barely know anything about the people that control those big systems.
See, but this is the thing. We know that it is a story, and we know that people are doing this. The rest of the people do not know it. They refuse to admit it. If you tell them that this is happening, they refuse to even abide by a conversation. The people that will have the conversation are, they're almost there. They've had some seeds planted. And then there are some people that will never admit it. They will never even question the fact that there could be people that are doing these things, that there are marionettes that are pulling the strings, writing the story. It's already been written. Like they're playing out this plan that they've already had in advance. Like they just will never get it. And there are some people that do, and it doesn't matter what age this person is at. If this is presented to somebody, they can either see it or not see it, or they will question it, right? And they'll have the conversation, or they're completely against it, or you have the people that, that are just, they're just like against it, right? They're just like, whatever, that's ridiculous, I'm not going to talk about it. Then you have the people that come in here, like people that are quote unquote anti-flat earthers, like has been going around lately, that are so against the fact that you would even question it, that they have to come in here and parrot the story over and over and over and over again to make sure that other people know how well they know the story, and hope that other people will join back to the story. The psychology behind it is freaking fascinating.
We have dozens of servers that are way bigger than this one, and you got people arguing all day long which system is better, democracy, communism, or Donald Trump is better than Joe Biden. They talk about this all freaking day. Who's better, socialism or whatever ism? And it's
Isn't it
just
possible? It's amazing. I mean, literally, when you sit back and think about it and think of the psychology of what they are doing to people and how it is affecting people and how much it absorbs their time in their life. I mean, even when it comes to flat earth and globe earth, like the fact that people just can't realize, like the fact that the number one question is, why would they lie, says everything. It says everything about the psychology and what they have done to people. Again, I have to tip my hat to them, because they have got people in the cup of their hand. Like they are spoon feeding them, and people lap it up. It's amazing.
I think a big
could never-
percentage
you
of the
could never
population has
illustrate-
been. Go ahead,
You
bro.
can never illustrate it more than with what we've seen over the last, 15 months, 8, 16, 17 months, whatever it's been. Like, everything that you see in the media regarding the nonsense we've been dealing with is contradictory to something else that you saw. And nobody ever questions shit. And yet they go along with it. Spoon feeding the masses.
Yep. It's
the whole
thing. Like the psychology behind it, and the fact that people will come in here and ask, why would they lie? Even about what's going on right now, why would they lie? Oh my gosh. Like, to sit back and think about that, somebody who has an open mind and understands how this world works, it's the most fascinating question ever, that is their first go-to. It just shows their naivety. Like, they're so naive and so wrapped up in this fairy tale fantasy story that they have been told since birth, starting at Santa Claus, right? And everything that their teachers have told them. Why would they lie? My goodness.
It's actually worse than that, because they think the answer to that question actually determines whether the Earth is flat or a globe. That if you don't have the answer, you're not clairvoyant and don't know why they lie, then the Earth's a globe. That's how messed
And they
up
laughed
they are.
at you if you don't agree with that. You just said in there. They laugh at you.
Well, this is why I ask them. I ask them, okay, so we got signed confessions from everybody, every NASA employee, every world leader, every government official. saying they lied, and they're confessing. Does that prove the shape of the Earth? Nope. Of course not. It only proves that they signed a piece of paper. It's the only thing that proves. So it's a dumb question. It doesn't answer anything. Makes them feel better.
And that plays with what you've been saying, lady, the psychology of it. They go to why will they lie? Why would a liar lie to me? Like,
well,
And why
look,
is everyone in on
psychology
it?
is putting it nice. Try psychosis.
The reason why everybody goes to that is because they're very quick to accept that they're being lied to, and they've given up on thinking that they even have a chance of knowing what is real and what isn't. So then their only thing is, well, okay, so if they're lying, then why? And that's the only thing that matters to them at that point.
yeah, but they will still defend the globe because you cannot give them a specific, concrete, provable answer on why they are lying about this. If you don't give them what they want to hear or whatever, you don't have a explanation, an answer for that. The Earth is a globe. It's spinning and curving.
Well, listen, anybody that says, even if someone tells you why they would lie, you have a liar telling you why they would lie, why would you even believe that? You still don't know.
It's still
just speculation. It's always going to be speculation. It's why you don't have to prove motive. Because it's impossible. You can't know what's in the mind of another person.
Well, you
something,
can go
you can't know
back to the fundamentals, whatever claim they have, and you go and check it, and you can, falsify it. Okay, you claim this table is curving, but I measured the table, and it's actually it's flat. It's a flat table. It's not a ball table. So, your claim that the table is a ball is not adding up to reality, dude. Well, why the table maker will lie to me? It says that it's curving on the label. Why will the maker lie?
Something I learned in the lobby. It's about when they ask that question, why would they lie? Then it's compared to a murder has just been committed, and then people ask, what's the motive to that murder? There's established that a murder has been committed, a crime has been committed. In this case, the crime is the lie about the world we live in, the lie about the globe and everything connected to it. And when find out about that first, if a crime has been committed, and then you can think about or speculate about the motive behind it. Why would they do that? That's what I've been picked up here. And I haven't thought about it like that before quite so much. And also that with what they say that everybody, how can everybody be in on it? And then you have to underline that it's on a need-to-know basis. There was something about I've seen a meme. Is that what you call it? Where a little girl asked her mother, if I can find out this, about Santa Claus. How is Santa Claus real? Someone told me that Santa Claus is not real, and everybody cannot. No, little girl. Everyone cannot be in on it. I'm not explaining this right. I'm sorry. I'm too tired.
We get it.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the thought that I think that we claim that everyone is in on it. So every teacher, every university, every space agency, and so on is in on
Whoa!
it.
Don't say we. Who's we? I'm not one of those. I'm not gonna say that. I think most people are just useful idiots. They fall for a trap. They're suckered into it. I don't think most people know what they're doing.
I'm a Dane, so sometimes I say the wrong word because I have to translate it in my head. Right?
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
Yeah, no, in on it means something big to me. Like they know the truth. If you're in on it, you know the truth, and you're purposely lying.
Lou is just getting back at you because earlier Lou was seeing you this and you that, and you said not me. Remember? So now you're saying we, and Lou is getting back at you. Don't worry.
Think of it that way. That might be what I'm doing subconsciously. That's true. Oh shit.
But of course, it's on a need to know basis. We know that. They don't understand that. They just imagine, oh, why would everybody lie about that? That's another question, another classic. Besides that, just asking why would they lie? But establish the crime first, and then you can speculate about the motive or question the motive after that. Just that point I wanted to make.
First of all, you have to know you're lying, right? So that means you know the truth. So who knows the truth? Some random government official? Some teacher? Like, do these people know the truth? I mean, how many like so-called physics PhDs, physics students, you name it, come in this server? They've never done a single test of the globe. How would they know anything?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's I cannot pronounce the word, but compartmentalize or something like that. It's a little groups here and there and so on. So of course they don't know that. Only those who have to know, who needs to know, the need to know basis knows it. Of course it's like that. But
even the teacher, when he speaks about the globe is a belief. The politician, when he's talking about the global war on drugs, on the global war on whatever, he's talking on a belief as well. You know, he doesn't know any of that, the facts on that globe that he's claiming. Probably he doesn't know anything about the war he's going into. He's just basing his speech on false information. He doesn't know about the globe. He doesn't know about the war he's jumping into. He's never been a military man. He's not going to the war. His children is not going to the war. But he's talking about going to war against who knows who on the globe.
Against the flat earthers. Space Force.
But Russia and the U.S., man, they were in a space race, and Russia would have ratted out the U.S. Come on, man.
The Russians would have said something about the U.S. They're enemies, you know.
Yeah, even though Russia denies there was ever a space race. So they were asked, like they released all, like when the Soviet Union fell, they were questioning some of the people because they released, like they opened up some of the archives, and Yuri Gagarin became a topic because some people think he was murdered to shut him up and shit. Of course, not related to flat Earth, just related to like the entire Soviet space program was basically a bunch of BS, and that they were faking it to compete with the US, not because the Earth is flat. This is the mainstream conspiracy theory, I guess you'd say, or mainstream acceptable conspiracy theory, because as long as it's a globe, we can have a conspiracy theory. Anyway, the point is, they denied that there ever was a space race. They said that is a creation of Western propaganda. Because unlike there, we didn't have completely government, like to tax people, right? You gotta kind of sell the government program to people, so they needed the public support. In the Soviet Union, you don't need any public support, so they didn't have to sell it to anybody. So they didn't need the media to convince people that, hey, we're spending all this money to fight the United States. They don't have to convince anybody of anything. They just do it. Whereas here, you have to convince people, so they need propaganda in order to do that. So the space
You need
race is
Hollywood
just
and Disney for
propaganda.
that.
I mean, they've done this a bunch of times. Like who are we killing in the movies right now? Like that's who we're fighting next. So it looks like it's aliens. Whoever we're killing in the movies now in 20 years, that's who we're going to be killing in real life.
Or sooner.
Or sooner.
Or multiple times in multiple decades apart. You just gotta.
I think the fake alien invasion's right around the corner, quite honestly.
That's a big possibility, yeah.
Bro, that sucks. My money was on zombies. Fuck.
No, zombies are all around the corner too.
My wish list is on zombies.
Oh yeah,
How
I
about
think
zombie
the
aliens?
zombies. Yeah, I think the zombies and the aliens. There will be. There will be. You watch. Guaranteed.
So we're already at zombies, are we not?
Oh, I was just about
Yeah, I
to
was
say
gonna
that.
say.
Just about.
I was gonna say we're in The Walking Dead right now.
Just about it. Zombies now. Yeah, it's getting there.
They're already there.
Well, who's seen I Am Legend? Have you guys seen
Remember the original zombies
Yeah,
used to eat
I actually have
brains? The original zombies used to be hungry for brains. So these zombies have no brains. That's why. Yeah, they want a brain.
No
These zombies have no brains.
That's why they are hungry for brains. Because they don't have one of their own.
Yeah, there's no.
Well, when you get injected with this brain damaging stuff, you know, brain damage can cause that.
I'd say the masses aren't quite exactly zombie level, but they're showing like symptoms, which
brain
is
damage level.
Fuck, like
Zombie looks behind that thing.
Yeah.
Some weird looks, boy. I tell you what. I feel like telling him, "Hey, lady, I only see your eyes."
I mean, with all these variants and stuff, now we're gonna send this supposedly 4 people to space, to the edge of space, to 4 random people that jump into this lottery and they won. I forgot the name. It has a name, something space, and they're gonna go to space. Maybe they're gonna come back with an alien pathogen or something, and a different variant because.
I think so.
It's gonna
Probably.
evolve in space.
It could be coming back with a alien variant.
All right, if someone makes a movie about that, I want the rights to it, at least 1%.
Hey guys, I got an interesting one that I don't think we've talked about in a second. Shooting stars never travel vertically up from below the horizon. They always go down. Don't they?
Yeah. What's up with that?
That's a good one.
Magic speed, man. That's the magic speed again.
Well, we don't know how fast they're going, but they are
That
going.
would be correct. That would be correct. They never go up
The
from the
magic
bottom
speed.
to the sky.
Yeah, you never see them going upwards, man.
They always go across, right?
Never seen
Or
going
down,
up.
across or
Yep.
down. Yep.
Well, yeah, but they when you're looking straight up, like 90 degrees perpendicular to the tangent of which you are standing on, they're always moving towards the ground, even if it's on an angle.
Right.
They're always moving towards the ground, no matter where you are viewing them.
Then they'll
Coming
just get
across
gravity
the sky
out.
like a rocket, right? Like a rocket across the sky, right? Let me say something else. If you notice something, the stars, the shooting stars, are always the same speed. What's up with that?
I haven't noticed that.
And not just
I haven't seen the news.
all shooting stars, what we call shooting stars, they all come from radiance in the sky, and the observers, the ones that want to observe the meteor showers, they look at some area of the sky, radiance, and with the sporadic meteor research, they concluded that these they call them 6 radiant sources, and there is the north apex, the south apex, south toroidal, north toroidal, the helion, and anti-helion, and that phenomena that we observe as this light crossing the one specific spot of the sky, whatever, they all come from specific
Who's
from a specific
sniffing in
region of
them?
the sky.
Yeah, so you're saying they're coming from like a vector, like a particular region.
From
Yeah, I've heard that.
6 radiant sources.
Right.
And like you're saying, when you look at them, they come to a certain angle and they come from a specific point of the sky. And one of these, they call it the daily showers. They come from the area of whatever the sun is. They come from that area. That's helion. They call it helion radiant source, or the helion area. And a lot of meteors or sporadic meteors showers come from that area of the sky too. That's one of the radiant sources. So yeah, it's very specific. It makes sense on a flat Earth that you look up and you see specific points of the sky, and the meteors come from these points. But depending on the time of the year, these radiant sources they kind of move a little bit. Like the sky moves, the luminaries move. Also, the radiant sources move a little bit, but it's always a repeating cycle. So that's why they can so-called post-dict the meteor showers, because they repeat from the specific area.
Right. Pretty interesting. I remember before I was a flat earther, I knew some people. They were like, "Oh, let's all go drive out to the mountains and we're gonna watch the meteor showers." Right. That was before I knew about flat Earth, though. So pretty amazing, though. When you get to a, I wish I had known then what I know now about Earth to see that. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah.
All right, so meteor showers. And this is one that most normies or globies will always ask, right? But you're dealing with Earth's rotation on the heliocentric model, and you're also dealing with Earth's orbital path. So every single meteor that you would see, if you're entering into, let's say, a cluster of static, there's supposed to be asteroids, rocks.
I know what you're gonna say. It should be making an arc.
Well, they should be making an arc, but they should also be, at very least, coming from the same. They can't be coming from multiple directions, multiple vectors, but they constantly do. They're just all over the sky, different directions and everything. Someone mentioned earlier coming from the horizon up. They should at very least be making a path. I can't remember. Is it like with the stars or against the stars, according to our directional spin? So it's all BS. Like, if you can just get a normie to
I don't know.
understand.
I seem to remember seeing different types though during my lifetime. The really fast streaking ones that look like a white light to me, or almost white light. And then the other one I've seen is this weird green crumbly looking thing that looks like it made a green light, but it was like a sparkler, like a green sparkler, like it was moving along and it was crumbling in its trail, in its path. A green sparkly freaking light.
Yeah.
That's the
never
weirdest
seen
I've seen.
that.
A couple of those.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Everybody's seen those.
Yeah, you can see multiple colors, kind of greenish, kind of bluish, silver color.
Really weird looking stuff.
Interesting. All
Moving
I've
really
ever seen
slowly.
is-
The sprinkler, the sparklers were like falling. Looked like the initial object was going sort of fast, but these little sparklers stayed behind a little longer and were falling slow.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I'd like to, but all I've ever seen is white or like maybe a yellow or an orange straight. But nonetheless, all from different vectors, different directions, and that's totally inconsistent with the excuse given for them.
So one of the radians, they say, depending of the movement of the Earth, right, and the globe. So you can make an X. Let's say your windshield, eh, or let's say your headlights, and that's in the middle of that. You could make an X, and you could see insects hitting your glass, right? You could see things passing. Sometimes you can see insects or butterflies or whatever going over your roof when you're driving, right? But if you're going when you're going, obviously you're going straight, and there's a next point, which is the middle point. They're saying that's the radiant. When you're observing the meteors, it's like the Earth is moving, and that X radiant is, you see the meteors coming from a specific that point of the sky, because that's kind of like the edge of the Earth moving towards that point, and that's why you're going through, meteor clusters or space debris, and you observe that as meteors. But then you can observe that phenomena behind the Earth. The Earth is moving away from the meteors, and you can observe that on the other side of the Earth. So how does that work? If the Earth is moving to one direction, are the meteors catching the Earth from behind? The meteors are
It
catching up
boggles the
to the Earth.
mind.
And also, why if the Earth is bigger than the moon, right? Why are the meteors falling? A lot of the meteors are falling to the moon. The gravity of the Earth should be pulling all that stuff away from the moon.
Directly straight to the moon from the direction of Earth.
Yeah.
All direct hits.
I hate arguing for the globe. I hate doing that.
Wouldn't that be horrible? Having to do that. I never did that.
I don't know. I do it once in a while. It's not that I'm arguing for it, but I'll still present their side because I can do it better than they can most of the time. And it's basically a big straw man though. I'm telling their argument so that we can break it down and whatever. But I think
So
it's
you have to explain it to them. You have to explain it to them. Their own model. I don't know.
I actually don't like when flat earthers do that. I kind of in the background, damn, fuck. Why are you explaining the globe earth to globers? It feels really weird.
I was thinking about the alleged globe orbiting the sun and the positions it can have related to the center of a galaxy. And if we have nighttime pointing directly at the galaxy, why don't we perceive the galaxy as one big sun, one big cluster of stars there, one big light in that position of the globe, alleged globe, of the nighttime are pointing that way? And why don't we see much less stars when we are pointing the exact opposite way? And that compared to when we are facing 90 degrees to that, both the way the globe allegedly is moving around the sun and away from the sun. So there should be a very big difference in the concentration of stars, the amount of stars we see, depending on where we are watching the stars, where our position relative to the sun, right?
Yeah, what you're talking about is the great attractor in the center of the Milky Way, which is supposed to be a spiral type galaxy. Now, that cluster would be so bright that you would see it during the day. But of course we don't, because we don't live in a galaxy. It's a total joke. But that's a good one for normies. That's the kind of stuff you would say, where's the great attractor? And first of all, they'll ask you what that is because they don't know. And then once you explain it to them, they'll scratch their head for a little bit.
I like the simple explanations and the simple questions.
Simple explanations on the globe. Yeah, right.
What are
No,
they?
but the simple logic. To present
There
it,
is no
as he said, that was a good one to tell the normies.
There is no
That's a good one to
simple
tell the
stuff on the globe. You need to be a rocket scientist, an astrophysicist to understand all this complicated shit.
Okay.
It's way too complicated for normal people. That's why most people don't get it. It's too complicated.
Yeah, but it's not complicated that we should be able to see, as you said, even in the daytime. It would be very bright if we were pointing towards the center of the galaxy, and then pointing away from it would be very few stars compared to that. And that's the simple logic I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, but you talking from a logical and sense base, like using your senses, using logic to talk about the globe and base anything on the globe. You have to discard all of that. You have to discard logic, your senses. Once you do that, then you can start talking about Fantasyland, globe, spinning, water attached to a ball, going through space at multiple speeds, multiple vectors, all at the same time. You got to discard reality, and then you can go for that.
Yeah,
But
because
if you want that explained with logic, then I don't know, man.
But that it's a logic counter argument. It's a logic debunk against the galaxy theory. It's that simple. But you're right.
It is very simple.
Yeah, they can't imagine that because it doesn't look like that. That's not what we see. So that cannot be the case. But yes, that would
Have
be
you
the
ever
case.
heard Globers counter you about any point, and they say you cannot trust your senses. You can't trust your senses.
Constantly.
I mean, I know your senses are not perfect, but they're betting everything on stuff that you cannot verify. You cannot,
Yeah.
You have to discard all
I
your
know.
senses.
It's crazy.
So whatever they say, it's literal nonsense.
Because it's based on a fantasy, a religion. Imagination, which fills in the rest of the blanks about the global religion. Man, you're right about that. They say that constantly. You cannot trust your senses. You cannot. What you see is not what is. Of course, it is what we see. You see too far. You see 10 times the expected distance, or 20 or 30 times. That's not how it is. Refraction. Oh man, that's far out.
Yeah, like earlier we were saying, everything that we observe and everything that works, they think all is being done on a spinning globe. So because we have cars and airplanes, therefore spinning globe. That's the logic of a lot of them.
Yeah, I heard that argument. You're against science. I said, no, I'm against pseudoscience. Real science, I really like real science. I support real science. But they often say that, but you are sitting here and typing, and the computer you sit with, no, that is a result of science. So why do you have a problem with science? They assume you have a problem with science. No, I have a problem with pseudoscience, with wrong, with false science, what they call science. I most often
And their
when I
claim of what science is, and their claim that, oh, the science proved that the Earth is a spinning globe. Like, excuse me?
I always put that in citation or quotation marks, you know, when I write science, when I'm talking about their pseudoscience, because of course I do not recognize that as real science. Well, none of us do, of course. So yeah, you cannot trust your senses. You cannot trust that you cannot see a globe. You cannot trust that you cannot feel yourself moving in 4 different directions at once at a total speed of about 2 million miles per hour.
That's a big
It
point.
cannot
Like,
be measured.
it's multiple speeds at multiple vectors at the same time, right?
A vector is right direction, right?
Directions. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Earth is spinning, moving, following, falling.
hmm
And
and actually accelerating
the same
and
time.
decelerating too.
Yeah, refracting, gravitating, doing, following
Bendy space
gravity,
timing,
pushing and pulling at the same time.
contracting, instrumentationizing with time bending, warping,
Oh
contracting.
yeah, I forgot about that one. Time warping,
Yeah, well, that
bending, and
because
bending level.
warped the
It's bending the
instrument.
level on
They
the horizon. The level is curved.
they said the more
All at the same time.
they said the Michelson-Morley. They said the Michelson-Morley. They said that it contracted the instrumentation, so it showed that result because of space-time contracted the instrument.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called the something. What is that? The contraction. I'll look it up. The Lorentz contraction. I just remembered.
So yeah, everything works because the Earth is a spinning globe. Everything you do, you sit on your table, have dinner. All that works only because the Earth is a spinning globe.
Isn't it amazing? They had to make up that whole big, long, elaborate story to cover up the fact that it's not a globe and that the reality we live in is nothing like that. It's flat, stationary, pressurized, contained system.
And if you ask a globe believer, how fast do we spin? Do the science say we spin around the equator? They never say 1,000 miles or about 1,000 miles. I think it's 1,037 miles per hour, right? And they never say that. You can never get them to say that. Say, oh, once a day. No, it's 1,000 miles per hour.
I know, that's true. Remind them we're not measuring at the axle because they don't understand that either.
It's at the surface, yes. And another
Yes,
argument
exactly.
is that, yeah, the surface. And another argument is
So
that
go ahead.
yeah, if you got a merry-go-round, a carousel, and if it's going on a playground, they have tried with a scooter to put the wheel there and then speed up and make it go 20 miles per hour. And even the strongest man cannot hold on to that. They are thrown off that carousel or merry-go-round very violently. And they say we spin at 1,000 miles per hour. And that's only the rotation, the LS rotation of the globe, of the LS globe. So not counting this is 67,000 miles per hour around a sun, and almost 500,000 miles per hour around a galaxy, and then shooting through space between 1.3 million and 2.1 million miles per hour, and all happening at once. So that merry-go-round there, you cannot even hold on to that, and then we are supposed to be held on by gravity, but at the same time we are pushed out by the centrifugal effect too. So we should be torn apart. Actually, life would never
Yes.
occur on
You're
such a
right.
place.
Literally torn apart. You are correct.
Yeah.
You know that merry-go-round when you are a child and you with your, you try to push it and you get stronger every day you go, you can push it harder and harder because you grow and get stronger. But when you're in it, you gotta hold yourself, right? Because if not, you'll fall. And then you get bored with that and you go to the festivals and they have this huge machine, they call it gravity machine, right? And you have to go to the inside of it and put yourself in a in a position where you're gonna be against the wall, because once that thing starts spinning, right, you're gonna be held against the wall. But
Yeah,
try
pushed up against the
to
wall.
stand on that machine on the outside of it and hold on to it.
Impossible. Man, it's so crazy when you think about it. And when you try to say that to them, they don't understand. Oh, what is a constant speed? Well, it's a constant acceleration, a circular constant motion. It's a constant acceleration. And not enough. If it was a constant speed, then you are also orbiting a sun, and then you are also orbiting the center of a galaxy, and then shoot. So all those four movements at once in very different speeds and very different four different directions. They still don't get it if they are really global believers who come here and
Imagine trying to have some lunch or having a cup of tea or coffee inside that gravity machine while it's spinning.
Impossible.
So how can I have a picnic at noon every single day? No problem. I don't feel any movement. I can drink the tea, can drink the coffee. If I hold my
I know it doesn't spill.
hand,
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
spill or anything. Yeah.
You can say your cup at like barely balancing, like almost tilted over, it still doesn't fall.
It
No.
might be that since we were born, we've been doing enough training. Like Goku, when he went to the gravity machine, he trained it to, I don't know, 250 plus times gravity. So since we're born, we've been training ourselves to get used to it. But how about the coffee, the coffee cup? Has it been training for the gravity?
I know, to balance like that. All those rocks, like those rock art that people do where they balance those rocks in really amazing shapes and stuff.
Stacking cousins.
Yeah, I thought about that too with the rocks. They put on each other and let them balance and so on. Completely impossible. And a lake who is all completely. I don't know what you call that in English actually, but there is not a wave on the lake. Totally quiet day.
A mirror, it's a flat mirror, calm water, a mirror reflection surface. How would you say that?
Specular reflection?
Specular reflection?
Well, no, he's saying if you have a lake that's perfectly calm, you have a mirror, like
specular reflection.
You have like a, but not
That would not be
necessarily
possible.
reflection. Why would you just call that water? Why would you call that water? Perfectly smooth, calm water. I guess that's what you would call it.
when you see the reflection and it looks like the background, let's say there's mountains or trees or clouds, and you could actually see almost you can see an actual reflection of that, and it looks very, I guess, similar to it. It's an actual reflection. That's specular reflection because it's to the spec. Yeah.
Ah, thank you. Specular reflection. Okay.
Not to be confused with specular highlight, which is something
No.
different.
Specular
Yeah.
reflection.
So that's different. Those are two different things. I'm just saying if anyone confuses those, because I sometimes do.
Specular highlight will be when a light is shining on, I think, on a ball. That curve is gonna, that light is gonna have a highlight on a point where it's reflecting the light from. It's gonna have
Which
a
we don't see on
specular
the moon.
highlight. Yeah, we don't see on the moon that. Yeah, we don't see it on the moon.
Here's one that always got me is
Wow.
saying center of gravity. Like the other day I was talking to my brother and I was like, I don't know why I said like center of gravity. And he's like, you don't believe in gravity. I'm like, oh, dang it. Center of mass. And then it's like, well, mass. That's another one. It's like, what should I call it? Center of geometrical center?
What's that? Geometrical center of what? Of
Of an object. Let's say if you have like a, if you have
Of
like
an apple?
if you have an apple and then you calculate the center of it, like if you have something that's tall, you can
Center of
calculate
your
the
weight.
center of it to see if you can tip something over, right? Depending on where the center of mass would be. But then I guess mass is also something that's
It's just
not
the
been
center of your
defined
weight.
correctly. So I don't know if that made sense, but just wanted to throw that in there.
No,
Center
it
of your
did.
weight.
It didn't make sense because you started out saying like geometrical, which would be like bisecting angles and stuff like that.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is that the whole center of gravity thing, it's like, okay, if I don't want to use center of gravity because obviously I don't want to use gravity, then I would say center of mass. And these are things that are like calculated in like structural and things like this. So I'm trying to think of then what word would be kind of the correct way of saying the center of gravity of something, if that
The
makes sense.
center
to
of
anyone.
density.
Yeah,
Could be
that
the
would make more
center of
sense.
density.
The
The
center
center
of
of
relative density.
the center of distribution of matter. What's matter? What's matter? I know we always get in trouble though. And
That's what I was saying. It's like you can't say gravity or mass, so it would be the center
It's the
of.
center of your weight. It's just the center of your weight, dude. It's the point in your body that is central and symmetrical in terms of its actual volume and size, right? Like if you had elephantitis on one leg, it'd be very difficult to find the center point of your weight, right? Like, but you don't. I'm imagining.
he was talking about an apple.
I'm talking
Like
about
an
the general
apple.
term used as gravity. Like it's funny, like everyone in general will use that term, and I'm trying to think of what would be another term. So that's why the only reason I brought it up. But you're right.
Yeah, but
Well, you're
could we
talking about your
simplify
body,
this?
right?
Could we simplify it and just say something
Specific
weighs
gravity.
something weighs something. Now, the assumption is that it weighs something because it pulls toward the center of the earth. Gravity, the gravity of the earth is pulling something toward the center. Is that's the general, I guess, the general knowledge, whatever. Everyone
No,
that
but
believes
you were
gravity is
talking
that.
about a center. You were talking about balancing something. Let's say you put an apple and you put it on an angle, like let's say a small hill, and then that apple just stays with the hill. But if the hill goes deeper and deeper, the apple will just roll down the hill, right? Or if you can balance yourself to not fall from an edge or something, that balance, that center balance, you were talking to something to that sort.
Yeah, I'm just trying to straighten things out, straighten the curve. Trying to do that. Where are we at with this wave versus mass versus what we experience?
The curve has been flattened, completely flattened. Yeah.
I'm still
Demolished,
looking for
just
bendy water,
rolled over.
gentlemen.
The
Sorry,
flat has
Curve has
never
been
been curved.
Sorry, didn't mean to
steamrollered.
cut you off there, Jamesy or Sonny.
Well, sure. I
Hey,
mean,
well,
are we flat earthers just arguing about what the meanings are of what they claim to be a portion of truth that we all observe? I mean, if you want to pretend that the Earth is a globe and that gravity is pulling you down toward Earth and that's why you weigh something, you can pretend that all you want.
Pretender clown.
We don't mind if you're pretending like that.
Hey, and
yeah.
check this out. If you want to imagine the Earth as a globe and what we experience, you can apply that to. And actually, about 3 or 4 months ago, I looked up applied science. Right? Have you guys ever looked that up? The term applied science. And I said it. I said it, but QE happened to be here one time, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Oh, that doesn't actually work the way that they describe it as." So it's kind of there is no such thing as applied science. What we experience.
Appliances? I have a bunch of those in my kitchen.
You have some applied sciences in your kitchen.
Appliances.
Well, I got some appliances myself.
Oh, appliances.
Now they're already getting rid of the appliances? What?
No, your appliance, your oven heats up and you can cook some chicken in there and it turns out really good.
Obsolete.
And that's not science at all. That's just heating shit up.
What are your appliances? Are you appliances?
We don't have the science, appliances.
We're trying to apply the science on appliances.
How do you apply science? I thought it goes the other way.
Applied?
You can't apply science.
We're trying to apply the sciences, not appliances.
We're trying to apply appliance science.
Apply appliance science. Yeah, that's what's up, man, right there. It's broken geometry. It didn't. Isn't that in that? Wasn't MIDI HC said broken geometry?
Someone said that.
Yeah, I think it was MIDI HC, and I think he did the first verse in that freaking "Why Would They Lie" song.
Yeah,
broken geometry.
Yeah,
does a couple of them. Does
yeah. So how do you apply science?
I was
science is a result of what you observe. You don't apply science to anything. You observe, and then you get results. You don't apply science.
I apply my science to my appliances.
Yeah, even with a brush,
how can you explain that, Helio? Just kidding.
No, I mean it's just like as much as we've gone through this, over time, I mean, how do you apply science? Well, we is just us, talking shit, for the past several years, and trying to diverge or divulge what they really mean by this. You can't apply science to anything. A science starts from observation. You don't apply science. Well, you can only apply science from
Can you apply a scientific method?
From the first thing, an observation, right? So then you go.
Can you apply the scientific method to come to a conclusion?
Yeah, that's what I was.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I would say no. You don't apply science to the scientific method. No, you just observe something, and then you try to figure out
That's not what
why
Jonesy
this
said.
is happening. Go ahead.
The
Go ahead, James.
scientific
I'm
method
sorry,
is
brother.
not an object that you apply to. No, because it's applied science. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. It's
Hey,
oxymoronic.
hey, I challenge everyone here
to science itself. The method itself is what makes things become under the definition of
Hey,
science.
challenge everyone here. We
One
were talking
comes
about
into
this
the
one night
other.
with Quantum Eraser. I challenge everyone here. If you have, if you're just sitting in front of your PC, look up applied science. Look up. It's on Wikipedia, and
Well, there's no
I
way.
used the
Let's just go
term,
there.
and I found out that I was totally wrong about it. So.
Helio, like you said, there's no way. Science is as a result of the scientific method itself. An application of the scientific method creates that what is scientific.
Applied
so to apply
science.
apply science to something, to then no, this makes no sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
applied science is not science. It's
Yeah,
like
it's not.
like,
Exactly.
it's taking the science that was already conducted and applying it, as the name fucking suggests.
In whatever way they deem necessary, right?
That makes sense. That totally makes sense.
And it's like there's so
I
many
think I was looking at it in a
contrary
different
terms that like people, English language, I guess, when you say applied sciences, then you're kind of confusing terms, when it's not actually related to science, but it can be if you believe it. You can
You're
apply
kind of a
science to
master
everything.
debater.
Master debater.
Master debater.
Exactly, right? I mean, you could make science mean almost anything if you claim to be
Or
a scientist.
you're a cunning linguist.
There you go. There's another one, another cunning linguist. Exactly.
I'm not as good at talking as the other thing.
Hey, Gladflow, man, I really I seen you in the chat a lot. I never expected you to jump in here and talk to us, but when I talk to you, on a private call, what was it, a couple of weeks ago? I was like, this dude needs to jump in here because he's got something to offer, man. So yeah, I'm really glad you joined us. It's really good stuff.
Well, Helio, when you started pulling rank and then pulling wrenches, I was just kind of like, things got to change around here for me. I'm just fucking around, dude.
No, but seriously, I mean, well,
he took his wrench away.
My
He
own
was like,
personal
"Fuck, I gotta go
reasons for
somewhere else."
pulling the wrenches on the
I
YouTube chat
know.
because
I know, I'm
it's
just
just too
messing
much
with you.
drama for me to deal with. I mean, just like freaking let
It's a
it
shitload.
be an open chat,
Yeah.
We were doing
some
some
people
good work
disagree
in
with me about it, but I don't give a fuck.
What else you gonna
whatever.
do, man? They are relentless.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna.
The best thing to do is completely ignore them. Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just
Ignore
like,
it. Yeah,
how,
just
how do you
ignore it.
torture a narcissist? Ignore them.
Yeah.
Stick
Why
him
are
in
you
a
so
Pay
chair
them
and
no,
put his
never
feet up high.
mind.
You apply science to him, bro. You stick him in a chair and you get out of the play.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like this is the third time I've taken
Helio.
everybody's wrench. All right, I'm
Are
just
you
saying.
telling me that the
It's all
guy
good.
that sold me my appliances is not a scientist?
Come on, Jamesy.
Uh-oh.
He's a mechanic.
Oh, Jemsy, it's a language barrier. Applied appliances. You probably paid extra for that.
He's a mechanic.
He's a frantic mechanic applying appliances
I thought
sciences.
his cousin
Applied
applied to
appliances,
appliances.
yeah, you probably don't even know. You probably paid extra for installation or some shit.
Shit, did you say? Did you pay somebody to replace your heater on your dryer, or did you replace it yourself when your freaking heating element broke down?
No, he
I
replaced
just did
like
that for the
drum
water,
and everything
for the
around
water
the
filter.
element.
It was like when your dryer stopped heating. Did you pull your dryer out and say, "Hey, I need to replace the heating element," or did you pay someone to do that?
I just ordered a new heating element and it arrived yesterday.
I'm asking Jamesy.
Wow.
I
That
asked
was
the guy.
uncanny.
No, it's a bad joke. Never mind, Helio. Now
It's
I
not
know.
a joke. I replaced the heating
thanks.
element in my fucking mom's dryer when I was a teenager.
I think James was on about his own joke.
Yeah,
No.
he's trying to make fun of me, but that's all right.
I've had the same broom for like 15 years.
Does it still work?
The what?
Well, it's had like 10 new handles and 10
Is
new
it
heads.
straw or is
So it's not the
is it
same
plastic?
broom anymore.
That's the joke.
It's a refurbished. It's a refurbished broom. It's
love
been
it.
remodeled broom.
Yeah,
It has evolved into a better.
I could buy a broom for $1 at the dollar store, man. So I mean, fuck.
Go ahead
In
and
Soviet Russia, broom replace you.
Yeah. In Soviet Russia, I ain't gonna say it. No, in Soviet Russia, broom beat you up and then sweep away the dust. I was saying
Well, hold on. Don't mistake that for your wife beating you over the head with a broom. I mean, come on, man.
You've been
In
talking about
Soviet-
what?
In Soviet Russia, the broom sweeps you.
Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just a little silly right now. It's all right.
Nah, it's awesome, man. Be silly all the time, as much as you
It
can.
beats you being
Silly's
like
all
really
right.
silly, which is the norm.
Well,
Wait, you're not
sarcasm.
serious?
Sarcasm leads to truths. So anyway,
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It
Yeah,
could go either
buddy.
way.
You know that Helio's being serious when he's saying, to be honest, and then you can take him serious.
yeah.
Right, Helio?
Humor is a good thing.
I don't know. It depends. I mean, when I say to be honest, that's my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
I think laughter is the most important thing we can do for each other. You don't need anybody for it either. I can sit in front of a mirror and make faces and make myself crack up all day. It's awesome. You just have to get rid of your ego.
I can't do
That's
that.
no
Wait a
I'm not
minute.
that ugly.
Yo, when I try my jokes on other people, they don't work, so I have to bring them here. And it kind of
Right.
works sometimes.
Well, Jamesy, let me tell you, they land here.
Yeah, they do, Jimsy. You do have some good jokes, man. There's no doubt, man. About
Those other people just don't get it.
Yeah, they don't get it. They don't get it.
I hate to be critical, but seriously, like you'll get a laugh. You'll get a laugh in here just by being like making some like super childish joke, like, yeah, only an idiot would be so dumb to think that. Must be a glober, and you get a big laugh. Like that must be, like that. We're not that critical.
Like that,
Isn't
like
it,
that
isn't
right
it
there.
weird? Isn't it weird, Lou, how like sarcasm is lost on a lot of people sometimes when you're
Wait, are you
when
being
you're talking?
sarcastic right now? Or
No, I'm being serious.
oh, you
Well,
fucking
God damn it.
You just did it. I knew you would fucking do what you
Motherfucker.
just explained. I knew it.
I mean, I'm just saying, for the sake of it, I mean, sarcasm is lost on a lot of people these days. They think you're serious when you're being sarcastic. It's just fucking really weird.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to
God
be you as
damn,
well,
man.
bro.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. Go watch out for that
especially
ones, bro.
especially in a when a Glober comes in trying to make a joke and the room is full of flat earthers. Sarcasm is out of the
Hey,
window.
flat earthers are way better at sarcasm than globies are. I promise you that.
You just proved that might not be correct, but we'll move on. Oh,
yeah.
Is that a jilt? Jilt is jilt a word? JILT? Is that a jilt?
No, that's when you get
Jilted.
left at the altar by
You got jilted,
your husband.
I got jilted.
but I don't know about jilt.
I was trying to use sarcasm
Sounds, what
to
is that?
prove my point, but then somebody jilted me. Is that a jilt?
What is that thing those heathens over in England used to do? Racing at each other with a big, long, pointy
Lance?
thing? Knock Lance.
Jousting.
Joust.
Jousting.
Well, that's the name of the weapon.
Well,
It's been like,
Jilted
I'm
at
going
the
to tell you
joust.
the name of the weapon because you asked the name of the weapon, so I'm going to tell you it.
She jilted me at the joust. She wasn't there. She did not arrive.
Yeah, so it's like I'm not even going to show up. But you'll hear a comment and say, like, I don't know. Let me look up the definition of jilt. Hold on.
It's in the voice text.
Oh, did somebody put that in there?
By the way,
So a jilt is suddenly reject or abandon.
That's not a good thing.
Like I said, left at the altar by your husband.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, I guess
I was speaking from the perspective of a woman, obviously.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I guess I misused the term. My bad.
Apology accepted.
Just want to say that Glad Flow and Old Dude, they encouraged me to join this server.
Yeah.
And thank you for that. Now that I have you here, Glad Flow.
They did.
Dude, welcome for sure. I like your style. Heck yeah.
Thank you. Likewise. I
You're
just
very
like saying
knowledgeable.
things like that.
I'm kind of all over the place, but I'm a nice guy, so it makes up for it.
Oh,
Hey,
if we are in
glad-
definitions, look up the word, look up the etymology for nice, and say that again.
Oh,
About yourself.
I know, dude. I think you've talked about this before. It's not a good thing either.
Nice.
No, we were in
Nice,
definitions,
don't
so I let it slide like 99% of the time, but we were reading definitions, so there you go.
Yeah, nice
You're
means
like-
that
you're like,
implies
you're
that
gay.
you're just being nice for the sake of it, basically.
You say implied
Oh,
or
you're
applied?
faking it.
Well, I mean,
I'm not He's a son of a bitch. You know what? You know what happened with this guy today?
Gentleman.
Yeah, you know what happened with this guy today? I can't believe it. He was being nice to me. What in the fuck is he thinking?
He was cleaning my whole backyard.
This
taking
son of
all
a
the
bitch.
trash for free. That's so nice.
That's a horrible person. I can't believe what I saw today.
I think it's actually probably more accurate to use it in the way that a lot of people do when something bad happens. Like, you've had a shitty day and then all of a sudden a bird shits on your fucking head and you're like, nice.
That
Yeah,
happens to me
but-
when I was
With that hit of
No
cynicism and nihilistic cynicism behind the tone of it, like, yeah, fucking nice.
I never heard that term in jousting. Wait a minute, I gotta get to the bottom of this. I never heard that term in jousting. A tilting match. A tilting match, eh?
Yeah, I just tried to tag everybody in a post. Did that work in the voice text?
We actually have a guy here who's called everybody, so you may have tagged the actual member called everybody.
Yeah. Recommended here if you're gonna tag, don't use that tag.
Anybody?
Yeah, it's a good way.
Yeah,
If you're gonna tag anybody,
pissing
don't just put
everyone off.
everybody.
Yeah, don't. I mean, just for in the future, don't use that tag.
Or
Wasn't it King Edward? Wasn't it King Edward that got his eye poked out with a lance?
I'm from England.
They were special kind of
Sonny, but
device.
I wasn't around. You know what I mean? You always ask me these questions like I'm gonna know. Like,
Come
I'll be
on,
honest,
man.
King
What?
Edward and me wasn't like boys or nothing. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
I figured you knew all about knights and shit. For sure. Probably some dragon slaying and too. Absolutely.
Hey,
I'm expecting that dragon slaying information.
Is
I
anyone
have got the Tales of King Arthur right in front of me. Just saying.
Wait a minute.
But no, I don't know nothing about that.
The gold dude. Sorry.
Go ahead, breaking. down
Old
the
dude
line.
wants to talk.
Old dude.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Yeah.
yeah. Has anyone got? Sorry for interrupting, guys. Remember that old meme that? Oh god, Quantum posted. Remember the paradox meme where it's like two people on like two different parts looking at each other, and
Alice and
8
Bob.
inches mile squared. Anybody got that meme?
Is it Alice and Bob or is it the other one?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that rings a bell.
I'm looking through everything he's posted. Let me see. Hold on. Images.
He
Let's
posted
go.
this this was posted a long time ago, though.
There's
the original
image.
one. There's the original one, Sonny, and then there's the other one, the Alison Bob one. There was an older one, I believe. Unless I'm
That
completely
was the
wrong.
one I think. Yeah, Crack Villain. Yeah, that's the one I think.
What is
Yeah,
tag?
there's a new one.
Tag. You're talking about tag. What is that?
It's a game you play with your mates and stuff when you're younger.
Cheers, guys. If you do find that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
But you say giving them the tag. That was not a good idea to give them the tag.
No, I was telling Gladflow, when you put at everyone in the text, it's not recommended here. It's not a ban tag, but it really just kind of it disrupts everything. It's like it tags everyone that's in the server, and it's just not
Wait, that's off.
recommended.
That doesn't work anymore. You can't tag everyone.
I don't know. Well, I mean,
no,
Gladflow
moderators, I'm pretty sure can, but
yeah, I mean, it'll hit a lot of moderators and stuff, and they'll get pissed off if you use it a lot, So
what tag?
It's
everyone.
called at everyone. If you go at everyone, then just don't use it. It's recommended for everyone here. Don't use that tag.
It's fine. Like he can try to use it; it won't do anything for him.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like I just said.
Okay, my
still
bad.
don't
I mean, it
understand
used
what
to
a tag
work
is.
when that, and then I think it's fixed now. Anyway, so yeah, it's not going to really.
Good work.
It was not about
I
the
mean,
tag that you know.
if it wasn't fixed, you would be tagging almost 30,000 people, and that'd be ridiculous.
You got like 30,000 people where some of them actually have jobs or they sleep, and they're like pissed off.
Yeah, bro. If you did that, that would have annoyed me. It's 4 a.m. where I live, and you could have woke me up.
Why the hell are you sending me shit about laughter in the middle of the night? This is horrible. You know what? It's the least funny thing you could do. Okay.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, that tag person, just pretend it doesn't exist.
I don't even know what we're talking about, to be honest.
That's actually a really good name for a pest control
Neither do
company.
I.
Pests off. Like as in like piss off, you know what I mean?
I would guess it's probably been done. It's probably been done. You could probably.
Oh no, it's definitely been done. I'm looking at the leaflet right in front of my face right now. You know.
Impressed. Got it.
Yeah. Fuck knows why that shut the room up, but
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Just don't do it again.
There's a exterminator company around here. I can't think of the name right now. I'm sure it'll come to me, but I know it had some sexual connotation in the name that I would get a kick out of. So like bugs and
right in the hole.
Like it's on this big ass van. Like I'm like, damn.
Well, let me ask you something, Lou, on that point. Do you feel like we're moving toward idiocracy? I mean, I know Mike Judge did his whole film, Idiocracy, and Starbucks is a whorehouse and shit, and Costco's 20 miles long and shit, and they have to take cabs to different parts of Costco. I mean, do you feel like we're getting pretty close to that?
Oh, dude, it's not even like we had this conversation at least 4 years ago, right?
I know.
Like,
yeah.
So yeah, the answer is yes.
Well, it's like I mean, with the shit that's happening right now, and we're just like, I don't get out in the public much, and I don't watch the news, but I can see how it affects because I go to Walmart. I mean, I live in Walmart country, so I have to go to Walmart.
Wait, there's a Walmart country?
Yeah, I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where Walmart originated.
I see.
So anyway, there's no choice. I have to go to Walmart to buy shit. Anyway, it's but even if that wasn't the case for me, Walmart affects everything, right? I mean, so it's Walmart, Costco, all this kind of shit. You know, I know that Mike Judge's exaggerated version of the future, right? That was made what freaking 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
It was made in like 2006, I want to say.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's a long time ago. So it's kind of like like when you, well, especially with what's happening now, and I'm not going to get it in detail about the bullshit, but it's just kind of like I see this exactly what Mike Judge predicted in this film happening. Brondo, it has electrolytes. It's healthy, even though it has high fructose corn syrup. It does have electrolytes in it.
No, like literally, when you asked me, do I see it? For sure. Like I said, I think in the old server, we definitely talked about all this. Idiocracy's been laughed about. We've been laughing about living in an idiocracy since at least when Trump was running for president.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and Simpsons. Simpsons were a prediction too.
So look at the world around you and what's happened around you, and how much dumber people are now compared to even then when we were already talking about it.
Well, and seeing this happen to us, the propaganda and everything, when they predicted these things, people like Mike Judge and the South Park guys and everything, when they made Team America, World Police, this is
fuck yeah. No,
it's slapstick, but at the same time, it's like this. They were trying to. I don't know where what their. I know what their agenda is. I don't know fully, but at the same time, you can see how they can just throw anything onto the propaganda TV, and these fucking people believe it as if it's real. And people like Bud Judge and the South Park people are just like pointing out their freaking bullshit, and they think, oh well, that's just a comedy, but this is real. This is really happening to us. And it is really happening to you. You're sending your sons and daughters over there into this region of place where they're not actually subject to this propaganda. It's just it's a freaking sad situation. I mean, we're all sitting over here just laughing at freaking Cartoon Network and shit, and it's just it's kind of insane to me. And even like the people like it's slapstick humor, right? When you have the Team America World Police or the freaking Idiocracy movie, and you'll have millions of Americans watching it and going, "Ha, that's funny, funny, funny." The reason that they put that out is to confuse you from reality, to show you exactly what they're doing to you. Because you don't realize that you're being broken. They're breaking your spirit. They're breaking your mind. You think it's funny. I think it's funny too, but at the same time, it's fucking sad. I've shed tears over this. How they're breaking the spirit of the people in America, and even in the countries that America has freaking destroyed and supposedly conquered. Which, holy shit! Now we're talking about Afghanistan again. It's like, hey, everybody's just freaking freaking run out of Afghanistan, it's all kinds of
It's
bullshit.
like a recycled story. They repeat the same story every few years or every decade. They bring it back.
Yeah, it's really sad how people fucking buy it. It's just really fucking sad to me, man.
What a fish story! And they're buying it. It's Jim Carrey on the
Yep.
what show? What show?
Yeah,
is
that was on freaking
John Lennon or something.
Jay
no,
Leno.
Jay Leno, yeah, the guy with the big chin.
John Lennon. He was on the John Lennon show back
John Lennon
then.
show. Jay Leno. Yeah. Might as well be, right? But yeah,
Sure.
man, it's like it is a fish story.
Might
It's
as well.
like it's like people don't, we deal with people here all the time, and like in the YouTube channel, I was in before I came in tonight. I was for 2 hours just sitting here in the YouTube chat, just freaking talking to people, and they're just like, "How can you be so ostentatious and all this kind of shit?" I mean, it's like, bro. Do you watch the news? Do you believe everything you see on the news? Do you believe what they say is happening in the world? Bro, no, I wasn't, bro. I'm from the South. I'm from the South, so I say, bro.
A lot of people watch the news, and even if you ask those people, they'll still tell you that they know a lot of it's bullshit, but they're still watching it and they still believe a lot of it, even though they think they see through it.
At least in the moment, yeah, they at least live that out as if it is true, while stating with their mouths the exact opposite. I see this time and time again.
It's like
a lot of people, what they do is that they'll see this channel and they'll, this is all bullshit, and they change the channel. And this kind of sounds better to what I thinking about. And if they don't like that, they switch the channel, and this sounds better.
It's okay. I mean, we persevere here. We do what we do every day, and sometimes we cut up and we have a lot of fun. But we'll get a lot of people here that might watch some of the mainstream news, and they're like, "There's some weird stuff happening out there," and then they'll jump in here.
There's definitely some weird stuff.
Dude, it's way more than weird. It's like it's freaking war. It's warfare of the mind and spirit. But
there is a big percentage of people that will say they believe it because it was in the news. There's people like that.
Yeah, but they're mostly older. The people that think it's really happening, they'll watch the news and believe it's happening. I think a lot of the younger people, especially if they're going to college, they're more affected by like political activism kind of things, and this is what they're being taught how to be politically active, and they might be watching like CNN, but they're go ahead.
They don't care in college unless it interferes with their partying.
Yeah, they just read headlines.
Literally.
All it takes is a headline, and they'll read it and repeat it, and that's enough. Like not even a news story, not even a whole thing, just a headline, and that's enough.
I'll tell you what. The reason is because a lot of their professors are freaking liberal propaganda bullshit artists.
Again, a lot of it though now, unfortunately, right, the people that are falling away from the mainstream narrative and understanding that it's bullshit have been inculcated into the new system of bullshit, which is the algorithm. The technology of algorithms allows people to effectively research things and believe that they're doing so organically, finding the stuff out as they go along, reading this information, when actually they're being took on a pipeline that's actually curated specifically based upon the beginning axioms of the things that they find interesting, and then it swings out like an arm, taking them to the same place the fucking news would have anyway, just to arrive to the same destination, eventually to swing back into the things they're interested in again. You have now an organic sort of form of research that leaves the person believing that they discovered this shit on their own. That's what we're dealing with now.
Dude, that's the shit we've been dealing with for centuries. I mean, it's not just now.
Well,
I mean, it's easier now because everyone has a screen in front of their face, and they'll use social media or any propaganda version they have. In the past, before the the advent of television or radio, they still had town criers or they had the print media for freaking couple of centuries before I mean, according to what they claim about modern history, and even before that, 1500s or whatever, had town criers, screaming, at every corner, had different town criers going, saying, "Here's the news from the king," or or local areas might have a town crier. "Here's the news from the everyone has their propagandist to promote the powers that be as if they're helping you. No, this isn't Shakespeare. This is
I was gonna say
reality.
like back then it was Shakespeare and like all these type of like theater. Now it's a television.
Well, Shakespeare actually described this in a lot of his writings.
Back you
That's when it kinda-
peasants.
talk
Make
about it,
room for the elite coming through. You must
Back
make
by
room.
popular
Get
demand.
that.
Rolling a lead.
Government whores.
And how do you counter all this negativity?
You just speak your mind like we're doing now. We're doing it right now.
Exactly. And spreading
Humor,
some good vibes, right? And being a good example to others, and try to work on our own morality, and counter all the corruption we've been submitted to all our lives. Yeah. So that's why it's so much more important that we few who are awake to this compared to the population of the world start spreading these good vibes and doing love thy neighbor as thyself, neighborly love, respect, and all that, and show a good example. Because how would they know what it is until they see it from other people? So you be nice to others, be respectful, love thy neighbor as thyself, and so on.
I don't know though. I
Spread
mean,
the good
check
vibes,
out
man.
what's been happening in portions of Australia where their lockdowns are getting pretty heavy and people are pissed. They show the fantastic images or whatever, and it's really only about 1,000 people. I mean, Australia is a large country.
Helio, they want to see how much attention we're going to give it.
Yeah,
It's
I
not just
know.
for the
That's what I'm saying.
It's for the whole
It's
world.
like they're not scared of us, but we need to make them scared of us.
Correct.
But don't fight fire with fire.
Bullshit.
Fight fire with water.
Oh, well,
like
yeah,
water,
fight
my
fire with
friend.
water. That's
don't
cool.
fight it.
Little Bruce Lee.
You don't fight evil with evil. You fight evil with good.
Yeah.
Spread
It's
the
like
good vibes. That's what I'm talking
well,
about. It's very simple when you think about it.
Be like water, my friend.
Be like water.
Be like water. That's it.
Bruce
Yeah,
Lee.
my
Bruce
bad.
Lee.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's like fire. Fire foments if it doesn't have water, but if water puts out fire every single time.
If you fight evil with evil, you increase the amount of evil in this world. If you fight evil with good, you increase the amount of good in this world. It's that simple.
Yep.
You agree?
Oh yeah.
So that's the way to counter evil. That is goodness, neighborly love.
Try not to even say the word evil or hate or anything like that. Just try to always, do the right next right thing, rather, in your speech and in your actions, all kinds of stuff. I mean, when you do nice things for people, don't tell people about it. I'm constantly doing it, but I'll never tell anybody about it.
As a man, I'm freaking really pissed about this. I've been looking into this for a long time. I'm really upset. But at the same time, I'm really upset about how it affects my family and my friends and everything. And, I'm active on Facebook and stuff. I'm not necessarily active, but I see what they post all the time, and they're in the whole, all the modern bullshit. And it upsets me because I know that they're being manipulated by the powers that be. And so it's like, can you fight against them with power, like a physical front, or
No, the people that tried that got wiped out.
Yeah, of course.
If
And we get their perspective.
But I don't want to fight against my family. But there are people manipulating my family by
The thing is, we see
through media and everything, and just making them believe something exists that doesn't exist.
I was going to say, the thing is, you see their point of view and their perspective as to why they're doing what they're doing, but they don't really see our side of you. Like, they think they know our perspective, but they really don't. And that's in general, I guess, with close ones on my end.
Yeah, me too. And I really care about my family, so I'm upset about this, and I want to fight, but I won't have any support from my family. They're just like fucking go out there and fight them, and just like go ahead and die. Okay.
I've seen that very near, and people, going against the system and going to the courts and doing their thing. They got wiped out. Easy.
So it's like a team, which it only has to happen intellectually and spiritually is the only way we can drive this forward. If you try to take it to physical, they're going to win every time. I mean, it's been proven through history. So
exactly my point.
Yeah, we got to make ourselves better.
Exactly, we got to start with ourselves to make this world better. We got to start with ourselves, be the example to others, and spread these good vibes, man.
That's the pain. Let me say this really quick, and I'll shut up. That's the painful part, is that people that are close to me, they're not necessarily spiritual in the way that I am, but they're still totally part of the system, and they're just living on, right? But it's really a short-lived existence as far as history goes. And so what is Earth, right? So all that kind of stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, just thinking that they can ignore it. Like, yeah, okay, fine, I won't talk about it today, but it's like, it'll come up again, trust me. Just, why don't we talk about it a little bit, and then you can, think about it at least a little bit.
Well, I mean, to be honest, they're involved in the system, and they may be semi-successful because they can gain a certain thing, which, hey man, this has been happening to a lot of people for a long time. You can buy acres, you can get a house and build a family, which I think that's God's intention for someone.
Yeah.
But I don't think God's intention was for you to have a property through government. But that's my opinion. But anyway.
Here's the thing. There had to have been a time, in my opinion, or I could be wrong on this, that they introduced shoes and everyone was like, oh, this is really weird. And then a generation or two went by, and then people are just like not questioning wearing shoes because like that's what everyone does. So I'm wondering, this has been happening like with everything, right? With culture, with everything that we do every day.
Hey,
Man,
but
if you
we
want to
all
wear
stand on
shoes,
Earth, and we
if
have
you want to wear
to
shoes,
deal with
wear
it.
shoes, right? But don't make other people wear shoes because you're selling shoes, right? Oh, I'm selling shoes. You have to wear them because I sell them.
No, bro. Yeah, you're right, Jimsy. We all have to participate in this process because we live here. You're right. I mean, just because you can imagine a world of anarchy or utopia doesn't mean that you can actually
have the
live in
shoe
it.
store. It's okay
No,
having the shoe store. It's fine, but not imposing shoes mandates on everyone.
yeah.
And the world will be a better place.
I bet
Well, now
Louis
it seems
like, oh my
normal.
god, a word. Louis like a world without shoes. What? How does that look like?
Oh,
Well,
you
in
got
the
to write a
future,
song about that one, Jimsy. A word without
Jimsy,
shoes.
I'm loving you for the last few minutes. Your analogies are great.
Jimsy,
well, in
you
the
got to
future,
write a song called "The World Without Shoes," bro. You got to write it.
No,
You gotta write it.
another guy brought it up, and then I just rolled with it.
Oh, so you stole it from someone else. That's all right, though.
Oh, I liked it because I liked it.
I do. That sounds pretty cool. I like it too. Maybe he should write the song. I like it.
well, the thing that's going to happen is with everyone's going to, in the future, everyone's going to think that you get sick a certain way, which in the past, it was never like that. That's what bothers me the most. I can see that happening in the future. Everyone thinking that you can contract a certain illness for that.
Wait, Helio, before you go, Helio, the thing is that they're saying that you are making other people sick, and you have to abide by their rules because you are
Because you're well. You're well,
Hey,
so
man,
you're
You're not sick.
dangerous.
You're not sick, but you will get someone. And like that wasn't the
Hey,
case.
man, if the subscription is satisfying for you, then why do I have to get the subscription to the same thing? You know what I mean?
Well, let me say this really quick. How do you
know what I mean?
know that it wasn't like that for people in the past? All we know is what we know now. How do you know that wasn't like that in the past for people, 1,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago?
There's no
Yeah,
way to
maybe
know
it's a
that.
programming. Maybe it's a programming they've been doing for a while. So yeah, maybe you're correct on that, but that doesn't change the fact that they could be pulling one over on us like fairly quickly with the next generation, especially with all the programming.
Well, but in the past, people will, offer back some lead easily. There will be like lead coming back at them.
Here's the
In the
deal,
past,
though.
people will stand up and fight.
Here's the
Now
deal,
people are
Jamesy,
just
though.
getting
I mean, we have modern anthropology, and it explains everything. We have a solid understanding of what happened through anthropology. That's we have a solid understanding of that.
I have a family
anything
member.
a flat earther says anything, they're just totally wrong because they don't understand anthropology.
Guys,
so help me out with
if you
this.
go to many corners, especially in the US and many other nations, I've been to Colombia and South America, and you go and they show you these memorials of these names of these men for this war that we fought against, all these people. Because in the past, people stand up to all this shit, and wars had to be fought, right? And still, wars are being fought. And now they have these memorials because now they got to the point that people just will do whatever they say without standing up. They're not getting shot at back like in the past. They're not being, the people are not standing up like in the past, and they have all these memorials of the people fighting the wars that needed to be fight for them to be in the position that they're standing right now, in the positions of power. They have to massacre. They have to seize and purge the whole world to be able to be able to be at the position that we are at the moment.
Right.
Well,
to
that's part of
create
the deception,
to
in my
create a
opinion.
new future. I mean,
To make it seem, well, they want to make it seem like that happened at another time, and it's not going to happen now. Like those were some other times, But it's like, no, right now, those things that happened back then are happening. You just think that, no, we have television,
check
we have
this out.
satellite, so.
To be honest, I'm really kind of like, but Jemsy, do you not realize they're trying to, even with the history of anthropology over the past 30, 40 years, don't you realize they're trying to misuse, oh shit, I'm going to say about 50, 60, shit, 4.5 billion years. They're trying to misuse the idea, the story that they sold us about anthropology, to including, you know, World War II and all this kind of shit, and how all the even before World War II, how the Spanish, you know, freaking took over America, which, well, there's obvious evidence they did, you know, or South America. I mean, this is they lied. They're lying about that complete destruction of culture, the same where they're lying about the complete destruction of North American culture too. I'm not saying you don't know that. I'm just saying, I think you have a shallower view just from what I just heard you say.
No, the way they're doing it right now is through all this system that they have in position. But to be able to be on this position that they took over the administrations and everything, it had to be through blood, through war. And to keep it that way, they doing it the way they're doing it now.
Oh no! Well, here's how they do it. They tickle fancies, right? They tickle everyone's fancies about their culture. They just like tickle their ideas about, you know, their historic thing, and then they fucking smash their heritage because it's the new world, you know? Fucking it's disgusting to me. All right, I'm tired of bloviating.
Well, the thing is, the U.S. bought all the countries. They bought all major South American countries, and but the thing is, it's like it's not an obvious thing. You can only tell when you kind of get in there and you see like how all the politicians, you know, they meet with like the Queen of England and all that stuff. You see all the connections behind the scenes, but obviously, like there's one overarching person, like, or I don't know what's going on, but there's something going on where everyone is just like, I don't know. I'm not even making sense right now. I think you guys know what I mean.
Helio knows.
Well, at least with Colombia, what happened is the U.S. literally stole the country during a time where they said that there was like this civil, you know, unrest, and it was this civil war in Colombia going on. Well, what was going on behind the scenes is that the U.S. was providing all the weapons because the people that were going in there had like the highest and most sophisticated weapons. It's like, who was behind everything? The U.S. And no one bats an eye, and everyone thinks the U.S. is the greatest country, which they do provide a lot of security, but they have bought a lot of this U.S. countries or the
Well, in
South
Colombia, what they did civil war in a way, but they created these boogeymans, these enemies of the state, enemies of the people. They divided the nation, sold weapons to both sides, and, you know, created conflict after conflict. They put that into the politics and took over the nation with, you know, policies that were needed for safety. So that's been happening in South America in many Spanish countries. Like it's everything based on safety, and, you know, there's these boogeymen that we have to take out because they want to take over the nation, or then after that they're gonna take over the world, and yeah, they control both sides.
It's crazy though. Well, from what I know, the story in Colombia is that the Colombia was fine, and then there was like the civil unrest between like the guerrillas and all this stuff, and then yeah, all of a sudden the people, the smartest politicians were taken out, and then they were replaced with new politicians, and all the old politicians were the ones that were like the most for the country, right? And after that, it all changed. The country went to crap. The 90s, it was all wars. So it's crazy to see that from behind the scenes.
When you say wars, yeah, when you say wars, you know, there was the factions that will, let's say the paramilitares and stuff, and there was other groups, the government group, and but the thing is that they create. There was a lot of violence in the nation, like the 80s and the 90s. This happened over all of South America, right? And the governments had to push these security forces, right, to protect everyone. But where, a country like Colombia, they were very productive. They had a lot of agriculture, huge country, a lot of resources. But the way to take over all of these lands and all these resources, they have to, push all these security forces into every single corner of the nation, change the administrators, and then take over from there little piece by piece. And now, even to not too long ago, they've been having these peace treaties with the paramilitary groups and stuff. But it's just
I think now
it's
looking
like a
back at it,
political thing.
yeah, well, looking back at it, I know that it's more of like a theater, right? Like all of these things are being done behind, in my opinion, right? This is a little bit of speculation, is everything's being done behind the scenes, between all of these wars. And at the end, what happened is Colombia, it made it seem like Colombia was having a civil war, and then the only way to get out of the civil war is to ask for the US help for extradition and for having them to come in. And they even made movies about it. There's even US movies about them going to Colombia to save some people that were, you know. So all of this plays into a little bit the fact that literally, in my opinion, the US made a little bit of a coup in Colombia, making it seem like there was civil unrest so Colombia
Bro,
could
they
ask for the
murder
US help.
they
It's crazy. It's
they
crazy.
murder leaders, community leaders, political leaders,
That's what I'm
people
saying.
that
Yeah, exactly.
they murder them, and then they say, hey, it was this guy, let's go get this guy because this guy is the one that killed the
What
other
they
guy. Let's go get
exactly
it.
what
But
they
they
do
they
here.
took out 20 leaders, national leaders, just like that. Kill this guy and blame the other guy, kill this one, blame the other one, let's take
Yep.
everybody out and replace them.
That's exactly what happened all throughout the 80s and 90s in Colombia. And it's crazy because it was all terrorism. Like it was really unsafe over there. But it's a beautiful country, and people got scared from
Yeah.
going to those places, and a lot of people left the country. And it's such a beautiful place, and people, I don't know, it just got the stigma about being cocaine when, like, everything grows there. It has one of the most beautiful lands. Like, I don't know, it's crazy.
Did any of you you experienced this? You were in those countries and experienced this, and talked to the people about this.
Yes, I'm from there. I was born in Colombia, and I was born in '88, and I came here when it was in the '99. So I came here before 9/11. And then it's crazy because then when I came here to the U.S., the 9/11 happened, and all the terrorism stuff supposedly happened here. So it's like leaving from one place to go to another one to get more terrorism.
Okay.
Bro, the administrators over there in Colombia right now, they're so big mafias there. I mean, the pharmaceuticals are huge there. The big companies like the resources, minery is huge in Colombia, and the farming industry, they're pretty big. They export a lot, and a lot of the stuff is owned by multi
Dude,
corporations.
the U.S. is all over there. Like
So
Obama
it's
was
not
like
owned by the
visiting.
people anymore. The people lives in suburbs, and a lot of dude. You could have there's stores in every single corner, but people have to run. There's a lot of commerce, but it's like commerce in poverty in a way, because everybody has to be selling all this stuff at really low prices, but they have to be doing it all the time, all like 24/7 just to survive, stay afloat.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then the money, like if you were to go visit over there, the money works. So it's amazing. Like with $20, you can have an amazing like day.
Yeah.
Depends
It's a
where you
good
go. Like there's
spot.
some places if you go to Cartagena and then you take like a little boat ride to like a little island, I swear it's really hilarious. Everything is so inexpensive, everything is so fresh. You just stay out there. It's like paradise. And now I can't really go because you can't really travel. It sucks.
I went. What was it like? 2013 or something. and I went to a town really high in the mountains, Don Matias, and there was barely any cell phone reception there. Like I remember it was like 3G back then or 4G or something, and there was none of that basically. And then I went back like 4 years after that, and they have installed new towers, cell phone towers all over the place, everywhere, and you will have reception basically everywhere you go. I went in, all up in the hills, up in the mountains, everywhere. They just
Just in that time
installed
frame.
all the stuff. Yeah, just in a few years, yeah.
And Colombians will eat it up too. They love the technology and like anything the U.S. does. You know, it's kind of like everywhere else. It's like everyone looks at the U.S. as kind of the latest and greatest. But yeah, it's just funny. Did you go to Medellin?
Oh yeah, I spent a lot of time there. Yeah, most of my time there.
Yeah, I'd love to at some point, if everything gets better, which it doesn't look like it, just go over there, live for a while with my family, have my little ones learn Spanish, you know, fluently, and all that stuff. You know, get a little bit of the two cultures, but I don't know, man. If they're gonna start requiring things, I'm fine where I'm at.
You said something about they following like the U.S. They in the policies they do like the U.S. says war on drugs, war on drugs. The USA says this like on the mandates. That's what they do. The U.S. Recommends this. This is what they do. The politicians they do follow the whatever the U.S. says in many ways.
Yeah, and then you start seeing in the Spanish music, right? You start getting the guys from Medellin, and then you start getting the all the American kind of music blending into the Latin music, and you get all these weird connections. I'm just like, oh man. You see all these that guy Will Smith. I saw him in Cartagena, and I'm just like, oh, cringing because I really don't like that guy.
Americans love Colombia. There's a bunch of Americans that buy a lot of property in Colombia. Even, I mean, people from all nations. Colombia is full of Asians, people from the U.S., and yeah, a lot of people with money go there to buy property and have businesses down there.
Yeah, and they say that they're not addicted to cocaine. They just like the way that it smells, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's right. What's up, Hank? How's it going?
Good, bro. How you doing tonight?
Doing good. Thanks, man. Just talking about South America and Colombia.
Here in New England, there's like one apartment, 2 rooms, one bathroom. Let's say that's around 1,000 square feet apartment. It's like $600,000 at this moment. If with that money in Colombia, you could build like a freaking castle. You could make, oh my goodness.
You could have a moat with some alligators in it.
Yeah, at least like a few acres, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be fine.
But dude, you know, a 2-bedroom apartment here in New England, $600,000.
Yeah, here in Orange
that's
County
without counting the interest rates.
It's ridiculous. And who knows what's going on with this whole, if it's either the houses are going up or the money is buying less, therefore the houses seem like they're going up. So who knows what's actually going on with the whole economics of it. But I don't know what's going on.
Since before the Miley Cyrus thing, right? They were doing what's called like a, not the repo. What's it called? Yeah, I think it's called bank repos, where the banks like they loan each other money in like the middle of the night if they don't have like enough money on bond or on on hand. So they were doing like 75 billion a day, right? Just out of thin air, like every day. And this was all before the thing happened. And I remember telling my boss, like, get out of the dollar bill, like, as much as possible.
Yep, we see the inflation going on. I mean, it just one thing goes to the other, goes to the other, goes to the other. It's like a crochet. Like you pull on one and it goes to the other. So who knows? They were saying lumber was due part of it because then lumber goes also to like the pallets that the things are on that are getting more expensive because the pallets are made out of wood and then everything goes on pallets. So who knows how far the whole inflation thing goes and where it stems from? But I think it's just a bunch of different things.
You know, like we observe everything go up and down, and the inflation right now on everything is pretty high. So on the economic side of things, I think like a deflationary how do you say time it's about to happen. Like this ups and downs. How like if you look at the stock market, all the stocks are like they've been going up for over a year now, even though we're supposed to be in a worldwide emergency, and all the stocks are going like crazy up. So deflation is a part of that equation. So there's no high without low, right? So there's a high really high at the moment. These prices are crazy, like rent prices. Even gas went up a lot. Wasn't the gas like $1, $1.50, $1.70 somewhere?
Yeah, under Trump, it was really low, like $1.50-ish around here. And Trump was like having to bail out like the people in West Texas, the oil field workers. Well, since Biden, like Biden has made like everything so difficult for oil field workers to work. Like it's like weird because gas is like $3 a gallon now. Almost.
I seen it almost at $4, like $3.60, $3.70.
Yeah, but you're up there in like hill country. What do you call, East Coast or whatever?
Yeah.
I can't understand why gasoline is so expensive for us because, like, we're making it right here. Like, we're producing it. Like, I don't even understand. We should be getting oil in Texas for like less than $1. It should be like, way too cheap. But they can't make money like that. But it would see when gas is low, my brother can't work. If it's not worth them pulling it out of the ground, like he goes and finds a BS job in West Texas, right? But I'm making like kilo money when gas is low, and then when it's crazy because we're kind of betting against each other, right? So he's super right, alt right even. He's like alt right, and Biden's in office, and because of Biden, like he's making good money. So I kind of wonder, like, how does he feel about that? Like he's making hella money, working hella hours because the leftists are in control.
I have a question.
Of course, we all know here the left and right paradigm is fake. Sorry, go ahead with your question.
No, my question would be that could it be more of a perception thing? Could it be that the gas seems to be more expensive, but all it is that the dollar buys less. So they put the price up so you have to pay more dollars to buy that same amount because the dollar buys less, even though the perception is that, oh, gas went up. So I don't know. For me, it's more of a psychological thing. Like, could the dollar eventually was going to cost less? So could we be seeing the effects now?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. that plays a big part in it, I'm sure.
I mean, at some point, we all know that intrinsically the dollar really is not is it had to go down at some point because the houses keep going up. Everything. It's like I don't understand. I don't understand. Like at some point, it has to cost less when they keep giving it to everyone for barely working, and then you know what I mean. Like it gets deeper into that. So it's I think government portion of it because when you give a lot of money away, then the money is worth less because more people have it.
So it's really difficult to tell sometimes, like what's actually going on because there's so many variables. But I'm sure what you're saying, it makes quite a bit of sense. Like the purchasing power of the dollar compared to food is like crazy right now, but it's gonna get even worse, right? Because as the fuel goes up, the food goes up, right? It's all connected to the petrodollar. And us pulling out of Afghanistan and basically then China's going to come fill that gap, I think. And it's like we're kind of okay, so I'm against the Federal Reserve Bank. I'm against the illegal wars, but it's what gives us, like in a way, like our lattes, keeps us at the top where we can just keep exporting our debt. But really, there shouldn't be a Federal Reserve Bank, right? All banks should be like mom and pop banks. Instead, it's like a cartel.
Actually, what they're trying to do with what the Federal Reserve has been doing, I forgot the name, but they have a term for it. It's the quantitative easing, right? But they want to do that on steroids. The whole world, they wanna 10 time, 100 time X that. So the numbers, yeah, it's that forever, but on a whole new level. They've been talking about this. They have a new term for that. I forgot the name, but if I look through the papers again, I'm sure
It's quantitative easing. You're right. So go look at like some of the older currencies, like price the new S21 Galaxy in rupees or whatever they got over there in like India, right? They've had their currency for a lot longer, so it's like 10,000 rupees. That's what our dollar is going to be like. It's going to be like after a while, our cell phones are going to be like $10,000.
Well, like this guy in Colombia, Colombia, $1 is like 3,000 pesos, Colombian pesos. So
$300 is 1 million pesos. $300 roundish is 1 million pesos. So in Colombia, if you took $300, you'd be a millionaire technically.
Yeah, I remember being there and telling everybody like, "Oh, I'm a millionaire. I got millions of pesos." That's funny.
And so if it happens there, and all they did is like they just said, okay, well, we're just gonna make the currency, have all these zeros. I mean, they could cross them out, but they just kind of kept it.
So they can power up the quantitative easing and just pump them numbers up, and you'll be a millionaire, but you can buy, a house instead. The house, instead of being $1 million, is $1 billion now. You have $1 million, but you can't buy a house because the house is $1 billion. That's just crazy. I didn't gonna do that with similar. That whole system they building up it's very, very crazy. They're gonna integrate. Oh, they're gonna integrate the money, the cryptocurrency system with the old system. So all those numbers are just gonna explode high up.
I was gonna say, Hank, is that we also, it's like, for me at least, when I found this out, I was like, oh man, it's too late. Like we inherited this and we have this crappy system, and now we're looking at it like, I mean, it works because we inherited it, but what's the other way to get out of it, right? Like now that we are aware of it, what's the next step? I don't even know.
Well, I got a scheme lined up. I'm going to try to get some land. and want to try to live on it, land with a water supply, maybe a running river or something, so I can produce electricity. That's the goal. I want to be an undomesticated man. I'm tired of being domesticated.
Yeah, with running water, even with some wind turbines, just getting off the wind, and that you could produce a lot of energy and have, run that electric grid. Solar, wind, water, definitely.
I hear a lot of people are moving to like El Salvador, Costa Rica, and South American countries like that, because what's going on here in the States. There's like relocation programs set up to like help people do it. And you just kind of like sign up with this contract with this business, and they know everything that you got to do, so they kind of do most of it for you.
Man, if they are not allowing flights and stuff, I would go to Mexico. Mexico is also another beautiful place. I haven't been to too much. I've been to TJ and like Rosarito, more like the border ones, but that's another one, good one.
Yeah, but I don't think you can have anything larger than a 22 in Mexico. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. That may have changed over the years, but I believe in Costa Rica you can have like a 38 special, which is good enough.
Does that mean, Hank, you want to move, but you don't want to sell all of your guns? So no Mexico for you?
No, I don't want to let go of my green tips.
You got to get jumped in for that in Mexico.
Yeah, I don't want to get jumped in either. Yeah, what are you saying? You can get jumped in if you want to keep your guns in Mexico, because Obama and what was it called, the Fast and the Furious scandal. If you want to keep your guns, you just got to get jumped in.
Just join a cartel. They might protect you. Joke.
Be like Cat. Hey, what's up?
I'm trying to remember, what was that other guy's name that was in the Fast and the Furious scandal? I think he even like stepped down from his position because of it. It was under the Obama administration. I can't remember the other guy's name. He was the one that said, like, we can't just do like, we can't just have like one or two shootings. It has to be like a shooting every day on the news, every day, all day long, until the people want to give up their rights. What was his name?
Sounds all right.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Does anybody remember the Obama administration? It was like every freaking week there was a mass shooting.
Mass? What's that? Mass shooting? Can mass do anything, let alone shooting?
Eric? His name was Eric something.
Eric Dubay? Just kidding.
No. Fast and the Furious scandal. Eric Garner.
Can you refresh my memory on that story? Because I don't think I recall.
Oh, the Fast and the Furious is where we were running guns to the Mexican cartel, and some of the American guns that were given to the Mexican cartel killed American citizens. Oopsie, that's a war crime. Because it's illegal, right? You can't just bring like illegal guns into Mexico. Eric.
Yeah, I had heard about that, but I didn't remember the details. Thanks.
I'm sure a quick Google search will render his name.
That sounds about right. About
That,
what?
that
Do
sounds
you
like
know?
that sounds like in the Caribbean, the people like locals will say that they'll be getting guns delivered to the local drug dealers groups. They'll be getting this military weaponry from unknown sources. They just show up with a bunch of guns and just give it to whoever wants it. And then the next few days you get shootings, people getting shot. I mean,
I think it was Eric Garner.
how does a guy in an island builds these military weapons? How do they get it on their hands? It's just like the Fast and the Furious thing. It's being delivered to them.
Exactly. And no one knows because no one talks about it, and then they'll cover it up with a novela or like a movie. They'll put out a movie, and everyone will buy them the story of the movie.
I mean, how did the Taliban, these crazy guys in cave, got all these weapons? How? Oh shit! We gave it to them.
McCain and Hillary Clinton.
Aren't you glad you
Given
paid all
what-
those taxes so the Al Qaeda the Taliban can have all those helicopters and all that stuff? You paid for that.
Well, we have to redistribute freedom by government redistribution / communism. America has too much freedom, so it needs to redistribute that freedom to other countries. Bring America down so that other countries can come up.
Yeah, our freedom is overflowing, so our freedom is overflowing, so we have to spread it around.
Yes.
Wow.
Open up our borders.
Who's the next superpower, do you think? Nettlelark or Lemonberg?
The
There
new
won't be
world
another
order.
Okay. It'll just be the NWO.
WHO.
Bill Gates. Just plain Bill Gates. That's my answer.
Some Luciferian Rothschild. One of them. Astor, Bundy, one of the great Luciferian dynasties. Kennedy, Onassis. What else was there? I think Bundy was one. Astor.
Do you guys remember before all these closed down, there was some people saying that FEMA took over the nation? That was before the emergency, right? That was around the time that Trump said that there's a storm coming, and the journalist asked, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "Well, you'll see." Eric Holder.
Yeah, that was the guy. Sorry for interrupting you, bro.
Fast and the Furious, right?
Yeah, Obama and Eric Holder were running guns to the Mexican drug cartels. It's crazy. American people,
Sounds like
American
normal
citizens.
business.
Yeah, American citizens got shot and killed. And there was another one where there was like this Asian guy. He was like an American senator or some sort of politician like that. And he was like extremely leftist, like extremely anti-gun. And he literally got convicted of conspiracy because he was running guns from, it was either into Asia or into California from Asia. So he was like in on it with the Chinese. But yeah, he got convicted of conspiracy.
Yeah, the whole mob thing, I think it's run by the occult secret societies and stuff. So
Yeah,
at
I
least it
remember now.
seems that way.
The Asian guy was running guns into California. That's why he was so strict and anti-gun, right? Trying to get all them anti-gun laws passed because it was driving up the price of guns, and he was importing Chinese like fully automatic weapons because they're so darn expensive when you got people like him. And that's what all politicians do. They make marijuana illegal so that we can fund all the black ops and then, run all the cocaine from like Colombia into America so that we can overthrow the South American countries' governments and get them all in line with the Federal Reserve banking system. That's why Venezuela is the bad guy right now. They got like a huge gold deposit and oil as well, but yet they're like starving. And it's illegal in Venezuela to write down the cause of death in a hospital as the child starved to death. Think about that.
And back in the day, my dad used to tell me that he would drive there from Colombia to get, that it was such a rich country and they had so many goods and so many things that people would go from Colombia to Venezuela to get stuff. And nowadays, look what's going on. It's crazy what happens in just a lifetime.
South America, many nations were super wealthy, like Argentina, Chile, Colombia. I mean, when you have nations that are producing a lot of, food and resources and everything, and even Venezuela had all this petroleum and stuff, so they were doing fine. It's just that I guess some people didn't follow the rules and stuff in Venezuela, and
So I'll say the word that I shouldn't say, globalization, right? What they say, it's like everyone has to be the same. And the franchise owner is the US and the franchisees are all the countries. And everyone has to do what the franchise owner, the US, does and follow that. And they all kind of change a little bit to see, what works in one place and another. That's just what I see it as. One kind of like overarching person, or not person, entity. Yeah, I had a friend here from the US, successful and everything, just moved to Costa Rica. He's like, no, I just want to go over there. Just had his first baby, just stoked. Beautiful land, just happy. Those are the kind of cool things I like to hear.
yeah, there's many people from the U.S. that go to Costa Rica.
Yeah. Have you guys been keeping up with Witsit's lives? It's so cool to see like some people with the 360. You can kind of see the people that are kind of sitting around and kind of like listening. I think that's so awesome. Hey, Dempsey, you're gonna like this one. The word awesome, right? Awe and some, and awful should be switched because when you're full of awe, it's good, and when you're what was the other one? I just forgot it. I think you get what I mean.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome, awe. You know, just some awe, and the other one is full of awe, and they're switched, in my opinion.
I'm gonna have to write it down and figure it out.
Can you speak a little bit louder? I told you that I love Johnny and you and Papi.
Some full. Where is it?
Some, you know, awesome, AWESOME, and then full, which is AWEFUL. Or did I get that wrong? But it's more of the way that it sounds, right? Like full of awe, awful, and it sounds like it's bad. But in my opinion, I see a lot of awful things.
Those two, awesome and awful. I put them in the voice text.
And we drive on parkways and park on driveways, and shipments are in a car and cargo's in a ship. There's a lot of those that we say that are like backwards.
Okay, wait.
Yes, MC. And yeah, I like that. It's like poetry within the language.
Imagine your.
We park in driveways and drive in parkways. What?
That's right. We park on driveways and we drive on parkways. And shipments are in a car and cargo's in a ship. So you unload the cargo in the ship, right? And then you put the shipment in the car, and then the car goes down the road in a parkway until it reaches the driveway, and then it parks. That's how that shit works.
Oh, that was a good one.
How you gonna deal with that?
It's designed to confuse you.
Well, even going from Spanish to English, there are words that are kind of weird. Like in Spanish, when you're pregnant, it's estás embarazado, and then when you're in English, when
No, don't say it like that. You said pregnant in a male sense. He said
embarazada,
pregnant in Spanish, but like a male is pregnant,
okay.
embarazado.
It's embarazada. You're right. You're embarazada. But the reason why I messed it up is because in English
Embarazada.
you say I'm embarrassed. In English you say I'm embarrassed, but that has nothing to do with being pregnant. It's about being you know, embarrassed. So it's funny. Those are the funny things that happen between Spanish and English because you notice a contrast between the two languages, and there are things that don't make sense when you translate them. So.
All right, here's a good one. In Africa, there's these two tribes that don't like each other because when one tribe says hello to the other, in their native language, they hear word to your mother, to put it nicely. Which word am I thinking of? It's a 4-letter word.
I missed it. Say it again. I'm sorry.
In Africa, there's two tribes that can't stand each other because when one tribe says hello in their native tongue, the other tribe hears F your mom in their native tongue.
So how long has the war been going on?
I don't know. It was just an interview that I saw. It was just an interview, that's all.
And it makes more sense to go to war over that than the Gulf of Tonkin.
At least those seemed actually scary, and they seemed like they were real. Nowadays, they don't even need to pretend wars; they just make up phony stuff. They don't need a war. Any Glovers in the house? I saw someone with the tag Honest Earther. What does that mean?
It means they're honest about their earthing. No, I have no idea.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Shoot.
People hated Trump so bad, they chose Joe Biden. Creepy Joe Biden. Creepy Joe hair sniffing Biden. And then when Cuomo got called out for allegedly sexually assaulting women, Joe Biden was like, "Yeah, bro, you should probably step down. That's uncalled for. Like, that's completely unheard of and uncalled for." The irony is just, you could cut it with a knife.
The irony of the guy getting closer to the little girls and touching them in a weird way. The irony.
The irony is throwing off my
I think
instruments. My
Crackville
compass
is
isn't
hot
working.
micing. He's sleeping or something.
It
Fell
sounded like
asleep
he was
speaking
eating.
to.
Sounded like he was eating a Twinkie. Like, like this Twinkie's so good.
It was a sneaker then.
What was it?
An ice cream sneaker.
Would you just call me?
A shoe.
Hey, you guys know the restaurant Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
So apparently the slavers, they would keep all the whips in a barrel, right? And the restaurant was named after the Cracker Barrel, because you know how they call us white people crackers, right? Well, it's because back in the slave days, we'd crack the whip on them if they wouldn't work, if they were getting lazy.
How dare they?
How dare they get lazy? They're getting paid nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slavery is a fucked up thing. I mean, incarcerating criminals and putting them in a work camp, it's a fucked up thing, man.
All right, and so now that term is now a franchise restaurant.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. So
I mean,
Cracker
I
Barrel,
never wanted it myself, but I went in there once. I was looking at the menu once because they serve steak there. I never bothered to get any of it, but I was just kind of disappointed when they had this like gift shop. Like half of the place was a gift shop, and like just weird random stuff in it. And I was just disappointed because I pick up a hat and it has like an American flag on it or something. I'm like, oh, made in China or something. I'm like, yeah, great.
Yeah,
America made in China.
Gotta get canceled. Oh man, I
He's got a
remember this one
racist
news
name too.
report.
How do you like that?
This one news report I heard that like the United States sent a bunch of hats to like Iraq, and they all had like little blood drips on it, infected with like the coronavirus. So once you put the hat on in Iraq, you're going to start sweating, and it's going to activate that. That was like an old. Did I say that out loud? I meant to say Miley Cyrus hat.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
you are into conspiracy theories, and this is not the channel for that.
yeah, I'll shut up.
We're into science here.
Science, you mean like globe logic science, like where you can do observational science, but you can't trust your eyes? Got him.
Hank Hill sounded like Homer Simpson there for a second.
Yeah,
That's what I was
like
going
that.
for. That's what I was going for.
That sounded better than Homer, actually. That was probably one of the best Homers I ever heard. So,
come on, it wasn't that good.
It was good. Especially coming from Hank Hill. Hank Hill imitating Homer Simpson.
Only here at Flat Earth Discord 2.0, 24/7 live.
That was a better promo than Mrs. Musk.
No way, bro. No way, Jose. Hey, when we say no way, like what does that translate to in Spanish? Isn't that like no slang? Like damn no?
No way. Way is like calling someone like dude. Way, hey, hola way, hey dude, you know. But that's more in the Mexican side of things. They have their own Spanish. Some other people might use that word way, but way, it's like a big bull. You know, these huge bulls that have huge horns. They use them to pull these metal things to make lines in the ground to be able to put the seeds. You know, that's a way.
Well,
so he's calling someone like a like a big bull or a cow. It's like, when you say hey dog, like people call someone hey dog or a buddy or something like that. That's similar way. Mexican way.
That's just not the Mexican way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when he says way, it's not way in English, that's the way, or we should go this way. It's not that way that they're saying it. Way in English doesn't mean way in Spanish.
Right. It's the other way.
It's the other way, yeah. My wife is confused when I explain that, and she speaks Spanish. that was my that was my whole point. Say in a way that it was confusing.
She better speak Spanish. You don't want to marry a gringa.
Well, it's a slang thing in Mexico. They're using way. So yeah, it's a cultural thing.
Dude, every day for like the past 5 years, I get these like Mexican telemarketers calling me, and I've just resorted to talking like mad shit about their mom because I don't know how else to make them stop. And they still call me like 3 or 4 times a day. like
Why don't
every
you just
single
hang
day.
up? Like
I like
as soon
prank
as you hear
calling
their voice.
people.
Just... Oh,
I
okay.
like no, yeah, it's automated at first, and I have to say hello, and then when they come on, I'm like saying all kinds of bad stuff about the mom because I don't know how else to get rid of them. And I'm just hoping like eventually someone's gonna remove me from the call list because they're gonna be like, this guy again. Because I mean, I've tried to learn like the Spanish words and ask them nicely, like super, por favor, no más telefono, por mí. Like, please don't call me again, but they still
Lawsuit.
call. Lawsuit, huh? How am I ever going to get them to do business with them? Because I've tried to do business with them and they won't do business with me.
All the guys that I've had to talk to, I wisened up at one point, and I went and read a couple of different documents, telecommunications and so forth, the federal stuff.
Yeah, I'm on the National Do Not Call Registry.
Private line being recorded lawsuit. Stop calling.
But they don't speak English. That's the frustrating part. They're Mexican and they don't speak English.
Then get a freaking blocker. Block their number.
It's a different number every single time they call.
Well, block every number. That's what I do. Eventually, they're going to run out of numbers.
Well, they're spoofing their number.
Yeah, I know.
So,
They use a computer program to do that. One of my exes used to work for a call center. They did that shit all the time.
I just want to give them a swirly. I don't want to hurt them. I just want to make their haircut have like a swirly style when they come up.
Just get Callie on your phone. Hack the Mexican spammers through your phone.
It wouldn't bother me so much if they'd speak English.
No, Dave.
I just don't say anything. I make funny noises until the line clicks, and then I block the number.
Why don't people from the U.S. learn to speak Spanish? Because Spanish was spoken, well, according to history, Spanish was spoken in America decades before English. I mean, not decades, decades, more than that, hundreds of years.
Spanish and Tartarian. Spanish and Tartarian. No, I'm just kidding.
That's only because the Spanish and the Portuguese love slaving people.
Why don't they learn Spanish? Or why don't they learn French? I don't understand. I mean,
Okay, so I've been in this situation. No, not me, but people that are close to me that they will be speaking Spanish in a cell phone or whatever, and some gringa start saying, "Hey, you should learn to speak English, not Spanish. This is America, right?" And Spanish was spoken in America before English.
No, that's when you say Karen, I presume. That's not my name.
Hold
I'm
on
going to
now.
presume your name is Karen.
Because proper English was here, I think, before the Spaniards made it.
What? Prove it.
Saison. Proper English.
Citation.
Citation, please.
You gotta go through the tribal records.
Oh, yeah.
But they actually have documents of Vikings here long before the Spanish.
So the tribal records were in English.
Dude, the original English is Saxon, Saison. That's where it came from. And then it turned into other crap. And now we speak a blend of other crap that comes from
Yeah, English is
On
an
the saxophone.
amalgamation of the Scandinavian languages and Latin and a little bit of French. So it's like, we used to say "hear ye," like instead of "y'all listen," right? And now we
Y'all.
say "y'all." Yeah, that's what we say in Texas. "Hear ye" means y'all listen, but we don't pronounce the y'all with
It's
the
a
L.
French word.
What?
It has a
What's the
C
French
at
word?
the end. I
What?
think it's contention. The original, the last consonant at the end there is a C and not a T.
Baphomet is pronounced Baphomet in English, but it's Baphomet in French. Menage. I'm not going to say the rest.
How about this one? The word planet. It says plane, and then at the end it's a T, and the T can be looked at as like a perpendicular from the sky down. So that's another symbol that I popped into my head.
So they and them are like Scandinavian words. Probably Dutch.
It's still funny though, because with the right history, English was here first. Well, at least before Spanish.
Nah.
The First Nations people here
Christopher
had their own
Colomb
languages.
He was Spanish, but he wasn't the first one here. Or he was a converso.
Which Battle modded probably like this. The original native language was, if I recall correctly, because I had a talk with this. It was actually supposed to be like part of the original Hebrew.
I've seen evidence of first-hand accounts of people coming to the New World in the 14 and 1500s, and the conversos spoke like Hebrew, and the Hebrew was how they communicated with the natives here, because they also spoke Hebrew. First-hand accounts, first-hand knowledge. Not my knowledge, but theirs, whoever wrote it down.
Hebrew, then English, then Spanish.
Well, you got to understand, like, Rome wasn't the only empire. There was like the Byzantine Empire, and then there was the what's it called?
I know, and there was commerce long before Rome ever existed.
The Phoenician ships, like, it was basically illegal for like some people to get on the water during the Phoenician Empire, and the Phoenician ships were just like, or in a lot of ways, a lot of like the Scandinavian ships, because they could go into like the rivers, and they could go into open ocean, like both. And the Scandinavians were said to come over first, but before that, I'm pretty sure the Phoenicians came over.
But the reason why people say speak English, because unfortunately for everybody else, it is now the language of business.
Yeah, the
When
French.
Yeah, but if
the
I'm
language
talking
of
on my
business
cell phone,
shifts.
if I'm speaking on my cell phone to someone and that person on the other line speaks Spanish, only Spanish, and I reply to them in Spanish because otherwise they wouldn't understand me, that's of nobody's business.
Exactly. That's when you say "Manya," and she says, "What? Stop speaking Spanish. Mind your own business, bitch."
If I went
Yeah, I hate
there,
that shit too.
I'd probably learn more before I came. But I learned French in high school, a little bit of Spanish through work, but man, like, I ain't trying to get into a spot where I can't get out, even if I don't speak the language. It's that simple.
I love it when people speak their own language. Like when I meet somebody that I've never heard their language like spoken out loud, like I'll ask them like, give me directions from your house to your square in your native tongue, like just to hear it spoke, just to hear it and see it like spoken right in front of me. And you know, they kind of look at me like, why? And I'm like, I just want to hear it. It's like beautiful. Like I know some people who like speak Mandarin. Like I'm not used to hearing that shit over here in East Texas, you know, so I love listening to the different languages. To me, it's like, I don't know, it's like beautiful, like music.
There are benefits to learning multiple languages. Just don't be stupid and learn multiple languages. More people will know you're stupid. Did I miss anything good? Did somebody break the second law of thermodynamics while I was gone?
Nope.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss something?
We can always call out the YouTube chat. There's always a troll in there.
Get in here.
Come talk to Cuddles about gas pressure.
Water's warm. No sharks.
Hank.
What up, bro?
Hey, what's up? You know how to use a sextant?
No, I do not. I know very little about sextants, other than they were used in ancient times to determine one's location on the plane.
I heard tracking from Polaris in the north. If you move down south, every 70 miles, Polaris will move 1 degree, and that somehow proves a globe. But will that work on a flat Earth? That was my question.
It would do the same thing on the flat Earth due to perspective, because right now there's lights above my head. Right, the lights aren't setting the further I look down the street, are they? And the street's pretty flat, especially if you're on the interstate.
To the horizon.
Right, distant
Point.
objects converge with the horizon.
Trigonometry. You've got your fixed point, and then you've got the level water between you and straight down underneath that fixed point. Further you move away, you're always going to be moving that glass down.
And they say that if you're at the North Pole, Polaris is right over your head. Ask them how they verified that.
What do you mean? What does it matter if they verify it?
Well, they're saying that that's what it does, but has any of us been to the North Pole? None of us have been.
But do you agree that the stars or Polaris or any star will basically, when you move every 70 miles, you move, let's say south, those northern stars will
Go down 1
deviate
degree.
an angle at one degree.
So we can confirm that from Alberta to a little past the equator, right? But you can't go further north, right? You can't go to the North Pole to confirm that. So I live on the 33rd parallel, right, in East Texas, right? It's not exactly 33, but it's pretty close. And if I look up for Polaris, it's 33 degrees off the horizon every time when I'm at home. So, I mean, that doesn't really prove the shape of anything, right? Kind of like the lights in Walmart don't prove the shape of Walmart, right? Like if I were to work out like a system to where Walmart was so big, right? Let's say it's a square mile. Walmart was so big that I had to navigate using the lights. I could work out a mathematical system, right? I could construct a system telling me that when I'm near this bulb, right, this is about where I'm at. And when I'm near that bulb, and when that bulb is at this, angle from the horizon, that's where I'm at. But it's just a man-made construct, right? It's just for navigation. It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth in any way whatsoever. It's just a construct for navigation because they didn't have GPS back then.
Yeah.
The Globers say that it proves round and it wouldn't work on flat. I just don't know why they say that.
Oh, because they ignore perspective unless it benefits them. So that's when you get one of their arguments, right, where they have to demonstrate perspective, and then throw that in their face, get them to double speak. That's how you deal with that.
How do you demonstrate perspective?
To a Glober, ask them about the sun rays. Are they parallel when they come out of the sky? Oh, it's like a railroad track. You don't understand perspective. Oh, okay, perspective, huh? Kind of like when you're saying, that's what you do. You just make them double speak. And it doesn't matter. It's not about you winning the debate. It's about the audience that's hearing the debate, hearing them speak out of the left and the right side of their mouth. And when they say, oh, you're gish galloping, you're changing the subject, that's a red herring. Well, no, which is it? Does the perspective make the sun rays look like the railroad tracks, right? Or do they not? Do the railroad tracks converge? Do they actually touch each other? Because it looks like they do. Apparently they do. Oh, that's just perspective? Okay, kind of like when when the stars get further closer to the horizon, the further south you go. That's perspective too. Oh no, that's totally different. The audience is going to be like, these people don't know what they're talking about.
Hank, it never fails. Every time I go out to smoke a cigarette, somebody comes in with some bullshit like this. All right, so if you're standing at the North Pole and you look straight above you, would you see Polaris right above your head? Globe, flat, whatever, right? This is the idea of the latitudes, 69 degrees or 69 miles per latitude, right? Come on, bro. You seem to know something about this.
I'm sorry. Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you. If you're standing on the North Pole and
Godric's a flat
straight
earther.
up, that's all right. Yeah, and this is why I'm trying to elaborate. Well, I don't even know if he's a flat earther or not. I'm just trying to elaborate on this. If you're standing at the North Pole and you look straight above you, you're going to see Polaris right above your head, right? You're going to look straight up.
It's a little bit off.
And then you move 1 degree latitude, 69 miles.
The thing is that we don't know
then
that.
you're gonna measure 1 degree, and then you move 2 degrees, and you're gonna measure another 69 degrees. And the reason that Polaris descends toward the horizon, the further away from the north that you are, is because you're moving away from it. It's not because you're going around the globe. It's just because you're moving further away from it. Just like Hank was saying.
right though. Dempsey's right though. You don't know that. You don't know that the star is directly above what you call.
Well, we can actually,
we do see
this,
it at the north, and we do see the. Okay, go ahead.
The reason I'm saying that is because in the globe model, it would be. Yeah, but we don't, flat earthers, we're not claiming a model. This is their model. So, every latitudinal line that you move then Polaris would descend on the horizon every 69 miles, 1 degree, right? And then once you get to the equator, you won't be able to see it anymore, and then you're gonna be then the curvature of the Earth will be blocking Polaris at that point. This is their claim. It's insane.
It will be behind the curve.
Yeah, exactly. So, see, this is the obfuscation, because there is no curvature of the Earth that's blocking Polaris. Shit, half the time, there's clouds and shit in the way. You can't even see Polaris anyway, and you wouldn't even be able to tell where it is. And if you're using a sextant, for one thing, nobody's ever confirmed this with a sextant ever in the history of humanity that Polaris is directly above the North Pole, or at least very, very close. And then every 69 miles you move toward the south, and you're going to have an angle of Polaris that proves the globe. It's a completely ridiculous freaking claim that they can never prove about this.
Even if they could prove that Polaris is directly over the so-called pole, which is not the magnetic pole, so it's some other pole, right? Even if they could prove it, it's still perspective. Because think about the railroad tracks, right? They're on the ground, they're parallel. If you take them and put one railroad track over the other, they're still going to converge at the horizon, right? It's the same concept as the lights over your head.
Right, and like I heard someone in the talk earlier today saying, "Hey, how do you explain, why you can't see Polaris when you go south beyond the equator?" And which the reason they're asking that question, even though they didn't say it, as they're implying it's the curvature of the Earth, right? But for the most part, shit, there's way before you reach the equator, you probably can't see Polaris anyway, because there's too much atmosphere and there's weather and shit involved.
Well,
it's like, how the fuck do you think you can see Polaris?
Atmosphere, what's that?
Atmosphere. Oh, okay, well, atmosplane, whatever you want to call it. Weather. I would just call it weather. How about that?
How about Atmos?
Sure. Air. Yeah, we'll call it air. Yeah, I mean, when the further away from the north that you move, there's going to be so much involved. I mean, it's kind of similar to the stupid claim that people make. Well, if the Earth was flat, I could see freaking Mount Everest from New York. I mean, are you fucking crazy? Are you out of your mind? You can't see Polaris from the shit. A lot of times I can't see Polaris because there's too many clouds in the sky. But when it's a clear night, I can see Polaris every day.
Wait a minute. The Globers say that you can see further when the conditions are bad and causing a whole lot of refraction. Isn't that true? They say at the Black Swan, the reason we're seeing so far away is because the conditions are bad and there's lots of refraction. That's what's causing us to see further. That's kind of counterintuitive, because you would think if the conditions were clear, you'd be able to see further. But why would the Glober lie? Why would the religious zealot tell a fib?
Well, because they want to believe it. That's why. They want to believe it really hard.
Helio, where do you live? Where do you live that you can see Polaris every day?
I live in Arkansas. Every night I can see Polaris.
Midwest?
I can see the Big Dipper. I can see the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper every single night throughout the year. Unless there's clouds in the way, of course.
And Polaris is up north?
Yeah.
Is Polaris low in the sky for you?
No.
It's like in the middle?
It depends on which time of the year no, it does. It is different positions in the sky because I'm at a shit. I don't even know where my latitude. If Hank's at 33, I'm probably at 38 or 40 or something. I don't know. He's a little bit south of me.
I think about
Hank, do you see
5 or 6
Can you
hours.
see Polaris all throughout the year?
Oh yeah, Polaris
Me
never
too.
moves.
Yeah. But
Well,
it
they
does
say
change positions in the sky. You have to look in a different direction to see it. But you'll see the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper all throughout the year.
Polaris
Where do you
never
see
moves.
Polaris? And what place
North,
in the sky?
north, 33 off the horizon, 33 degrees off the horizon. Due north.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, I am
Okay,
the Illuminati.
where are you, Hank?
I'm in East Texas.
He's in Texas. I'm in
Undisclosed
Arkansas.
location.
I'm.
So I should be able to see it in Los Angeles.
What?
What?
I should be able to see it from Los Angeles.
Yeah. Every
Absolutely.
single night you can see Polaris from Los Angeles. I mean, Los Angeles. There's a lot of if you're in the city.
Godric, have you still not
It's gonna be
changed your
hard.
avatar to Cleveland?
No. Why have you not done that, bro?
You told me I
really
look like
want.
him, right?
I told you sound like Cleveland. You should change your avatar.
Cleveland from the Cleveland show.
Yeah, bro.
No,
So funny.
Family Guy.
Do it for me, bro.
We'll get banned.
I'll think about it.
Well, I mean, is it your claim that we shouldn't be able to see Polaris or the Big Dipper, or Little Dipper? Like, I mean, of course, the constellations change. There's other constellations that do change, but Big Dipper, Little Dipper, Polaris, they're all. We can see those year round.
What do you mean they change, Helio? How do they change? Like parallax or like change position in the sky?
No, I'm talking about, like Orion, you can't see it year round, and some, Drago and all of those actually, you can't see those year round. But anything near, Polaris, those constellations you can see all year long if you're in the northern areas. I said areas to avoid the word hemisphere.
Man, what is this place?
Yeah.
Like, really?
Good question.
What is this fucking place?
Well, hey, they gave us this explanation of the globe, and they told us we have a tilt, and we're a third rock from the sun, and we're tilted away, and this is what causes the seasons and all that kind of stuff. And, that when you take a look at that, you're kind of like, okay, well, yes, we definitely see Polaris all year long, the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, which are some major and some minor. And some of the outer what we call constellations, which the word right? Constellations mean that they have a repeated pattern that happens every single year, right?
Constant.
Yeah, they're in a constant pattern. That's why they call them constellations. And so, yeah, we don't see a lot of the other constellations throughout the year because at certain months you'll see a different constellation, but you'll always see Polaris and Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. If you're in the north or near the center point. Now, people south of the quote unquote equator, they see something different, but they also see the same repeated pattern for them. Now, whether it's Sigma Octantis, I've heard some different testimonies from people in Australia and South Africa about whether Sigma Octantis is similar to what we experience with Polaris. It's hard to say, you know. I've also heard testimonies of people seeing Polaris south of the equator. So, see, and this is the reason they bring that up. It's like, oh, why can't we see Polaris south of the equator? The implication, just like I said earlier, is that it's the curvature of the Earth blocking Polaris, right? And then when you move south, you'll see Polaris descend toward the horizon every 69 miles. You move south, and you'll see Polaris dip that way. There's no evidence of that. This is in their mathematical model. They don't really have any evidence that they can say it all fucking day, but they don't have any evidence for that actually happening. Hey, Katsura, they actually do. Cracker Barrel does have cheese that they sell, you know, at Walmart and shit. You know, they do have a brand of cheese, but started as a restaurant. Yeah, so yeah, there's a company involved where they make their own cheese and shit too. It's not bad. It's good cheese. I just like when I go for dinner at Cracker Barrel, it's just not if I order a chicken fried steak, it's just not the best chicken fried steak in the world. It's just kind of bland, you know. I was shitting on Cracker Barrel earlier because their dinner is not that great. Cheese is pretty good. Yeah, I like the extra sharp cheddar. It's good stuff.
It's racist cheese.
So anyway, this idea of, you know, Polaris being any type of proof of globe, I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. And we're getting back to looking at the sky to prove the shape of Earth. That's not.
Dude, I do that kind of stuff all the time. Like, if I want to know what someone's shoe size is, I just like measure their hair length, you know, because that's a direct causation. There's like a direct correlation between the two, obviously. Everybody knows that.
Really, it's well, and we talk about perspective. You said perspective. Yeah, of course. It's. I mean, when you move away from a light source, just like you were talking about the Walmart situation or a street light, whatever. The further you away from you, if you can see a street light, the further away from the further away.
To Term Paper Warehouse.
Shut up, Alexa.
Well,
shut up. I don't know why Alexa just has this.
Do you wear your wife beater when you talk to her like that?
Is that your wife, Helio?
It might as well be, I guess, because I mean, she listens to everything I say, and then
she's always butting in with her
butting in, just like. Hey, you guys want to hear what Alexa has to say about Polaris? Alexa,
and she never has an idea what you're talking about, Helio, just like us.
I know. Alexa, tell me about Polaris.
According to Wikipedia, Polaris, designated Alpha Ursae Minoris, commonly the North Star or Pole Star, is the brightest star of the constellation Ursa Minor. It is very close to the North Celestial Pole, making it the current northern pole star. The revised Hipparcos parallax gives a distance to Polaris of about 433 light-years, while calculations by some other methods derive distances up to 35% closer.
Oh, so it's only a margin of error of 35%.
35%. It could be 4.33 light years, but it might be closer.
Yeah, but you see how they say celestial pole, and people say, "Oh, the pole of the Earth," but Polaris is a celestial thing, and they say this celestial thing proved the Earth being a globe.
So what was the method she said that they did to do it? Because we need to know about that method. I'm sure there's something you could click on.
Let me ask Alexa. I mean, she probably knows. Alexa, how did they determine the distance to Polaris?
The astronomical distances of Polaris and Earth are 18.5 astronomical units.
That's not the question I asked, Alexa. Alexa, how did they determine the distance from Earth to Polaris?
This might answer your question. Polaris is 2,540 trillion miles from Earth.
That's all?
Yeah.
And we can see it?
245 trillion miles? Okay.
Alexa, work this out backwards. Like, how fucking bright is that motherfucker?
Oh, Jesus. I have a Google one. You want me to ask Google? Hey, Google. How did they determine the distance from Earth to Polaris?
On the website space.com, they say, in the 1990s, the European Space Agency's star mapping Hipparcos satellite determined the 434 light-year distance to Polaris, while other studies suggested the star could be closer to the Sun. To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
Freaking waste of time. Alexa and Google doesn't have a clue.
They don't know shit.
Here's something I found on the
They
web.
just
Shut
believe
up,
it.
Alexa.
Quora.com.
Alexa,
Google it.
shut up. See, that bitch shuts up when I tell her to shut up. And that's an answer to a question that someone asked earlier.
You really should take off your wife beater and go get a tan, bro. The way that you treat Alexa, I know that you beat her.
Dude,
I'm not joking, of course. You would never beat your electronic wife that lives in the cloud.
lives in the cloud. See, I mean, the bitch is dumb, man. I mean, you can tell just by the answers that she just gave. So, I mean, it doesn't mean I'm not going to abuse Alexa, but I might verbally abuse Alexa because
I always talk bad to the automated services because they get you like in the front of the line when you talk to a person. So I'm like, hurry the fuck up. I don't have all day. And then when the person answers the phone, I'm like, hi, how was your day today? You know, I talk like real, like super fucking nice to the people I'm doing business with.
Hey, Alexa, how dumb are you?
I'd like to know what went wrong. If you want to give me more details, just say, I have feedback.
Alexa, how smart are you?
I know about lots of things. Try asking a question.
I know.
Alexa, how do you know the person that wrote the Wikipedia article knows their ear hole from their toe jam?
Anyway.
What did that say? 454 trillion, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck?
Something 400 trillion miles away. I mean, God dang. I mean, if you believe this, you're. I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I think it said 454 trillion miles to Polaris.
Oh, so it's just right around the corner. I got it.
That's right up. It's right on up there. 454 trillion miles away.
It just seems so arbitrary because, you know, like we have to use the Habitat Hill House to determine the distance to something, right? We have to have like known distances. What are their known distances that they're using?
Venus, bro. Distance to Venus.
Yeah, and they determine that from the transit of Venus across the sun.
Indeed. Yes. Transit tells all.
and
Okay,
they
well, I
assumed
saw the
that it
transit
was
in
about the same
2012.
size as the Earth, you know, all that.
I just want to say I saw the transit in 2012, and if you were to ask me how far away it was, I have no fucking idea. I just know that I
That's
saw a
because
shadow
you don't
and a
have the
light.
equipment they got, buddy. That's what's up.
Did they
I
have
don't
any
have the faith.
equipment? Like, check this out. Like, all right, transit of Venus. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that happens. I mean, Venus actually does traverse the sun sometimes. Doesn't prove distance about anything, but this eclipse, like the lunar eclipse, you know, always happens during not the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse, always happens during a new moon phase. If the moon is a physical body, if the moon is a physical body, wouldn't you be able to detect it approaching the sun with certain equipment?
Be able to. I agree.
Never happened in the history of man. Nobody's ever detected this physical moon occulting the sun until it actually starts to occult the sun, and then they just assume it's the moon because it's in a new moon phase, and which means it's full moon from space. You know, it's fully lit
And
from
then
the
you
sun.
see the shadows on the ground with the weird patterns of the same image of what the eclipse is. Like, that blows my mind. I still can't wrap my
the
mind
penumbra
that
and
happened.
the it's just like
No, you've seen it, right? Where it was
Go
like an eclipse, and you can see, like, through like a canopy of trees, you can see the shadow on the ground making a bunch of little eclipses.
Yeah, I mean,
Have you seen that?
you can see, you can see like shadows of leaves and stuff. It looks like
Yeah,
they're
it
all
was
curved
super
and shit.
weird.
Yeah, I've seen
That I still don't understand that. I still don't comprehend how light could go through something and project that onto something.
Especially if
Still
it's the
blows my mind.
distances they're
Still
talking
good
about.
question.
It's just fucking insane. It's like, where is the moon before it starts occulting the sun? If that's what's causing the eclipse, where's the moon? What? And on that point as well, every single month, they call months because it's based on a lunar cycle. It's supposed to be actually in the Gregorian calendar. It's based on the solar cycle, but that's why October oct is 8, right? But it's the 10th month. September is 9, right? Sept is 9. Oh, but it's the 11th month. I mean it's the 10th month. So oct is 8. Shit, now am I fucking this up? Yeah, I'm fucking it up. So we have July, which is 7. July, August.
Mexican word of the day.
September. I got
The
October and
government.
September minute.
I gotta tell you,
September is
government, you're
9.
lying about everything.
September is 9, but it's really 7, and October is oct is 8, and it's really it's the 10th month, right? And then November and December. It's just like the numbers are all messed up. You know? That's the Gregorian idea, where
Yeah, how about leap years? Like, what the heck? Now we have to keep track of something else like that. It's like,
why
don't we
can't
go through the
days
moon
just be
cycles,
measured as
add
days?
an extra month? Like, think about that. It's also a perception thing, right? Like, if you had, even though you had the same amount of days, if you did have 13 months, you would have an extra month, even though every month would feel shorter. You'd feel like you had an extra month, just from a perception point of view.
Well, in the lunar calendar, there is an extra month every 7 years.
Well, no, the lunar calendar goes 13 months with 28 days, making 364 full days, which is different than what we have now, which are 12 days and changing between from 28 to 31 days each month, right? So the lunar calendar is way more consistent because it has the same amount of days every month. And this is the same reason why you can have 2 full moons on the same month, is because since the lunar month is shorter than a month that we have now, you can fit 2 full moons within 1 month. So it's just interesting. We should,
Yeah,
we should just
when you have
understand some of those
two
things.
full moons in a month, they call it the blue moon, right?
Yeah, and that's just due to having, 1 less month, making each month a little bit longer, right?
Well, you've got 12 and a half lunations in one solar cycle. So it won't work out like a 13-month calendar, like lunar calendar. No, it goes over a 365 days, man. Because I think a lunar cycle is 29 days plus or minus half a day.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Hebrew calendar. Didn't they have 12 months? Didn't they have 12 months, 28 days, and then every 7th year they would have an extra month?
The problem is the cycle is not exact. Like, there are 360 degrees around the circle, right? Why does it take the sun 365 days and some change complete one cycle? One full cycle of the sun.
Here's the deal, though. I mean, it
know.
is measurable because you have to add that quarter. It's just anyway. Go ahead, Hank.
I'm sorry, bro. I was just going to say, not only you don't know where you are, but you don't know when you are.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. I agree.
I mean, but it's not a bad thing to measure time. But if you hijack time because of an ideology and then push it on everyone and try to destroy history, then you're an asshole.
Yeah, they are assholes.
The thing is,
For sure,
when you keep time with the moon, it's a little bit easier, in my opinion, because you have the lunar. The moon. When you go outside and you look at it, you actually can see it visually be different. With the sun, it's a completely different thing, because when you go outside in the sun, with the sun out, the only thing you'll see different is like maybe in the winter is going to be lower and the summer is going to be higher. But when you go outside at night, every time when you look at it and you see, whether it's like half moon or whatever, you can kind of see the difference between day and day, therefore tying you a little bit closer to nature, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, sure it does. But I mean, it's kind of hard for us to grasp, being under a lunar calendar, because we've never experienced that. A lot of people
You
do
can't
study
keep
this.
track of seasons, man, with a lunar calendar. You have no seasons.
How do you know that?
Well, that's not what I mean. What I meant
Because
is
the
like more like
seasons are solar, they're not lunar.
No.
Yeah, it does.
Dude,
like, okay, on the globe Earth
a
model,
calendar and seasons aren't necessarily connected.
No. The sun and the seasons are. The stars and the seasons are, but the
Okay,
moon is
so
not.
the calendar is not the seasons.
No, the calendar is just you keeping track of the sky, man.
No. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But if you base it on the
calendar
moon, you're gonna still be able to name months and everything. You still keep track of the path of the sun if you base
you're gonna
the
have to
calendar
keep track
on
of the sun too. You can do that as long as you keep track of the sun.
You just don't get it.
Well, how are you gonna know, man? Because you have
you think
11.5 days every year that will always accumulate from year to year. So your month, let's say your lunar month, okay, January, okay, let's just start them off together, right? January 1st and January 1st, okay, cool. The moon is going to finish 12 cycles, 11 and a half days before the sun finishes 365 days.
Why are you starting with January? What are you talking about? Why is January
it's arbitrary.
the beginning of the cycle?
It's arbitrary. We call it 1 and 1. It's irrelevant. We're just keeping track of where everything is at.
Well, the moon might not start on January 1st.
It doesn't matter, bro, because
really
you're
it doesn't. I thought we were comparing calendars.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not, because you're ignorant about this.
Okay, whatever, man.
All right. Yeah, I'm. All of us are quite aware of the solar cycle, right? We know this. That the sun doesn't cause seasons necessarily.
I never said that, Helio.
All right. So,
Remember, set a call for the
but
season.
are you saying that you can't make a calendar based off of the moon because they're ancient cultures
I
that
never
always
said that
do?
either, bro.
All right. So, what are you saying? The solar calendar is better than the lunar
Track of the
calendar?
seasons. Like, yes, like keeping track of seasons. It has to be solar.
It's
has to be.
All right. So, well, okay. Can you have a lunar calendar, but also keep track of the seasons based on the sun? But
If I may, I agree. If I may, I agree with them. The sun does determine the seasons because depending on which circle, which is bigger or smaller, either Capricorn or Cancer, that's going to determine the seasons. But so I think
Which is technically the stars. Which is technically the stars in the background, right?
Yes.
Because the stars
I see what you mean.
They will change from season to season. Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
I see what he
essentially
means, too.
a sky map, which is solar in nature. Like the cycle of so the sun will take 365 days and whatever. You can Google that in a little bit. I don't know how many minutes. Now the stars, they do a different cycle than the sun. And the moon does a different cycle from the stars and the sun. So you got three different cycles that you kind of have to keep in line.
all right. If you go on with a lunar calendar, like I was saying, like I know a lot of the Hebrew and other people did use the lunar cycle. They were keeping track of the seasons just fine using a lunar calendar. And like I said, every 7 years they'd have an extra month. They'd have an extra
From
month.
my understanding, they use a sol lunar calendar. They have a sol lunar calendar that they use, which is
No
proper.
shit. I mean, it's not like you're just going to base the calendar off of the moon and you're just not going to pay attention to the sun. Of course, you're going to keep track of seasons.
All right.
I think what he's saying is that we should bring everything together and look at everything together. Not
it's just a
with the sun,
longer
not just
cycle.
the
It's a
moon.
longer cycle. And when
Yeah,
you follow
I think
the
we're all in agreement here, Delia.
Yeah. Like the Arabs used the moon, right? Before Islam or whatnot, and after, it was still the pagan lunar cycle stuff because they live in the desert and they could care less about seasons. It's always one season over there.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I don't know why pagan
That
always
is one
get ascribed to Islam, because Islam is like the number one monotheistic religion. Like it is Allah and no one else. I'm sorry, bro.
Pre-Islam, they use this 13.
Forgive me.
No, you're cool. You're cool, bro.
Don't even get me started on some of this stuff.
You know what I mean, Hank? Like before, like they were using a 13-month lunar calendar. Actually, they were using the 12 months, and then they would add the 13th every I don't know how many years, but they were purely lunar, not solar.
Yep.
It was
But here's the thing: we don't have
Is there
that.
something wrong with that?
Well, the thing is,
yeah,
right now what I was saying is what we have right now is a 12-month cycle, and everything that we technically have we've inherited is kind of shitty as compared to what was before. So I would say I would love to give someone else something else a try, maybe an extra month, even if it's just perceptual, like just perceive.
What are you gonna do with the unlucky days?
I don't know, bro.
What about the
With an
unlucky
extra
days?
month,
How are you gonna calculate them?
with my extra month, man, I'll do more gardening. I don't know.
Well, you're not gonna have extra time. You just have an extra division in your
Just because you use a lunar calendar, just because you use a lunar calendar to follow time or months or whatever, it doesn't change the path of the sun, you know. So, I mean, you can use both. So, I mean, it's like, see, it's just a different cycle. It's a different cycle, and not it doesn't change the path of the sun and the moon. I mean, it changes your perception of
exactly, but
time.
the thing is,
not time or how you calculate time and all that kind of stuff.
Well, even just perceiving having an extra month, even though I know it's the exact same amount of time, just perceiving like you having one extra month is an advantage, even just as a perception thing, right? That's just my opinion, I guess.
No,
you don't want to hear my opinion, I promise.
I like a 6 day a week calendar with 5 weeks in a month. It's a clean division of 30. Multiplied by 12 gives you 360 degrees around the sun, plus your 5 unlucky days, just like the Mayans. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. That's it. That's it.
Might as well be, right, bro?
Yeah. I mean,
if it works out for your culture and you can figure out how to grow crops and take care of everyone.
Well, that calendar is the best. Actually, keeping track 360 days because there are only 360 degrees around a circle. So your calendar should only be 360 days. And then you call the others unlucky days. It's nice and easy. Nice, and that's what they did. That's what the problem is, Helio. I found that in the Quran.
I know exactly.
The creator said those are called unlucky days. And he said for years, you should keep track of the sun. And for the months, I don't know, it was kind of like blank, kind of. But he said there are 12 months in a year, which is confusing now, because that means, well, there are only 12 divisions. You can divide the 360 degrees, which will give you 30. But none of them are 30. The sun or the moon.
There are 12 major constellations too. That's just.
Some say 13, right?
Yeah, well, it just depends. I said major.
No, there are 12. Yeah, I'm a 12 subscriber myself. Because you can draw the line anywhere you want. Just draw it here.
12 is a wild number because it's so popular.
12? Yeah, it's funny how. Well, I don't know. I found it in Holy Scripture, so like maybe the creator did design it with that 12 division, which makes sense.
Oh, there's 12 apostles too.
12 is cool.
12 is a good number.
12 tribes of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, don't you guys know about Ophiuchus, the 13th?
Yeah, 13's associated with a bad number. So now we might start
13th constellation, Ophiuchus.
Yeah, I know. Hey, but that might lead towards balance, because or disruption, just to kind of prove that it's not. There's disorder in the order, right?
Indeed. What's that, Jemsy?
Oh, is that Jamsy with the crickets?
No, he posted something. He tagged me in it.
I heard some crickets. I was just messing with him.
Not bad.
Yeah, what we observe as the luminaries, including the moon, the sun, the moon, we do observe this kind of clock calendar effect from down here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the effect. That's what we observe. The cause of that is probably what a lot of people want to learn. We can, with the North Toroidal, you can see the Big Dipper, and depending on the position, you can observe the
right time
the
of year. Time of year.
Yeah, the season, the seasons, yeah. And I think this is in relation to what's actually behind what we observe as the effect. So the cause of this. So it's design, It's no accident.
No, it's by design. Yeah, like the stars are the key to the seasons, right? To know where you're at in the season.
Yeah,
in the solar season.
I showed you the other day, right? Remember the other day we were in a VC check-in. I showed you a few scans of the sky and the structure up above. And if you look at the North Toroidal field, which is the North Star, right? The top of, I will say, the structure might be related to the middle point. And then when you look at the South Toroidal field, you can see like this cross that goes around, and then what they call the South celestial pole, which is the middle of that. There's no star in the middle. Some people say there's a star in the middle, but actually, it's like kind of like an empty spot.
I think that's due to perspective, though. I think it's just like the hallway. Like if you had like a really long corridor.
What we talking about? The stars. What we see, the effects that we said. Yeah, perspective. What you're saying is correct. But what I was trying to talk about is in relation to the design, and that goes to what is above the luminaries. That is the cause of the effects.
So when you catch a rabbit, you know, that your cat like halfway eaten up, and you put it in a little box and you try to make sure that it has like a, you know, air holes, like what would the rabbit see? Wouldn't the rabbit see a night sky with stars? And say you got kind of sloppy and you made like a really big hole. I don't know. Did I get kicked? Did Battle Mod drop the guillotine on me? What happened?
Yep, you're gone, buddy. No coming back from this one.
The shoebox with holes in it was your last analogy, Hank. Canceled.
Damn it, Hank. Started talking about the rabbit hole, and everybody's just like, It's an allegory for what we're, you know, for Alice in Wonderland, whatever.
It was really an allegory for the stars. The light shine through the holes.
Oh, the holes of what? Holes of what? Sorry, so if you look in the rabbit hole, you can see points of light. I'm just messing with you. I feel like in the situation that we're in, I just want to say this really quick, and you guys just take it with it, take it with a grain of salt. You know, with you know, as especially in this room and in other platforms or whatever, we're in a danger of losing the history of man. A lot of us, even though we have opinions about, you know, religion, history, and all that kind of stuff, we're kind of in danger of if we speak out antithetical to whatever they're saying in the mainstream, you're just an extremist. They're trying to destroy everything, and honestly, even inside, you know, if you're a Christian, you know, you start speaking about these type of things in what they, when I was in the, you know, in a church, they call it the church, right? If you spoke out against some of the teachings of your preacher or whatever, you know, then you're speaking antithetical, and so you're getting more ostracized, you're getting more further away, and it's just like people just aren't as interested in these antithetical or just diving deep into the true history of Earth and man, and they're just willing to just get force fed, you know, bullshit that they see on the news or what they learn in college and shit, and they're just like, I'm comfortable here or whatever, you know. They go to church and it's like, well, money, I'm making money and all that kind of shit. But it's like I feel like that we're going to lose an aspect of human culture if we don't continue to do what we're doing here. But I mean, to be honest, we're freaking censored, man. I mean, we can only do so much here. But to be honest, man, we have I think we have dozens of people that find us every day. It doesn't matter if they make fun of us; at least they get to hear what we say.
I actually had a guy or a group I argued with about the flat earth because they had a global hangout that my brother was trying to invite me to. And I pointed out that the globe was a logical fallacy just from the get-go. It was fake. And they all started bashing me, of course. And I stood my ground, and I came here and I grabbed some evidence from down below and I posted some like links, and I did my best to, you know, represent the flat earth as best as I could. And I got one person DMing me being like, I really liked how you stood up for your truth no matter what you came up against. And so I
Yeah,
just
it
thought that
makes
was
a difference.
cool.
It's like
You
they
know?
think that. I mean,
All the
they
people
have
see
this.
it.
Yeah, they have like, well, everybody believes it's a globe. I mean, why do you think it's flat? And it's just like, you don't have any freaking evidence for the globe Earth, man. And when you ask them for it, they can't prove it. But it's just like, man, I got everybody else on my side. It's the freaking bully attitude. It's kind of weird to take that stance when, you know, when it comes to a logical topic like this. Or I mean, it may seem illogical to a lot of people to even discuss flat Earth, right? Because the Earth obvious not flat. It's because, hey, I'll promise you, man. When I first heard about flat Earth, I was like, anybody that thinks the Earth is flat is a dumbass. I avoided it for a long time.
I found out about it and took it seriously, but couldn't find any information and just forgot about it for like 2 years. And then I found it again.
Yeah, it
and
took
was
me
like,
about
oh my God.
6 months, and then I just heard a really good video, and I was like, oh, maybe there is something to this. And then and here I am now. So, yeah, I thought it was the dumbest thing, flat Earth. So, I mean, I don't blame people for not actually taking it serious, but you're going to have to now, man. There's thousands of us out there, man. I'm not going to say you have to take it serious, but you should at least.
And you never know. Anybody could be a flat earther.
Yeah.
My brother used to like ad hominem me, I think is the fallacy, right? Like when you're in an argument. Well, I guess it was more like a straw
And
man.
they be talking shit. That's
Like-
an ad hominem when they call you names and shit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
if they a
basically
straw
like
man
that.
would be like, "Hey, so where's the edge? Are you a third disc from the sun floating in space?"
Yeah,
Like,
that's a straw
no,
man.
that's a straw man.
I guess it's like my brother used to say like oh dude, this is like flat earth, like, you know, like he like compare my arguments to that. And now I am a flat earth person and I don't know what the frick I'm gonna tell him. Because I
you haven't talked to him about it yet?
When he ad homs you, name it, point it out. Don't
I mean,
just
yeah,
sit there
I
and
do,
take
I
it. You
do.
know, be like, what? So what? You're just gonna sit there, name the fallacy. Like,
Yeah.
what's that gonna do for you? You can think that all day, but just stand your ground. Like, that's all
Yeah.
you have to do. And I know it can be hard, especially with someone in your family. Like, I've been going through the same, not the same thing, but I want to flat smack my dad, but I don't want him to just think I'm a total idiot. You know,
Yeah.
I want to come at it like I'm thinking about just trying to start with like
Then you better cite your sources.
True that.
You gotta like.
And
I mean, with your dad,
as
it
much as I
might
come here and I grab links from
you
down
might
below.
start with the moon landing with your dad, not go flat Earth all out, man. Start with.
I was thinking 9/11. I'm not sure if he knows about that or not, but that's a
Yeah,
pretty.
maybe you could work with 9/11. I don't know. Is he
Well,
like?
buildings could
Is
not
he
have
not?
fallen.
Is he not heard
Behind
anything about
not-
conspiracies or anything? Is he like totally like?
He knows. I'm sure he knows a little bit, but I've never. I don't know. I've never really broached the subject with him. I get along with him best, but yeah, I'm going through that same thing as you are with your brother, though. Like, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna go about this so he doesn't just think I'm fucking stupid?
Yeah, I want to like bring it up. I think I might try to do it this weekend. I don't know if I will though, because I want to have like a bunch of evidence. Like I got friends on Discord, and I like talking about stuff like this with them, I guess. But I have no idea how I'm gonna even start this, because I know that like I don't think it's gonna like any of them are gonna go for it. Like they typically like I'm like the one guy in my group that's kind of like conspiracy minded, I guess. And open to these things, but I don't think anybody's gonna go for it.
No,
I feel
no.
like I gotta
Check
bring
this
it up
out,
anyway.
Cats PJ. we're not here to convince anybody that the Earth is flat. We're actually
Right.
trying to help people find their way to an open mind to actually just kind of like take a step into the rabbit hole. I don't know if it's the rabbit hole. That's why I was asking Hank about the rabbit hole earlier. It's because, of course, you're not going to convince someone, that the Earth is flat just by talking to them one night or,
Well,
a group of friends or whatever. But it's like if they're so amongst this group of friends that you're talking about, do they already know you're kind of like the conspiracy guy?
Yeah. We've talked about stuff before.
Cool.
And some of them are more like it than me, but like I'm always the one who like ends up bringing this stuff up because I find it interesting. But
oh yeah,
I don't even necessarily like it's not that it's gonna bother me like if they're like not gonna go for it. But
no, I get it because I've been the conspiracy guy for over 20 years. With my group of friends, they're like, "Oh shit!" I went with my son to Guitar Center, and a guy that I knew was working there, and I was just sitting there like checking out some guitars with my son. This dude came up. He was a drummer in a band. I used to play, not in his band, but we used to play together in different bands. He just came up with my son sitting there, and he's like, he made a tinfoil hat and brought it to me. He's like, because we've been talking at the bar a couple times. I thought it was hilarious because he's a funny guy. But that's kind of like I've been the tinfoil hat conspiracy guy around it.
That tinfoil hat thing used to be like a derogatory term, but nowadays with all the 5G going around, a Faraday cage for your dome may not be a bad idea.
I would wear one.
I'd probably wear one if I lived in Dallas. I'd just put it under my cowboy hat. That way nobody suspected anything.
Shit, I'll wear it on the outside.
Football team.
I need a tinfoil cowboy hat.
Damn, you talking about bouncing signals off, bro. You talking about relaying a message.
Yeah, in both ways. Bouncing off 5G signals and signals into people's minds. Like this tinfoil.
I don't think people realize how much signal you block just by putting like aluminum foil over your windows, because it's really hot in Texas. So you might say that it looks kind of like crackhead like central, but I will put it in my bedroom only. Right, I won't do it all over the whole house, but the bedroom, like that's my sanctuary. I want pitch black bedroom, and then when you do that, you can't get a radio signal. Like I can't pick up like the Eagle or the Edge. Or back in the day, I don't know if those radio stations still exist.
You got aluminum foil wallpaper in your bedroom?
No, just for the window.
Oh, okay.
When you do that, it blocks out most of the signals.
Yeah, because it comes through the glass. So you have aluminum foil on your bedroom windows?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I get good sleep. I'm a driver. Like it's necessary that I get like supreme sleep.
Shit, I got my fucking Wi-Fi router in my bedroom.
Bro, you cooking your eggs? Nah, bro. Your eggs are well done.
They might be.
Tea.
I have some crazy ass dreams sometimes.
B.O.B. said Wi-Fi cook a nigga in his sleep.
Wi-Fi cook a nigga in his sleep. Anyway.
That's a direct quote, by the way. Word
I
for
don't
word.
doubt it. Yeah, I like B.O.B. man. He's a tripped out dude. It's kind of like no holds barred sometimes, man. I mean, it depends on what kind of mood he's in.
Yeah, he ain't pulling no punches.
Has heard we might be losing Groovy by it.
Yeah, I heard about that. So my dad used to say some like really wise shit, like in layman's terms. He used to say, maybe they know something we don't. Right? You don't really hear many people say that these days. And I just want to point out that in the state of Israel, it's illegal to have a Wi-Fi router in a school. Every single device is hardwired.
Ooh. I think in America, it's required that you have a 5G tower next to every single school. Just
you know the thing about eggs, right? The reason why our females are so important, they're our number one asset, right? Absolute number one, right? And it's because their eggs that they have is in their body from the beginning, right? They have all their eggs. They're not egg factories. They don't make an egg once a month, right? The egg just moves and becomes fertile once a month, right? So if our women have damaged their DNA in their precious eggs, right, that could be a real problem. And some signals are carcinogenic. So
is that more on a 28-day cycle or a 30, 31-day cycle? I'm just curious. And they have their.
I'm going to say 28, but I'm not an expert in the cycle.
There's not any women left in here. We ran them all off after ladies' night, I guess. I think it's more like 28. I've been married a couple times, so I'm pretty sure it's more closer to 28. It's not the same day every month.
I know that women have built-in telepathy or some shit. They got wireless connections. That's why they get upset when they say no, but they mean yes. Or if they say yes and they mean no, they get mad at you when you don't pick up on that.
Yeah, they get mad when you don't act like a woman. I'm not a woman. I can't. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know. So, can I not be a man? Am I supposed to try to be a woman? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like I was giving you signals. Well, you should have signaled me that you were giving me signals.
Yeah, give me a sign like wink or something. Don't expect me just to pick up on it that you had like dinner planned, and when I said, "Hey, I'm going out with the boys," you said, "Okay, have fun." Like, how was I supposed to know that meant no? I've already got plans. I'm cooking you dinner. No, when I say that women are like our number one most important asset, it's not that we own them and they're like, our property, not in the sense of like ownership. But
who told you that you meant that? I mean, I never got that from what you said. I just, I mean, you're married. You've been married for a long time, right, Hank?
Yes, since leap year
2004. Why did you just say that? I don't think anybody took that from what you said. Nobody said that Hank thought that women are our property.
Yeah, but the reason why they're so important is because they friend zone all the guys, and when they say friend zone, the definition is, I see no reason why your genetic material should be passed on into the future, right? But they don't want to tell you like that, so they say friend zone because that sounds like, the end zone sounds like touchdown, so it sounds good, right, when you hear it, right? But when they do actually choose a mate, they're supposed to choose the best mate that they can get, and they're always supposed to choose equal socioeconomic status and higher. They're never supposed to choose lower, ever. So that's why all the guys end up in the friend zone. And some people might say that this, they're gold diggers for acting this way. No, that's not gold digging at all. Women know instinctively that they're going to be vulnerable for, several decades, right? Because they got to take care of the young. And it takes a really long time for the young child to develop, right? Decades, literally decades. the woman is going to be busy taking care of that child, and she's not going to be able to gather food. So she chooses the man with a six-pack. That way he can carry, the most amount of food back with his strong arms and big shoulders and flat stomach, right? Because if she chooses like a fat, out of shape, sweaty guy, right, he can't carry as much as the guy with the six-pack. So that's why she desires that six-pack. Plus, that means that he has a big, belt buckle.
It's not the case every time for all women or men or whatever, but you're more. There's more of a primal attraction than a lot of people want to admit when choosing a mate. If you're free to, if your daddy doesn't make you like try to marry you, depending on which culture you're in.
What, like a sultan? Like you're going to marry like the 65-year-old sultan?
Dude, yeah, it happens more often. It happens more often than, dude. If you're, your parents can influence who you're going to freaking marry, whether you believe it or not. I mean, that didn't happen for me because fuck, I grew up poor as shit, and I was lucky to do what I did. I just, I met someone I liked and we hooked up. But for a lot of people, their parents definitely have an influence on who they're going to hook up with, unless they just.
You sound like a truck driver. Like you're going to hook up the tow and hitch. You got like a one-size-fits-all tow and hitch. What the hell?
I don't know. I'm just saying, bro. This is a concern that's bred into them from their parents. We're going to hook you up with a good family, a good girl from a good family. Sometimes it probably works out great, They might end up loving each other, but they're going to hook. You're not going to freaking just marry some chick from the ghetto if you're like a rich dude or whatever. You're a rich kid. They ain't going to let you. Your parents ain't going to let you freaking marry some ghetto bitch.
Yeah, I was going to say the elites do that. I'm pretty sure that they.
No, I know they do. That's what I'm saying. Or you don't even have to be an elite. Even if you're just like you're a couple $100,000, $300,000 a year, whatever, you got a nice house and suburbs and shit.
Yeah,
you're gonna be concerned about who your son or daughter's dating, and your parents are gonna give you shit if you don't fucking date a person that's not of their. Which, to be honest, that's actually a concern because, shit, imagine, dating someone like me. I wouldn't fucking, I wouldn't let such, I'm just playing. But anyway, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Especially, as they're teenagers and they're getting into their prime or getting to go to college. Of course, man, parents are going to be on their ass to freaking make good decisions because, hey, when I went to college, I freaking dropped out after the first year, man. I made bad decisions, and I made bad decisions all through high school too. But anyway, it wasn't because of girls; it was just because I was partying and shit. But dude, your parents are concerned about you. It's not. And I think that's a good thing, to be honest. Especially if they're nice and they're not total dicks, but they're actually really concerned, so that you can, make a good future for yourself, meet the right guy which you don't, guy or girl, you never know if someone's the right, because you don't, just because they're seem to be right on the surface. It can turn out total shit. But anyway, you never know somebody you just don't. So. Just saying. Well, once your child becomes an adult, then you should trust their judgment. I think, it would get into weirdism if you're a father or mother and and your child graduated high school and they're in college, and if it seems like they're doing really good, but then I met this guy, and I mean, you can only do so much, once they become an adult, it's just like that becomes like weird control. But a lot of people can get into that control thing, way before that, high school, and it's like, you can't do shit. Whatever. No idea why I'm bringing this up now. How about that moon? Hey, you guys ever, speaking of the moon, I'm just playing. I'm not going to say.
You got it right. It's actually the parents. It's not just the female. Hello,
Coffee
Hank.
on the mic. What's up, Coffee? Excuse me, Mrs. Coffee.
That's like chocolate coffee.
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
No, it's Cafe Mocha said something about the parents. What were you saying, Cafe? I did, man. I wanted to hear what she had to say. Come on, Cafe. We're not so scary.
I think Crack Villain is trying to talk. I see him lighting up, but I can't hear him.
Hey, Crack Villain, is something wrong with your mic, bro?
I saw him light up a couple times.
Good morning.
He's probably snoring because he was in here a while ago. It's like, well, I don't know. He might be
Julio Skeptic.
What's that happening? Yeah, I think Grant Villain might be sleeping, man, because he was in here earlier, and he's about 6 hours ahead of me. So it's like early morning for him.
Yo, sir.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Is that Uniburn?
Yeah. That's me.
What's happening?
So I was just curious, like, how long have you been in the server?
Almost since the beginning.
So, like, years?
Yeah, a few years. Yeah.
How often do you join this VC, sir?
I just have to be in the mood.
Okay.
I used to join a lot more, but it just. Why are you asking?
Well, I'm just curious because, like, these people seem like they know a lot. You feel me? I'm only 15.
Yeah.
So like,
how did you find us?
How'd I find you?
Yeah, the server or
I've been involved for like 6-7 months. I was scrolling on YouTube. You feel me?
Yeah.
Doing my research, and then so I was doing my research because so it's a long story, but I had a science class and it was talking about one thing you like, a myth that you think might be real. It was back in, what was it, 8th grade. So that's what got me started. So then I was just like kind of scrolling, and I got Discord, right? So I was like, what if there's like this and this combined, right? And then next thing I know, I see a live stream, so I join, and here I am.
Like you found the live stream on YouTube, and then you
yeah, YouTube, and then I joined because
awesome.
I wanted to ask questions,
Awesome, bro. So, when did you join the server?
Why did I join the server?
When?
Oh, when? Literally,
I see your role as VC verified, so that means you probably haven't been there very long.
Yeah, like 10-15 minutes probably.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
So,
I just joined.
Did you
But
talk
I've
to
been,
someone in the check-in room or something?
yeah.
Get verified?
What's that lady's name? Truth
Oh,
prevails.
True Prevails. Oh yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's awesome for sure, for sure.
So, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
Fuck no, bro. They'll bully me. The fuck.
But you've been looking into it, like on the sly.
Yeah,
Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be
yeah,
great
like,
if you could bully them?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Dude, I bully the fuck out of Glovers.
Yeah, dude, they just get bullied, dude.
I've been told people
That's
If
not very
you
nice.
been in
figure
debates
this
with.
out, they will have no defense, dude.
Sorry, I've been told that I'm brutal. Like people that have been in debates with me have told other people, and they've told me that I'm brutal in debates.
Dude, Hank, you're the nicest. It's like me and you, I think, are the nicest people. Other people are freaking brutal. I would never consider.
Well, you can still be, pleasant and kosher. Kosher, was it?
Well, just
it's worse if you're nice. If you're bullying and you're nice, they
yeah,
don't
it's
know
like
what to do.
I just don't put up with bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I
So
can tell
anyway,
when you're bullshitting. Anyway.
facts.
So Unibarn.
Yeah.
So what have you heard so far? I mean, how long have you been looking into the topic? I mean, is it something?
Probably
How did you come across it?
6-7 months. Oh, cause of my 8th grade research class. Remember? They told me to make a PowerPoint on something I might believe is a myth that I might believe is real. I didn't do it on this though, because I wasn't trying to get my teacher to think I'm crazy. You feel me? But I looked into it, and then I just never stopped because I don't know. It just seems kind of weird because
So
I want to address that.
Have you watched some YouTube video? Go ahead. Hey, I'm gonna go smoke. You guys take this over. I'll be back.
Just real quick, I want to go over the crazy thing. So here's the deal. Like when we're talking about cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, like paleontology, it's not natural science, right? So natural science is really believable. In fact, it's not even really believable. It's called knowledge, right? The word science derives from the word that we use for knowledge, right? So when you use the scientific method, you're manipulating the cause, right? And you've got all the variables like lined up in such a way that no other variables should be controlling the effect except for the one that you're manipulating. So when you manipulate the cause, you see the effect happen and okay, this causes that. For example, and this is like a crude example, it's not really scientific, but when you hook your cell phone up to the charger, it charges your battery, right? And then when you unplug it, it stops charging. So like beyond a shadow of a doubt, like it's empirical that your cell phone charger charges the battery on your cell phone, right? So just like that, well, when we do that, we can prove things and we can disprove things. And the good thing about science is it's falsifiable. But when you're talking about like the shape of the earth, that's not really a scientific question, right? So it's kind of a category error to talk about the subject and mention science. So the thing about it is that it's closer to geometry. In fact, it is geometry, the shape of the earth. But when we're talking about the cosmos, like the stars and the heavenly bodies, it's closer to philosophy, right? Because we can't manipulate any of the variables in space because we're here on the ground. And to think that you could manipulate space, like what's up above our heads, that's ludicrous, right? That's a religion. So for people that think the whole flat earth conversation is like crazy somehow, it's really a misunderstanding of science, right? Because it has not a whole lot to do with science at all, right? Because we're not manipulating the shape of the earth to prove, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all, right? So it's closer to philosophy and religion, I find, because what I find is that these people who are the anti-flat earthers, they're kind of working off of a philosophy, right? It's kind of part religion and part philosophy, because you can't tell if the sun is going around the earth or the earth is going around the sun without a third point of reference, right? Because all motion is relative, right, Einstein? So you don't have to answer that. So the thing about it is, it's not as crazy as you might think in the beginning, especially after you stick around for 6 years and you hear the debate. It's nowhere near as cut and dry as I thought it would be. I thought globe earthers would smash flat earthers into the ground, but it turns out it's the other way around. And just listen to an honest debate. That's the key point. There has to be a tactic-less, logical fallacy-less debate, and you'll see that the globers get crushed every time.
Yeah, they're
Right.
starting with a false premise. That's why. How far have you gotten into it? Like, what videos have you watched and stuff? I sent you a list of links just now, by the way.
Oh, did you? Oh yeah, I see them. I see them. I see them. I see them. Damn, fool! You said like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I forgot how
It's
to
just
count.
a copy paste. It's a copy
Yeah,
paste.
yeah. I could tell.
The first one I think is 200 proofs. That's like the main one that everyone kind of watched back in the day. That got us all. That should have been debunked like the first week it was out, right? It should have been like, okay, 200 proofs that the Earth is a ball, and it would have been over, right? But no one ever made that video. They would like cherry pick one or two about the flight paths because they had a straw man map that they were trying to claim that we were claiming, and no one ever claims a map here that we say is accurate or anything. But it's just, you have to really want to know, like I said in my little note there. So how much have you really looked into this?
Oh, it's been on and off, right? Like I started back in, I don't even know. It was like a year ago, but I didn't really care that much.
What videos did you watch that you thought were?
Well, I don't remember though, because that was like a whole year ago. But it was by this one guy, and he was kind of like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was a long time ago.
Right. Well, there's a whole bunch of them there that you can't really find just by like searching now because they blocked them or they buried them, so you'd have to scroll down.
Flat Earth is on Google's blacklist, so the algorithms have been set up in such a way that you find the debunks first, and they're usually debunks of a straw man or some other tactic.
Oh shit. Okay. So I was curious. Someone told me about this, right? The Australia, or not Australia, my bad, wrong place. The Antarctica, like you can't go there. Like why? Because like it wraps around the Earth.
That's a good question.
Well, the claim that it wraps all the way around us in 360 degrees isn't necessarily the case. Whatever we call Antarctica could be a little island of its own. Who knows? That isn't important. That defining the whole thing isn't even what this is about. Like, it's all been misconstrued. It's not about proving it flat, because you already know it's flat and stationary just by your own observations. That's all anyone can know, right? So the belief comes when you start thinking that you're on a spinning ball, because it's the opposite of what you experience. That's why that's the belief. So you're left with your default reality of a stationary plane, which is all anybody would assume it is, unless they were told that it's something else and they start believing that, even though it contradicts everything your direct experience would tell you. Right? So you don't have to prove it flat. You just say, look, I'm assuming that my reality is as it seems. The story I was told about this spinning ball didn't check out, so I'm just left with my reality as it seems. A stationary plane, just like it seems to everybody and always has and always will.
But not only that, because they give us a radius, we can actually go and test and falsify this radius, which has been done over and over and over again. The most famous one would be the Black Swan argument, right? So they give us the radius, and you can Google this right now if you like. You'll see that it's 3959 miles, right? They used to say that boats go over the horizon, but recently they've changed it and said that the Earth is so big that you can't actually detect it. Well, if you can't detect it, then how did we get the radius? But I digress. So we got the radius, and we went out and we measured it because according to the radius that they give us, if we work out the math, we can see that it should be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the camera or the observer's eye is 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away, but it's not. In the picture with the oil rigs, you can see that it's actually 10 times that, and even more if you look in the background.
that's like that's an argument you'd have to like really look at and figure out the math with, and then understand the whole thing.
And on that point,
for people beginners, that's a little bit. I don't know if it went over your head, or did that make sense to you at all?
well, I want to say something on that point really quick. If if you watch a video and they're saying, like, if you watch a Professor Dave video or something, and they're talking about the dome and the ice wall and stuff, those are straw man arguments that, of course, you can debunk. You can't even debunk it, but at the same time, that's not claims we make. They're putting up straw man so they can take them down. They don't address our real arguments. They're just putting up these straw men about the ice wall, the dome, and stuff because they're afraid to actually address the real argument.
Yeah, it's not really even a debate. That's the thing. It's like, it's obvious once you look into this, it's obvious that it's not a ball, but they have to like make the whole debate seem like we're trying to claim something, but we're not. We're just saying, dude, it's obvious. We're not spinning. It's like the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is either A, you're not spinning, right? Which would be the most obvious answer, or B, you really are spinning in several different directions at millions of miles per hour, and you don't feel it because like if you were on a plane, you might not feel that speed in one linear direction. That's just the same as going in circles in several different directions at millions of miles per hour and all these different,
But that's another tactic.
It's ridiculous.
Because an enclosed airplane is not analogous to an open system that is the globe, right? So that's another tactic. That's the false equivalency fallacy.
And even so, it's not a good comparison, because you're just talking about one stable linear path compared to like circling. Literally, you know how fast they say the speeds are? Have you looked at that at all? They say it's 1,000 miles, the speeds of the spin of the Earth and all that. Do you know any of those?
I used to, but I forgot.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's like they say it's 1,000 miles an hour, literally 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Then 66.67 thousand miles an hour around the sun, orbiting the sun, that's 93 million miles away. Then they say the sun's going 500,000 miles an hour on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's like all these different directions. And then they say that the Milky Way is circling at millions of miles per hour. So it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. There's no way you can.
So how do you verify? How do you verify all that?
Who are you talking to?
Anybody who thinks that they can answer it, right? But it's mostly a
How would you
hypothetical
verify all
question.
the speeds that they're talking about? Is what you're asking?
Yeah. So
How
there's
would you
not like
falsify
mile
or
markers,
verify it?
right? Either one. There's no mile markers in space, right? There's no spaceometers.
Yeah, essentially, it's a concept.
I have a question.
Well, you can falsify that, because we know the North Star never moves, and all the stars, the stars have a pattern, right? And you can always see the same stars in the same position relative to each other, and they always end up in the same spot year after year, right? You know about that? Stars circle around, right?
Sure, the
So if
constellations repeat every year.
You know about that, right? So if the stars stay in the same position circling around us, and we're supposed to be corkscrewing around a sun, following a sun that changes its position in space-time at 500,000 miles per hour, that means that we would be displacing ourselves in space-time by 12 million miles every day. So if we're moving 12 million miles every day, times that times 365, and then, whatever, you times that by, how many years, thousands of years that we observed these constellations.
Hey,
How is it
new
that
perspective. Tell them how they justify that.
Yeah, I'll tell them. So listen to this. So if we're displacing ourselves by 12 million miles just in one day, wouldn't you think that our relation to those other stars that are supposed to be suns of other galaxies, wouldn't you think that something would be off in the way we see those stars, even after a day, much less a year, years? Like, our relation to those stars would be totally different if we're moving 12 million miles every day, right? How would we see the same stars in the same position from the same spot on the Earth? You know what I'm saying?
So
That
think
right
about
there
it like
kills
this.
It
Say you're
kills it.
taking
It's
a
over
train.
right there.
Say you're taking a train from New Mexico, right? And you're going north, and you're going to like Washington State, right? And you're passing by the mountains, right? In front, right, real close to the window of the train, you see the trees going by real fast. But like, several miles away, you see the mountains in the background, and they're going by really slow, right? This is called parallax. And if we're in a galaxy where the inner stars move the slowest and the outers move the fastest, then you would see what's called stellar parallax. You would see the stars closest to us moving by quickly and changing position relative to the stars in the background.
Parallax means a shift in the relative position to what you see in the sky, right? Like if someone's standing on the road from you and you move 20 miles to the right, they're going to seem like they're in a different position from where you start, right?
I'm back. I'm fucking zooted in. Alright, so I have a
The
question.
main point is that, I mean, here's what they claim. At the center of the Milky Way galaxy is a black hole, and most of the stars and constellations that we see are inside the Milky Way galaxy, right? And so, as we're following the sun around the Milky Way galaxy, the entire thing's spinning, and so that's why we see the same constellations, because they're all moving around this huge freaking black hole in the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
Have you heard of the E10 one?
E10?
It was like this study. Yeah, E10. Do you know about it?
No, sure. No, I haven't heard about E10. What do you got on?
E10, these nuts, bitch. I'm just playing. It was a joke. I love you. All right. So basically, sorry, I'm super high right now.
No, it's all right, man. Just freaking tell us about E10.
E10.
Yes, E10. Yeah, tell us about it. Or you can send me a link and I'll read it.
E10.
I can look it up right now.
Hold on, let me find the link real quick.
Tell us.
It's a joke.
I'm sending you.
Yeah, send them a direct message about E10, bro.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Bro.
You said you weren't over 18. So, but yeah,
anybody can message me, man.
E10.
You don't want this.
Julio, it's a joke. You get that, right? He was trying to get you to say, "What are E10?" He goes, "Eating these nuts, bitch." So he's trying to get you to say.
Okay.
Yeah, you get my joke.
You know what's funny is I just Googled E10, and you know what it says? E10 is a fuel. It's a fuel mixture for E10 is becoming the standard petrol grade in Great Britain.
Julio, do you know what it says when you scroll down, right? At the very bottom?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it says eating these nuts, bitch.
Eating these nuts, bitch. Hey, I got one for you.
Hey, yo, my bad. Bro, this J's got me going crazy right now. Hold up.
Well, what's the strain, bro?
Oh my god, bro.
What's it called?
Fucking gone, bro. What time is it?
YouTube channel condones underage drug use, does it?
Hey, Uniburn, let's not address that. Uniburn, is it fun to talk to flat earthers? Is it more fun than some other servers you've been in?
1 second.
Hey, is your Uniburn? Where'd you get your name from, bro?
Uniburn?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't even know. It's just kind of like I was thinking of a name, and my first name used to be Blazing, and then I was thinking about it because I was always blazing.
Oh, it's all about weed. It's all about that weed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All about these nuts, bitch.
It's all about these nuts.
My bad. But
you're still
yeah.
You don't know where it came. You just kind of thought Uniburn, like burning up. burning.
Yeah.
burning
It
the
was
fucking-
blazing, and then
blazing it.
blaze.
And then I did uno, but then I ain't Spanish, so I spelled it wrong. So I did uni. So it was one burning.
You just kept it, right? All right.
Yeah,
cool.
so I just kept it, it stuck with me, and then I added another N because like I got all these N's, all these N word passes. You feel me? All these little N's in my backyard, right? So
Yeah, I
Did
got
you
a bunch of
burn?
those too.
Did you burn them? Did you burn them with some diesel?
huh?
Did you burn the ants with some diesel?
Yeah,
No,
I
you
did.
never burn the end pass.
So after that, oh my god, bro, my friends will shut up, bro. They're in the other room.
Hey, bring your friends in here and tell them, "Hey, I'm in the flat Earth room. Get your ass in here."
Yeah, go ask them. Go ask them if they have. Go ask them. Say this. Say, hey, you know what? The Earth is flat, bitches. Prove me wrong. And then see what they say.
That's a burden of proof reverse fallacy.
I'll be back.
Yeah, get some of your friends in here, Uni. Come on, man.
All right, once I get here, I'll take you with me. I got you.
Take you with
Now, if they get crazy, we're gonna have to.
Hey
mute
yo,
you. That's all I'm saying.
Justin. You know the Earth is flat, homie.
Hey, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna
it
send
is,
you.
my
I'm
guy.
gonna send you a message, Unit, for the live
Alright.
stream on YouTube. You have the. You probably already have the.
Yeah, that's how I joined, bro. The little,
Yeah.
the little live stream on the Y to the T, bitch.
Oh, you know what? Here's what.
Send it
Here's
to
what you
your
ask
friends
them.
and say, "I've been talking to these flat earthers. You guys want to come talk to them?"
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Ask them this. Tell them this. Say, hey, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know? Ask them that. If it was flat, would you want to know, or would you rather not know?
Alright, hold on. They be like creaking around and shit. His girl just came over, so I don't know what the fuck they's doing.
They're probably gay.
Probably
They're
gay.
not. Yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say no. I was gonna say they're probably gaming and shit, but you know, too busy to freaking come on over here. But
Yeah,
no,
I
he
don't
thought
know,
I was.
bro. They be wild sometimes. You feel me?
Yep. Yeah, don't
So what?
bother
You
with
guys,
them. It's
you
not
guys,
worth
you
it.
guys
You know
play
what?
video? Wait.
I'm not a gamer, no.
I'm not,
PC
but there's
Master
a lot of
Race.
gamers on here, man. There's a lot of gamers on here. Thanks to gamer.
Who's Le Pew?
Who's a gamer?
PC Master Race. Yeah, me.
Oh shit! What's your specs?
I game.
I got a 2700X Ryzen 7, and I got a